The instrument called a knife is the first tool that has been in his hands since he was born. He was very young when his father gave it to him. He's 10 years old. And his father was a sculptor. He taught him how to use a knife. He taught him how to be a man, and in a moment of work he decided he was using his incredible intelligence and talent. That day, he finished what he'd been working on for 10 years. A sculpture of his father. And he finally finished this masterpiece. Before he died, his father told him that from now on, he should be more careful. In this world, he is his only son, and now he's asking him to be careful. There are a lot of bad people in this world. He doesn't want him to get hurt, and let him trust no one but the master of the Kong family. But suddenly a deadly epidemic fell to the village, not a single living soul left. The master of the Kong family passed away 3 days ago. His father and he are the only survivors. They live in the mountains behind the village, but he decided not to upset his father with the bad news. The father told his son that he was proud of him. And he was the smartest and the most handsome. While working on the sculpture, the guy said that his father had a beautiful smile. He must be happy, because his father would be happy too. But suddenly he felt only emptiness inside. And if he left his father here, would he be bored? Luckily, right next to his father, was his mother's grave. Though he has creative talent, he's not special at all. And his hands are quick. It won't be long before another masterpiece is born. His mother died when he was 5 years old, so he doesn't remember much about her. But he does remember that she was incredibly beautiful. Toward evening, the guy said he was finally done with both sculptures. But suddenly someone behind him asked if he had made those graves, and that's how he met his bloody master. When he was a kid, his father told him not to talk to strangers. He's not sure if he should talk to this suspicious old man. The old man asked the guy, did he really make those graves? The guy realized that as a child he should respect his elders as long as he didn't do anything wrong. Everything would be fine if he answered politely. The guy put himself proudly and answered him that it was his work. The old man was surprised and asked, did he create these sculptures? The guy was surprised, because he didn't think an old man passing by would be so impressed by his art. And he replied that he had created them. The lad wondered, for considering his age, old man, what would he want him to do to make him a sculpture for his grave? The old man asked if he would like to follow him. The boy asked in surprise, why him? What does he mean? Why does he want him to follow him? The old man replied to the guy that if he followed him, he would teach him the best martial arts in the world. The guy asked the old man, is he kidding me? What is he talking about? And why should he believe such nonsense? The old man decided to demonstrate his abilities and told him to watch carefully. The old man pointed his hand into the forest and after waving a couple times, he released a beam so strong that it destroyed all the trees. The guy couldn't believe that just a passing old man possessed such an incredible martial arts technique. The old man asked the boy, how was he? Now did he wish to learn as well? The boy thought it was a martial art of incredible power anyway. He had nowhere to go, and now for the moment he had decided that he wanted to get the most out of this life. The boy held out his hand and said he was in, and at that moment, he wanted to do something stupid. So he decided to take a chance. As he began his difficult training, his master sent him into the water to learn everything underwater, and that was the beginning of his bloody fate. After doing a breathing workout, he immediately used the beach shot. The shot was so powerful that it traveled underwater and shot skyward. But Master said that when they first met him, he looked like an acceptable master. But the fact that he would brutally trample, his generosity, his good heart and his future in the mountains is what he learned the day he arrived at the dilapidated shack. But arriving at the house, Guy walked into the room and felt that the place was shabby. Why would a powerful martial artist live in such a place? But he didn't really believe that he was super strong. It was just that the way he blew down all the trees was quite impressive. But something else suddenly came to his mind, and he thought, don't strangers in stories like this live in seclusion, practicing discipline? The guy looked at it, and said it was fine. The most important thing is school, after all. He's a good-hearted kid, so he shouldn't particularly care about appearance. The boy asked the teacher what he was going to study today. The teacher was very surprised and asked, is he sure he is ready? But they did nothing that day, and it wasn't until the next day that the master told him that he would only show once, so let him watch carefully. The teacher took the vessel and threw rice inside. He said that the grains of rice are strong, but at the same time, they are fragile enough to be destroyed very easily. Here you need to proceed carefully and gently, but at the same time thoroughly, using the strength of your fingers. But you don't need to change the water more than 3 times while he's washing his hands. And how well the pot is sealed affects the cooking result. So it will need to be covered with a lid, and when he cooks in the mountains, you can put a stone on the roof. It will let the real flavor of the rice come out. And that's his secret method. The next day, Guru said that absolutely every food has its own characteristics, so one should use different cooking techniques. But although there are versatile techniques, such as pan frying, that can apply to vegetables and meat and tofu. Briefly, the ingredients are placed in hot oil and briefly fried, and the food is ready when the smell and taste of the dish become unified. When cooking soup, the extract of the ingredients should enter the broth, but at the same time they should not become a homogeneous and lifeless mass. Ingredients need to be handled with care. And that's why in any cooking, the main aspect is his senses. And if he cooks from the heart, the whole world will become his strength. The boy said he understood and asked the master if he was a cook. And will he really study to become the best chef in the world? The master replied that he doesn't see the whole picture. What he's trying to teach him, and that includes lightning, hail, thunderstorm, flying sword. It's a technique that requires an incredibly skillful, yet careful hand. And on top of that, incredible insight is required to use this technique. So cooking trains his stamina and brings his techniques into harmony with the art of cooking. The guy thought that all the words of the wizard sounded like just nonsense. But the name of the technique sounds tempting. The master asked the disciple if he would try it. But the boy at that time was thinking, should he try? And now that he remembers it, it was his last chance to give up and run away. But every time he cooked, he got hit on the head for not cooking properly. After a month, the kid had already learned how to use everything and set the table. The master said that the table looked acceptable today. The guy told the master to forget about cooking and asked how come he was now in charge of setting the table. Doesn't he feel guilty for making his young apprentice plow through while he himself just relaxes all day long? And maybe if the master tries some exercises, he will feel a little younger. And on this day, the master finally showed his true self. A good beating could solve many problems. On this day, he learned that his master could hit very hard if he wanted to. The realization of this fact had a great effect on his personality and upbringing. The master pointed to a pile of firewood and said that he was getting tired of such activities, and now, one of his duties would be to chop wood for cooking. The boy was offended, and wondered how that old fart could do such a thing to his tender body. The boy looked around and saw that there wasn't even an axe. He would go and ask nicely, or he might get mad at him again. The boy asked the master, "Where is the axe? Isn't he supposed to chop wood?" But the master replied that he would not need something like that. The guy was surprised and asked, then what should he use for chopping? Should he use his fists? Just like he did when he was beating his young and tender body. The master replied that if he didn't want to receive more, let him close his mouth and watch carefully. The master immediately took the knife out of his pocket. He asked the guy if he was surprised. The guy thought that no matter how you looked at it, it was just a cheap knife. But he's trying his best to look cool. The master told the student to watch the movement of his brush. The master immediately ran his knife over the wood and chopped the tree in half. The boy didn't expect such a turn and looked at it with his mouth open. The master asked, "Simple, isn't it? Now let him try it." The boy asked the master, "Does he really believe he can repeat this technique?" The master asked, "Why not? He should be able to do something like this without even exerting any force. It's all about speed. You just have to move the brush instantly." The guy picked up the knife and thought that the most important thing was speed. And the most important thing is to move the brush instantly. But waving his hand over the wood did nothing but leave a small cut in the wood. The master asked the apprentice, "Can he do something that simple?" "Well, there's nothing you can do about it. This time, along with the brush, let him move his elbow. When he strikes, you should try to make a half-circle motion with the knife." The boy tried again, but again he failed. The master said that it was surprising to him that even with the help of his elbow, he failed. The master accepted everything and told him to try to cut using his shoulder as well. The boy immediately swung the knife in anger and the stump flew away. The master looked at everything and said he still didn't have enough speed. He shouldn't put so much force into cutting the log. Next time he would only use the brush. The guy realized he didn't screw up because he wasn't trying hard enough. And how dare this old man scoff after making him do something impossible? The boy told the master that he was only 10 years old. Even though he is a genius, his body is still weak. He can't cut a log with that little knife. He needs something big and heavy. Until he is strong enough, could he teach him something else? The master hesitated and asked, big and heavy? And if that's what he wants, he'll give it to him. Let him wait here while he finds him something. The master went into the house and started going through everything there. Suddenly he cried out that there he was. And so far he's using an axe. At this time the boy thought, what did this old man find? He saw the master bringing him an axe. And it would be much easier with him. And if he had an axe the whole time, then why the circus with the knife? The master asked his apprentice, what was he looking at? But, however, it didn't matter anymore. Here was his axe. The boy took the axe in his hands and suddenly collapsed to the ground with it. The guy decided to try the axe for real, but the moment he swung it he grabbed his shoulder. The guy asked, what kind of axe is that? Why is it so heavy? He almost dislocated his shoulder. The master asked him why he was complaining. It weighs only 70 guns. The boy didn't understand anything and asked what was he talking about. But in his head he realized that the master had just told him to hold an axe that was heavier than himself. The guy asked, what's the point of this? For example, they figure 70 guns equals 1120 rians, which equals 11,200 dans, which equals 112,000 punas, which in turn equals 112,000 rians. The boy asked the master, how could he think that a child like him could lift such a heavy axe? With his delicate and frail body, master told him to stop pretending to be such a lowlife. At least let him raise the hilt a little. He can do anything, he just needs to put in more effort. And even someone like him can lift that axe if he exerted himself. Let him then stop giving up so quickly. The master said that he was looking that the apprentice's clothes were getting dirty quickly. Apparently it was time to teach him how to do laundry. Either way, he could get rid of one more worry. The foreman brought him to the lake, and told him he could do his laundry here. The boy replied that he didn't mind staying here, since it only took 30 minutes to get from home to here. And besides, it's pretty cool in the summer, and apparently hot in the winter. The guy pointed at the basket of clothes and asked, what is this disgusting pile of smelly clothes? The guy thought that maybe he should do all of this by himself. With his delicate hands, the guy picked up one of the items and asked what he thought it was. Had it all been stored since last winter? How long ago was the last time he did laundry? The master looked at him strangely and asked, what of it? Is there any problem with it? The boy was immediately startled, and replied that there was no problem. He was just surprised by the amount of clothes. But since he's his apprentice, he can do it for his old master, right? The master gave him one item and told him to just take this. He could use this row, it would be easier with him. Let him get to work now, before it was too late. The boy wondered and thought, what is this familiar, terrifying feeling? The guy immediately fell to the ground and said that again. And again his arms. What kind of heavy paddling is that? The master asked him, what do you mean by heavy? Its weight is only 50 guns. It is even lighter than that axe. The boy asked that it was so light that the earth cracked. The guy thought about it, and said that it also equals 800,000 ri. That kind of mass is more than enough for him. Does he really need to use it? Besides, this kind of rowing would just tear all his clothes. The master got angry, and replied that he had told him to stop pretending to be such a weakling. Of course, if he used the normal method, all the clothes would tear. And so, he must possess a method called yui, which will allow him to give any force a softness. With it, he'll be able to handle the laundry. Besides, it will be a good workout for his shoulders and arms. It's a secret technique that's been passed down in their lightning clan for centuries. It's called the secret of laundry. Does he understand now? But the boy didn't understand anything and asked, what? The master replied that he should just try to learn the technique. The guy asked again, what other technique? The master replied that he had just explained it all to him. let him just remember what he told him. The boy said to at least have him teach him this Yui method before he left. The master replied that he should finish his laundry before sundown, and not forget that he still needed to chop wood and prepare dinner. The guy told the master that he never taught him anything. What should he do? When he turned around, he saw that the master was gone, but the guy remembered everything, and how the master had said that if he failed, only punishment awaited him. The boy was very frightened and didn't expect this. The master at this time lay back in his chair and asked why he was holding it so strangely. And it would break if he kept dragging it like that. The lad was hard up and answered him that such a rowing would not break. Rather his limbs would break. But arriving home the guy fell to the ground and asked the master why he was treating him like that. The master replied, telling him to stop roaring at the broken trough. He's not that heavy. So what has he been doing all this time? It was almost supper time, and he still hadn't chopped wood. The boy realized at once that he was going to be sick and started to run away slowly. The master walked up to him and grabbing his clothes asked, "What are all these rags? Where are all the clothes?" The master was very angry with him, and did not even know how to punish him for such an oversight. He immediately told him to speak and not to be silent. The guy replied that just in spite of how hard he tried, no matter how often he brought that tender body to the extreme point. The boy asked the master why it was so hard to use. After all, he had tried his best, and his clothes became like this because the master didn't even teach him the Yui technique. Not to mention that damn rowing. The master asked the apprentice, does he mean it was all his fault? The guy immediately realized that it was bad. He had forgotten about the master's anger issues. It was too dangerous to push him like that. The boy said for the master to forgive him. He had almost forgotten. He should despise the sin, but not the sinner, right? After all, the master is human too, so they'd better just blame it all on the paddler. The master laughed and replied that apparently he still had a lot to teach him. After the beating, stepped the second lesson. Due to his master's rough upbringing as a child, he could only blindly obey his words. He convinced himself that it was all just part of the training, but the master said that here came the evening of training to increase the sensitivity of the hands. The master asked the boy if he understood now. Let him get started. And he won't forget to use canucks, idle stitches, cross stitching, stitches, tambour stitching, and all the other methods he taught him to mend all his torn clothes. Sewing up all his clothes will do him good. His hand sensitivity should improve. Doesn't he want to sew? The boy tried to sew, but immediately stuck the needle right into his finger. The boy tried to sew, but immediately stuck the needle right into his finger. It was early morning of outdoor workout for the lower body. The guy had already started running for water to the lake in the morning. Every morning was a training session to sharpen his skills, his senses, and his speed. And he even had to cook. Every morning he practiced, and at lunch he cooked, and in the evening he chopped wood. But at sundown he practiced to sharpen his skill, feeling, and speed. After a week of hard training, Guy couldn't even feel his body, and collapsed to the ground on his way to the furnace. The master asked him, not as easily as he would like? And since he was having such a hard time, let him give him a couple of tips. They'd make his life a lot easier. Let lightning spirit, a spiritistic technique to use which, the user must be familiar with the inner power. And another spiritistic technique that calls forth the path of the judge spirit. First, he must understand that thunder and lightning do not just appear in the sky. The yin and yang energy from the mountains, rivers and oceans create thunder clouds. A mixture of little yin and a lot of yang can cause a blinding flash. This is what they call lightning. Let lightning spirit allows the user to summon a lightning spirit with inner strength. The human body was created with the ability to absorb the energy that hovers around them. This energy affects their body from head to toe, though they sometimes do not notice it. The breath should not stop in the nostrils, but should gather and disperse. This will teach him to control the flow of energy. He must subdue the energy with unwavering will, strength, and intelligence. Like all human beings, they instinctively know how to breathe properly. However, most of them live their lives without learning it. He'll tell him a story that will help him understand what he's talking about. Once upon a time there was a madman who sprayed gas on random passers-by. By instinct, most people covered their noses first, but everyone who did that died. The point is, if he can't control his true breathing, his body will inhale the poison. But if he breaks the mastery of inner strength and learns the path of lightning spirit, he would have nothing to fear. His body will be able to absorb the essence of lightning, giving him a power that would shatter mountains and oceans. And did he now understand why it was so important to know the path of the lightning spirit? The lad had embarked on a difficult meditation and was trying to deal with it. The guy took a breath of air and realized he liked the story, but he still didn't understand what he wanted him to do. Maybe this time, he really should put more effort into it. The boy asked the master what exactly he should do. The master asked him what he meant. All he has to do is to gather the energy, disperse it and subdue it to his will using only his inner will, strength and reason. But to do this, he must use basic breathing techniques while practicing Qigong to open his meridians. Only after discovering the 12 meridians will he learn how to properly control the flow of energy. And he will have to memorize the vast number of arteries and veins that are in the human body. But still he will only explain once, so let him listen carefully. If he asks him to repeat it, because he is terrible at repeating, he will think the student is not trying hard enough and will punish him. The guy started yelling that it wasn't fair. How is he supposed to memorize it all by ear? At least have him give him some notes. The master hit him with a stick and told him to keep his voice down. If he really thinks it's unfair, he can write it all down so that he can pass it on to his disciple. And in any case, once it breaks the way of the condemned spirit, memorizing it all won't be a big deal. The guy asked, "Is it really that easy? Would this technique turn him into a super-duper genius?" The master replied that he didn't even know what the technique was. The basis of any control is to systematically control the physical and spiritual self, while controlling the mind and heart. The path of the condemned spirit twists his head like a string, maximizing his mental potential. This spiritual thread is virtually indestructible. It is even like a lake in terms of purity, tranquility, and transparency. Having reached it, his body will attain an almost natural immutability. The guy replied something that didn't sound natural. The master hit him again and said that if he wanted to become the best, let him learn to focus. This spiritual technique is important if he wants to move forward. The boy asked the teacher, wondering how he could learn it. The master replied that although someone like him would not agree with such ineffective methods of training, he would teach him the way of the condemned spirit through various outdoor training, strict diet, and other methods. He doesn't need to worry. This technique was developed by the blood, sweat, and tears of the previous generations of the Lightning Clan. The kid got really scared and said he had a bad feeling. "And it smells fried." The boy asked, "So how could he get through all this?" The master replied that he did not agree with such ineffective methods of teaching. He will teach him the way of a convicting spirit through various outdoor exercise, strict diet, and other methods. This technique had been developed by the sweat and blood of the previous generations of the Lightning Clan. The guy immediately thought he had a bad feeling. Here comes body training number 1, it's outdoor training. Master had asked him earlier if he knew when a person could concentrate the most, and it happens when he's distracted for a split second and his head is about ready to fall off his shoulders. Guy understood that the body-shaped training method utilizes this principle and is designed for outdoor workouts. 1 hour a day, he will at least go to the mountains and collect leaves, mushrooms, fruits, medicinal herbs there. And thanks to such training, he will not only be able to develop sensitivity and add to his knowledge of the mountains, but every time he meets animals there, he will gain an experience that promotes the development of concentration, reaction, and body quickness. And this place is called Honbang because the tree cats who meet wild beasts in the forest used to dye the bushes. And thanks to that, no one had been going there lately, and it had become very quiet and peaceful. So he should not raise his voice there either, but be more careful. Seeing a big bear in front of his nose, Guy got very scared and started to run away, while the bear stood on 2 legs. But the master had been watching him all this time, and at just the right moment he took his knife and stuck it right into the bear's head. The master immediately took the bear to him, and began to carry him. And now came the second training session called the diet. The guy came to his house saying he barely survived. But what is it? The master had already managed to bring the bear home and carve it up. He asked him how what. The master said there was bear soup for lunch today. The boy looked at it, and replied with surprise that it didn't seem like it could be called just bear soup. The master asked, "What?" "It's from a bear, that's how you get bear mup." And what's he picking on the soup for? The guy thought for a moment and replied that they were past that, and about him being a jerk, they do have lunch together, but for some reason the menu is very different. The master replied that during training the body and soul should be light. It's obvious. The diet is so elementary, and such fatty and unhealthy food he will eat himself, but he eats healthy and tasty grass. In time, he will realize he cares for him. But the guy got angry and turned the table over and started telling the master to stop lying to him. After all, he can eat meat and fish too. The boy realized in his head that at this rate his life would end at the age of 10. The master asked him why he still had not eaten. The boy looked at the empty table and thought, how did the master eat it all so quickly? And meat is not air to disappear like that in one bite. The master replied that he had this look on his face that he was determined to eat everything quickly, that he was picking on the little things again. And now they have to practice, so let him eat soon too. Whoever is last does the dishes, he knows that, right? The guy got angry and said he would have harnessed him to do the dishes anyway. When he came to the training session, the master told him to say hello. This wood-carved child has trained many generations of disciples. He may call him the wooden martyr. The guy asked, martyr? This is a joke, right? The master asked, is there something he doesn't like? The guy replied, he looks like that, it ruins the whole mood. It's not just the looks, it's this. This is the most annoying. The master said it's a wooden statue made in the shape of a person to learn acupuncture. The whole body is made very naturally. The master asked him if he really wanted to take that rag off. The boy replied that no, they would leave it like that. The master said to learn acupuncture properly, you have to start with 12 meridians and 8 points. Today we'll try to learn 12 meridians. Have him memorize how he's going to stab the statue, and then have him repeat the same thing. The boy asked, the meridian is only 12, right? That's too much for normal kids, but he's a genius. But we can try. Master asked with surprise, really? Then let him try to learn it. If he makes a mistake, he will personally give him a punishment. The guy felt like he had a feeling he was walking into a trap. He's wrong, isn't he? The master immediately began to show everything. The master said he would show him all the pressure points on the wooden doll, and it's his job to learn them. And he hopes the boy can do it. The boy replied that if it's called 12 paired meridians, there are only 12 points. Ordinary boys wouldn't have thought of it, but he's special. It's time to start. The master asked him if he was sure? Then let him watch carefully how grievous the error, how heavy the punishment that would follow. The boy was very frightened and thought he was in a big mess, and it seemed so to him. The master said that 12 meridians are located in the human body along the channels of circulation of energy of internal organs. The meridians are connected to the internal organs and, depending on the organ itself, the meridians are divided into yin and yang. And as a general rule, the meridians that are on the outside of the arms and legs are yang and those on the inside are yin. The meridians on the hands are called sujin, and those on the feet are called jokin, and there is a central one in the heart itself. The meridians on the yang hands consist of the meridians of the large intestine, the meridians of the 3 bags and the small intestine. The meridians on the feet are yin from the spleen meridians, liver meridians, kidney meridians, and thus, 12 paired meridians can be visualized as a set of meridians of the lungs, colon, stomach, and the last, closing the circle, connects with the meridian of the lungs, because of which the circulation of energy qi. And in short, the meridians on the yin hands circulate from the chest to the fingers of the hands, the meridians on the yang hands from the fingers of the hands to the head, they form a single chain. The guy was very surprised and said there's a whole mountain of terms. And he wants him to understand it all the first time without repeating it. He doesn't even have the knowledge, and not only that, but he was gibbering like Tina Kandelaki. The master asked, who called himself special, a prodigy? Before you complain, at least let him try. The guy replied to just have the master tell him who he should beat. The master said to start with him, let him show on his fist what he had learned, from the lung meridian to the bladder. 1 stroke for each mistake. Does he understand the terms? The guy was really pissed off, because he didn't remember anything, and he was going to get screwed by the master for sure. The boy remembered that when he was 5 years old, he had memorized books about 1,000 characters. And he never understood how everything was connected, but he should do it again. And having made up his mind, he said he would just repeat the actions of the sabu. The master told him that the respiratory meridian flows from the chest. Then comes the pericardial meridian, followed by the central meridian, which originates at the heart. The abandoned cavity has the meridian of the large intestine. There's the meridians of the 3 bags. Then there's the meridian of the small intestine. It in turn flows into the spleen meridian. And now here comes the liver meridian. Then the kidneys. And from the stomach another meridian corresponding to it. But lastly the gallbladder meridian. And finally the bladder. And they all form a vicious circle, right? The master thought about it, and said that he seemed to be a good teacher. He was still learning, of course, but there was still a little hope. Su asked the master why he was saying that. He had just seen with his own eyes how very surprised he was. Is it so hard to just praise? The teacher replied that he was actually surprised at the number of extra moves he made. And he thought he had passed the test with flying colors. Then have him show the lung meridian on himself. Su was greatly surprised and asked, on his body? Su started pointing to his points and asked the teacher, like this, right? But the teacher replied that he was correct, waiting for the punishment. Although the 12 meridians are so named, there are actually many more. The pulmonary meridian alone consists of 11 channels of both arms. The teacher took everything in his hands and said, here are the impact points: Juanbu, Unmun, Chinbu, Hebek, Chektek. The teacher showed everything in detail and asked how? But Su got very excited and thought it was a great massage for his body. Su thought that his back and shoulder had been aching lately, and heartburn had noticed, but now everything was fine. Master said that judging by his facial expression, he liked it. Let him try to memorize with his body. It was the meridian of the lungs. Su got angry and asked, couldn't you start with this example? The master asked him, did he want to be shown all the points at once? But he doesn't accept objections on such a matter. Su thought for a moment, and replied that he had overreacted. And he thinks the current teaching option is good too. The master heard this and said that he was a smart guy. When studying the circulation of blood flow, you can't practice lethal and paralyzing points, although it's a pity, and it's all about the potential lethality. And since he's so chatty, maybe he can show him the tongue points. Su said for him to stop joking around like that. It's time to start their class already. Right there. Is he showing correctly on the wooden puppet? The master replied, that's right. They agreed on punishment for mistakes, right? The teacher calculated and said that on the wooden puppet he had shown 309 points of influence on each side, making a total of 618. He was only able to repeat 43 on the left and right side correctly, making a total of 86. So that makes it 532 strikes? Su replied that it can't be that. How can he even count? It's 12 meridians, so there must be no more than 12 beats. The master started laughing and asked, why did he think it was called the teaching of body structure? At each stroke he would show which points he had shown wrong. Let his body memorize them. Su was very frightened and running away started to say that he would die after these blows. The master was surprised by this and asked where he was running to. Su accepted everything and started practicing even harder. But master liked it a lot and even helped him. After 4 months Su had improved his training qualities, and even learned a lot from his master. As he was practicing, the master approached the disciple and asked, is he still not finished? And when is he going to cook, chop wood, do laundry and clean up? Su asked the foreman, hadn't he noticed? Here's his food, firewood, there's drying, cleaning. He will go then, he still has to learn Naransimbab and Nansasimjal. The master replied that he had only learned the basics, but was acting like a know-it-all. If anyone heard him, he would have thought that he was his servant and not his disciple. Su asked, isn't he? The master told him to take his time, or he would make people laugh. He was not yet ready to learn martial techniques, but since he thinks he's ready, they can try something. And starting today, he's going to learn this instrument. The master said that wielding the sword of thunder is like playing in an orchestra. Playing the keijima involves exquisite finger technique and exceptional concentration, and especially on this nijim, it is believed that not everyone can master it. Playing an instrument involves not only technique, but also something else, something special. This is nothing that will help him wield the sword of thunderstrike in the future. If he learns to play this instrument, he's halfway done, and he can quickly learn to wield the blade. Su was surprised to say that before, he wouldn't even let him wipe the dust off this instrument, and now he would finally learn to play it. He was already imagining girls saying he was handsome, and his face under the moonlight especially shining, and his wistful look won him over. His sad melody cut her soul. But one of the girls waited for another, and said he was his prince. Sue said that's great. All the more reason for a warrior to wield not only a sword but also a musical instrument. The master asked him if he was sick. He didn't tell him that there was a part of his plan to learn a musical instrument. He's still a little kid, but he already likes to show off. This Najim is a priceless treasure of their school. He's honored to learn to play it. Sue looked at the instrument, and saw that it was beautiful. But the master realized that he would first have to teach him how to play the kaigem, and then he would have to proceed from there. Sue decided to try it, and hear what it sounded like. But the master saw it, and shouted at him not to touch it. Sue didn't even have time to touch the string before his finger was cut. Master said he told him to, and asked him not to touch everything. How many times do I have to tell him? He should thank God, or he could have lost a finger. The master said that this tool is made of a special thread material that controls thunder. It cuts anything that touches it. You have to know the special technique. Sue said that the master told him that he would teach him how to play this instrument. He thought it was okay to touch it from today. He didn't say he was so dangerous. How is it even possible to learn on one of these? Does he want him to lose a finger? The master replied that he was a wooden head. The great Sabu will play a melody for him personally. He asks him to listen to it with reverent feeling. Sue felt that awe-inspiring feeling. A wooden head! And he would now wait for the master and grow old. When he no longer had the strength to beat him, he would laugh at him. The master began to play the instrument, and everything around suddenly froze. After all, this music was simply pouring out a man's soul. Master finished and said, "What a face Sue has. How can he play the great Sabu's Nagim? That's the power of Bunrisu." Is he surprised? Bunrisu is not a fighting technique, it's more of a skill. There are no rules. But if you learn it, your palms will become so strong that neither thread nor sword can hurt them. And if practiced, not only the palm, but also the hands can also become stronger. In controlling the sword, the main ingredient is the thread that controls the thunder. And so it is necessary to master Bunriju, reaching at least level 6, and learn to play kaigem well, or his hands will be cut in half. Did he understand? Sue asked. Then would he need to start learning Bunrisu first? How long would it take him to reach the 6th level? The master answered him that one must study it with patience. And to him he thought it would take 10 years to master it. Sue asked with surprise, how much? Then would they leave him behind when he was going to learn Naransimbal? He had said he would teach him how to play the Najim. The master laughed and asked, who told him he wouldn't teach him? He simply said that it was too early for someone like him to play the kaijim. He had 100 years to live, especially since he doesn't even know the notes, and he's already whining that he doesn't teach him how to play the Najim. Let him learn to play something easier first, and he still thinks he's more or less ready for martial arts. Starting tomorrow, they'll start learning the basics. Sue asked with surprise. Starting tomorrow, they would be learning the basics? Then what was he studying before that? The master replied that it was all necessary to eliminate the sore muscles and prepare his body for study. And he doesn't know why Sue asks him. In his mind it's clear enough. And tomorrow, after he finishes all the chores, have him come to the backyard. Sue went outside and thought that Sabu technique, this is a martial art class for sure? And is it all true like that? The master asked. Why would he want to trick him? Knife throwing is the main foundation in their school's martial arts. And now it's time to stop talking and let him try to hit those cones. And they're gonna start with this tree. And since this is the first lesson, let him try to hit from 15 meters. And in order to succeed, let him not rely on strength alone. It is necessary to use Yensasimjul and let him visualize the vector between the knife and his target. With Narensim's help, let her control her breath and body energy. And finally, you will need to throw the knife right along that invisible line as hard as you can. Sue immediately threw the knife and thought he had hit it. But the knife didn't get stuck in the lump, and immediately fell to the ground. Sue started to get angry and said that he missed. The master replied that he had to hit the target accurately from this distance to advance to the next level. And he thinks that if he shows his effort and diligence, in a month of 4 he'll make it. Then he'll have to increase the distance, and he'll have to practice until he hits at least half the time. And before that, there is no need to disturb the master. Did he understand everything? Sue asked with surprise. Master is leaving? Could it still be delicate for him to try teaching? The master replied that he had already told him everything he needed to know. Why should he stay here? He would have to train for at least 2 months to reach level 3. Sue said he heard everything. He doesn't want to teach him? And master thinks he's left him alone? Sue said he's only going to get in so he can have a good life. It's as simple as that. Sue immediately threw the knife with the speed of the wind. After a month, he started hitting from a distance of 15 meters. Then after another 3 months, Sue started screaming that he had finally hit it. While at that time the master was lying at home drinking, Sue came home and said he was hooked. The master looked and replied that it was only in 6 months. And the speed is such that you can only see it once in 100 years. Sue started to get indignant, and showed a disgruntled face. Master said he is whining again. Even in the songs there is a grandfather teacher does not give gifts to those who whine. Does he remember that? Sue replied that he had never heard such an outrage. So would the master give him a gift? Master replied that yes, he would. He said it was his birthday the day after tomorrow. And he was going to visit his father at the cemetery, right? And he's also making progress in his studies. So he has a gift for him. Sue replied that it's not like a master. He hopes he's not sick with something serious. Master punched him and told him he was an asshole, so he didn't need his gift. Sue replied that he doesn't need it. He really does. The master told him to straighten both his arms. He immediately put a bracelet on each of his limbs. Sue was surprised and asked, "What is this?" The master replied that it is called a mukwan. They are bracelets for the hands and feet, which are now in trend among the youth. It's a trend among young people. Sue said that beauty and exercise 2 in 1. No way. These are just heavy shackles. The master replied to the disciple to stop deceiving him. And he thinks his master is lying? All in all, 1 mukwan weighs only 20 gun. It is much lighter than a wooden wash stick or an axe. So no need to whine and let him carry it always. And in training, and in the toilet, and in the bathroom, and at night never let him take it off. Did he understand? Sue said 2 arms, 2 legs, 48 kilograms total. To call that light, that's a total lie. The master said that when he went to the cemetery to visit his parents, they would keep him company. And don't let him take them off without permission? The master thought about it, and decided it was time to start a new knife-throwing class. So far he had been aiming at standing targets, but now he would try to hit moving targets. And first you have to try it from a distance of 15 meters. Sue asked the master, then could he take the mukwan off him? And how will he get in with it on his hands? The master replied that his only apprentice would soon be without arms. He does not, never had weak whining disciples. He has studied Yensazjul and Nirensimbab. Then what is preventing him from doing the simplest task? Sue replied that it was because he lacked diligence. Sue said he had to hit it. But he didn't even come close. Let him try again. And again. Sue misses. The master thought about it, and said he felt like he would have to start from scratch. But though no. Sue replied that there seemed to be a problem with this way of training. The master said it was right. He had the right idea. While he's practicing, it's not like he can just stand there and shake that lump all the time. The master thought seriously, and said that it would still be better if he shook it himself, and then threw the knife from a great distance. And he feels like he's going to have to learn the phoenix move. The phoenix move is a movement technique. It involves the body moving like a bird of fire. The reception series includes Jengen, Sinbab, and Bababjen. Movements involve the body moving fast, long, and as far as possible with the ease of a feather. Shinbab is similar to Jengen, but the teachings say that Shinbab is a technique that allows you to control the weight, positioning and shape of your body. That is, this technique allows you to strengthen your body like iron, or to spin in the air. Sometimes people use chukogun, which is a kind of shinbab and allows you to reduce the size of a person's body. But this technique often has side effects, so he won't teach it. And finally, babab. This technique allows you to move your arms and legs very quickly like a ghost when fighting an opponent. And of course, this does not mean that only the legs move. Foot movements involve working the muscles of the whole body, so it is more correct to say that this technique allows you to accelerate the whole body. Su said it certainly sounds tempting, and so he would be learning these techniques in shackles? The master replied that absolutely. But since everything is clear, then they will begin stillpunen, which is the basis of the phoenix reception. He'll need this technique on the way to the cemetery if he wants his back to stay intact. Let him watch carefully. A little later, the master looked at Su and asked, "What is this pose?" "Here's a chapel act for him, and have him wake up immediately. And if he doesn't learn, the master will beat him all night long." Su immediately ran to his parents' cemetery and placed flowers. But master did not leave him alone, and watched him every time. The master thought during training why he was shouting so much when he was running. He was wasting energy. Though to summarize, he's learned a lot in half a month. And he feels like the time is right. The master said to shake that lump himself now and practice throwing knives. As long as he doesn't hit it from 30 meters away, don't call him. Su said that master was too lenient. But at this time master was sitting at home eating and drinking all the time. But suddenly Su came in and said that he could now hit a moving target from a distance of 30 meters. But really, Su was annoyed by everything. He heard everything. Of course he knows he's sloppy. But how can you drink sake with a long stick? Isn't it hard to take the bottle in your hands? The master told him to stop chirping in his ears immediately. Tell him to take this and go and study. The master gave him a stick and told him to try to hit the target with this stick. And instead of a cone, he should hang this one, left-right. Su asked, is he really that annoyed to be taught something? Why would he want to train with that stick? Does he think he'll ever fight with that stuff? What a waste of time. The master asked why he thought he wouldn't fight without a blade, puppy? For a true master, even a bird feather is a weapon. Suddenly a bird flew by and the master said, here's the target. Let him watch carefully and learn. The master immediately threw this stick at the bird, and it hit the target. And the bird died instantly with one blow. Su was greatly surprised by such a thing. The master thought and said that he hoped that he had killed him, that the wand could also become a terrible tool. The master said that when he learned how to hit a coin with his wand, and would practice hitting his quill. Did he understand? Here came the cold season of the season called winter. But the master was not afraid of it, and was always ready. But suddenly he felt someone approaching him. When he turned around, he immediately saw a tiger. The tiger was very hungry and was ready to eat everything in its path. But the master was not afraid and was ready to fight. The master grabbed the tiger and started beating her on her back with a stick, saying she was a bad cat. And he told him not to jump on it, it was too heavy. The master immediately smacked him upside the head and said she'd been missing for over a year. He even thought she was dead. And suddenly she shows up and jumps into the fire? The master said she decided to say hello. But he doesn't need his greeting, for she annoys him. But the tigress was too cute and twisted around in front of the master, as best she could. The master asked her why she was showing her belly. Did she give birth to tiger cubs? Master said he understood, she might not pretend to be so nice. Does she think he'll share sake with her? Master said if she wanted a drink, let her sit still and not touch anything while he was gone. Taijitsu stood in front of the fire and looked only at the food. But suddenly Su came and was very frightened when he saw the animal. Su started shouting that the tiger had killed the teacher, covered his corpse with a blanket, and was now sitting quietly and basking by the fire. Su saw the look in her eyes and said that it couldn't be. There's no trace of blood, and Master's not a weakling either, is he? Su was already thinking of throwing that feather in his eyes and running away. He started shouting that he would avenge the Master's death when he was older. But Master saw such a thing and immediately threw a stone at the tiger, saying he told her not to touch anything. Su was very happy because the Master was alive. The Master asked the guy that he was talking nonsense, and not blushing. Master asked, and how else to understand that he would avenge Master's death sometime later? Su asked, how could he get back at her if she defeated him too? You have to master the skill first. And he asks, why is there a tiger at home, as if that's the norm? And what corpse is still under the blanket? The Master answered that under the blanket is his wooden doll, and he has known her for a long time, before he met him. And her name is Belenka. Su asked, what do you mean, have known each other for a long time? Since when did the tiger become related to the neighbors? And what a stupid name! Suddenly Su said that the tiger was coming to eat the Master. But the master asked the disciple why he thought that was what he wanted. Su decided to walk away from the conversation. Suddenly, the master said that the guy is strange, and why is he by the way something early? Let him go and train, and he'll tell him right away, just in case. The meat he's roasting now is lamb to be eaten with warm sake. It's good for the elderly, so don't let him think of claiming it. Su said that if he wanted to lie, let him at least try to lie more believably. Especially since he came because he had completed his assignment. The master replied that he had told him that when he was done with the wand, let him start throwing the feather at Soya. Su suddenly threw a feather and hit right into the food and said that now he could hit anything with a feather too. The master was surprised and asked him why he had thrown it there. It was food that he had made himself, but Belenka reacted to it very angrily. The master asked him, how does it look to him? Without the feather, does the food look edible? Let her see, all the dates are intact. Su asked with surprise, are the dates intact? Is this tiger the father of date palms? Why is he behaving like this? The master replied that she already did not like her food to be touched. Su was surprised and asked, does the tigress drink sake? Does the tigress drink sake and eat dates instead of meat? Su kept walking beside him and thinking he didn't mean it. And she's a tigress, she could have been kinder to him. Su decided to take a different course of action and said that he was very cold, and perhaps he too would warm himself by the fire. The master asked him what he was doing. Does he want to touch her? Is he going to part with his hands? Tigre immediately started growling after saying that. But Su asked the master, why did he say that? She wouldn't have noticed. The master asked him, in his eyes a white pet, like a cat or a dog. She's 10 times his age, maybe more. Let him think to himself, if some puppy was stroking the back of his head, would he sit still? Su asked with surprise. 10 times? This tigress is 110 years old? So maybe he should call her not just white-haired, but anti-white-haired. The master asked him, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Although, many say he looks younger than his years. Su thought, what does that even mean? Does he mean that he is over 110 years old? Just a little more, and he will call himself a holy spirit. But it would be better if he didn't talk. Suddenly the master said that since they had eaten everything, could they go and test his abilities? After all, this time they should see with their own eyes. Su said they didn't even leave him one sip, they drank it all. The master replied that if he stayed he would order Belenka to drag him with his teeth. Did he understand everything? Arriving at the forest, the master asked him how he was doing. Let him show him. Su asked in reply, what do you mean how? Immediately he threw down the feather, and said this is how he shook it. And next, he used the phoenix technique, and then, used a feather attack of concentration, and the moment the target was visible, and taking into account the wind direction and speed, the movement of the target, and immediately throws the pen straight into the target. Master and Belenka were greatly surprised. While Su said that he had made an accurate hit, Master said that it was strange at all. He can't reach that level so quickly. Su replied that the master could just be pleased with his student's rapid growth. Is it really that hard? The secret to success is that he is a special boy. Plus he has the ability to focus on training. The master said he understood, and asked him to come here for a moment. Su asked the master why. Does he really want to beat him because of jealousy of his talent? But the master told the tiger to fetch him with his sharp teeth. Su immediately ran to the master, and said here he is. Approached him as he asked. The master replied that the phoenix reception. The master asked him how good he was at bunrisu. Su asked with surprise, bunrisu? It was nothing special. Master said to try to hit his arm using bunrisu as hard as possible. Su asked, hitting the master? The master replied that this was correct. No matter how hard he hits, he won't scold him, he makes a promise. Su asked, why all of a sudden? He's his student, how could he hit him? He can't afford to. But on the other hand, he can't resist his orders. Su said that the master left him no choice. The master replied that if he did not strike on the count of 3, he would do it himself. Su thought about that punch for a long time, and immediately slapped his palm with all his might. Suddenly, the master said that it was unexpected. The master immediately grabbed his hand and said that he was caught. He asked Su what he was taking in secret from him. Su replied that there was nothing and said that he didn't understand the master's words. Master asked if he took nothing, how was he able to reach such a level so quickly? His strength could be felt in his hands. Su asked the master, what kind of power was he talking about if he was currently sitting in front of him intact? The master replied that his strength was felt when he struck. As he watched how aptly he threw the pen at Soyu, he realized that his skill had already exceeded that level. He's already level 4 in Bunrisu. And Naransimbab is as proficient as his kind can achieve after at least 7 years of training. And then there are his eyes. When one comprehends Naransimbab too quickly, it is difficult to clearly separate the internal forces in the learning process due to inexperience, and it shows up in the eyes as a side effect. And thus, they conclude, if he hadn't eaten anything extra, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level so quickly. Su said he's not guilty of anything. He is only to blame for being born a poor prodigy. He practiced hard, and finally succeeded, and the master, instead of praising, scolds. Of the two of them, they are the only ones who hobble the food without him. The master said he's whining again. And there's no need to make a spectacle of it. Let him get up immediately and follow him. Su replies that he didn't. And he says he didn't take anything. He sighed, for he had almost blown it. He's so smart, isn't he? On the 22nd, late at night, Su went to the forest. He said it was such a cold night, and where would he find greenery in the forest? That cold-blooded master. But suddenly he saw mushrooms under a tree and said he would pick them too. But somehow there were very few, but his nose sensed some strange odor. And he stood up thinking, where is this smell coming from? But as he lowered his head he saw a flower standing there. And he was very much surprised. And how in such a cold weather, and with such a smell, what kind of a flower? No berry. But it must be worth a lot. And thinks the master will be happy with this fruit, even if he only brings it. One must be careful not to damage the roots. He started digging and his hands got very cold. But suddenly a statue appeared in front of him, and told him that it was probably the first time he had seen such a rich-looking root. The statue said his name is Ginseng, he can enhance his health for the rest of his life. But people say he looks like a human, so they call him Ginseng doll. Su plucked the flower and said great, because this ginseng almost fooled him. It must be one of the 3 plants that fool people. The best healing herb that is legendary. It must be the ginseng doll. And now his luck has smiled on him. Why don't he go to the market? He might even be able to save up some money to escape. But it's dangerous for young creatures like him to go to the market with such expensive things. And besides, there are more valuable things in life than money, aren't there? That's why he endures all the master's humiliation. Suddenly, Su said that he had finally decided that he would eat him. And his body would get stronger, and he could become an invincible master faster. But Su sat down in front of it and thought, how could he eat it? He began to remember what master had told him before. When Su came home he asked the master what he was eating. Is it not poisonous? The master asked him, what is he talking about? It is Nedon, it is very hard to find. Although, people like him shouldn't eat such things, it could end badly. So if he sees something like that, always let him carry it to him. Su asked why? What could happen to him if he ate it? The master replied that if one took it without following the rules, he might fall into the state of Junwaidma or even die. Su asked, what are the rules? The master replied that he could tell him, but it was unlikely that he would remember the first time, so why bother? Su asked the master to tell him. The master said that Rule 1, when taking healing plants, it is mandatory to follow diets until the body has fully mastered the power of these plants, and nothing will happen from not eating and sleeping for a few days. It is necessary that the healing properties and the inner strength of the body reunite into one. Sweet medicines such as Daehuan, if they are not fake, can be taken without special instructions. And when taking medicinal plants that have yin or yang properties, they are very different in relation to each other. Su said that he hoped it didn't apply to his plant. He ate the same greens every day, so ginseng was just right for him. But a special instruction to consult a specialist if side effects occur. But Su was not deterred and decided to give it a try. Su immediately felt indescribable feelings. And the inner world of Buryuan. Careful, they are different from reality. But ginseng appeared in front of him, and asked how he dared to eat it. Does he think he has enough strength to master it? And he would turn him into dust in one flick. Su was not afraid and went to fight him, and immediately grabbed his head. Su said that it was the best of all the herbs he had eaten. He immediately waved his fingers and said goodbye to him. Su came to his senses and thought, did he really make it? And the first feelings he felt were that his body was as light as the wind, and that power is now in his veins. It felt like he had eaten 100 bears. But it had already cooled down, and he expected to be in flight for a long time. And now he'll go home and pretend it never happened. But if the master finds out about it, we'll slap him. Su decided that he wouldn't say anything. But suddenly, the master crept up behind him and patted his shoulder. The master asked him what he had been doing so far. He hadn't been home since yesterday. He thought he'd been eaten by animals or died of cold somewhere. Su asked, what do you mean since yesterday? Did he go out yesterday? But he realized that he had pretended then that he had become forgetful due to overwork. But sometimes the master is so naive, he believed so. But then he thought he believed it. When Su came home, he asked the master, what is this leaf? The master replied that this was the new schedule for his day. Su began to say, from 5 to 11 a.m. a task for every half hour, and there's hunting in between. But why can't it be moved to the second half of the day, which is scheduled to be completely free? Because his only student will die. The master replied that he had grown stronger, and would be able to do anything. So why was the afternoon completely free? Su replied that it turns out that the master will teach him new martial arts techniques at this time. The master replied that no, from tomorrow onwards he would be coming down from the mountains to the people. Su asked in surprise, descending from the mountains to the people? The master thought and replied that all was right, and it was time for him to know the world alone, and go out into the people. Coming down the mountain, Su started talking out of surprise that it was his first time here, and it turned out to be so beautiful. But master didn't leave him alone and asked him why his eyes were bulging. And stopped procrastinating and let him move faster. Su said he just hadn't been to a village this big in a long time. Where are they going now, and with gold too? To a trading house for a shot? The master replied that he would find out soon, there was no need to hurry. Su immediately noticed that this old man was behaving strangely. Before leaving the house, the master asked the boy what was that outfit he was wearing? Su replied that the master had told him to dress neatly because they would be going to the village. The master punched him and asked him what he thought looked neat. Or was he just pretending to be a tramp? And who would choose him dressed like that? Su asked with surprise, what will he choose? And yes, the master hadn't yet said where they were going and for what purpose. The master thought a moment, and replied that when they reached, he himself would guess the great plan. Now have him quickly change into something clean and comfortable. And let him take his bangs down, his yellow eyes stand out a lot. Su all realized that the master had been acting very strange since this morning. Did he really bring him here? Su was walking through the city and thought, where is this liquor store? But when he entered the establishment, he told the elder that merchant Chen was at his service. Chen told the elder that his request was too much. He looks to be about 11 years old. How can he allow him to perform on stage? Especially since he's a boy. The master asked him, does he mean to say that he is rejecting him because of his age, appearance, and gender? But he is at least young, and a boy, and he tells him that in playing the tangim he has no equal. He's going to play, let him prepare the stage. Chen said that the guests of their Chengheianri drinking parlor should not only be pleased with their ears, but also with their eyes. Even among the girls there is a strict selection process. How can he allow such a young, and even such a dark boy, to perform on stage? The master asked if his principles were so old-fashioned. He is very much disappointed. Chen replied that he was asking the elder for forgiveness. The master got angry and told them all to be damned. Houses with easy girls and drink houses have obvious differences. But why is it that only looks and gender are important to both, and they don't even plan to look at the game itself? The master told Su to remember today's offense, and let him try to become a better person. But Su replied to the master to stop talking about such things. He wondered what they would do when they came down from the mountains. And it turned out they were planning to sell his only good, poor, gifted underage student. The master asked him who he was talking about. Did he have such a disciple? He hoped his chatty apprentice would learn something new today. Su asked, playing tangim in a drinking parlor is a lesson in his opinion? Let him stop lying. It's a crime of human trafficking. The master grabbed him by the hair and replied, "How dare he contradict him, you talkative contagion." Su started yelling that a criminal slave trader was killing an underage boy. Let them help the poor, gifted, underage boy. The master asked the disciple what kind of place was this called a shot shop. Su replied that it must be a place where alcohol is sold. The master replied that this was how little he knew about life. He guessed his thoughts, so he wanted to send him there. He doesn't know how much his master cares for him. Su realized in his head that the master was actually not worried about him. And now, if that grimace was removed from his face, maybe he would believe him. The master said that a drinking room is a place where people of different classes gather and talk about this and that. That's where all the information is concentrated. For a young person like him, the drinking room is the place where you can plan how to change the world. And moreover, the people who go in there pay money to sit there, and in turn, he will be able and earn the skill of playing tangim. And he can accept. Who would refuse such an offer? But why would he be born a dark-skinned boy and miss out on such a chance? Su immediately realized that this was the real reason. Su said that still, to summarize, he failed everything. Since that's the case, should they go home? Master asked, what home? He doesn't have the word fail in his vocabulary, and they still have plenty of places to visit, so let him get up. Su in his head wished he'd better give up. Where else was he going? The master told him that he would be out for a while. Let him wait for him here. Su was thinking at this time, what was this house called? Costume jewelry. But after a few hours the master came and Su asked him what he had. The master replied that he would explain later. They didn't have much time, they had to hurry. Su followed the trail of the master, and wondered what was going on here. But he sensed something was wrong. But suddenly, the master told him that he would leave him one more time. Su thought that the more time passed, the more it stressed him out. Su asked the master what was behind his back. She first looked at him and then handed over those bags. What was really inside? The master replied that he would know everything later. And now going to the next place is the most important thing. Su kept following him and wondering why he didn't say anything to him. But what was this old man up to anyway? But when he came to the house, he saw that it was the blacksmith's. And it turns out that this is the place where iron takes on a new appearance. The blacksmith asked the old man why he wanted such a boy. Should he make a sword to his size? The master replied and suggested that they discuss the details inside. Su thought, was master really going to order a sword especially for him? And was he such a good person? But suddenly from home the master asked the lad why not? But the blacksmith replied that he was quite green. Don't you understand? The foreman replied that he was 15. He's an adult. He has 3 times the strength of a normal man. Su thought, he'll be 12 soon. What does the master say anyway? But the blacksmith said he had his own principles and would have to pay 2 silver coins. The master was greatly surprised and replied that he said he was not an ordinary boy. He lifts a 30-pound iron with ease. He would replace it with 3 or 4 laborers. Su realized that it was only a wooden stick. The blacksmith said it was too expensive. And 2 coins in daily installments, how so? The master got angry and asked, does he have eyes for decoration? He can't see this full of vigor young body. The blacksmith said it was good. It will be according to his judgment. 3 silver coins in daily payments. The master agreed and replied that it was good. For that price he would give him the boy. Let him keep him safe. Su was greatly surprised and realized that he wasn't worth that cheap. Maybe the old man from the blacksmith is a pervert who likes minors and was sold for one night. The master asked the guy what he was doing. He'll be working in this forge from today, so he'll quickly stand up and say hello. Su thought, it turns out, work of a traditional nature. But working in a forge is considered one of the hardest jobs. Dirty, hard, and unsafe. And how could the craftsman sell it? Su asked the master how could he do that to him? He wouldn't work in a place like this. But the master shut his mouth and said that they were having a conversation for a moment. He replied to Su that if he couldn't overcome the simplest test, how was he going to become an invincible martial arts master? This work is part of the training. While he's pounding iron, he'll gain strength. His hands will get stronger. And his hands will get stronger. And he will also learn patience. The master asked if he understood him. It's all to his benefit, so let him not whine and work hard. Sue asked, does he think he doesn't know the real reason? He wants to harness him to make money. Sue said that hard work such as ironworking cripples the hands, and as a result, the sensitivity of the fingers is lost. The master started laughing and said, what a thought. Let him not be troubled. Let him say who he is. He is a great master who can wield the invincible sword of thunder. He has already thought of everything. Sue asked him what he came up with. Let him tell him. The master replied that he would tell later, at home. If he does a bad job and gets kicked out, punishment will follow, so let him do a good job. Sue asked him for the master to stop. After all, he's just a slave trader. And left his apprentice behind. There was a blacksmith in the town of Chelwachan that specializes in making armaments. Only here, and nowhere else, can you buy top-notch clinics for mere pennies. But there were the main customers of the Forge Ami people living in the mountains, followers of the female martial art. And the other customers are people who work for Ami's followers. Merchants, travelers, and generally ordinary people. And he thinks that instead of Chelwachan, this forge could have been called Ami-chan. So, come to think of it, all the buildings in this village could use the prefix Ami in their names. And in this village, everything, in one way or the other, is related to the followers of Ami. But Master Shelvakan is considered the best among the dippers. That's why he's called the Master of the Sword. But when Ami's followers come to him to pick up his order, he can't help himself. When meeting with customers, Guy said that this sword was forged from high-quality steel. And how was he? The girl replied that it's a good length and the quality is great, but it's a little heavy. She specifically asked them to make a sword of good quality, but as light as possible. And it's a sword for young Sammy, and how are they going to explain that to her? The guy replied that the sword is designed with a special technology. First, they process the soft and hard steel separately, even making the 2 ingots run 9 times. And so the sword may be heavy, but if you compare it to other swords of this quality, this has the perfect weight, and they can see for themselves by taking another blade. Let it strike in the middle, or on the edge of the sword. The girl struck the sword and saw it break. She said the broken sword was pretty good too, and this one didn't even have a scratch on it. And let them think there was no claim. The girl told Sammy to take it and try it. And how is the sword? Is it not heavy for her? Sammy replied that it's not too hard. And she likes it. And the blade is so shiny. The girl said that since Sammy liked it, she would buy it. And asked her to forget the unflattering words, she just cares for the young creature. The blacksmith had been following them all this time, and said that he was still alive. But suddenly Sue asked what was wrong with him. Did they come to him for debt? The blacksmith replied, how else is debt? They are scarier than death. The blacksmith asked the fellow why he had brought this heavy load. Sue replied that the other men were ready to work, but the boss was not, and they said to give him a little kick in the head to hurry up. The blacksmith asked with surprise, give these a smack on the head? That's deadly. Yes, and he is so scared to death because of the last customers. Sue asked, are Ami's followers really that scary? Are they guilty of something in front of them? Why is he so afraid of them? Smith replied that he didn't know himself. They just don't like him. And he is afraid of even a woman's silhouette because of them. He remembered in a moment how he told the customers that this sword was so smooth, if she tied it to her waist, she wouldn't lose it. Would she want to try it? The blacksmith told Sue that he had tried to sell a sword to Ami's followers once long ago, and tried to be very polite. And they'd put a sword to his neck. There's a saying, you don't spit in a smiling man's face. But they order swords from him, and to know their requirements, they have to communicate face to face, and he tries not to conflict with him. Sue said that they understand. It depends whose face is smiling. Sometimes you want to put a sword to it. And his face is just like that. The blacksmith asked in surprise what part. What part of his face? Sue replied that he did too when he came here for the first time. The blacksmith said that his master asked him to give him a 30-kilogram iron hammer. Would he really be able to lift it? Sue thought, how could this be possible? That damned master means he also left a special request. He's really happy. And had to tell the blacksmith to give him the hammer. Sue took a hammer and asked, you have to pound this and make its surface flat, right? The blacksmith was very surprised and replied that he was a strong man. And asked, where did he come from? The blacksmith asked where they got those from. The boy can. And from today he will live with him? And uncle will take care of him. Su said that it was good that the men had time to pull him away, or else he was already ready to use that hammer. The blacksmith replied that he didn't understand. Why is he, such a kind man, being treated like this? Suddenly a guy came in and said they were about to get rich. The sword they sold to the Ami followers today was very much to their liking. It seems like they'll be ordering it in bulk soon. The blacksmith asked with surprise, didn't he? And they hadn't told him any such thing a few minutes ago. The boy replied that a girl from the clan had come to order another sword for herself, and had told him about it in confidence. And she also said that this sword is of very high quality and costs nothing at all, so the other students will also be coming soon. And it seems that the girl who received the sword today is the niece of Chief Master Ami. Su asked. He hoped they weren't going to increase his assignments now? The blacksmith replied that he had increased his payment to 4 silver coins 2 months ago. From today's month, he would be giving him 5. He'll get a good daily bonus too. He's only been with them for 10 months, and that's an unrealistic salary for a newcomer. Su replied that he would refuse, since he wasn't the one spending the money. Especially, does the blacksmith think that's all he does all day? Smith replied that it would be solved if he talked to his master. But Su replied that it's not nice. Su was very angry and thought that they had found a slave, and it was not difficult to die like this. If it wasn't for the ginseng doll, he would have fed the worms by now. 10 months ago, the first day after working at the forge, Su said that he had come home. The master replied that he still hadn't had dinner, and was waiting for him. Master told the guy to agree that eating after work is even tastier? Given his accomplishments, he's allowing him to eat meat from today, so let him eat. Su realized that it was delicious, but what was this old man up to? It was unlikely that his conscience had awakened, or he wouldn't have sold it. Master said that since he was done eating dinner, could they start their training? He was afraid he'd lose sensation in his fingers. He had prepared something. Su realized that of course he did. He had decided to mess with him again. The master asked his apprentice if he remembered what he had told him in the village, that he already had a plan to help him? Let him look at Beetle. Su was surprised and asked, what could be made of him? A poor disciple like him, who worked tirelessly all day, has no idea, the master said, meaning what can be done with it. Practice, of course. Here, he is now. Suddenly, Su thought, what did he pull out of his sleeve? The master told Su that he would pick it up in his hands and toss it. And lo and behold, all the colors of the rainbow in that order, 5 times 35 pieces he must put on one thread. Su replies to the master that it turns out that before he became a criminal and child exploiter, he worked in a circus? He thinks master could still come back now. The master replied to tell him to stop talking nonsense. This activity will help him train his optic nerves and also his hand speed. It's the ending that counts. Let him watch carefully. The master said he had to tie the 2 ends together first. And he has booms. And how, did he understand? No more than 35 per line. No more and no less, so that there's no gap between the balls. Let him try to tie the ends together. At first, they'll start with 100 a day. They would be paid 2 bronze coins for each byasu, so let him try his best. Su replied that it wasn't training, it was work, and another 100 beads a day would be worth 200 bronze coins. And how much does he plan to earn in exchange for the health of his only apprentice? The master asked him, does he think it's all about the money? It's the training. And if the training also generates income, then it's 2 for 1. Su replied that in his opinion this was not training. The master told him to shut up and listen further. So, he has a knife that he gave him for self-defense. That's just the knife he's going to do something with every day. Su asked, what will he do? The craftsman replied that he would create wood products. A small souvenir Buddha, a comb and other things. And he would negotiate the price, so no need to worry, it's time to get started. Su asked the master, did he bring him here to mock him? The master asked, what is he saying again? This is just another way to restore the sensitivity of the fingers of the hands, after working at the forge. Su was angry and thought the old man was unscrupulous. And if the forge master talked to him, he would probably make him work the night shift as well, and at this rate, he's sure to die soon. And it seems that it would be better to play the kaijim in front of an audience than to forge iron day and night in a forge. Su decided to leave the master, and on the way thought that he hoped he was doing the right thing. And maybe the overexertion had made his mind clouded, but he began to move even faster. But suddenly he felt sick and began to wonder if he was doing the right thing? But if he didn't run away now, he'd be dead. But what had he done to him? Why did he feel so bad? And sure enough, he'd skated off in the woods at some point. But suddenly a monkey pounced on him. But Su used his feather and defeated it with ease. And he should have kicked their ass earlier. But for him right now, whatever happens, it's better to keep saving money. It's only for his future. Su said that there had been a whole invasion of monkeys lately. It had better be boars, though he would get some meat. Or maybe the monkey master eating? He grabbed one of the INH and asked the master, "Is it edible?" He picked it up on the road. The master asked his disciple, would he eat it himself? He had brought one of his own kind and would eat it. And now he had spoiled his mood. And he let him throw it away and made dinner. Su asked, "Where does that make him look like him?" "Plowing all day long, and when he comes home from work, she makes him cook dinner too," the master asked. "So what? Should he do it?" Su replied that he thought he should cook, he's the younger one. "And he's going for dinner right now." The master asked him where he was going. "He's got to go to the kunya." "And where did he take that stinker?" Su replied that he had forgotten, for this monkey he must throw away. But the master wondered what his apprentice was doing in the forge. But Su immediately went to his room and hid the bag, hoping that master didn't notice what he brought with him. But Su immediately took to the beads and said he would do this one first. And then the wood carving would follow. But suddenly he went to the master's door and heard him snoring. And Su said that the child exploiter had fallen asleep. Su took hold of his bag and decided that first he should practice. But should the skirt be worn over pants, or on a bare body? He doesn't know. He didn't really look at women's legs. And they said he should powder his cheeks with it so he wouldn't be recognized as a boy, so he decided to put more on. He was told that women use all that makeup. You have to look older. And it's a good thing there's an eye pencil in here, too. Everything has to be perfect. He looked at the mirror and was surprised. And he thought maybe it's because it's a cheap mirror. And he thinks something's wrong. Suddenly he remembered that he needed to do his hair. Since he was like an unmarried woman, could he just leave his hair loose? But Su decided that he would make more effort to look like a girl. But then the master came in and asked him, "Does he think he's asleep?" "Ah, well, let him see what he's doing. He's been acting really weird since tonight." But suddenly he dropped his stick. And seeing the student's face, he asked, "What did he get?" "Even ghosts look more decent." Master said that the bottom line was, he wanted to get a job in a shot shop, fooling everyone, and easily make money by moving only his fingers? Su replied that he understood, he had overstepped his bounds. And he won't do it again. The master said of course. He's way out of line. Is that what he taught? Good thing I pretended to be asleep and went in to see him. Su thought that this old man, he was snoring, so was he faking it? That's so mean. He's going to be a joke for 100 years with this. Especially since he's caught red-handed, he can't get away with it. The master said he'd have been caught in a liquor store and only embarrassed. If he's going to do something, let him do it more believably. What kind of a travesty is that? Especially if something doesn't work out, he refuses to do it. Is that what he taught him? And if he decides to pretend, he must forget that he is a man and think like a woman. He must become a woman so that no one suspects him. So he tells him to study and study again. And what would he do without him? The master said that from tomorrow, after working in the forge, they will make a girl out of him. And he'll make a perfect woman out of him. Until then, don't let him dream of working in a liquor store. Su thought, what does all this mean? Why does he have goosebumps running through his body? And he felt like he had lost something especially important. Su apologized and thanked him, saying he wouldn't do it again. Today's masquerade is the result of overwork, so he asked them to forget everything they saw. The master closed his mouth and said that he started at will, but he could not finish at will. The next day the master brought everything and said, here is everything the girls wear when they go out over all their clothes, from underwear to outerwear. Put everything here in order. Let him try it on. From now on, after work, this is the only thing he'll wear after work. he'll teach him how to behave. Su said he couldn't be serious. He'd rather be in the forge working day and night. The master replied that he would not give up easily. Moreover, whether he gets a job in a tavern or not, it's good training. But suddenly Su said that every day he makes him do strange things and excuses himself that it's all training. Master got angry and asked what he thought it was not training, and why not try to become one of them. With this experiment, he would be able to see the world from a different perspective and learn a lot of new things. Su asked, did he really think he could really turn him into a woman? The master replied, to make the impossible possible. Has he forgotten the saying? He may not become a woman, but he should at least try to get closer to the ideal. And he also wants to point out right away, when he dances, don't let him take off his clothes. Su was surprised and asked, what do you mean undress? And he will not dance. Su thought that the damn master had decided to sell him to some vulgar establishment. Suddenly the master said that from the look in his eyes, he had guessed everything. And yes, those bracelets he gives him every year for his birthday. Su replied, he's about these iron things that get heavier and heavier every year? The master replied that he was a talker. And to develop his flexibility and grace, he allows him to use the phoenix techniques as a basis for the dance. Let him try to look pretty with these bracelets. But if he relies only on martial arts, he will get a kick out of it. Su asked, why is he making him dance? The master replied that that's the way he wants it and that's it. If he doesn't like it, he can try to run away from his blows. Also, have him take this and put it on the bracelets. Su asked, what are the bells for? The master asked, don't you understand? They are not supposed to make a sound when he dances. He's allowed to shake them once during the performance. Su said he certainly doesn't understand. The bells themselves are constantly ringing. Why is he tormenting him like this? The master replied that when he grew up, he would understand all the great thoughts of the master. Now, when he comes back from the forge, let him try to imitate women. Since he will become a girl, we should give him a new name still. Su said he's not a girl. He will just wear a woman's clothes. Suddenly, the master said he'll call him Yen Bai. From his name Bai Ryu Yen, he'll take out Ryu, and if it's reversed, it'll be Yen Bai. And Yen just means beauty, and it sounds beautiful. And since everything is perfectly prepared, let him go and change. He gives him 15 minutes. Later, the master lay down and said he was as slow as a wasp. What is he doing there? Let him come out immediately. Suddenly, Su came out and said that he had changed his clothes. But the master was very surprised and froze when he saw his disciple. Su asked, did he do it right? But the master looked and replied that he knew where to hook. But he has no idea how. And since he's dressed as a grateful lady, let him behave accordingly. Isn't he familiar with the concept of elegance? Hair neatly gathered behind the ears, knees slightly bent. Su asked me where I'd seen that. It's a bit feminine, isn't it? And no, first of all, if you move so gently that you don't even make the sound of bells, it is, though feminine, suspicious. The master thought about it, and replied that the disciple was right. Who knows, it may be prejudice. Still, right or wrong, let him forget it. And in the midst of these prejudices, a woman was born. Let him sink into his role, and one must accept the pain of being a woman, and having to become a true maiden of this era. No, he will even transform. She still hasn't accepted her new self. Suddenly, Su realized that Master had broken up again. Master said that this book is all about hair and makeup, let him study it thoroughly. Although it makes no difference if he has hair or not. Su asked, do you have to go that far in this women's stuff? Master said that guy is one martyr. Did he say girl? Is he a guy? What is this manner of speech? Let him forget the past as a man, it must be repeated. He is without doubt a feminine and elegant girl. Speech and voice more gentle. The master said so, from now on, having studied everything well, he should show a real lady. The master decided to take a little walk and took the tiger with him. But on the way he saw berries hanging on a tree. Suddenly he shook the tree with his foot, and all the berries fell to the ground. The tiger was very happy and began to play with them. The master said that fall is indeed harvest time. Suddenly he remembered that that guy was over 2 months old. And now the other side must be harvested as well, and he still has things to do. Staring at the moon, he doesn't know how to drink. and only the shadows follow him aimlessly for a moment frozen. But before fall is over, he wants to enjoy it. But in the meantime, the man poured a drink and told the guy not to worry about wake-up time. The guy asked, how about having a drink with him? And how pathetic he is, daring him, the great teacher. The teacher replied that it was for 4 months of such a long journey. He thinks they have become friends enough. The guy smiled and said that's the trouble, just let him look at him. And that, he didn't mean it. The teacher replied that he apologized. If that was an order, he would take the cup immediately. The boy said that it's impossible not to have a cup of kamnamkan on such an autumn night. He has such a thoughtful look, but suddenly, on the street, the superintendent said that no, this time, even though it's a woman, you can't do it again. Is she really 11 years old? And he took a good look, 12 at the very least. And for all his sanity, poisoning this child on the tavern stage was too much. The master asked him, does he only live by deceit? And besides, shouldn't she be entertaining the eyes and ears of visitors? Let him not delude himself that because of her age, the girl will not meet with these problems. But suddenly the boy got very angry and said that she was so young and already she was being sold to a tavern. And suddenly the master replied to the chief that he would say that he did not know the truth about this fellow. The boy said it was hard to forgive. The teacher asked the captain to reconsider. There are too many eyes in this case. The teacher said the neighborhood is within range. As long as he's willing, he'll follow the old man. The boy told him to keep his head down, and also with his stubbornness. But the master tried to tell him, and asked the captain where he was going. The guy replied that if he couldn't erase the memories, leaving the place was also an option. And the excitement subsides, and the remaining alcohol seems to fade away. The master said to the chief, isn't it obvious? He came to him with gold, let him prepare the scene today. The chief replied to the old man that he would not forget it in his life. He would do so, let him wait a little while. Suddenly, Su asked the master what he was looking at. Did he hurt his feelings with his words, and now he's here to get on his nerves? The master asked, what was the big deal, he said. He just missed a couple jokes. But Su asked him, who is it? What's going on behind there? The master replied to ignore the useless things, better let him get ready. And also need to act without extraneous thoughts. Did he understand everything? Su replied that everything had already been decided, but at this time, people in the tavern were asking what kind of child. And the tool is bigger than her. And she's pretty but too young, don't they think? Could she be the tavern owner's daughter? Judging by her eyes, there's something Western about her. And what kind of bell is that? It looks like a piece of jewelry, but it doesn't make a sound. It's an unusual child indeed. Su began to play the instrument, and people said that it was a good start. Could such a sound really come out of these young hands? Su thought in his head and saw that this grandfather was like a ghost. By golly, how did he know again? Even though he had become a girl. Working at the tavern had not badly transformed his life. But suddenly the master came home and saw Su already working. He asked, what kind of ignorant type is this? Chopping wood is a must. The master began to laugh and said he was speaking the softness of a woman. Does he chop wood there, or what else does he do? The words cat, and to make not a sound of a bell. Trad a noble's wisdom, though difficult, need not be afraid of change. Master said as long as the lanterns shine, let him practice. Su replied, what kind of bullying is this? Or girls, apparently, give a basin, they'll immediately scoop out the pool. But suddenly the master slapped him and told him to speak softly. Su asked, why does the master slap an innocent girl? Did the master give her a slap to make her gentler? The master asked him if he had seen a master separating students by gender. He's not like that, floor discrimination. Su replied that it is already an insult actually, but Su got really angry and saw that it only got harder. But if he tried his best today, he believes this image will be over with. And luckily it seems I haven't made any mistakes yet, everything is going according to the plan. Although you can fail if you do it by rote. You can fail if you only do as you're told. During the music, Su thought, why are they doing this? As if intoxicated by the music? Let everyone look at her. Can't they hear the rhythm? They should open their eyes already. Let them sing and dance and enjoy the music. And he sees that uncle is pleased with everything. But what was his name? I think it was Han-san. And he hopes he'll remember his performance for a long time. And now, it's time for them to wake up. Han-sen said the chances of success are great. They'll make a contract to start with. And how about starting with 5 silver coins a day? The master was surprised and asked him, he calls himself an honest entrepreneur, is he too cunning for that? He still remembers the reactions of the audience to this child's performance. Su remembered that there was applause from the entire audience. They all listened so hard. He felt embarrassed because he was playing without trying hard. The master said, by the way, would he like him to reveal one truth to him? Han-sen asked in surprise, what was he talking about? The master replied that when he met this child, he gave her the name Yen Bai, where yen means swallow and bai means flight. Extraordinary beauty flying in the sky is the meaning. Han-sen asked, and that should surprise him? The master asked, did she really not understand the meaning of that expression? If talent was only in playing an instrument, he would have named her after a lark or an oriole. Yet, the name is named after a beautifully flying swallow. This is due to the fact that this child can dance, and incredibly mesmerizing. So much so that he would immediately forget even the playing of the instrument he had just heard. Han-sen replied that it was the first time he had ever heard him praise him like that. And in that case, before the treaty was concluded, they should have seen not singing but dancing. The master replied that what he had seen was more than enough. Why show everything for free? It's a waste of energy. Su realized at this moment that the teacher was not only philosophizing with him, it turns out that he also knows how to philosophize with others. The master said that if he insisted, they could of course show the dance, but then both he and this child would be completely tired and they would have to raise the terms of the contract. Han-sen asked with surprise, at 3? Before reflecting the list of works in the contract, he has to check everything. It's a compulsory process, and he's overdoing it somehow. Su was surprised, and it's a lot better than the forge. It's like stealing in broad daylight. The master said that given his position, it was the best plan. He would thank him later. Han-sen asked, what plan is he talking about? The master said to trust him and only double the fee. When he later saw her dance, and if he thought she wasn't worth the money, he would give it back to him any minute. Hazen replied that since the elder says so. Suddenly the master stood up and said that they would summarize their agreement. The first one is 10 silver coins a day. And here's another thing, this child will only perform on even numbers of the month, no performances on the day of the full moon or new moon. He realizes himself, if the physical wears out every day, the art won't look as graceful, it will need rest. And all the tips that the guests will give on top are theirs. Han-sen replied that it was fine, they'd decided, and he agreed. Suddenly the master replied that last, this child would only dance when she wanted to. Han-sen said that's already outrageous. This agreement is made precisely because the oldest emphasized her dancing skills. The master replied that it would, on the contrary, increase the demand of his business. People would be enthralled by her performance, and would think, if her singing is so beautiful, what is her dancing like? They will come every day, hoping to see this spectacle. And he thought he had outstanding management skills, but it turns out they were SOSO. Han-sen replied that his words made sense too. He had once been nicknamed Mount Cume, how could he compare to him, and thanked him for teaching him. In the evening Su asked the master if he must necessarily follow this path. The master replied that it was the direct way home, and unfortunately, work at the liquor store ends late at night. So, since he's a girl now, so that he doesn't get harassed by anyone, let him take the shortest way home. Su asked angrily, what kind of girl is he to him? Does he know how hard it is to walk down such a road in a skirt? The master replied that he doesn't know. It's not like he's a woman and doesn't wear a skirt. Anyway, what doesn't kill them makes them stronger. But suddenly Su asked, what else is that stone wall? Where does he see a road here? Does he think if he drew a straight line on the map, he can follow it? Every day he repeats that he's become a girl, so what? How on earth is he going to get in there in those clothes? It's too much. The master replied that he is a grump. There is a woman who even after childbirth walks this road with ease. Suddenly Su asked him who was he? The master replied that their tigress was Belankea. From now on, 7 times a fortnight he would have to walk this road, so let him stop whining and follow him faster. Suddenly, Su thought that he was actually a fool. He shouldn't have listened to him, but still, He must ask. He senses a trick in his actions. Su tried to ask him something. But the master turned around abruptly and asked, "What does he want?" But suddenly, he saw that the stone wall leads to this road. And this road is really short. Su said that it is clear. That because of the forge, he will perform in the drinking room once every 2 days. But why did he exclude the day of the full moon and new moon? Are those days dedicated to martial arts? The master replied that the wooden toy workshop said they wanted to see him once and twice a month. He made good toys. Why did he sometimes create such strange things? But suddenly he asked, what was the cry of the monkeys? And the creation of heaven and earth? And the dream of the river catfish is something with something. And then Su replied that without a new attempt the arts cannot develop. The master told him to stop. When he goes to the village, let him take the toys with him and try to sell them himself. It'll help him for the future. He will know how the market turns. It will help him from time to put a price on goods. Su said the master means to say that all he's going to do for a month is make money? Always making him work, and he's not going to teach him martial arts. But suddenly Seo was surprised that the master didn't hit him. After all, he had gone too far. The master said they had to work it out. And asked if this house was even whose house it was. Su replied that this was master's house. The master asked who had picked up the boy, who could not hunt, clean or speak, and had taken him in for 3 years and was teaching him music and martial arts. Suddenly, Su replied that the answer was obvious. Master said how rude he was. Suddenly Guy felt that he was now hitting him without even putting his hand on him. The master asked what would be the last question. Which one of them is younger? Su replied that he was. The master asked, then what else is he lacking? He brought him here, gave him his home, and is teaching him. He must work and earn money, mustn't he? In fact, Su feels he is right. He is being treated unfairly. But he can't find anything to say to him, can't find any arguments. The master said to try complaining like that from now on. And he would watch his behavior. Su realized that this was the bitterness and resentment of a brilliant boy who had nothing. But if it's about money, you can earn it. If it's about strength, you have to train, and that's it. That's right, you've got to get your will together. He'll train his strength like he's doing now. The main thing, it is necessary, first of all, to save money, unnoticed by the master. And that's right, he's not going anywhere, and the master will spend his money until he goes from being a boy of genius to a general old man. And when he gets rich, he will answer him for everything, with the same stone. Maybe when that day comes, he will cry and beg him and live with him together. And they'll see about that, you damned master. And today's genius boy will soon be a genius rich man who owns a lot of asses. The next day Su set to work. In the morning he headed to the bazaar, and then went to the forge. But a man stood in front of the tavern and told them to come to them. If they didn't mind, you could go inside. But the man replied that no, he would go in when he saw Unbai enter the establishment. If he doesn't see her today, he'll have to wait 4 whole days for them to meet. After all, the day after tomorrow is the new moon. The man said he wondered if she would show the dance today? I mean, today is the last day before a 3-day weekend, and he hopes she will be for them? The guy replied that he doesn't know that ahead of time. But suddenly Bee came in and people started telling everyone to look at her gracefulness. Their Bee is now 16 years old, and let them look at her skinny body, her short stature. Could they give her a treat? But Bee walked into the tavern and stood behind the instrument. The men immediately all ran inside together, and tried to take seats. But suddenly Guy heard the sound of hooves and said that they had arrived. Kanhyengra said to prevent information leaks. When they booked the bonfire, they didn't announce who they were, and it seems that's why no one met. But suddenly the man came out, and replied that he had done the right thing. He was worried because it was a hotel together with a liquor store, but it seemed in vain, since it was so quiet, and it's time to go inside. The man said they would stay here for a while. Isn't Yirin tired? Rin replied to her father that she was perfectly fine. The man asked if she wanted to go for a walk, and she could use some fresh air. The guy said that Unbai is not even close to her. She's so small, but her eyes are so mesmerizing. He's so happy. Rin stood in front of the tavern and lifted her robe to look at her with her soft eyes. The boys said she was so small and his legs were already pumping. But suddenly the protector appeared and drew his blade in front of their faces. The defense attorney said she was out of their social circle. If he saw those sly eyes again, let them expect no mercy. The boys were very frightened and said they understood everything thoroughly and apologized to her. The protector said for them to call the host here immediately, and have him tell him that important guests have arrived. The boys immediately ran off and into the tavern. The protector told Rin to accept his apology. He would tell the owner of the establishment to give them a good punishment. The man said he had it all figured out, and it was okay to go. At the end of the evening, Bee went out in front of the audience and showed herself. The guys were saying that they would finally get to see Bee dance. Now he could die in peace. But the other guy told him that there Bee shows the same dance 3 days in a row, and on the 4th he invents a new one. And it's only the 10th day he's been in their drinking parlor. Isn't it a little early to die? The guy replied that he didn't mean it literally. And he's got a dead body lying next to him. The other guy asked, what about him? It's a side effect of Bai's new dance. Don't let him be surprised. He acted the same way in the beginning, now he's used to it. The guy said it makes sense now, because his heart is racing now too, he thinks it's with him. And suddenly the chief said they couldn't go up to Bee with the whole crowd. Whoever makes the biggest donation collects the money from everyone else, and goes alone. All of a sudden, people started saying that he paid 8 silver coins. There's a lot of competition because everyone wants to talk to her personally at least once. The guy heard such words and said, who knew that she had such a story, and why does not participate in the auction? He is also her fan. It turns out that he does participate, and how? But suddenly the second guy said he has no family or parents, so why does he need the money? And he'll give it to Bai. But suddenly she asked the guy, is his name Mr. Joe? She would gratefully accept this gift. Joe said with joy that their Bai had memorized his last name. But Guy told him to pull himself together. Bee ran away at this time and felt that the sack weighed in at 43 coins. She has a good score today. And to the master he will tell that he earned 21. But suddenly someone shouted at her to stop. The man in charge said he understood that it was time for her to go home and his offer would seem indelicate. But could she make an extra appearance in front of special guests? He'd pay twice as much. Bee replied that it wasn't in the terms of the contract. But a double fee for night work, but if it was triple, one would think. The chief began to laugh and said that he and the elder were alike. And he agreed to pay 3 times as much. And he only asked that she try to perform well. There are high society people sitting in the ballroom. Bee replied that she would try her best. And thought he was saying high society people. And that means there are rich people here. Bee was not shy and went out in public, and immediately began to sing the most tender music on her instrument. Bee finished her music and wondered why they were so quiet. Maybe they didn't like something? But suddenly the man started hitting his hand on the table and saying good music. And no, it's even great music. He had heard nothing better in decades. And her note torments his soul. And the technique is top-notch, and the ability to convey emotion. She is so young, and in her notes one can feel the bitterness of life. Let her say, what is her name? The girl replied that her name is Bai. He is too generous, but she is just starting to play, so she still has a lot of growing to do. The man said she has a beautiful voice, she doesn't speak, she sings. Since she thinks she's still growing, does that mean her songs will be even more beautiful after a while? And he thinks that she has already reached a good level, and his name suits her. But suddenly the protector says that this girl is also good, but she is not even close to his daughter in beauty. Her beauty is already intoxicating to many men at such a young age. It is hard to imagine what kind of woman she will grow up to be. But suddenly she saw the face of the man in charge and said that he didn't mean anything like that. And the man replied to Bee that though she was so young, she was a very amazing performer. And he thinks she had a very strict teacher. And she's very good. And suddenly he asked his brother, what does he think? The guy replied that he didn't know. And unlike her, he doesn't have a hand. Therefore, he cannot understand either his or her musical sensitivity. The man immediately called Shion and said that Mr. Namgung seemed to have had too much to drink. Let him take him to his room and let him rest. Namgung got very angry and told him not to touch him. But things were not so easy. There was a team of people heading into the forest at that time, and the guide said that this was where they should stop. And to avoid being overheard, he asked them to continue on foot. The boy replied that when they reached Mount Hen, he was in a great hurry. He thought they were going home, but it turned out they were not. Would he tell him what order the pigeon had conveyed to him? The guide replied that he had conveyed the order of the Lord. He and His Royal Highness the Prince are ordered to wipe out this village this night, and the building and the people and even the last of the pets are to be killed. I'm told to check it out for myself, and only then return home. Cheon told the guy not to touch him, and started laughing loudly. But B was thinking at this time that he didn't bring his sword with him to the scene. Should we use this hairpin? But there are guards around him. It would be better for him to break dates and eat them at home. Cheon said he only said one sentence, and he's already calling him a drunk. Now he can't talk to an ugly brother like him? I wish he had cut off his tongue instead of his hand. The man told Cheonu that he could see he had a lot on his plate. Cheonu replied that he was joking, so why is he so serious? Cheon tells Namgung that he hopes he's not offended because he just yelled at him. He's the second of the Namgung brothers, so what was his name there? Namyoon replied that his name was Jean. Sue thought that was it. So that drunkard had his own brother cut off his arm. And it's hard to judge, you have to listen to both sides. They're at the same table together, maybe it was just an accident. Cheonu told Namgung that they say he is much more talented than his brother. Namgung replied that of course not. And how can he compare to him? Cheon said, or maybe he's saying that because he's here now? The man asked, what is he talking about? Does he have some kind of grudge against him? Cheon was surprised and replied that he was here, too. He didn't even notice. And he feels like he's having a hard time with his hot brother too. And people who are born first get a lot of heat in life, and there's no way they can understand their offense. He can agree, can he? Cheon told Mr. Namgung to take care of his brother. Mr. Namgung replied that unlike an invalid like him, he was the firstborn of the family and the hope of the clan. Cheon took the bottle and said sure. If he has to, he'll give his life. And those are beautiful words. And good luck to Mr. Namgung. And this drunkard, at his beck and call brother, is leaving this place. As the Lord has commanded, they will not interfere. The guy saw the swords and said they were their weapons. So he's ordered to go into the village alone and massacre them. The servant asked, what are their orders then? The boy replied that they were commanded not to let any living creature out of this village until they had finished their work. The boy asked them, what if he doesn't go there? And what if he refuses to obey such an order? The servant drew his sword and replied that until he complied with the order, they couldn't go outside of this village either. The guy said they had no choice. And it seems their real mission if he disobeys the Lord's order, by any means necessary, is to eliminate him. The guy took the sword in his hand and told them to tell them who the owner of this village was and how many people he had to kill. The servant replied that the settlement belongs to them Jakbu. As they know, there are only 37 people living there. The guy said to fight the likes of him Jakbu, he needs to solve one thing. It seems he will need their help. The servant replied that they would obey him. They would do anything to carry out the order. The guy said that the problem is that he has never killed anyone before. If he takes someone's life for the first time in such a place, he will be left with psychological trauma. So he wants to try them beforehand, for the sake of experimentation. And how many of them can he test? At the drinking parlor, the guy asks what kind of atmosphere is this? And he's heard about Unbai, but her coolness amazes him. He said that she thanked him for his generous words. The guy replied that he had heard that Bai from Chenjianra had other extraordinary talent besides singing. Was he right? B replied, what a talent that is. Unfortunately, rumors are always overblown. The man asked, besides singing, is there something else? And what is that? And he doesn't know what it is, but let him be kind enough to show them. The guy said it's a talent, and they say it's harder to see a swallow from Chengjiangru fly over the guests than it is to see an angel dance. And he doesn't know if she'll show. B replied that fortunately it was only a rumor. She is on the contrary afraid. What if she spoils a good evening? The guy started laughing and said he thought so. They say that visitors to this establishment can't wait for B to perform, that their prayers are heard even in heaven. And it seems to be true. The guy said, is it really that serious? Well, if it's that kind of dance, he'd like to see it too. The guy said that if it was such a dance, he would like to see it too. And if her dance is as amazing as everyone says it is, and she can revive their fallen spirits, she'll be well thanked for it. And how will she dance for them? B asked them with surprise. Really? And if high-ranking people like them say, well, she can't imagine if she can master this weight. The guy started laughing and said, what a clever girl she is. She only looks so young, even bad old men will pay before her. He held up both hands in front of her. He can't wait any longer, let him not drown them, they are begging him. B smiled and replied that since it is so, and as the saying goes, good sake is made from good water and dance from music, I would like to ask their famous musicians to play her a Kimsabasolia. B said that with their permission, he would take a little time off to prepare for the show. The guy said Jumsabaisal's song, Golden Wings Covering the Snowy Night. I wonder what dance she will show to that music. The man said the very beginning is different from the other dancers, and it seems like she's not going to keep them waiting long. B was on the second floor at this time, and pulling down the large tablecloth in front of them. Everyone was greatly surprised. B began to demonstrate her dancing abilities, and like a fairy she descended the tablecloth and spun around. The musicians began to play the song she had asked for, and began to spin around showing them the dance they had asked of her. But in the forest at this time, Guy demonstrated his battle abilities on his men. But he was so strong that even as he attacked, he broke the sword of the servant who came out against him. But even after that, Guy didn't stop, and thrust his sword into the chest of the servant who was weak. But the ringleader stepped in front of him, and said that he hoped that was the end of the training. They're afraid he'll waste his strength. But if he doesn't have enough blood, they would gladly sacrifice their heads and decorate the road to Changwon with them. The servant replied that he should not procrastinate, and make it quicker. The guy smiled and said, what a caring thing to say. He even got teary-eyed. But looking to the side he saw so many corpses that he left behind. But Guy lifted up the robe of one of the slain and asked who it was. The servant replied that his name was Ju Rin. The boy was surprised and said he was Rin speaking. The servant replied that they would take care of the corpse. Let him not try to memorize him just because it's his first corpse. He as well as the others are not worth it. But B kept dancing in the meantime, and the bells on her limbs jingled every time she danced. The guy thought at that moment that it was a very beautiful movement. A simple scene turned into a beautiful painting that depicts snowflakes falling in the dark night. And it's just unearthly beauty. But man saw differently, and thought she was a golden bird on a dark snowy night. This is truly the most beautiful dance. B decided to show them mystical and brightly shining eyes at the moment of the dance. The golden bird was herself. Finishing her dance she just stopped and looked at the audience. The man in his head didn't know what words to use to appreciate her dance. He feels like he's lived today just to see this. Cheon was walking by the house at the time and said that he thought everyone was having fun. Maybe he should join in. After the show, the head of the tavern asked B if she really didn't need security. It's late, and it's raining, and she has to go to the mountain. B replied that it was no big deal, just have him take care of her instrument. Because of the weather she couldn't take it with her. And no need to worry, it's not that far to the house, and all the more just a drizzle. And at that moment suddenly the thunder began to sound even more strongly. B said that it seemed like it was starting to pour. Still, she can't afford to have his guards climbing the mountains at this late night. The head asked her if she was going to the bank. Maybe he could walk her there. B replied that she told him not to worry about her. And she's on her way. On the way B talked and was angry because her clothes were soaked. They were her most expensive. She had a good day today. She made a lot of money today and she has to sell the gold coins quickly, or the master will smell them on her. Upon arriving at the bank she was greeted by Guy and told to speak up. Their Chongren bank is welcome at any time. He was waiting for her. B said she wanted to deposit these silver coins today. Also, to change these into cash. The man saw the box and said it was gold. B replied that it was pure gold of the highest quality. The guy asked her how she liked it. He valued her dance not at 10 gold coins, but at 10 gold flowers. Actually he was preparing it for other needs, but he decided to give it to her. B replied to him that she was expressing her gratitude to his generous soul. The guy said that since she was so grateful, maybe when her honored guests wanted to see her, she could dance for them. B replied that he said he would thank her well, but now, on the contrary, he was asking her for a favor. She would try to fulfill all his requests if she could. B at the bank said it's a gift from heaven to someone who works hard. And since gold is worth so much now, She thinks she can get as much for them as he thinks. The man replies that she is remarkably knowledgeable. She marvels at her. How does she know the value of precious metals? B replied that she had read in a book. She remembered that studying works such as 30 Secrets You Don't Learn About in War, 300 Types of Precious Metals and Stones had clearly helped her. The man replied that he understood, and said that when he looked at her, she often thought of a young man. Her age, he had a knack for making good investments. He's incredibly rich, but he wears regular clothes and has long hair. He thinks she might find a lot in common. Well, how about arranging a meeting? B replied that if she wanted to, she would tell him. At parting, the man said that her wealth was their joy. May she come again? B replied that she would come by the other day. B was very angry and the banker's words hurt her. She wondered when they would say the same thing about her. And if he hadn't run out to dinner now, they'd be praising her for real. B realized she had to run. Even the umbrellas don't help in this weather. And it's not rain, it's a deluge. But in the city at this time, Cheon went into the room of the man he was supposed to kill and had his cherished wish fulfilled. But the kid didn't stay away there, and walked into the brothel and was covered in blood after labor. But suddenly he saw that there were people standing on the roof, and even someone was watching her. He immediately threw a knife at her, and finished her off in the street. But suddenly he saw that the girl was not alone. A white-colored dog came out from under her, and was very much frightened. The guy saw her and his eyes changed immediately. But he grabbed his blade, because the order had already been given to him. Cheon didn't stop just there, and sneaked up to his niece's room and told Rin that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Rin was very scared and asked him to stay away from her. And immediately she shouted to Father. At that time, Father was standing in front of the house and heard everything, and immediately threw his umbrella away. The man did not think long and ran to his daughter's room. After all, he had to save her if she was in danger. The next day, the blacksmith asked Su why he was holding that baton at the table. And why did he bare his chest? He was disgusted to look at it. Suddenly, the blacksmith said it was happening again. Let him drink water normally. We have to pour it into a glass. Su said that lately he feels like if he doesn't act like this, he will lose the most important thing about himself. He realizes that it looks rude, but it's a way for him not to lose his male ego. But after 4 days, Su turned to B, and on his way to work, he was thinking why he was wearing that outfit again. And it seems to him that he's been living BA's life more lately. Or is he just imagining it? But suddenly a man met her, and said that it was forbidden to walk here, and asked her how she got here. B replied that she came here to train. It seemed to always be free. She didn't know what was forbidden today, and she wouldn't bother them. The man replied that he didn't, and said maybe it was for the best. Maybe her music will cheer them up. And they're asking her to help them. B thought, and what could she do to help them? What did he mean by that? At this time, Rin was lying in her bed and didn't move. Her bird was singing songs to her, and suddenly woke her up. She looked at it, and she thought it was very strange. But she remembered that night, and Rin asked her uncle to stay away from her. But Cheon said she's just the way he likes her, and her shivering like a rain-soaked kitten. And why is she driving him crazy? He can't hold his temper anymore. Rin said she didn't want to. Cheon asked what exactly she didn't like. Her body will get to someone sooner or later, so he better be the first to touch her. He won't give her to anyone. He will take her into his arms. But Rin didn't want to and started yelling to her father. Cheon asked her why she was calling him. Everyone only wants him. But no one will help her now. Daddy's got better things to do. And her pretty face, she's dirty. But he's still turned on. Her sweet eyes, delicate like crushed pearls. Her body, red as a pomegranate, her lips. And he wants to undress her faster. But suddenly Rin's father came and told Cheon that he was an animal. And how dare he touch her daughter? Cheon was telling her to beg him for not having time to give her a taste of what a grown man was like. She was horny too. But he would definitely spoil her someday. Rin decided to stand up and let her bird out. And she asked her not to look at her like that. And that day, things were really awful. But the bird started pecking Rin's hand, and even managed to hurt her hand until it bled. Rin thought at that moment what she had done. And she shouldn't be with her. She opened the window and told her to fly away. Rin let go of her bird and yelled for it to fly away faster. But suddenly she saw B dancing below. She couldn't take her eyes off her, and watched her movements intently, which she liked very much. But in Rin's mind it was different. She immediately stood on the corner of the window and looked up at the sky and took a step outside. She was ready to say goodbye to her life, for she had a terrible one. But suddenly Bee saw it and ran to catch her. She immediately rushed into the air and grabbed her. Bee thought she'd thrown herself out of a window. And what an eccentric onlooker. Bee said she sprained her leg. And the esteemed security guard, he's going after people now, isn't he? The guard was greatly surprised, for she caught a man falling from such a height and not a single scratch. She even reacted faster than him. And so cold-blooded. Bee said that when he was coming back here with people, have them wait there until she called them. Bee took his leg and told him that he was scared, that she would be scared if she saw a crowd and she needed to heal her leg. The guard told her not to touch it, let her keep it. Bee replied that if she didn't hurry, her father would show up and it would be harder to treat her. Bee told him to be quiet, for she was coming to her senses. Let him go quietly, but the water must be left. Bee asked Rin how she was feeling. The girl opened her eyes and asked where she was. Bee said she seems to have come to her senses, and she thinks Rin guessed it, she's in heaven. Bee started laughing and said it was a joke, and gave her a drink of water right away to bring her to her senses. Bee told her to drink some water and he thinks her whole body hurts. And after introducing himself, he asked her what her name was. Bee looked at her face, and saw that she was showing signs of dehydration, with abrasions. Elegance of movement. High-quality fabric. An expensive robe. He thought, judging by the guards and everything else, that she was from a wealthy family. But she didn't look like much, and I think the men were saying something about her today. In the moment, Bee all but heard the men talking about her in the tavern. The men said she was so beautiful. He'd like to take one look at her. And they say she wanted to kill herself over another kidnapping attempt. And on that rainy night, all the guards died, and no one saw her after that. We don't know if she's alive or not. And I wonder what happened that night. Bee didn't really think these men were worth believing, but still, she had a story to tell. Rin herself introduced herself as well. Bee said it was a pleasure to meet her. But can she find out the reason why she threw herself out of the window? Let her pretend she's confessing to a monk. But if she doesn't want to tell, she can choose not to. Let her just nod her head when she asks a question. And does she understand it? Bee said that of course, if she told her, she would be happy to hear her out. She asked Rin what motivated her to jump out of the window, but Rin froze at that moment at such a question, and remembered the worst night of her life, when her uncle had attacked her, and had cried a lot. Bee immediately hugged her tightly and didn't let go. But at this time in the bushes, the guard asked the master if they should intervene. The master replied that there was no need, she would be fine. The Lord closed his eyes and realized that Rin was crying. He had no idea how long she had been crying. She thought her tears might agitate him or her mother, so she wouldn't let herself cry. Does he have any idea? The first time Rin was kidnapped was when she was 3 years old. Then she and her wife thought she was kidnapped to get back at him. But when she turned 5, then 6, the older she got, the more often she felt the perverted stares. And in such a terrible situation, she began to think that she was the cause. She tortured her soul. And she completely shut herself in. And even if millions of enemies walk all over him, he won't blink an eye. But what he's really afraid of, it's like hundreds of poisonous snakes trying to creep up on his daughter, poisoning and tormenting her fragile soul, and she can't even cry. And now let him look over there. His daughter is finally crying. The tears will bring out all the horrible things that have been lodged in her soul. And if she can spit out all that poison, he'll be glad of her tears. And have him watch over her. And that girl named Bee, have her call him. Bee said at this time to put a handkerchief to her face, and then she should feel better. And let her drink some water or she'll look like a dried date. It was the first time she'd ever seen a girl cry for so long. She thought she'd drown in her tears. But she didn't. The important thing is that she's alive. Bee said there would be meat for dinner at his house tonight. She had marinated it in a delicious sauce this morning. If she's even 15 minutes late, the grandfather-like master will eat it all by himself, and she can't let that happen. Rin said she almost became a monster. Bee was surprised and asked, "What? Is she now telling why she climbed out of the window?" Rin immediately started nodding at her questions. Bee said no, and she certainly looks like a homeless person, but calling herself a monster is overkill. And maybe she has a big monster mouth on her back that only shows up at night, eating poor chickens? Rin asked her in surprise. Homeless? B replied that she was the one with the skinny body, dull eyes, and pale skin. B said she could do it. She feels like all she does is sit in a locked room like a sick person. Suddenly, B realized that it was wrong again. He was constantly speaking out at the old man's unjust actions. It seemed his tongue had now become uncontrollable. Rin asked, "She is homeless and sick?" B at this time didn't know why, but she seems to be smiling. "We should change the topic of conversation while she's in a good mood," B said to tell her why she felt like a monster. Rin replied that she could see it, but it was creeping up on her. Sticky, murky, dark thoughts of people, and she's very afraid she's going to be the same. B asks, "Then how is she to her? Does she have something inside her too?" Rin replied that she didn't know yet. Can't see anything yet. And she doesn't know what it's about, but it's a shame she can't see it in her. B said that since she had such a gift, surely she couldn't be fooled by bad people. Rin replied that it's not as easy as she thinks. All people are monsters. B replied that you don't have to do that, he's a human being too. And in her opinion, is she a monster too? And it seems like she's been around too many bad people. Let her say, when she looked at the cute babies, at her parents, how did she feel? Surely she felt good, light at heart. Rin replied that there were sticky, nasty creatures crawling all over her then. B said that in that case, have her do a purge. Sticky, nasty creatures, they can be killed and replaced with good people. Rin was greatly surprised and asked her, "Kill?" But at that time, Cheon was able to escape and was on his way in the desert. Cheon went to his man who made him an iron hand. The old man said that he had preserved it perfectly. Among soldiers, and not only, this steel prosthesis is called the crown weapon of the western sky. There are those who refer to it as the West Wind Riot, but in fact they gave him the name of Bull Manjitsu, and she would hardly have found a different master. It was an honor to work with him, and this prosthesis cannot be used by one-armed people who have a right arm. It will also have no use if the arm is longer or shorter than the prosthesis, and he's got everything going for him. The physique, the arm length, the bullpen was made just for him. Cheon said that was enough flattery. The rest of his arm was a little longer. I had to adjust his arm to fit him. It seems like that's how much longer his arm was with the prosthetic. The old man asked with surprise, "What? Did he cut it off?" Cheon replied that people try not to look much at what they consider ugly. Now his right arm is a little shorter than his left, but no one even suspects. The old man asked him if he could look at his hand. Cheon replied to let him have a look. Cheon asked, "Did they cut off his legs?" Before making prosthetic legs for others, he should have made his own legs. The old man replied that if he made prosthetic legs, the poison on his legs would spread throughout his body. Cheon asked, "Is it to guarantee safety?" He heard that everyone here is mute except him. It's done that way on purpose. The old man replied that among his guards there were those who were mute from birth. They could neither read nor write, but they spoke in sign language, so he can be calm. He has to interact with customers while working, so they made sure he can't run away. But suddenly the old man was surprised and said that his bone was exposed. He must have been in a lot of pain. How did he stand it? Cheon replied that it hurt, but it was worth it. Last night, he went to a friend's room. The guy saw him and asked, "Did it have to be so abrupt?" He didn't knock, and scared him some more. Cheon said that after all, this city was one of the main palaces of their clan. Who here could attack him? He looks ridiculous. The guy replied that he wasn't going to listen to him. He had had too much to drink and went to bed. Why show up at this late hour? Cheon replied that he had important information. Information about the western sky. The guy was greatly surprised and asked what? He's talking about what he's thinking about right now. Is he referring to one of the celestial spirits' bloodthirsty subjects? Cheon replied that yes, he was talking about the western sky he was currently searching for. The one who is said to be a one-armed man with two arms. The guy said he understood and asked how he knew about it. He'd never told him about the western sky, much less that he was one-armed. Cheon wondered why his brother, the clan head, had decided to visit these parts then. It's obvious. And they had told their friends that he was one-armed. The guy said his brother had given him a directive about the western sky just an hour ago, and added that no one but him should know about it. Therefore, either in front of Yuk Hak nor Tak Yung did he say this name, and he also instructed that no one should tell him this information. And in the meantime, not only has he managed to find out everything they're working on, but he's somehow found information on this man? And then he went straight to his sword, and suddenly Cheon showed his face and said that he seemed to have guessed. And Boy was very surprised when he asked where his right hand came from. Cheon replied that he had had that prosthesis for a long time, and immediately stuck his iron hand into the guy's chest. The guy said that it was previously said that the spare sky was over 100 years old. Cheon replied to just assume he was representing the second generation. The guy said to tell him why he hated him so much. Cheon asked with a sneer, he hates it? He doesn't. He just despises firstborns. People like them get everything on a platter because they were born first. And now we have to fix it. And immediately said goodbye to his brother. Cheon said he was talking about Bomangasa, but he can't forget the adrenaline he got back then. His only regret is that he can't capture 14's heart. It had been a year since he had gotten a new hand, which people had begun to call the madness of the west wind. But that day he realized he was weak, and could not capture the heart of his great brother. But after that, he went to see his niece, but suddenly his brother arrived and started defending his daughter. Cheon immediately attacked him. The head told his brother that he was an ill-mannered asshole. But Cheon left right after that through the window and replied that he'll see you next time. Cheon said that if he hadn't paid attention to his cute niece, he would have been in for unnecessary trouble. The old man replied that they would fix the severed part of his arm. Then they would remake the prosthesis a bit, and it would be easier for him to control it. Cheon started to smile, and said that the old man made him happy. But suddenly a woman came up to him with a box, and he asked, "What is it?" The old man replied that it was a material similar to facial skin. It was used to develop a mask. They've just taken a mold of it, and this old woman will now go to make his mask. Here, let him choose the material. Cheon said he's getting more and more excited about him. Let's go with this one. So no one will recognize him under the mask? The old man replied that they would try to make it as comfortable as possible so he could wear it forever without any problems. And from now on, no one would be able to know what he really looked like. Meanwhile, Rin said she wanted to clean up the mess. B asked her, is she about cleaning? Well, there are many ways. If she's strong, she can kick it with her foot. If she's rich, she can hire people to clean her up. If she's talkative, she can morally attack her opponent. And what is she good at? Ren asked with surprise. What can she do? B replied that she did. She probably has something she's good at. But one must find that skill and develop it, and then it will become her strength. Rin wondered at that moment, did she really know how to do anything? She hadn't done anything in her life, had she? B said to think hard about it, and she had to go to work. And she should go to her parents' house, right? Someone's been waiting for her there for a while. But suddenly a guard came out and B asked her, did she know him? But Rin replied that she didn't really. B told her that when talking to people, let her try to express more precisely what he wants from them, and then they will respond to her in kind. Ri thought hard about those words and told B to go with her. And it would be easier for her that way. But the guard came over and told B to follow them. Their mistress's father wants to communicate with her. B replied that, alas, she couldn't make it. She had to go to work. She immediately said goodbye to Rin. The guard said they would tell Chen Hyangru that she went with them. And the lady's father really wants to see her. B tells them to let her refuse. She doesn't understand why she has to go to him now. She made a pact with Chen Hyangru, not him. She's bound by the terms of the contract, that's the law. And she hopes their lord respects contracts and promises. But suddenly, Rin said she didn't either. And let's make a pact with her. B was surprised and asked, what? Rin asked, then she would be able to see her again, right? Or wouldn't she? The guard told the mistress if she realized that such a thing was not called a contract, but a promise. B replied that no, that wasn't what was important. If she made a pact, what could she give her in return? Rin replied that when you make a contract, do you have to give something in return? B smiled and replied that yes, it was obligatory, and they decide to do so. Henceforth, if she puts a red ribbon on the window, within 2 days she will definitely come to her. Due to personal circumstances, she unfortunately won't be able to come whenever she wants, and in return, she asks them to grant her 3 wishes? And what they will be, she'll think about it and tell you later. The guard thought that she didn't seem to know who their mistress was. And the promise sounds like childish pranks. Maybe we should stop them. He doesn't like it, Rin said. She agreed. Did they make a pact now? B said yes, they did. The head, after delivering the information, said that he certainly imagined she wasn't an easy one. She turned out to be not only talented, but also brave. The guard said there are some oddities that are suspicious. According to the guard's report, she has very high skills in martial arts. The head said he already realized that when she danced. She looks like a perky little girl, but judging by her dancing, she's much stronger than they can imagine, and he doesn't know if it's good or bad for him. The guard asked what he meant. The head replied that if she were a boy, he would have to find out about her master and choose one of 2 things, entice her to join him or kill her, and if he wasn't a danger, he'd take him in. If he was, he would have to kill him. The guard thought that his words meant that in any case he did not plan to leave the boy near the mistress. Nevertheless, his regrets about the sex of this child hint that he wouldn't mind taking her into his submission. The guard said that unfortunately, I have to remind him that 3 months ago, a female guard almost put Madame in danger. So to be on the safe side, he suggested that we find out about Unbai. The head said that his daughter already owes her life to her. Since Unbai isn't a boy, he thinks it won't be nice of him, and he doesn't know for what reason the master sold her to a shot shop, but he thinks he's either a clan receiver or a powerful female master. And let him not forget that this village is run by Ami clan receivers, and if anything, they could be in trouble. When Rin meets with her, have him try to leave fast guards around. Have them keep an eye on them, and judging by the skill, it's unlikely any of them can beat her. But unfortunately, either he nor anyone else can sit by his daughter, they have too much to do. The guard said that the head was right about everything. The head replied that he was very sorry for him and his family. He still remembers everything as if it were real. At this time, the guard looked at the carpet and saw the body of his brother lying dead in that spot. The head said he would have broken every bone in his body with his own hands. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't even announce to everyone who did it. He wondered how he could tell everyone that the younger brother of the head of the martial artist community was an outlaw nicknamed Western Sky. Then the whole world would turn into a bloody field. The head told the guard that he must see his brother off now, but he, again, could not send him home. And may he forgive him for such a thing, for he has no excuse. The guard said that the most important thing for him now was that he knew who the perpetrator was. Especially since it was his decision. He will stay close to him and await his arrival. His last target is surely the head. That's why he belongs here. Not next to his brother's cold corpse, but by his side. He told his brother he would skin the man who killed him, burn his bones to the ground, and would drink his blood for him, and would not return home until he had finished him off for good. At that time, the boy's body was brought to the Namgung family. Everyone gathered around him and mourned. But there was a boy on the street. The boy asked Sang-yi, "Is he crying because of his uncle too?" But he didn't answer anything and only let a tear fall. The boy said that their uncle loved him and his sister very much. Their father is now looking for their uncle's killer, so let him get a grip. They will study hard and try to be useful to their father. He said he understood everything. And starting tomorrow, he's going to study at Chanmakakwang. But then his sister came in and said he was a fool. Chanmakakwang is just a school. To help his father, he has to go to the martial arts community. The sister was telling her brother who she was talking to. She can help her father more than that crybaby. But he said she's the crybaby? She cries more than him. The guy said they're both good. And they can help their father together. It's time for them to see their uncle off. They're going with them, aren't they? And since their father couldn't join them, maybe they could at least try to see their uncle off with all the honors. But at this time, Su was walking around the city and enjoying his life. But suddenly he looked at Rin's window and saw the ribbon. Every single day he kept seeing the red ribbons on her window, and every single time he came to her and comforted her by talking to her. But one such day he was taking a walk after work and saw a ribbon so big he even liked it. That same night, Rin slept, but suddenly in the night, she woke up and immediately started crying. Raising her head, she immediately looked at her bird's cage, but what she saw with her eyes was not a bird, but something terrible. But she remembered Rin telling B that it was a river fish. Can it be kept in a cage? B replied that even though their catfish was a fish, it had wonderful wings. It replaces its legs with whiskers, uses its fins underwater, and its wings for flight. It is silent because it doesn't chirp and doesn't need to be fed. She agrees that she is unlikely to find such a bird anywhere else. She immediately started laughing after this memory, and decided to get up and look at the fish in the cage. The next day the head saw that her daughter had hung a red ribbon by the window, and he became very curious. The guards at this time saw that the window was getting brighter each day. A stranger might think they were having a wedding. Namdoong told the head that if he didn't like it he would tell B to change the way they communicate. Or maybe tell her to visit the lady periodically? The head asked him back, what could he possibly dislike about this place? Let him get it wrong, it was just that his eyes were a little sore from being so brightly colored. The head began to deny everything and said that they should go now, they had too much to do. The guard replied to the head that everything would be as he ordered. The head asked him, maybe telling Rin to hang blue ribbons on the windows when she wanted to see him? How would he like that idea? He could run in quickly just to see them. The guard replied that if there were no blue ribbons, he would feel uncomfortable. Is he willing to do that? The head got angry and asked him what he was carrying. What do you mean there won't be blue ribbons there? His Rin put so many of those red ones there, he thinks she won't put at least one blue one. The guard told him that he and the lady ate breakfast and dinner together every day, and that sometimes even during the day he came to see her. She was always with him, so she was unlikely to hang a blue ribbon or give him a flower. The head told him that they were late, they should get going. But the head remembered all through her childhood that she always gave flowers to everyone, even her new pets. But at this time, Sue said that he had his face powdered, his lips painted, his hair done, all done. The makeup is complete, and that's a very good thing, she can go to work now. But suddenly the foreman comes in and tells him that as he sees it, is he really having fun? Sue immediately covered himself with his hands and told him what he allows himself. He walks into a girl's room without knocking? How tactless he is, the master asked a girl. He's a boy. Sue answered him, he told him to be a real girl, and now he's changing his word? The master thought a moment, and replied that his cunning so and so called for punishment, but his skill in making arguments made him look more and more like a girl. What he can't figure out is that he's always whining about not wanting to work in a liquor store, and now for some reason he thinks he's starting to like it. And it turns out that this kid is hiding something from him, and trying not to show it. Sue realized at once that the old man was smart. Sue asked him if he wanted him to weep constantly every day because of the evil mastermind who sold him to a liquor store for money. If he was destined for such a fate, she decided to find joy at least in the fact that his body was not so fatigued this day. But how dare he insult a fragile creature like him? He is too cruel. The master was surprised and replied that he even got goosebumps. Let him stop his trickery, maybe he should go to work. He was beginning to lose his patience. Sue realized that today once again the poor frail creature was going to work barefoot with a heavy musical instrument on her back to earn money for a drunken old man. But suddenly someone threw a rock at his head and said maybe she could go silently. She's in the woods, she could be attacked by predators. Sue was surprised that he was 100 paces away from the house, and then he got him. He's so cruel. It's a ghost. Definitely a ghost. But at Mount Hen, the warriors said that if it wasn't a ghost, there was no way to explain how such a thing happened. This village was Namjakba's hideout. It's strange that they were killed so easily. And now they must try to find the evidence. The warriors said the whole place burned down. I don't know how they could have burned such a large area. The second warrior replied that even if they poured oil all over the place, it was impossible for it to warm up that quickly. Certainly not gunpowder, or they would have found his body. And he thinks it's Salgal acid. The warrior asked with surprise, Salgal acid? Is he talking about that legendary powder, 1 cup of which can kill 5 or 6 ambulances? They say no one knows how to make it. The second warrior replied that yes, it was about him. Even for 10 gold coins on the black market, it was very hard to buy. But for destroying evidence, it's just right. The warrior said understandably, indoors it wouldn't need as much, but outdoors would require quite a bit of powder. Why waste such a fortune? The second warrior said that if you mix this powder with flour and set it on fire, the range increases. The warrior replied that it was the first time he had heard of it. The second warrior said, right, not many people know that. He just found out about it recently himself. And given the radius of the fire, he thinks it took somewhere around 48 liters of sawgall acid here. The warrior asked, is it very much? Who would spend so much to wipe out the Namjakpa clan? The second warrior replied that given the wealth and power, there were only 3 communities that could do this. The first was Muchongak, and the second was the Black Heavenly Warriors. But if you remember who Cheon Hak of Namjakpa is, the 2 communities have no motive. The warrior said that they do. If you think back to what Namjakpa is, those 2, on the contrary, showed their respect to him. Maybe, of course, someone wanted to eliminate them. And does he mean heavenly spirit? But the second warrior said not to yell, they're just here to investigate. Let their master decide the verdict. But suddenly a servant came and told the commander that they had a report. Several human bones have been found. Everything is well disguised, of course, but it seems to him that the murder was committed by one man. The commander turned around in surprise and asked, one man? The warrior replied that yes, one blade was plain. The other was very thin like paper. He thought it was a master wielding a thunderbolt sword. But at this time at sea the guy who destroyed everyone in his path was sitting in a ship looking at the beauties. The head got the information and said that it turns out that cunning Namjakpa's hideout was destroyed by one person. The guard said it was unlikely. He thinks it was one killer and a dozen of his henchmen. The report says the village was large. The head said his eyes didn't see the report. Have him come into the room. Immediately. They were in a hurry, they came here, but why, it's unclear. Is it so hard to come in instead of talking to the wall? The guard asked, the head of the martial artist community. Has he forgotten who they are? They are members of the White Shadow group, they even have shadows, so they are also called the Shadowless Squad. He is their leader after all. He can't show them his face. That would be reckless of him. But he's the leader of the martial arts community. He should have the patience. The head told Namgung-san, he will give him the letter, have him send it to the Chenghong League headquarters. It seems like they are funding the bestiary squad too much, and he thinks he needs to cut the budget, wasted on their supervisor. Namgung responded that he is listening, but suddenly someone came from behind the door and said he was coming in. The man said for once they should try to enter his position. He's the leader of the Shadowless Squad, and they need to see his face all the time. The leader told him to stop talking. Tell him to get his ass over here. The head said to give him the report he spoke of there, he wishes to see it. Right, that he lacked patience, so he would rather read it all himself. The man replied that if it was about the report, but he had it right here. And tapped his head with his hands. The head said to send a letter immediately to the Jianshan League headquarters ordering them to fine him an amount equal to 1 year's salary. The man said he couldn't read it anyway, this report is coded. And he could just tell him the conclusion. The man said that the heavenly spirit people dragged themselves to Namjakma's hideout. One of them killed everyone, and the rest covered their tracks. The head asked in surprise, heavenly spirit people? The man replied that yes. Only 3 factions could burn down a village with an explosion. They were the Mekongsak, the Black Heavenly Warrior Community, and the Heavenly Spirit People. And given that John Huck of Esjakma was disliked only by them, he was popular in the Dark Circle, he agreed. He was a friend to the Mekongsak faction, and a loyal subject to the Black Heaven Warriors. The head asked if he might have been killed in their sign of justice. The man replied that he hadn't killed him. His boys had been busy searching the western skies lately. They didn't have time to think about such a pathetic person. Maybe he killed him quietly. The head replied that no. The man said it was unlikely that any of them were then. When crimes were severe, he could agree, people of heavenly spirit were always involved. Does he remember the massacre at Mekongsak 6 months ago? That time, it was at the hands of the heir of the Black Heaven Warrior community. He thinks this case has something to do with him. The head asked, is he referring to that mass murder that was committed by the grandson of the Muzama family, Kalhai Ban? The man said yes. Did he know that the granddaughter that John Hack of Namjakma was fond of was engaged to that Kalhai Ban? At that point he was seen as a prince. Everyone had read that he was going to be the main character in the Black Warrior world. And this prince during the training suddenly changes and brutally kills everyone he was training with. And they can't believe it themselves. He thinks the sly John Huck missed it? Of course he didn't. He thought there was a conspiracy here, and he tried to investigate it himself. The head asked if it was Mach Hong Sak's men or the relatives of the victims who eliminated him then. The man replied that if it was Mach Hong Sak's people, they would first try to free the head's son from prison, and the relatives of the victims would want to punish John Hack because he is investigating in favor of the killer of Cal Haibang. They would have killed the head of Mach Hong Sak in the first place. The head asked, then why does he think it was heavenly spirit people? Where is the motive? The man replied that he thought it was definitely them, and because he has a feeling. Motive, it doesn't matter, because his hunch has never failed him. The head thought and said that he seemed bored with life. Now he was going to give him a kicking. The man replied that no, there was some motive there. Let him think for himself. First the massacre at Mekong Sak, then the massacre at Namjakmo, and one must consider what will happen as a result. There will be a rift between the Mekong Sak and the Black Celestial Warrior community. If they're not involved, who else would benefit? Only the Celestial Spirit. The head said that although he was right. The firstborn of the head of the Black Heavenly Warrior Community chapter had committed a brutal massacre in Mekong Sak, and John Hack of Nam Jakmu, who tried to exonerate him and was leading the investigation against Mach Hong Sak, was killed by someone. The man replied that there was a redistribution of power within their clan. Before the incident, the son of the head of the Black Heaven Warrior Community, Cal Haibang, was considered the official heir of Mekong Sak, and now the heir of Mach Hong Sak is the son of the current head of Mach Hong Sak. He is not the firstborn, but everyone respects and recognizes him as the eldest son, and his name is Bai, and it's said that his training mates called him just the second son. Compared to the famous Cal Hai Bang or his brother Cal Hai Rin, he didn't stand out much, so there's not much information yet. They say he didn't go out in public for 6 months before that incident, so there are no survivors who have seen his face now. In short, after the proclamation of the heir, they've had internal upheavals. They'll see what happens next. Now from Mach Hong Sak they have ordered him to go home. He thinks he will be back soon and then we will see. At this time, on the Namgung family's property, the guy was asked what he was considering there. The guy replied that someone had messed up the fence. The man replied that it must be some grumpy person. Let him leave it, they'll fix it soon. No need to take it to heart. And already the tea is getting cold. The guy started laughing and replied that he was on his way. He threw the stones he found in the wall and immediately threw them aside. But Rin was telling Bi at this time that it was very dangerous. Let her be more careful. Bi immediately used her techniques and easily climbed through the window. Bi told Rin that she welcomed her, and she seemed to scare her. She tried to run over as fast as she could, and when she saw her, she immediately jumped up without even thinking that he might scare her. Rin replied that there wasn't even such a thing. It's just her eyes, they look a lot like diamonds. But Bi realized what she was talking about, and said it was kind of a side effect. And she hoped someday she can get her color back. And in Ba's head, she hoped it would happen soon. Rin saw that she was getting uncomfortable and asked, was she uncomfortable? Rin apologized with surprised eyes and said it must have been unpleasant. She must have thought she was ogling her. Bi didn't expect that and asked her what she thought she was looking at her for. What on earth was she saying? Rin replied that of course it could be uncomfortable when people complimented her. And at the same time she glares at her. She too had just said a compliment, and continued to look at her, and that was why. But suddenly Bi stopped her. Bi said she understood what she meant. She doesn't think Rin can get as sweaty, dirty, and ugly as those people, even if they run over the mountain where she lives billions of times, and for complimenting her. And she's thanking her now. She did the right thing. Rin replied that she wasn't for that. Bi really is beautiful. Bi thanked her, and said that she thought she was the one who was prettier on the contrary. Let them show her their face, and even the wounds on her face are gone. She turns out to be beautiful too. Rin blushed at this moment, and felt her hand warm. Bi said there is a flaw in the fact that she doesn't seem fully recovered. Especially her exhausted eyes. Also her hair. And even her bluish skin. Bi asked her if she was bored being in a box all the time. She wouldn't last 4 days. There are lots of interesting things to do outside. Rin replied that she didn't know, didn't think much about it. There are a lot of people on the street. B asked. Is she scared to leave the room because there are a lot of people outside? B remembered that she'd said she'd been hit on by men all the time. And it still seemed hard for her to look at them. B asked her, what if we went to a place where there was no one? Rin asked, is there such a place? B replied that of course, about 15 minutes by carriage, and she was already at a deserted place. Would she like to show her where it is, and go to where she lives, Mount Ami? How would she like that? They'll have a lot of fun. Rin asked him, to empty Ami? B replied that yes. She just has some free time tomorrow. She worked a few days in advance yesterday, but at work, Smith said they all know he's a man. Make him stop acting like it. Sue asked, does he think everyone realizes that? He really doesn't. He's trying to protect his ego, so the way he would be kind will be tolerated. Smith asked in surprise, wondering if he might be having those very days. In boys at puberty, men's egos kick into overdrive. Sue asked, what does that mean? There's nothing wrong with his body. The blacksmith said that it seems like it's time for him to take care of his psychological state. Since he finished the big orders today, he thinks there won't be any more work for 10 days. So have him take a day off for those days. Sue said that instead of his psychological state, it would be better to take care of his earnings. He has one old fox living at home that needs to be fed. If he loses his earnings because of his vacation, he will probably come here. Smith replied that he would give him a paid vacation. So, he begs, during this time, to find a friend, or dream of something. Let him kill the evil demon that sits in his soul. B told her that she had tomorrow off, so they would go for a walk on the mountain. There are no famous landmarks there, of course, but there is plenty to see. But suddenly, Rin replied that she didn't. But Father B was surprised and asked what she was saying about that gentleman. In his head now, he realized that that old man was her father after all. I mean, he looks 100 years old weird, but although the main thing is that he's kind. And resembles more of a concerned invalid than a villain. B said that yes, he would definitely be worried about her. But doesn't she think he'll worry more if she's in the room all the time? Parents are the kind of people who worry about their kids anyway. Rin asked with surprise, yes? B replied that it's like that. So she suggests that she should choose the option she likes better herself. Going to the mountains or sitting in her room? Rin asked. She says there aren't many people there? B replied that yes. You can go by carriage first and then walk, there are no people there. In the place where she lives, she really never saw anyone. Rin asked, her house? Her family must be living there? B asked with surprise, family? But at home, she has a lazy master lying around all the time, and her parents died early. At that moment, Rin visualized this picture of how she experienced this life without her parents. Rin said she wants to go to the mountain with her. She even wants to go very much. B was surprised and asked, really? The girl replied that it was right. Late at night, the girl was telling the boyfriend that she had to go on the road tomorrow. Why is he still awake? Let him go to bed. The guy replied that he wanted to watch her fall asleep. He won't be able to see her for a few days, so he wants to watch her all night. The girl was greatly surprised and asked, what is he saying? She asked Sika, does he want to seduce her? Sik replied that she thought she was doing just that. But he didn't care, let it be as she wanted it to be. The girl said that actually she's trying to complain. And why is her father only calling for her? Sik replied that the oldest of the Namjakma was her father's friend. It's imperative to find out who the culprit is, and her father was right not to include him in the investigation team. He's from Chianmukakwan. The girl got angry and asked, what do you mean you did it right? It doesn't matter from whether it's from Chanmyahagwang or not. She's her person now, so she's on her side. Sik said she was right about everything. The girl lay on top of him, and replied to ask him to ask her. Doesn't he regret staying in Makongsak because he married her? Sik replied that the best thing that had happened to him in this life was marriage with her. The girl immediately let out a tear when she heard those words. The girl asked, he's obviously trying to seduce her now, right? Sik replied that so be it. The girl said she had to get up so early tomorrow, but let it be as he wanted. But Sik didn't leave it at that and continued. In the morning the girl told him that she would be back quickly, and let him wait for her in peace, and no need to be sick. If he went out with anyone, she would kill him. Sik started laughing and replied that he had won, so let him ride in peace. And try not to get sick. Sick told the servants that he would be in his room until his wife arrived, and asked him not to be disturbed with eating, cleaning, or any other business. And he asked them not to come in until he called. But in town, B came to the girl and said she didn't know how to tell her. And she had, of course, prepared well. Rin asked if they should have prepared something like a sun umbrella after all. B replied that no. The most necessary thing for them is in her hand, and the mountain they are going to is no place for a girl who looks like an angel after all. On the way to the mountain, she began to run as fast as she could. B was surprised and said, her breathing quickening again, "Is Rin okay?" The girl at this time was trying to climb up the mountain and even picked up a stick. B said that there was just a little more to go. Climbing up the mountain, she had already prepared everything in advance and made them a picnic. B cheered hard and shouted to Rin that she was almost there. "One more step, and she is very beautiful." Rin was able to overcome the obstacle, and B said congratulations to her. But the guard was watching them the whole time and wondered why they had to overdo it like that. And he hoped she's okay. An hour had already passed, calling as he did to their pigeons to show them where he was now. And at once he whistled into his pigeon. He realized that human ears could not hear the sound of this flute, so he could not know if the pigeons heard it or not. He would try again, just in case. He didn't stop and continued whistling. But B couldn't take it. Rin asked her what was wrong with her. B replied that everything was fine. It was just the sound of the wind, a little annoying. She knew right away that they were being followed, and she wished he would whistle more quietly. Before leaving the house, B had told the guards that Rin was afraid of people, so she had specifically chosen a mountain as the place to walk, not a crowded place, and here they were. Namgung said that their master originally wanted dozens of their guards to go with them. Since they didn't like it, they had a cut-down version of that in front of them, him and 3 others. B said, do they know that with that outfit, not only Rin would be afraid of them, but other people as well. They look more like a group of assassins. B suggested that when they traveled by carriage, they could all follow them. But when they would go up the mountains, let someone follow them alone, and she asks the others to wait at a distance and join in if necessary. It's deserted where they'll be going, especially since Rin will be wearing men's clothes, so she doesn't think there's anything to worry about. Namgung replied that he thought she was wrong. Their lady's beauty could hardly be covered by men's clothes. Suddenly, Rin came out and said she was ready. Rin hid behind the house and said there were a lot of people around her. B asked him if he heard. Rin can't even come out here because of them. Namgung replied that then he would follow them, and the others will walk at a distance. They would communicate with each other with pigeons. B said it was a good option, but I wish someone else would go after them, not him for sure. His face is very angry. It feels like he could easily attack innocent people. He's too scary for Rin. B immediately looked around and said, here he is going to go with them. He has a cute face and she thinks Rin won't be scared. But at that time the others were sitting in the bushes, saying that that guy would be of no use. If anything, he wouldn't even last half an hour. Namgung hoped he had the sense to at least blow the flute periodically, and hoped that if anything happened, B could protect their mistress. Suddenly the warrior said it was signal time. The pigeon immediately heard it, and Namgung told the pigeon to fly. B was massaging mistress at this time and asked how she was doing. Rin was completely relaxed and replied that it was fine and she liked it. B said that was great and said it was time for Yum Yum. Rin was very surprised and asked Yum. The guard heard everything and couldn't understand what they were saying, but they seemed to understand each other. And he hopes that soon their boys will get there. The guard didn't even take his eyes off them and saw even them rising. And it seemed to him that they were going somewhere again. B asked her how she was doing. Rin got very excited and replied that she was fine. B said that was good and now the road would be smooth and thought she wouldn't have a hard time traveling. Rin asked her, is this a smooth road? B replied that it is. She walks on this road when she feels bad. Normally, she walks on the other one. Rin decided to ask her how she ended up in a place like this. But B interrupted her saying that she wanted to probably ask her why she lived in a place like this. And it's because Master lives here. B said that if you exclude the fact that she has to go to the waterfall several times a day to fetch water, or having to go to the market, which is dozens of kilometers away, or even have to encounter wild animals, But it's very nice here. There is beautiful nature, quiet all around, no taxes. Rin asked if she could touch her. Bee replied that yes, of course. But suddenly she realized the question and asked, Rin, what did she ask? Rin put her hand on her face and said warmly, and yet she is alive. Bee asked, did the girl really think she was a ghost? Rin replied, just a little bit. She has unusual eyes that look like diamonds. She looks like a flying angel. Bee asked her where she had seen a ghost who was constantly making money all day long. She's more like a ghost. She sits in her room all day long. She needs to work out, and sports are a lot of fun and a lot of fun. And maybe they could start practicing. But by the look on Rin's face, she wasn't even dreaming of anything like that. On the way, Bee said what she hoped, was Rin used to walking through the forest yet? The girl was tired and replied that she wasn't at all. Bee asked if she was still having a hard time. She needs to get more exercise. And she suggests that every time they see each other, they take a walk on that mountain. How does she feel about that? But Rin froze at that moment and thought of what to answer. But Bee started laughing and said it was a joke. Rin was surprised and asked if it was a joke. Bee choked and replied that she didn't even know. Her face changed so much. She's so excited to make fun of her. Suddenly she began to realize why Master delivered her all the time. He was enjoying it. And now she was becoming like the Master, and if you keep this up, it might become a habit. Rin told her that her face was so scary right now, but Bee realized that in front of a fragile girl like Rin, he shouldn't act like that. He should put such scary thoughts to rest. Bee said that when she builds up her muscles a little, she will be able to climb this high with ease. She can even walk here now with her eyes closed. Rin asked her, really? Bee replied that it's over. Let her watch it. Immediately, she began to demonstrate her abilities. Rin was really scared at that moment, and asked her to be more careful. Bee suddenly stepped on a rock and couldn't hold on, and immediately fell face down on the ground. Rin asked if she was okay. Bee pretended she was fine and asked where that rock had come from, and let the stone show its true face, but Rin couldn't help herself and started laughing at her. But Bee said that it wasn't nice. She's in pain and she dares to laugh at her? But Rin again couldn't stop and kept laughing all the way. Suddenly Bee saw an eagle and said that it was the master of this mountain, and there, where they are now heading, lives their king. Soon all their difficulties will be over. Just a little while and she will show her indescribable beauty. She even makes her a promise. Rin was surprised and said he was so beautiful. Bee replied that the sky this side of the mountain is under the dominion of that white falcon. She always flies with the wind, not even catching her. Rin noticed that he's not like her, who's always sitting in a room. He's a free spirit, and she too dreams of being free like him. Suddenly she said he flew away. Bee told her not to be upset. Where they are going their king lives, so they can still meet him. Bee thought about it, and said they're going to fly now. Pretty soon there will be a good road. And she promises, it will show her an extraordinary place of indescribable beauty. But on the way out, Bee stopped and said it was strange. It's too quiet. And supposedly, as she thinks, there's something wrong here. So I decided to listen. Closing her eyes, she started to hear the sound of the wind, the sound of the water. There's an uncle stomping around. The sounds are all audible. But why does it feel like she's missing something? All of a sudden Bee said there are no animal sounds. She couldn't hear any birds. But raising his head he saw actually a bird that was flying. Bee told Rin that she was suggesting that she not go any further today and go home. He didn't know what it was exactly, that something alarmed him. He couldn't put Rin in danger. Rin asked him, home? Is the nest of that white falcon far away? Bee replied that no, not far at all, just beyond that forest. It was just that something was bothering her. Rin took her hand and told her to just take one look at the white falcon then, and home. Bee realized that she really liked that white falcon a lot. She didn't take the initiative that often, and she was sure she would be very upset if she turned her down. Bee says she doesn't know, but since she insists, and considering they have bodyguards following them, she hopes they'll be okay. So they decided to go. After removing the bush, Bee said that this is where the white falcon lives. There is a white falcon's nest in that tree over there, and that nest is a royal nest. The king's nest? Asked Rin with surprise. Bee said that they seem to have had babies. Does she hear the chirping? Rin replied that she could hear everything. Rin said they are little white falcons. B replied that she would have to come here again to watch them grow. B said that she was actually planning to take her there, right behind those rocks. That's where the rainbow waterfall is. Does she want to go through? Rin asked. Rainbow waterfall? B said yes. There are 6 watercourses flowing behind those rocks. They combine into one big waterfall that creates a beautiful rainbow. B asked Rin if she had ever touched a rainbow with her hands. Suddenly, Falcon appeared above them and started shouting. B immediately realized that things were bad and took Rin under her wing to protect her. She was really scared. But B told her to be quiet. But suddenly a white snake appeared behind the mountain. It's very dangerous and poisonous. As quietly as possible so that he doesn't see them. And you have to walk back slowly. Suddenly B said that now it made sense to her why she was here. Decided to fight the white falcon. But B saw the guard who was watching them come in. She immediately showed her hand to tell him not to do anything. B said she wasn't interested in them, so they wouldn't provoke them. They immediately hid behind the rock. But the guard at this time thought to call their men. Should he go up to Madam? But suddenly she saw the blood spill and Rin said, "What seems like the white falcon is losing." B said no, the falcon has wings, it can't lose, it's different here. He is trying to protect his cubs who are now in the nest. And so the white snake came here to kill baby falcons to breed. Rin asked if he wanted to kill baby falcons. B replied that the earth crawls on the ground, it can't fly, so it can't defeat the falcon. For the white snake, the white falcon is the most hated enemy, so it doesn't want those to breed. And it's a shame there's no male now. One per female is struggling. But suddenly B saw the second falcon and said that the male had returned. Rin was happy and said that was very good. The male immediately pounced on the snake without fear, and with his beaks began to chisel at the snake's eyes. Rin saw this and became very frightened and started to climb up. She asked B why the white falcon. B said he tried to go back to the nest but couldn't get away from the snake. Suddenly she left Rin and said she had to go away for a while. But everything flashed before Ba's eyes. He saw everything and realized that once again everyone was dying around him, but a full solid crumbling earth. Everyone who dies becomes part of this earth, and everyone dies in this life, and becomes earth. But suddenly he decided he wanted to stop it. He saw the snake slowly begin to walk up the tree and up to the chicks. And B decided that he wanted to stop the death, and before him, no one and nothing else would die. B said for Rin to let him go away for a while. And whatever happens, let him sit quietly without making a sound. But Rin was very scared for her, and realized what she wanted to do. B immediately jumped out and picked up a rock. Throwing it right at the snake told it to stop. He was so accurate that he hit the snake's head with his stone. Sue rejoiced and said that he had hit it right on the spot. But Sue saw that things were bad and the male was losing. He immediately realized that he had to get him the Sword of Thunder. But he saw that he wouldn't make it in time, she was too fast. Rin at this time saw everything and got scared. But the guardian decided he had to call their men. Sue wasn't scared of anything and was telling the snake to distract him. But suddenly he heard the guard blowing the flute. But Sue tried to stop him, because the snake wasn't allowed to go there. He tried to keep up with it so it wouldn't hurt Rin. Sue immediately looked at Rin and saw that she was completely alive. And he saw that she had eaten the guard who blew into the flute. B told Rin that he had called for help. People will be coming here soon. Let her wait here. And don't let her make a sound under any circumstances. Sue realized that the guards would run through that clearing. He thinks they will find her. So would tell her to run, but she doesn't know the way and might get lost. That's even more dangerous. And now he has to get this thing's attention before the guards come running. But Sue saw the snake heading straight for them, and if he steps away now, Rin will die. He has to stop that thing here. So he decided to use Bunrisa's technique. Sue saw that the snake didn't even stop, and after colliding with it head-on, he flew back to the tree and gained more speed to attack. The snake just stood still at that time, and Sue's knife didn't even hurt him and flew back. But in the same second, he felt sick and started spitting blood. Sue realized that he had purposely made a backward turn to reduce the force of the impact. But still his internal organs seemed to be torn apart. But Sue saw that this thing was approaching them again. If he used Bunrisa's technique once more he would definitely fail. But Sue realized that he couldn't let himself be eaten by some snake. He wants to live a little longer. What this old master does all the time is mock him. He can't end his life like this. And suddenly he had removed all the rings from his limbs, and was willing to risk everything to destroy her. Su decided to remember at this moment what Master does at times like this. Suddenly, he remembered Master saying that he didn't know what he had eaten, but his inner strength had increased greatly. Master said that he still doesn't know how to use the sword, the thunder slash. He's frustrated by his stupidity. The master had told him that from today he would be practicing throwing 4 daggers at once. He's so stupid. Su asked the master, is it hard for him to praise him? Or if he praised him, would he have a heart attack? Su said that he had learned to throw 2 thunder-striking swords at the same time. And he had learned to throw them so that the 2 swords made a turn in the air. And everything he told him to do, he did. And he tells him, a young gifted creature, that he doesn't know how to wield a sword of slashing thunder. But the master was surprised and asked, he didn't think that what he was holding in his hands now was a sword of slashing thunder, did he? Su was surprised and asked, then what is it? Isn't it a thunder-slashing sword? But master just looked at him, and didn't even remove his gaze. Su didn't know where to go and asked, what? He had said when they gave him these daggers that he was going to learn how to wield the thunder-striking sword. The master shouted and said he was a brat, and told him to come to him immediately. And he raised his dagger, and asked him if he could see. The master decided to show him how to do it. So he threw the dagger straight into the tree, and then used the technique of the Zyak descendant. The master showed him everything thoroughly and asked him if he understood everything. This is the true sword of thunder. In order to wield this thunder-striking sword, he would first need to learn how to wield 10 daggers at once. Did he understand everything? But Su didn't understand anything and asked, what? But the master replied that he was a real fool. Let him look at the characters on the field. And it's people like him who think they already know how to do something that get into trouble. He's going to tell him one universal method for all occasions. Let him listen and learn it. The master said that if a man stronger than him got in his way, he should stay away from him. Did he understand? And if he's in a situation where he can't get away from it, then let him turn around and start running away with all his legs. Su answered him then, what kind of a way is that? The master asked, what was he thinking? The one who is weaker is the one who runs away. He even using Naransane's technique can destroy the rock. He thinks he has another option, but Su told him not to lie. If it wasn't for those heavy bracelets, he could have shattered the rock with that dagger alone. But the master looked at him, and told him not to even think of doing that. Not only would it suppress his power, but it would also protect him. If he takes off those bracelets, and uses his power to the max, his still-growing body won't be able to take it, and he will explode from the inside out. Let him remember that. There is no way he can't use his power to the maximum yet. But Su said that he understood that, but he thought that if he didn't use his strength to the maximum now, he wouldn't have the next time. And then Su threw out the bracelets, and said that he had been there, and decided to put it all on the line for the final blow. But the snake wasn't even scared of anything and was on its way to eat him. But Su said that there would be no next time. He would fight as long as his legs would stand. Su realized that he would imagine that it was not a snake, but a master, and tried to concentrate his strength. That small, bloodthirsty, cunning, greedy, covetous, two-faced master. Su threw his sword straight at the snake's head, and when he saw its entire body begin to collapse, he realized that he had hit the bullseye. But Su didn't want to give up and realized that he needed just a little more. He had to hold out. So he immediately attacked the snake again. Su had nothing to lose. He pounced on it and decided to use his last strike. And when the dagger collided, the snake died. The snake started to get angry and destroy everything in front of it. But Su had time to run away and realized that he almost got caught in its tail. And it was a good thing he had moved beforehand, and he hopes that this time he will die. His body has completely dried up and he has no more strength left to fight. He immediately laid down and realized that just a little more, and he wouldn't have been able to stand. Rin saw Bee fall and immediately ran over to her. Rin asked her if she was okay. Is she in pain? And could she lie down for a while? Bee replied that she thought she'd be fine. How's Rin doing? Rin told her to forgive her. If she obeyed her and went home, everyone would be safe. B was surprised and asked what. B said she was so kind. If she were in her place, she would be angry and say why they brought her to the mountain, why she climbed up to the white snake. She's the one who should apologize. To her and to that guard. Rin replied that she was just trying to save the white falcon. Rin realized that if she wasn't so worthless, Unbai wouldn't have hurt herself. No one would have followed her to protect her, and no one would have died. B asked, what about the little white falcons? They need to check on them to see what is wrong with them. But suddenly Rin saw her hand and asked what was wrong with her hand. Isn't it hurting her? B replied that it was nothing special. Rin said she wasn't in any pain. So she's going to see the little white falcons herself. B said they'd go together. She didn't hurt that badly. He inwardly realized that his body was dying and he was in a lot of pain. B said she just wanted to watch, too. Yeah. And she doesn't want to be around this carcass. But suddenly all of a sudden the snake started moving and wanted to attack them. But B saw it coming and pushed Rin to the side. Rin didn't realize what had even happened, but seeing that the snake was still alive she was very scared for it. The snake was only aimed at B. She didn't have time to react and the snake hurt her shoulder. But B realized he should have killed her like that and cut her head open. But then he attacked him with a knife right in the head. B was completely exhausted and didn't even have the strength to land calmly on the ground and had to collapse. Rin didn't leave her alone, and immediately ran up to her. She started crying because B had hurt herself, and saved her at the cost of her life. But suddenly, Rin looked back and saw a snake that was behind her, aiming to eat them. Rin pushed by and realized that she couldn't let it eat Unbai. But suddenly, she turned around and saw some old man starting to fight with the snake. The master didn't even give the snake a chance, and began to abuse him as he wished. He didn't even make any effort, and fought with his bare hands. But suddenly the master said, what a stupid student he was. He told him to stay out of the way. Why did he go after her? He had broken all his legs, and now he would know his place. But Rin didn't understand anything and just cried. Rin fully realized that this person was looking at Bai. Master was telling Su that he had decided to pretend to be dead. Have him get up immediately before he gets kicked by him. But Rin immediately ran up to her and told the old man not to dare to hit Yen Bai. Let him leave immediately. The master was surprised and immediately tore off Su's clothes where his wound was. He immediately examined it and saw severe lacerations. They looked at her wounds and both of them were silent. But at that time the guards ran after the pigeon and the commander said that the sound was coming from there. The commander was pretty pissed and thought they had come almost immediately after the signal. And he hoped they weren't too late. But suddenly the guards saw that the old man was holding a snake in his arms. They immediately thought it was very strange. Sik was sitting at home at this time, staring at the bare walls. But before he left, he took the sheet in front of him and still hadn't even written anything. But on leaving the room he left the door open, and his fox was blown outside by a strong wind and caught right in the downpour. Namgung originally thought that that old man wanted to harm Madam with that big snake. So immediately he decided to take action against him. But as he assumed an attacking posture, he sensed something amiss. The old man reached his hand out and flicked it lightly. He swiped as if he wanted to push the fly away. The movement was neither defense nor attack. A person who wanted to practice martial arts would not have made such a move in such a situation. At that moment, he realized that he was not dangerous, and there was no need to attack him. The head asked him, he that an experienced warrior, and so he was probably able to stop in time, while the others were unlikely to be able to, right? And this innocent old man must have killed. Why did his boys get hurt so badly? Namgung replied that was the point. The movement of his hand, reminiscent of scaring away a fly, made them all fly away. There was obviously no malice in it, but the force was so tremendous that they simply couldn't resist. The head said, what an interesting technique. With a single movement that resembled scaring away a fly, he was able to unleash such power. Namgung said that by opening the 5 fingers or closing them, the force should come from the palm of the hand. Even if you clench it into a fist, the force will still come from the palm of the hand, not from the outside of the palm. The head said that he thought this old man was a strong warrior since they were able to fly away from such a simple movement. Did he carry a sword or any other weapon? Namgung replied that he might have been hiding something under his clothes, but in general, he didn't notice anything on him. The head asked him if he had time to see what his walking technique was. Namgung replied that when he, after flying off, stood up and looked at him, he had already drunk yen bai with the snake's blood. Right, he literally lost sight of him for a couple of seconds, and in that time, he had managed to drag the big snake over to Bai and drink the blood from the carcass. And he fed this blood to Bi because it was necessary to neutralize the snake's venom. It seems that she was badly injured trying to protect her mistress, but after a while he realized the whole situation. He told the old man that he apologized to him for their actions. They'll try to cure Bi. And he tried to apologize. But without a word he stood up and turned around, and in an instant he was gone. Rin started crying and asking where he was taking Bi. And then Madam's condition was also critical, so they couldn't follow this old man. Rin said that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to catch up with Un Bai. And falling on her knees, she started crying. The head said he understood and Namgung was right not to follow him. They could have gotten hurt even more, and he is most likely the master for Bi. His disciple did a good deed, and at the critical moment, instead of thanking him, they tried to attack him, and it seems he now owes them both for saving his daughter. Namgung apologized and replied to the head to forgive him. It was all his fault. The head said no. Thanks to him, it just ended right there. And this old man must be very angry. Maybe send a famous healer or gift some good medicines. I wonder if he would accept. He thinks that's where they live. Let him try to find it first. He'll just have to be careful. And if he left without even saying hello, he thinks the master doesn't like people, and probably lives somewhere deserted, judging from the ease with which he lifted that huge snake. Yes, considering the strength coming from his arms, and that incredible walking technique, he must be a strong warrior. And even if we remember Ba's unusual hand movements and her amazing walking technique, not even taking into account the trinkets on her hands and feet that made no sound, he's definitely her master, and frankly, he had no way of understanding why her master had decided to send such a young creature to the drinking room, and thinks she has made good money in the meantime, but they still live on the mountain, closed off from people. Sake and money are not the main thing. The main thing is information and experience. He wanted her to learn how to get the information she needed on her own and to build up experience in dealing with various messes. The goats in the drink shop were full of them. Of course he doesn't know, maybe it's necessary for further testing of his student. Or maybe he needs the information himself. In short, you shouldn't provoke him. For strong warriors like this old man, the body itself is a weapon, so one should probably be careful with him. This girl might be his personal servant, or something else. Since he lives closed off from people, have him try not to get too close to where he lives. You just need to know roughly where they are. But Namgung recalled the moments in his head, and to him the old man didn't seem like a pervert. But the head was right about that, and answered him that he had ordered and understood. The head asked as he said, was the name of that guard Wan Il? And he was sorry that it was impossible to find his body. He would like to personally convey his condolences to his family. Let him tell them how he was doing. Namgung replied that he had an old mother and an older brother, but a few years ago, as far as he had heard, they had both died in an epidemic. He asked the head, does the lady still blame herself? The head thought about it and said yes, but then changed his mind and answered that no. After all, her condition was hard to convey with one phrase, blame yourself. He didn't even know that such a small body could hold so many tears. She's crying so hard she's sure she'll pass out soon. And he thinks, and now she is grieving. At this time, Namgung remembered that in the forest, a nest fell to the ground and broke. Only one bird survived and the rest died. Rin realized that now all she had left was this bird. She must save it. But when she saw the fish in the cage, she immediately remembered the moments with Bi. How much fun and joy they had. Rin kept telling herself that it was all because of her. But at the same time, Su was lying at home and heard the master yelling at him and calling him names. In his mind, Su thought, who is he hearing? Could it really be the master? The master was telling him to only look at himself. Did he think he was able to match such a monster? And he's going to break his legs to keep him out of the way. Su told him that his student was about to die. Do you have to see off the last moments of life with a scolding? But he's sorry too. And if he could come back. And from now on, he would be sure to check the corpse for signs of life. The master said he was an asshole and told him to wake up. He can't die that easily. Let him not dare to die. Sue was surprised and asked, is he crying because of him? Then why did he treat him so badly? The master got angry and said he was an ill-mannered infestation. Is he going to die without his permission? He still has a lot of things left to accomplish. Sue was surprised and said that he thought the master was grieving. And now it was up to him to decide when he would die. Of course, he wasn't planning on it now, but he can't sign anything anymore. And he hoped she was all right. Sue said honestly he didn't want to lose her. Or maybe he could ask Master? But Master told him he was an ungrateful boy. Let him get to work now. The master said that if he dropped out, he'd be after him in a heartbeat. He'll get him a job in hell too. But Sue said he didn't have to. The master said that's where he was going. He'd be a slave for another 300,000 years. And he won't say it again. If he wakes up now, he'll make him work 30,000 years for every 7 minutes. But suddenly Sue came to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. Master asked, did the boy come to his senses? Master, after defeating the snake, shouted at Sue to wake up immediately. He can't die that easily. The master decided to give him a compress on his back to prevent his organs from inflaming. So he started hitting him on his back, but Sue was screaming at this time that he was being killed. How can he beat his wounds so mercilessly? He wants to kill the only disciple he has in this world? And the master answered him that he was caught. And he knew Sue was faking it. The master got very angry and said he was an ill-mannered bastard. Is he going to die without destroying him? He still has a lot left to do, doesn't he? The master left his apprentice to rest and went to prepare medicine for him, for he would soon wake up and ask for food. But he couldn't stand it, and came into the room and said he was an ungrateful boy. Let him open his eyes immediately. And if he dies, who will feed and water him? He needs to get up and get to work. But Sue wouldn't wake up and lay down all the time. He had to take matters into his own hands, and even fed himself with a spoon. The master used his powers to try to bring him to his senses. In the morning he asked him to get up at once. And if he fell back, he'd go after him in a flash. He'd find him in hell. The master could not cope with his anger, and kept saying that he would have another 300,000 years of labor in hell. But suddenly, Sue opened his eyes and turned to the master. The master asked him what was wrong. The boy replied that he thought their destinies would cross in hell. But the master immediately slammed his hand into his head. Sue said he was in pain, and why was he hitting him? The master replied to shut his mouth. And if he talks nonsense, he will give him another one. Sue asked, is he alive? The master asked, how does he think he can die without his permission? Let him not even think about it. Of course he doesn't. Sue was thinking at this time, why did his master look pale? Was he really scared for him? No, it couldn't be. The master immediately told him to stand up. Sue replied, he is in a critical condition. He is not feeling his body at all right now. At least let him try to show a little pity once in a while. The master looked at him and said that he seemed to miss his fist. Let him stand up immediately. Sue immediately realized that he was definitely not joking with his fist. Sue in his heart immediately felt his strength returning to him. Maybe it was the result of endless violence and fear. Sue tried to slowly stand up and shouted his body as his body would creak. He realized that his strength was slowly arriving, but his body still hurt. Even too much. But Master handed him a plate and told him to drink this. Sue asked the master, surely this is not poison? The master asked with surprise, what kind of poison? Medicine, he tells him. You have to drink it immediately or it will get cold. Sue asked, is he giving him medicine? No way, could it be poison after all? The master looked at him menacingly, and replied that he was clearly hungry for his fist as he could see. Well, since he was asking for it. But Sue replied that he had misunderstood him. But Sue had to do it. He took a plate and started to drink, but after drinking he felt very sick and the taste of the medicine was terrible. But suddenly Sue found something and asked what it was. He'd seen it somewhere. It looks like the scales of a white snake. The master replied that he was the one who could pronounce the name with such ease. Let him be thankful that the carcass of the white snake was lying right next to him. He had already told him that there was no antidote for the white snake's venom. What was he listening to then? Su asked. Then what did he just drink? The master replied, to get the white snake venom out of the body in the first few minutes after the bite, one should drink the blood of that white snake. This will stop the poison from spreading in the body, and then you need to make an infusion of scales and heart of this white snake and drink it for 3 days and 3 nights, and half a month you need to follow a diet, and only in this way you can remove the poison from the body. And if he was even 7 minutes late, he'd already be in the other world. But suddenly Su was surprised to hear a lot of bad words. It's better to keep quiet today, or he'll kill him for sure. Su turned to him and said that he wanted to ask him, the girl who was next to him, what's wrong with her. Su realized that he was guilty of child abuse. How dare he talk about free time when he was dying of overwork? The master asked him with surprise, girl? What is he talking about? He doesn't know at all. Su replied that the girl must have been there by his side. She was wearing his clothes. What became of her? The master replied, who knows? The vagrants must have dragged her along. Su asked, vagrants? It must have been the guards who came up. Was she not injured? The master asked if he was already hormonal. I can see why he's been so cheerful lately. Is that why he ran into the white snake? To get that girl's attention? Su replied that he didn't. But master told him to calm down. And so, the last time he saw her, she was safe and sound. There were still people there who called her mistress. Su realized that meant Rin was fine. The last thing he heard seemed to be her squealing. Or was he just imagining it? Then he wouldn't ask master about Rin again, or he'd start saying strange things again. Su asked, where is the white snake carcass located? Is it there? The master replied that of course he dragged it here. Is he a fool or what? The master replied that he would split it up and sell it. Such a thing is not seen in the market every day, so he would be able to make a good profit. He would also get a good sum for the heart, but he couldn't because of him. Su told the master that he hoped he hadn't cut the belly open yet. The master asked why? Whoever killed it belongs to him. So he might not even think of claiming it. Su replied that that's not what he's talking about right now. There is a person in the belly of the white snake. Master asked, are they all his acquaintances? Su asked with surprise, they? But at this time, Rin was in a lot of pain and looking at the fish realized that she couldn't take it anymore. She remembered everything and said she didn't want it all to happen again. But what can she do? She doesn't know how to do anything. But she remembered Ba's words that she had told him to find this skill and develop it. And it would surely become her strength in the future. Rin realized that B had done exactly that. She fought despite her fear, tried despite her disgust. She had nurtured that strength in herself. Rin thought, what was she going to do? She wouldn't just cry anymore. She decided to become smarter and stronger. But morning Rin came to her father and said something. The head was surprised and asked her what she had just said. Rin replied that she wanted to learn how to fight. Let him send her to a place where she can become strong. The head asked, where can he send her? He's glad she wants to be strong, maybe he can just help her. He'll solve all her problems for her. Why would she want to go anywhere? The head asks, does his lovely daughter want to learn how to fight? In other words, does she want to kick someone's ass? Who dared to hurt her? Let her tell him. But Namgung thought that he seemed to have misunderstood him. The head yelled that he'd make a chop out of him. Let her just tell me who he is. How dare he hurt his sweet daughter? Rin said it was her. The head was greatly surprised and asked who? The girl replied that she was unable to fend for herself, and so other people died instead of her, while she just stood there like a pillar. It didn't even seem to occur to her that she should do anything. She just stood there trembling with fear. She couldn't stand to look at her helpless self anymore. But suddenly the head looked at her hands and said that her daughter's hands were covered in blood. Tell them to get a doctor here immediately. The head said that he understands that she is very upset about what happened. And becoming strong is a very good thing, but she doesn't have to go anywhere for that. Let her stay by his side always. He'll give her all his knowledge of martial arts. She'll be his strongest in no time, and if she doesn't want to learn from Daddy, he can bring in good teachers. He'll teach her a lot, so she doesn't have to go anywhere. But Rin answered her father that she didn't want to. The head was very frightened by these words, and he didn't even know what to say to her. Namgung saw that the gentleman had been silent for an hour, and he hoped he was okay. The head asked him if he knew what the phrase "don't want" means. The head said it was the first time her daughter had ever said something like that to him. Also, she always called him daddy. Father, who's that? She always called him daddy. Namgung realized that his master was not okay after all. He said that children first call daddy daddy when they want something that only a father can give, not daddy. The head was surprised and asked what he thought it was. Namgung replied that it was only respect. Children never grow up in the eyes of their parents, but every year they wait more and more for them to start seeing them as an adult. They expect their parents to believe in them, and despite the harshness of the conditions, to bless their decisions to live independently. Rin realized that if she wasn't constantly being coddled by someone, she couldn't become stronger. Only a father, not a dad, could show respect to his child. She begs him to send her to a place where she can become strong, where she can overcome all the bitterness of life. The head said that if a child wants to set foot on the warpath, how can his father calmly bless his path? But he himself, after all, knows how restless things are around him. Namgung replied that he thought the father should do everything to make the child a phoenix instead of a rooster. Namgung replied that he thought the father should do everything to make the child a phoenix instead of a rooster. A father must help a child to stand firm in their less than cruel world. He thinks that it is not only the parents who bring up the child, but sometimes the children themselves bring up their parents. Let him see, his daughter has grown up and turned them from daddy to father. It is certainly a double feeling. He is happy and sad at the same time. He feels that he has grown very old. The head said that with his head he understands, but when he imagines it's about Rin, Namgung replied that he understands them. It is not without reason that the people say that parents, when seeing their child off on a long journey, put on them shoes made from their heart. The head asked if he could say, do his children call him dad or father? Namgung replied that his twins had been calling him father since some time. They told him that they were adults now and wanted him to give them real swords. The head asked what he had given them. Namgung replied that no. He promised that he would only give them real swords when he couldn't get them both up at the same time. The head said he didn't think he was going to give them swords for another 50 years. His words contradicted what he had recently advised him. Suddenly, the guard came in and said he had news about Un Bai. According to the note brought by the pigeon, we found Un Bai's place. It's not far from where it happened. An hour ago, the guards were sitting in the bushes saying they think they're here, certainly not to say he's sure they've come to the right place. Maybe it's not here. They said the old man shut himself away from people, so the house must be in the middle of nowhere. But the second guard replied that no, it was probably here. The white snake tracks led here. Though maybe he's right. This is the only house here in the neighborhood. And they need to get closer. Then they'll know for sure. But the commander said no, they were told not to get close under any circumstances. They need to send a pigeon, leave a couple of men here and come back before the next order. But suddenly someone came up from behind with a shovel and threw it right in front of them. And the guards realized that they had been spotted. The master put them to work. The guards asked each other why they were doing all this. No, of course he realizes that someone has to do it. The second guard said that if he understood, let him keep quiet and dig a hole. It's worse over there. That's definitely not where he wants to go. Namgung said that it says that master went on to take care of Un Bai. And their guys are now burying the corpses disemboweled from the belly of the white snake. As soon as they're done, they'll come back with Wang Iel's body. The head replied that it was a good thing. And since the old man let them take care of their man's corpse, it meant that Un Bai was fine. And on top of that, we can note that this old man is a well-mannered man, since he shows compassion for other people's losses. The master asked his apprentice what was that look on his face. There were some loiterers in the neighborhood just now, so he told them to take care of it. He could worry no more. Su said that he's not feeling well right now, so he really admires the master in his heart. He really admires him in his heart because it's not like him. The master showed them everything and told them everything in detail. And when the tools break, he asks them to have them pay for the cost 3 times over. The master told the apprentice to study while he lives, and he accepts gratitude in finances. He's nothing but trouble. When these idlers are gone, he'll make a quick trip to the village. Let him stay here, lie down and rest until he returns. Sue was surprised and asked why to the village? Maybe to sell the white snake? The master replied that on top of that, he needed to take a vacation from his employer for him. He won't be able to work for a while. He'll demand a month at the forge and half a month at the others. And Chonghyang will say he won't work there anymore. Sue asked with a surprised voice, he won't work at Chonghyang anymore? The master asked, what did he think he could hobble around moving his ass forever? He will soon start to show male features, so he won't be able to work anyway. But as soon as he recovers, his body will immediately become very muscular. And his arms and legs will be twice as thick. At this time, Sue was angry because the sun had set and the master was still gone. But the longer he was gone, the better. It was scary to imagine how he would be bullied by him. Will he try to relax and sleep? He should enjoy his freedom while he has the opportunity. But suddenly he felt someone coming this way. And there were even several of them? But someone knocked at the door and apologized for disturbing him. He asked, Unbai and the master are here? Sue immediately recognized from the voice that it was Rin, her old father and head of security. But in this form, he can't show himself to them. Bai tried to get up but immediately fell to the ground, because everything hurt. Rin heard it and said it was Unbai's voice. Rin asked Bai if she was okay? But Bai answered her to make them stop. The girl was greatly surprised and didn't understand why she was acting like that. Bai told them not to open the door. Okay? She said her wounds made her a little naked. Doesn't want them to see her like this. The head asked, besides her, is there no one else here right now? How could a wounded girl lie alone at home in such a wilderness? They can guard until her master returns. Bai replied that she thanked them, but unfortunately he didn't know exactly when her master would return. Bai said that it was quite cold here, and she didn't think they should stay long. Rin replied that they wanted to deliver something, so they were in a hurry. But apparently they didn't arrive at the right time. Maybe they'll stop by some other time. Sue knew that was a bad option. And he doesn't want that. Sue told them to wait, because it was very difficult to get here, and her master didn't like visitors. Maybe they'll tell her, and she'll tell him. The head replied that they wanted to thank her and bring her healing plants and other gifts. There is also a doctor with them. He knows firsthand that not everyone can heal a warrior. That's why they have a very famous doctor with them. They wanted him to examine her if her master would allow it. But unfortunately he's not here. Maybe they should leave her presence here. Really, they hope there are no burglars here. Sue thought, what kind of gifts? They must be medicinal herbs or money, but why give something like that to the master? And suddenly Bai said that she thought she could answer them herself. And she's sure master wouldn't allow strangers to examine her. But still, she is very grateful to them. Sue realized that there was no way he would let that happen. Any doctor would easily recognize that he was a boy. If word got out, Chonghyang would be in trouble, so master would definitely refuse. Bai said, what, in refusing all their gifts? She thinks it would be impolite. So if it's not too much trouble, could they leave them at Chonghyang? She'll take their words to master first, and then she'll take them from there herself. The head says okay, they will. He hears her voice lighten as soon as she heard about the presents. It was good that he had prepared them, and he was told that she was very badly wounded protecting his daughter. And is she badly wounded? Is there anything she needs to get her health back? Bai replied that he didn't. She thinks that in a month she will recover and will be able to see them. The head said that on the head he thought she didn't have a deep wound. It turns out that things are worse. Bai replied that it was. But that's okay, it will recover in time. Rin was greatly surprised at this time and said a month. The head replied that they were planning to leave Chonghyang in half a month. It seems that this is their last meeting. Bai asked, are they leaving? Rin too? Sue realized that of course he had assumed that they would leave at some point. But just like that? Without even seeing a face? The head said yes, so did she. Maybe she'll let Rin enter her place to say goodbye? She doesn't know how to fight and won't hurt her. Especially since they're both girls, they'll back off. Sue realized that was the point, they weren't both girls. What should he do? Should he tell her to close her eyes? But no, that would look weird. especially since he had a feeling that she would definitely see everything. Be told Rin that unfortunately she couldn't let her in right now. But if it's not too much trouble, could she come closer to the window? Rin got excited and immediately ran to the window. Bee said she could see her. And yes, very clearly. Rin asked, does she see her? Bee replied that to be honest, she could see her shadow. And then she too went to the window and said that now she was around too. Rin said she can see? And her voice she can hear well. Bee replied to forgive her. They came to visit her, and she can't even let them in. Rin said no, she's glad she can at least hear her. Especially on the contrary, she's the one who wants to apologize to her. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have met, she wouldn't have been so hurt. Bee told her to take those words back. It was her choice, why is she apologizing to her? Bee said that their agreement was with her. A walk on the mountain. And the snake fight. It all happened on his initiative. So all the joys are the result of her decision. She has no idea how happy she was to see her. And she doesn't want her to take those happy memories away from her. Rin said okay, and she wouldn't take it away. She was very happy to see her too. Yes, she had been very happy the whole time. The head at this time was saying that the two girls seemed to be socializing, and their conversation was giving him goosebumps. And to be a good father, he has to overcome all this. Rin said that after her parents Unbai, she is the most important person in her life. And thank her so much for everything. Bee said she had never heard such words spoken to her in her life. For her, she is the most beloved person alive. The head heard everything and thought, can girls really say such things to each other? And what was Namgung looking at like that? Namgung saw the things and realized that that old man master was of small build. But no, he couldn't wear such clothes. But how come there's children's men's clothes? Maybe she purposely changes into men's clothes when she walks around the mountain. She gave their mistress similar clothes. Sue was thinking at this time, what's with the children's menswear? What are they talking about right now? Suddenly, the head said that if he wasn't wrong, then it meant that a boy lived here. Sue at this moment was greatly startled by the fact that did the master really wash his clothes? After all, he never does laundry. Why would he think that now? That's how he wanted to set him up. Rin asked Bee if she was okay. Is she sick a lot? Bee replied that she was fine. Let her wait for a minute. Bee turned to the others and said that they seemed to have questions for her. The head replied that they seemed to be talking too loudly. Then he would ask her directly. The head asked if they had a boy living at home. Suddenly Bee said that yes, master has an apprentice. But Rin in a moment remembered Ba's words as she said that only the lazy master lived at her house. At that time, Cheon arrived on the other side of the island by boat. But Sik immediately recognized him, and even their gazes crossed. Cheon smiled after seeing a familiar face, and stepping out of the deck stepped right into the dirt. Cheon looked at it, and said that it turned out to be nothing special. He thought if he could come back here one more time, something incredible would happen to him. But at least what he was hoping for. The road is still a road. Dirty and endless. And maybe he could go to the other side, see if it was cleaner. Sik at this time was already on the boat on his way. But suddenly the boy asked if he was not feeling well. It was very dangerous to stand here like this, and it would be better if he went inside and slept. Sik said he'd do that right away. The boy said it was very dangerous to look at the sea on such a dark night, and the water is so unpredictable. Sik asked him why he was standing here. The guy replied that he might not worry about him. The guy said it's a pebble from his house. When he lets his guard down, he keeps looking at it. That's when his mental clarity returns, and he keeps telling himself that someone is waiting for him. And he has to get back any way he can. Sik said he has a talisman like that, too, and this stone from the fence of his house, he wanted to throw it away at first, but then he changed his mind. The guy replied that he understood him, he did. There's no getting rid of it. He himself has not been able to throw away this stone for 40 years. The guy said he advised him not to stay here too long. He'll go to bed. And when they get to Ikian, he'll go to a restaurant, because he misses Kuksu a little. But Sik looked at his stone and thought of his wife Ikian. It had been so long since they had seen each other. The head was at B's house at the time and said that it seemed like they were talking too loudly. Then he would ask him directly, do they have a boy living at their house? Sue immediately realized that over his head he seemed to suspect something. Maybe the master had washed more than just the outerwear. Maybe there was something on the hangers that couldn't be shown to Rin, and if he does, he won't forgive the damned master. He doesn't have time to hate him now. He has to think now. And Sue thought that since the opposite party already suspected something and it was impossible to conceal it, there's only one way out. B said that yes, master has a boy apprentice. He realized that he had to lie in such a way that 90% of that lie was true, but suddenly Rin remembered B saying that only the lazy master lived at her house. B had said that without master's permission, he couldn't say anything more about him. She's like a girl, she hardly ever encounters this boy. And B thought he believed it. B said that's how she does things at Chonghyangru all day long. And he, as a boy, does a lot of activities and is hardly ever at home. The head thought that she seemed to have a lot of build-up in her soul. Their relationship was complicated. Rin also realized why B had said back then that only Sabu was staying at home. But he probably comes home from time to time. In such a small house, she doesn't live with her family, but with two strange men. It must be scary and hard for her. Sue at this time wondered, why is she silent? Is there still something that is still suspicious? B asked them, could they have something else? The head replied that he didn't. Could B forgive him for interrupting his conversation? Rin also told her that she didn't know she was having such a hard time. Sue at that moment immediately thought, what kind of reaction is this? Rin turned to B and said she had a question for her. B asked, what kind of question? Rin replied that if she offered to go with her, she couldn't, could she? The head told Rin that you can't say such a thing to a person who already has a master. But Namgung stopped him and suggested that he finish listening to the lady first. B said that yes, she couldn't. Unfortunately, she has her own reason too. Sue realized that Rin would forgive her, but Bai would no longer be there. Rin said she knew she would respond like that. Namgung said that he feels like their masters are getting bolder. Could it be because of Bai? Rin tells B that she would like to see her again someday. She doesn't know, but maybe in a few years when she's as strong as B. But no, that would happen when she became capable of protecting her. Rin asked, then could she come back here to see with her? B said that she was grateful to Rin, but what would they do? She was actually planning to leave here after she recovered. And in Chonghyangru, she probably won't work anymore. Rin was surprised and asked if she would leave. B replied that it was unlikely that she would be able to find her. And since that was the case, she'd have to do it another way. B said she would have to find her. Rin asked if she was hers. B replied that of course she was. Especially since she certainly can't lose her, and according to the contract, she still has to fulfill her 3 wishes. She hopes she won't forget that. Rin replied that no, she hadn't forgotten yet. She remembers everything. But she doesn't know where they will live. Namgung realized that Bai was in a difficult situation. Besides, they don't know what kind of person her master is yet. They can't take such a risk. He realized that they were here unofficially. One might say undercover. And all the more so if we remembered the last case. If their master tells Bai who she is and what happened to her recently, then Bai will know where to push them, which is already very dangerous. B said it was no big deal. Like she probably has her own reason too. And right now, she wants to tell her one wish. The head heard and hoped she wouldn't ask to tell the location of their house. Namgung also said that things were bad. All martial artists are very much worth promises and agreements. If she asks to be told, they have no way out. B said that such promises should be made in private, but unfortunately, there's this big door between them. And there's nothing to be done, so let her put her hand here. B said fine and asked if she was listening to her. Rin replied that she was listening, and feels the warmth of her hand. B tells Rin that she plans to become very strong. So strong that they won't even recognize her when they meet. And her goal is to become the strongest person in the world. Rin said that she was sure she could do it. She will definitely become the strongest. B said that Rin was just saying that she wanted to be strong like her. And strong enough to protect her. Rin replied that yes, she really does. B said asking her to keep her word. Let her become a strong Rin. This is the first wish she requires her to fulfill according to the contract. And even more so, it's the only way she'll be able to find her. And when she finishes her training and leaves the master, there will be no one stronger than her in this world. So she will be able to find her easily. Rin said she would keep her word. B asked, because then she would be able to find her, right? The girl replied that of course. B said she would be sure to find her. She asked Rin if they had an agreement. The girl replied that she agreed. Namgung asked, has the lady not come to her senses yet? The head replied that it was nearing sunset, and she was still sleeping. Namgung said it had been 20 hours since she lost consciousness. The doctor said there were no injuries on the body. Shouldn't we call another one? The head replied that he had already looked it up himself. I think she fell asleep. She'd been crying all the time lately. Her body couldn't take it yesterday, the head said. Maybe they could wait a little longer today. Suddenly a guard came and answered that the lady was awake. The head came into her room and said that Rin had already returned. Namgung thought, what kind of back? Her eyes, they had changed. Her gaze doesn't just look at a person, but penetrates into their soul. It seems that she finally knows herself. But at that time the girl came home on horseback and told her people that she was off. And immediately she jumped over the fence. The boy asked her, what about the horse? But Mu told him not to bother. He knows she can't hear him anymore. If only he knew why he was in such a hurry. Max started laughing and said she mentally had been home for a while. So, they're a hot couple. The girl started yelling that she was home. She walked to the room and yelled to Sick that she had come home, just like she said she would. But suddenly before her feet she saw the paper that Sick had in front of her. By this time a boy suddenly came in and addressed the lady. The girl asked, why didn't anyone know? After all, he didn't seem to have been here for a long time. The boy apologized and replied that the Lord had told them not to come here until she returned, not to interfere with his training. The mistress said that the paper must have gotten wet and dry by now. It seemed to have rained after he left. And while she was away, when was the last time it rained, she asked? The servant replied that only once. The day after she left. Mistress said that meant he left the same day she left. But why did he do that? But Mistress remembered the moment of saying goodbye to him, and angrily slapped her bare hand on the wall. The servant told her that her arm was wounded. The lady replied that it was nothing. She had to go. The servant asked where to go. Mistress replied that tomorrow is his birthday. She thinks he will be back soon. Now she will wait for him. But Sick went to the city of Ikian and approached the merchants, and asked where the most delicious kuksu is prepared here. The salesman showed his hand and said he had to go to that building. Sick thanked him and went, but he noticed something before the entrance. Sick came through and said he needed one room for one night. And they also say they make the best kuksu in town, so have them bring a portion to the room. Sick tossed the coins and said that he would pay with this. The boy was surprised and replied that he would count it now. And his room on the left is the last one on the second floor. When he went to his room he saw a man eating at the table and asked if he had gotten the wrong place. But suddenly the guy said he got there right, but he was too late. The only thing they cook here is those damn noodles. Did he know that every day the desire to see him grew greater? One more time and would have been ready to go to his soul. Sick asked him, he had changed his face again, so he didn't recognize him. Especially since he didn't know he was here waiting for him. Sick said they haven't seen the lords in a long time. Chion asked with surprise, Lord? Does he think he's a lord? Sick replied that he changes his mask every time, so no one knows what he really looks like. He is a great shadow that commands the martial arts world, but it's his peculiar voice that gives him away, with a sense of overconfidence. It wouldn't be hard for anyone to tell who he is in a heartbeat. Chion said the undercover brother's mission and everything changed him. He knows how to placate a man. Chion said that this mission has come to an end as well. Undercover marriages tend to be easy to start and difficult to finish. He was certainly 2 days late, but he still completed his mission with distinction. Sick replied that he had completed it. If he had refused his order, would he have had a chance to stay there? Chion replied that of course not. Until now, there hadn't been a single person who had been able to get away from him. And honestly, there hadn't been a single person who had even tried to betray him in the past dozen years. And yes, he had always fostered such a nature in them that the mere thought of betrayal was abhorrent, and they come into being because of him. Therefore it is not proper for the shadow to oppose the light. Or is he wrong? 427, and it seems he still has feelings for that pretty girl. The information he gave him by playing the role of Jang Hong Sik, the son-in-law of that famous family, is not much needed now. And even more so, the circumstances have now become more weighty. A body similar to Sik will appear in the vicinity of Dongchun Lake in a few days. And 47 will tell all the information he has learned lately, change his face and get a new mission. Chion said it's an order. And let him obey the order, 47. The guy was surprised and asked, an order? But in the moment he saw a memory with the girl he was spending time with. But he couldn't resist pulling out a knife. He immediately stuck his hand in with that knife and said he couldn't do it. Let him rescind that order. The master said he remembered Su once resisted. And now he's reincarnating without resistance? Does he see that the boy's getting the hang of it? Su told him to stop. Who is it that has gotten into the taste? The master asked. Why didn't he? He thought it would take him a whole month to recover, and he had already gotten up in 2 weeks, and the first thing he did was to reincarnate as a girl. Master asked, not upset that he wouldn't be going to Chanjangru anymore from tomorrow? Don't let him get too upset. Later, when he grows up and becomes a martial arts master, Su asked, in his opinion, did he look like a crazy person? He will never wear that again in his life. Especially Itzda, he said, as soon as he can leave, to go into the shop and show her that she's very sick. The master replied that it was because the owner of the tavern said that he would only give him his wages if he saw him personally. Anyway, have him tell him something to make him believe it. Also, on the way home, have him buy sake. But suddenly Su replied that he wouldn't. On the way, Su was very tired and said that it was hard for him to step. And today he had to pack all his things and pick up the gift that the gentleman had left. He has to hurry. And he wondered if Rin was still here or had already left. But suddenly she saw the window and thought, isn't this a dream? Su came down from the mountain and passed the village, and he's already so heavy. It's even hard to breathe. He didn't expect that his body could become so decrepit. The head liquor store manager was surprised and asked B, has she recovered yet? And is she okay? The guards were surprised at how long it had been since they had seen her. And if you look at her face, she looks so bad. The man in charge said her face. Why is she up so early? I think she's about to faint. Maybe he can help her. He replied that she thanks them, of course, but she's fine. And she has somewhere to go. And there's a man who's been waiting for her for a long time. See you soon. The chief said she looks very bad. He was asked to take her there if she showed up, but since she went herself. The guards thought that even in sickness she was so beautiful and graceful. The main one thought that maybe the person waiting for her, she was confused about something. But at that time, B came into the room and shouted to Rin, but she didn't see anyone but the gift. The room was Rinless. But he found the letter and took her to read it. Rin had written him a letter that would allow them to recognize each other in an important moment, something akin to a talisman. Su opened the box and said that he would look at it now. So Rin has the exact same set as well. Su said it was the most precious thing to him now. But the people who listened to it always in the drinking room said that they would never forget it forever. And what a beauty she is after all. They wanted to ask her to stay on with them, but the way she looks, she's really seriously ill. And they also say she got an incurable disease. What kind of disease is that? But at that time B was feeling sick and weak. People saw her leaving and asked how they could live without her. But how long does it take for her to heal? The men told her she must get well and come back to them. Here's the money, let them help her. B said she was grateful to them for everything. She could only exist because of them, but she would try to live up to their expectations and recover quickly. B immediately said goodbye to them. At this time, Sik arrived in town in a carriage and heard people wishing for someone to make her well. Though they let her go now, let her remember, the memory of her would warm their hearts forever. Sik squeezed his hand and said he wanted to resign. When he met with the man in charge and told him it wasn't a betrayal. He just wants to live a simple life. Chion told him that he surprised him. He had sworn loyalty to him, and now he wanted to disobey his orders and resign. Chion said that the Warrior 47's specialty is undercover work, the main tasks are information gathering. He always followed his orders perfectly, so he never disappointed him. He sent him to Chianmukakwin under the name of Sik to give him information about the forces among the white world of martial artists that possessed great power so that he could recruit them, and let him now put himself in his place. Could he have resigned such a man, leaving him alive? He knows full well that there is no retirement in their profession. He'd better let him tell him what put him on this. After all, he had lived quietly under his shadow before. There was no discontent. Sik replied that he still doesn't have any grievances. But he wants to live the rest of his life with her. Chion was surprised and asked, "Is it like love?" Well, yes, he'd heard that it clouds the eyes. But unfortunately, he had to point out. In his opinion, it wasn't him she loved. Name, age, date of birth, stories about his childhood, and even the type of martial art he learned. It's all just fiction. Or is he wrong, Warrior 47? Sik replied that he didn't care. If he could be with her, he was willing to live up to that name for the rest of his life. Chion replied that he didn't know what to say, whether to admire him or to say that he had cracked his head. Well, he's matured. Well, let him tell you, he thinks his rich pretty girl will stay with him even after she finds out who he really is. Of course, they say that love is all about feeling. Don't let him look at him like that. Like he's saying something weird. Especially since infertility is a key reason for divorce for many people. Sik asked, "What is he saying?" Chion asked, when he first joined them in Mendi and became a shadow when he swore allegiance to him, he drank the blood cocktail, remember? Did he think it was just unflavored sake diluted with blood? Let him think for himself. If people like them for fun or for business sleep with someone, and then a cub comes between them. What do we do then? Then everyone might think about betrayal. Or being a father would make it difficult to go on a murder mission. So he had to take care of that in advance. Sik thought, was this really such shocking news? But is there a cure? Who knows, the world is big, maybe someone knows. But if someone knows, but what to do next? The shadow can't come into the light, and if he wants to be free of him after all, let him become a master from Mende, and decide for himself what he will do. And since he is unwilling to obey him, he gives him the opportunity to fight him. He's not ready now, so he offers to train him. Sik realized that he himself had been a little bored lately, and his body was aching. He'd love to retire. The training place is very far away, and the course is not short, but he will be considered missing for now. His rich wife he will not send Hong Sik's body for now. Shadow said that the training place was beyond the desert on 10,000-year-old Mount Manansal. The most famous martial artists come there from all over the world. He thinks he'll have something to learn, and most importantly, of course, the duration of the course. It will be 10 years. He can of course shorten it, it all depends on his academic performance. The shadow asked, his rich lady, is he sure his feelings won't change in the meantime? And a man's feelings do change very quickly, but if he wants to test fate, there's no stopping him. And now they can try to make a bet. If he wins, he'll become a shadow lord and can go out into the world. At this time in the forest, Su came across a tiger that was slowly coming out of the forest. He said that he could see an expensive fur coat on the tiger, and it is very dangerous to prance around in such expensive clothes alone. Su said that he was a brave tiger, and asked if he was the white girl's new lover. But the tiger immediately pounced on him with its sharp claws. And Su said that it was not him. Su threw the basket and asked, how was he not ashamed to attack a young fragile creature like him? Su realized his hand and said that it left him no choice. And having made the attack immediately said goodbye to him. Su used his knife-throwing abilities, and cutting the tiger from far away didn't even leave it a choice. Su said he almost forgot, safety comes first. It's a mandatory process. Su went to the pawn shop the next day. The man said that things were getting more and more interesting every day. Where does he find such valuable treasures? Su replied that Mother Nature had taken pity on him and decided to give him a gift. And their meeting was brief, but how fruitful. Does he hope he can leave him that tiger claw necklace? The man said sure. He was a very important person in their bank, so he would charge him 1 gold piece for the commission. Everything would be sold as quickly and expensively as possible, and the money would be added to his account. Su replied, lest he forget, no one must know of his origin. The man said that of course he could take it easy. Even in death, he'd keep quiet. And such things would be more profitable for him to sell directly to a costume jewelry store, and he brings them to him. Maybe he has a conflict with the owner of that store. Su replied that he doesn't know, let him think that he is still embarrassed to sell goods of his own production. Su realized in his head that this master was friends with his master. Paying a commission is also a pity, but every time he finds gifts from nature, he can't give them to master. But Su always cursed his master and said that he had already grown so much, and the old man was still not weak. Su suddenly asked the master, did he have something wrong? The master asked, so is it not clear? Let him keep quiet and leave. It's a good thing he's the best of the best. Otherwise, if someone else had been in his place, would have been distracted by him, and the tiger would have been finished. Su replied that he was just wondering if it was possible to transfer human energy into a tigress body. And where did she hurt herself so badly? The master replied, why is it impossible? What he wants to do, he does. He had just stopped the bleeding, and was now giving her back her life force. And it seemed she had a fight with a new tiger they had in their neighborhood. The master said that this tigress, both of them so decrepit, and once she recovered, he would turn her into a strong man so she could take revenge. Su realized that revenge was unlikely. And did the white girl really lose to that tiger? And isn't the white one so weak? But yes, even he almost chickened out in front of her once. He was so sweet back then. The master asked, what was the look on his face? He doesn't have time, he has to go. Since he is free now, let him take care of the white girl, let him treat her wounds and stitch her up. Su asked, where's he going? Does he want to find the one who hurt the white girl? The master replied that he should stay out of it, it was his own business. Su started to treat the white one and poured alcohol on her wounds. The white one was even in pain and started to growl. White started growling at him, and even tried to bite him. But Su punched him and told him to shut up and called her a decrepit tigress. But the master saw this and said, how dare he beat a wounded tigress? Where's his manners? Su replied that his pet is dying and he is lounging around. Doesn't he care about her? The master laughed and asked, sprawled out, he said. Hanging around idly? He is his great master, now thinking how the tigress' strength will need to be restored. Master said that once he finished thinking, his tigress would turn into the strongest among the pack. Stupid his apprentice, how dare he judge master just by his cover? What young people are nowadays, they can't think and talk for nothing. Su thought that the master had started again, it would be better if he kept silent. And replied that the master was right as always. Su said he wanted to stitch up her wounds while she slept. Would he be kind enough to keep quiet? He needs to focus. Su didn't bother much, and used the secret bird's foot stitch technique. Master decided to take a look and Su said it was perfect. The master took a look and said it looked decent. How long had it been since he had switched from training daggers to a real thunder-slashing sword? He then kindly showed him the sword technique at the same time. Su asked, 3 years old, why is he suddenly asking? And what do you mean kindly? In all the years he had lived with him, he had never once shown him courtesy. The master started laughing and said that the student had a tongue, he was at it again, he missed his education. Is it so difficult to just answer the question straightforwardly? But Su saw the look in his eyes and realized that the master was obviously planning something bad. Su apologized and said that he had wanted to show him what he had learned in these 3 years for so long, and so far, he had paid no attention to him. Now he could wield 6 blades at once. The master asked with surprise, 6 in 3 years? Is that true? Su replied that yes, and what's the big deal? Master patted his shoulder and said surprisingly, very surprisingly. 6 already? He congratulates Su. The master told him that he seemed to have eaten a lot of useful things in secret. Without such dirty deeds, how could he be able to achieve such incredible results in such a short time? Su replied that he didn't know what the master was talking about. In his opinion, it's all thanks to his innate genius and constant training, of course. And he believes that the heavens have taken pity on him and decided to endow him with at least such a gene. But suddenly the master started laughing and said he didn't care. He could do what he wanted, he was ready to forgive him for any deeds. He is a great master. His soul is as wide as their vast sky. And he is willing to forgive and even celebrate his accomplishments. The master said it was time to wrap up his congratulations. And since he had learned 5 swords, it was time for him to move up a level. Su realized that he had trained so much, and it turned out that all those skills were average. Master said to leave the white-robed one here to rest, and followed him. The master said that the training for the advanced level would focus on learning the flaws of the Thunderstrike sword, and the top-level training would be to learn the disadvantages of the Thunder-smashing sword as a silk sword and how to overcome them. And based on what he had just told him long and hard, he suggests that he start learning the advanced level with the water sword. Sue asked. He doesn't mean what he's thinking right now. And the master is such a joker. He agrees with him. The joke is good. The master replied, what other jokes? Let him learn immediately. And immediately pushed him off the rock into the water. Sue didn't even know that the master would do such a mean thing to him, and falling down shouted for help. At this time in the base of the Kyonin martial arts community, the head said that the warriors being raised in Shinmukakuin are the hope and future of their country. And he wants to know how things are going this year? Can he have any hope for them? The man replied that he had already selected the top 40 of the best, and divided them into groups. And the training was conducted specifically separately by group, depending on the destination they would then be sent to. The Chianan group is planning to be sent to Mount Shaman, Biko's group to Day Mountain, Henma's group to Fire Mountain, and Stranger's group to Ami Mountain. Sue couldn't swim, and could drown. And every time he went under the pillow, he started shouting that he had bracelets on his hands and feet. But suddenly Sue went underwater and was saying that the master is a villain, a monster, an enemy, a murderer. He's wearing heavy bracelets, and if he hated him so much, it was weak to tie up his rock and throw it with him, the water sword of Thunderstrike. Even the name itself is weird. Does he think he's going to die like this? Sue went straight down into the deep water and removed the bracelets from himself. And immediately afterward, he climbed out of the water. Sue said he survived. But what about those bracelets? If he goes home without them, the master will destroy him for sure. Sue immediately realized that he would have to climb back up to get the bracelets. And this stupid training, he would have to do it too. The master shouted at him that he was a retard, not a smartass. He still hasn't learned how to control a water ball of thunder. He's only good for making money, that's all. Sue became very angry and shouted at the top of his voice for his master to be cursed. And immediately went back into the water. And after 3 months, the base of the martial arts community Kyonin Mujik said that the curriculum was made up according to their performance. Not that the levels between groups, not much difference. Here's the list. The man said he added literature, history and logic in addition to martial arts to his overall grades. But in terms of martial arts proficiency, all 40 students are on par. That's good. But there are still some things that are a little alarming. The head asked. He probably means that grades aren't the main thing, but he of the outsider group, because of the fact they have grades lower than the rest of the group, it can feel like they have become outcasts. The man said yes. So when he divided the first 16 students into groups, he wanted to immediately assign 2 of them the position of the commander of all groups and his deputy, and add them to the group of outsiders. But then he changed his mind based on the growth potential of the boys in the group. Especially since 2 boys and 2 girls among them have been studying with them for only 2 years. The head said that in 2 years they have already taken 3rd and 4th place. They are very interesting, they really have good potential. The head was glad that Rin hadn't joined the stranger group, or else she would have gone to Ami's mountain again. Mount Ami time has certainly passed, but he wouldn't want to go back there after all. He doesn't like it there. The man said that Mr. Jin-un is coaching them now. He thinks we can hope for a good result. The head replied that Mr. Jin-woon is one of the top 100 martial artists. He's going to be 80 years old soon. How is he feeling? The man said he had told him that he was now, on the contrary, getting younger. Mr. Jin is a very quiet and kind man. He thinks Sun can teach the boys a lot. Master Un told his men to take a break here. The waterfall is beautiful, it's so hot today, may they forgive him for making them work in this weather. The guys replied that they could still go, but the foreman seemed tired. But the other guy got angry and said, "Where are they going again? He's carrying this time." The other guy yelled that it's hard and hot in here. There is no one here, and suggested that we stop playing the goody-goody. Teacher Un said that they had helped him well. Now they could go their own way. They could just tell him how to go. It was so kind of them to follow him to show him the way. The guy told him there was something he wanted to ask him. It was quiet and empty, and since he was so grateful, they would take all his things away from him. But the other guy said no, that's not enough. And he saw the money on him. Let him put everything in his pocket. Un replied that it turns out they are very hard-working robbers. And the money that's in that bag, he can't give them. Un said there was nothing to be done about it, and threw the bag of money in front of their feet. Un said that he was using the rejuvenation procedure now, so it would be hard for them to defeat him. If they want to take anything from him, let them raid him. The guy started laughing and said that if he, the old man, had given him everything at once, they would have kept him alive. But Un immediately attacked them with 2 balls. The guys were greatly surprised and thought, what kind of water bombs are these? But Un didn't stop and attacked them a couple more times. The boy thought that maybe he was some kind wizard who decided to help them. But suddenly Un saw a knife being thrown at him. He immediately dodged it and tripped. He then hit his head on a rock. 7 minutes before, Su had been underwater and had been practicing the whole time. He came out of the water and realized that he could have been in the water with those bracelets for 30 minutes already. He throws the thunder-smashing sword with something, which means that he's still at level 1. He's been practicing for 3 months now, but he still can't break even one of them. Under the water he began to draw his master, and with each drawing he tried to convey how he saw his master. Su said that he couldn't concentrate his power in the water. Kind of honed the technique, but why he can't do much in water? Could it be his limit? He realized that an old murderer who lived at home was no help at all. He could have explained, at least. And he shouldn't have asked. Su realized that he couldn't fail. He had still suffered so much humiliation from this old man. He wouldn't be doing this kind of dumb training for the coming 10 years. Suddenly, Su didn't stop and released his energy. He threw the slashing knife at him out of the water with all his might, and showed what he was really capable of. In the morning, Su came out of the water and said with a sigh that it was a good workout. Honestly, he hadn't expected that the desire to eliminate evil would stimulate him so much, though of course, this was all possible because of his innate talent. But suddenly he heard something and asked what it was. Looking to the side he saw an old man and 2 men lying on the ground, not even moving. Su walked to the shore and thought about what had happened here. And now according to his analysis, what he just saw happened as follows. 2 men who looked like hooligans tried to kill the old man, but they ended up killing themselves. First guy's ribs are broken, presumably with an iron ball, internal hemorrhaging. COD is cranial trauma. Hits something small and hard, like a rock, and he thinks the main reason is because of the blow. Dagger calluses on the palm of his hand. And next to the old man's corpse is a cheap knife, just like the ones made in the local blacksmith shop and sold wholesale to robbers and hooligans. Su thinks it belongs to this guy. And judging from the knife, the guy's build, and his appearance, he's definitely the robber. The other guy died under similar circumstances, supposedly at the last minute, stuck a knife in this old man. Based on appearances and the overall situation, both men were in cahoots. I wonder where the stones came from? Maybe from this guy, as a sign of punishment. Why was this guy hurt in the first place? He's supposed to be a martial artist. And judging by the scars on his hands, the iron balls lying around belonged to this grandfather. And if he could break the first guy's ribs, the old man was a master. How'd he let the second guy stick a knife in him? Maybe he'd done something wrong to them. So he decided not to fight back. And if you think about it, sprained leg, head injury. So he tried to run away, stumbled and fell. Luck was not on his side, of course, and he hit his head on a stone. And the second man, losing consciousness, fell on top of him, but unfortunately with a knife. But what a stupid death. Su wondered why the old man would even try to run away if he was good at fighting. They could certainly speculate here for a long time, but it was unclear why. That was a very good question, of course. After all, he is the most gifted person on the planet. Found a dislocation and a head injury. They are of course both simply unmatched. Su thought and said they had it figured out, but the thing is, you can't just leave the bodies here. So I guess he's gonna have to clean it up. It was already evening, and Su kept working and burying all the corpses. He told his grandfather that he was now lying in the best place on this mountain. He buried the other 2, but he buried him properly, with all the honors and traditions. And as a token of his gratitude, he thinks he'd be willing to pay for his work. With some items. He'd be very grateful. Su went to the bag and said that he would now see what he had here. Suddenly he found a small bag, and felt a heaviness. When he opened the sack, he was greatly pleased at what he saw, for the sack was full of gold and silver. Su said he hadn't seen them in a long time. 230 gold coins and many more silver and bronze coins. He only makes 20 a month at the forge. This is his entire year's salary. Su said. That's the score. It's even too good. And in this life, fate thanks him. Su decided that he would put the coins back in his gold bag and look further to see what else was here. Su put it all to one side and said it was strange stuff. And it seems to be a skin mask. He's heard of them. But what a nasty looking thing. Su was getting very curious about who their grandfather was. Maybe this would give him some answers. Su took the letter and said that it said the Lord of Iron, Mr. Jean. And judging from his nickname, he is a martial artist. But there was also an invitation for training, and it will be for 3 months. He is waiting for them without fail. Stone Hand Ping Su, head of Chan Makakwin. Su at this moment wondered, who is Peng Su's stone hand? So is his hand as hard as a stone? Or maybe if he hit someone, that someone would immediately turn into a cobblestone. He is certainly an obscure but very interesting nickname. Su started to smile, and said that he was very lucky today, but suddenly Su decided that he would save the fun for later. It says here that a teacher is needed. And if he can't keep them, an invitation to teach costs 20 gold coins, and if more is needed let them ask for it. He is an honest and well-mannered man, and cannot leave those who need help in distress. And 230 gold coins is certainly a gift from heaven, but since he's got it, he's got to work it off. And moreover, at the end of it, he'll be paid extra. And how can you refuse? And that makes 10 students. And he doesn't know who these guys are, but let them wait for their moment. The next morning the group of people were in the forest, and the girl said it was very hot. She asked Namgung if they had a long way to go. Namgung replied that he thought they would reach it soon. They're already on Mount Ami. And they'd better hurry up. But suddenly the guy said that all his clothes were wet with sweat. Namgung replied that he was too. Namyun asked Un, has he already chosen the subjects he will study next semester? Un replied that he had. And of course, military science, geography, and from the category of practical use of the fist and control of 2 swords. He'll take Chongchuk as his foreign language. And Namgung, what will he do? Namgung replied that it means Chongchuk. He chose this language too, though he is afraid it will be difficult to get a good grade. He chose the ideology of the South medium level, the astrology of China, the sword of smashing thunder, and one of the walking techniques. All subjects are easy. He just wants to get a higher GPA. Un replied to him that he always picks the hardest ones and still gets excellent grades. Let him tell me how he does it. Namgung replied that he was just having bad luck with lectures, so he was practicing his grades in practical classes. If he knew what he had recently received in Mr. Sim's subjects, the science of martial arts, Namgung said he'd better tell him how he was doing on his own. I heard he recently got a perfect score in foreign language. And he got first place among all the other students? Un replied that he had completely failed Mr. Kang's subject, the ideology of the ancient South. He had hoped that he could finally catch up with him that semester. Namgung started laughing and said that he was a descendant of a clan of shamans living on a sacred mountain. And he didn't expect to have such a simple wish. Un laughed, and told his friend to be afraid of him, for he would soon take the first place away from him. Namgung replied that he would look forward to it, and study hard. But behind her, the girl asked someone that he was from the Ami clan, and yet he had never been to this mountain. The girl replied that yes, it's just that it's so big, and according to their clan's rules, they can't wander around it unauthorized. But still, he feels at home here. The girl said she just heard that they were heading to Mount Ami, and his eyes sparkled and his face brightened. The girl said that she herself became somehow cozier nearby. But the friend told her to stop. And she's definitely teasing everyone. The girl asked the person walking next to her, her name is Yang Okeyun, right? Since they were in the same group and would be studying together, could they use the first name? Yan listened to her suggestion and replied okay. The girl said then they agreed. Does she know what her name is? Yan replied that as far as she could remember, her last name was Dan and her first name was Moon High. The others were saying that the guys in front were so tough. They must have high grades to be so fast. The guy said he was so hot. And he's dying. So her sister's score is going to be higher than hers? The girl replied that it was because she wasn't feeling well on the day of the exam. But at the very end there was a guy who was exhausted and said that he did not know what so great they would learn there, but it was not necessary to go to such a distance. Namgung said that they seemed to have arrived. This is really their camp. He wants to go there as soon as possible. Un shouted that he suggested to the boys that whoever gets there first gets to pick the bunk first. Namgung replied that he couldn't afford to lose then. At the end, the guy was shouting in amazement, where they were rushing so fast, and it was so stuffy. But at the end the guy was very tired and said he didn't understand what was so funny. But suddenly Namgung saw leaves start to fall, and he didn't realize what was even happening. A stranger suddenly came down. Namgung as the strongest asked who he was. The guy replied that he was welcoming them. And welcome everyone. At the camp on Mount Amiachi in Mokakwan, a man said he had no name. Let them think he doesn't. The guy said that, and there's another point. His face is far from looking like the real thing. And now he's wearing a mask. All the guys were really surprised and didn't understand what was going on. The guy said that he would teach them. But he couldn't tell them what he was like yet. The teacher asked them if they were surprised. Well, they can be. But unfortunately, or fortunately, all these factors play no role. He does this only for the benefit of their education. If he tells them who he is, he will have to treat them in a special way whose parents he once knew. Well, this is fundamentally wrong. The learning process should not be influenced by any external factors. That's why he decided to hide his face. It is still necessary to treat each of them equally. The guys didn't expect this, and they could sense a lot of courage and strength in him. And he says the right things. The teacher said that of course, in time, when they fully see what tools and fighting techniques he possesses, perhaps they would be able to guess who he was. But let them keep in mind, even if such a thing were to happen, from now on, they are students to him, and he is only a teacher to them. If they want to develop truly real talent, let them forget who they are. They need to erase their social status. From now on, only their diligence will affect their grade. But he knows only one thing will be necessary. And that is that he is their teacher. Su was with them at this time, and it was flattering for him to hear this nickname from others' mouths. And for him, it's all the result of his painstaking 2 weeks of work. He even had a plan, and decided what it would look like. He won't be able to stay in it long, of course. It would be very stuffy. And he should buy a white wig too, and he can't make his whole body age. And the guys will probably guess quickly that he's wearing a mask, and they'll definitely point it out to him. But what should he do? But suddenly the master came into his room and asked him what he was doing here. And he hopes Su is not wearing makeup here? Su replied that he didn't. He just dared to look at his face. And is it so hard to knock before opening the damn door? The master replied that yes, it is difficult. A master has the right to visit his apprentice at any time without knocking. Otherwise, a child can get a little too relaxed and do something like that. Especially like today. The master told him that he saw that there was no meat on the table, so he decided to drink sake first. But there wasn't any. And in his opinion, at his age, with a healthy student, he should go to the village himself. He took him in, trained him. And he even has time to look at his own face in the mirror. But no time for the master? He's very disappointed in him. Master said they will see what he will do tomorrow. By the way, if there was a sudden urge to apologize, he's thinking of finding meat and that neighbor sake. We'll think about it. Su thought it was too much. He thinks the master is the most unattractive and hypocritical person on this earth. And if he told them to their face that he was wearing a mask, they would hardly question anything. And that's the solution. He will simply say that it is extremely important to him to conceal his identity. Arriving at the library, he realized that the key to the successful execution of his plan lay in a slippery tongue, a wit, and a cold, reserved heart. And for him, such a righteous man, such a thing is literally unacceptable. I will have to read suitable books and develop a talent in this area. Su began to study, and after reading a few books he said it was perfect. A man of genius, after all. And a man of genius plans. And now only the little touches remain. And then came laborious job number 3. The blacksmith asked him, did he want a free schedule? For 3 months? They're kind of still in the forge. Does he think that's possible? Su asked. Why not? Even now, he works day in and day out, yes, while doing twice as much work as the other uncles, and it doesn't matter when he comes. He can do all his errands in the evening. He could just as easily drop by in the morning. It's all about productivity. The blacksmith replied that it was, and asked him what he was saying there. Does he want to order something from him? Really, he could use a new sword for training. He needed about 40 of these bracelets and a few other small things, a few household items. He doesn't have to worry about the design, he will do them himself. From the final price he asks to deduct the cost of his work. Since he will be involved in the creation process, it will not be difficult to make a discount. The blacksmith asked, and why did he need such tasteless stuff? 40 pieces of it? Is there anyone else who would wear such a horror but him? Su replied that there were, or rather, would be soon. And he went straight to work. Su gathered all the tools he needed and said that everything was now ready for him. He is looking forward to them, dear students. And since he will have little slaves, he is now a master too. Su said that he even got goosebumps running down his skin. I guess it'll always be like that. And yes, being a master is awesome. Su told his new students that this would be the end of it. And lastly, he has only one thing to say. Though in the midst of their long and difficult lives their meeting will be fleeting, once bound it will be impossible to separate them. They will be his disciples forever, and master to them. And to that end, to seal today's day for years to come, he had prepared gifts for them. Some precious jewelry, to be exact, and there are 4 of each. They don't look like much, unfortunately. But they'll definitely help them learn. And he designed them personally for each one. The teacher said it's for both girls and boys. Everything looks identical. The students responded that they were grateful to their dear teacher. The teacher told the boys that he was in the yard on the practice field. Time is golden, so when they put on his gifts, have them come out with their weapons. They will present themselves to him, and he will evaluate their skills. The disciples obeyed and replied to the master that they understood. The students proceeded to receive the gifts, and said that they didn't think they would receive the gifts when they arrived. At this time the teacher wondered what they thought about this. The teacher hid behind the door and realized that the bracelets were heavy for everyone. He immediately thought that these guys were kind of skinny, but as someone who knew a little bit of martial arts, they were pretty weak. And once there, they have a long way to go to strength. He went to the training ground and said it was a sad sight. The teacher asked them what was wrong. Did they not like his gifts? The disciple replied that it was not that, but that they were heavy and hard to move around in. The teacher asked with surprise, heavy? Strange. After all, it seemed to him that the bracelet weighed only 30 kilograms each. The students were very surprised to hear that they are 30 pounds each. And that makes them 120 in total. The guy turned to the mentor and said that he promised they would work on their fitness. But could I ask him to go easy on them? After all, his wrist would break if he swung his sword with that thing. The second student said he was right. Let him think about the wrists and ankles of his students, and especially his female students. After all, they are learning martial arts based on speed and agility. The teacher replied, "Is that what you mean? The one who said that the wrist would break from swinging the sword, what is his name?" He orders him to take off the bracelets and show his technique. He wants to understand exactly what the bracelets are interfering with. The guy replied okay and said his name was Namgung-san, the 3rd son of the main branch of the Namgung clan. He is currently the captain of the Red Bird team. The second apprentice at this time believed that his captain could do it. He could do it, because their wrists were at stake. Namgung stood in front of the teacher and said that he would like to ask for his mentorship. The teacher replied to get him started already. Just as he said time is golden, Namgung said that the main martial art of their clan is sword technique that focuses on strength and speed. The disciple thought, isn't this a lightning sword art? I guess for attacks to be like lightning, it's important to work on speed. Namgung immediately displayed a lightning-fast sword art. But everyone was greatly surprised by the end of the attack. Namgung was greatly frightened and shouted to Mentor to be more careful. But the preceptor stood still and fought off his attack. The students thought at this point, why does it sound like metal when it's bouncing off his hand? The mentor easily took the sword away from Namgung's hands and started waving it in front of his face, showing that he was weak. Mentor said it didn't seem particularly fast or powerful, despite the fact that he was without bracelets. Now a question for him. What does he see on his wrist? Namgung looked and answered the gentleman that it was a heavy bracelet. The mentor started nodding and said that these were his shackles. The jewelry, that is, are called black dragon bracelets, and weigh 84 kilograms each. The students were greatly surprised and thought that he was now wearing 336 kilograms. That can't be. How is that possible? The old man is lying. The mentor said that if you listen to them, his body that has been practicing with these bracelets since he was 10 years old. The mentor started demonstrating his skills and said that he shouldn't be able to do martial arts. The disciples were greatly surprised that he chopped down that tree. At the same time he stayed where he was and did not move at all. He was able to cut down a tree with a sword. With someone else's sword. Amazing technique. He doesn't have a sword with him, and he doesn't look like a swordsman. That's the power. Who is this man? Mentor said he thinks their prejudice is based on nothing. Namgung replied that he thought he was stupid. He would do anything to become better under him. The disciples thought the mentor wanted them all to wear those bracelets, and showed the captain that it was too much. Namgung realized that it couldn't be, because at this rate, they wouldn't stay here for long. The mentor turned to the disciple who said his name was Ginseng, and he was very glad that he had come to this conclusion, even if it took time, and he hopes his sword isn't stuck in the ground. The bracelets just made him too strong. The mentor said, "Who's next?" What was his name? He had agreed with Ginseng before and was worried about the female students. How does he think now? He can fight him if he doubts. The guy replied that his name is Henan. He is a disciple of the Wudong sect, and he believes that his bracelets will definitely improve his martial skills with every move. Henan said that he was wrong before because he wasn't used to them, but now he can even feel his own skills improving. The mentor asked if he didn't want to fight. Feeling alone is not enough, right? Henan replied that it wasn't really just feelings, but almost like knowledge. So he'd had enough for now. The skills are slowly but surely growing. The disciples immediately considered him a traitor. What does he feel there? Let him not lie. He changed his shoes very quickly. The mentor asked with surprise, "Really?" and said those two students might disagree with him. Since he said he had to let them not wear the bracelets, didn't he want to fight for them? Or was he now speaking for them too? The girl showed herself and replied to mentor that they thought the bracelets were too much at first too, so they kept silent, but he wouldn't speak for an eye. Let him rather ask them. The second student replied that she was right. He is not in a position to speak for them. Henan said that's right, he was just giving his opinion. Didn't think it through properly, and Jinren was supposed to speak for them. Or the vice captain. Or the other apprentices. The mentor asked with surprise, "Really?" The mentor began to smile and asked what they thought. Everyone was quickly surprised and froze for a few minutes. After that the mentor sent them to the cliff. They were not happy and said it was wrong. And why are they doing it? The girl told the student to calm down. Otherwise things will get messed up. The student asked how can she be calm? They'd been doing nothing but building for 10 days. And with this blunt, heavy, steel stick, the girl said they did a lot of things besides laundry. The student asked what else? Did they weave beads? It's all just labor. They came here to train martial arts. And not to do backbreaking labor. She'll report back as soon as they return to the academy. But one of the guys heard it, and told Muna to be quiet. They're near the training center, so who knows when the mentor will show up. Mun sighed and replied that luckily he wasn't around. But Enho was right, we should be quieter. Mun asked if they remembered what had happened to Nozak, right? And if they weren't careful, they might suffer the same horrible fate as him. 5 days ago that day they were coming back from doing laundry for lunch, and they sensed something wrong. And one of them was alarmed. The disciples started saying that they couldn't take it anymore. But Gyuzan, that is, their captain, found out what had happened and tried to intervene. Gyuzan was telling Haku to calm down. And that would only make it worse. Hak threw the axe and replied to get away from him. Could it get any worse? How long do they have to do this crap? Did they come all the way to MTMA to make them do this kind of nonsense? The mentor replied that it was training. How could it be otherwise? Hak asked with surprise, what is it? He's calling it training? And even a dog would laugh at that. From day one, he shackled them like slaves. And then he created terrible conditions for them. And he also said that money and anything shiny would only hinder their training. and even Habrati their clothes with weapons. And then Huck realized that whoever had the most money on the team was the main victim. And why did he make them all talk and say it was basic training? Why did he assign Jiren and Heenan to the kitchen, and he divided the others into washing, chopping wood, hunting, and gathering food? He made them do all the work, and then, after all that hard, manual labor, started talking some nonsense about sleight of hand and beads. And the worst part is that he makes them carve wooden figurines during recess, and says it's mental training. They don't even have proper breaks except to pee, eat, and sleep. If he makes them do all that shit, at least give them a break. Huck immediately got in over his head and said that they shouldn't be forced to do all this at all. They need a proper workout. The mentor asked if the workout was normal? So he's just upset that this workout doesn't feel like a real workout. Huck replied that it's not even close to training, it's exploitation. And all he makes them do. Just then, mentor remembered how he had asked them if they had the strength to still walk? And it seemed he had been too easy on them, and today they got a taste of what awaits them tomorrow. Huck said it was torture. He won't take it anymore, even if he beats him to death. If he continues like this, he will leave the camp and return to the academy. The mentor was surprised and asked if they were having a riot here. Huck replied that yes, they are. Is he going to teach them martial arts or not? The mentor said he decided to stage a riot because he wants to teach real martial arts, right? The mentor thought, what a bum, unwashed. How dare a student rebel against his mentor? We should beat him up. They only understand force. The captain told the guy to stop. He's got eyes on him, he's got to be careful. The rest of us will be affected by how he deals with him. Huck asked with surprise, is he suggesting he doesn't beat him up? The captain replied that no, of course not. He's just saying that if he wants to punish him, it should carry some educational value. A duel or a demonstration would work better, Huck said, thinking hard. There seemed to be one way. It would be just right for situations like this. The captain said he remembered too. The fucking old man who sits in their house said he learned it from some dreary martial arts master. Huck replied that he did. And even told his story. A long time ago, in a mountain village, a martial arts master lived with his favorite dog named Spot. And one hot summer day the dog disappeared, and the master went to look for him. And that's when he found Spot's red collar. But the speck had already become lunch for the vagabonds who made chowder out of it. And from the grief over the speck, that's when this terrifying martial art came into being. Legend has it that since that day, that martial artist has used this terrifying technique whenever he sees someone hurting dogs or behaving worse than a dog. And it's a brutal technique, so he didn't want to just use it. But it would come in handy now. The captain replied that it was a terrible and inhumane martial art, but what can you do? You have to teach your student a lesson. The mentor said that in that case, he agrees. He will personally teach him the technique. Someone get him a weapon. Everyone at that moment was greatly surprised and couldn't even say a word. The mentor told him to attack when he was ready. Huck picked up a stick and decided to use his technique. But his mentor used his dog days against him. Then came the dog-beating fist. And then it was dog days again, and another dog-beating fist. His mentor wouldn't toy with him on the budding student, and beat him in a way the kid had never felt such pain in his life. Mun said at this point that at worst they could suffer the same nightmarish fate as Nohak. And now he still couldn't forget how awful he looked, unable even to scream or fall to the ground, from the fists that came at him from all sides. The girl told her not to scare them. She makes it sound like Nohak is dead. Mun asked, he thought, had he even seen him since that day? Had she even spoken to him? The girl replied that she had heard that he had finally been able to leave his room today, but had not seen him herself. Mun said that the Nohak who went with them to Mount Ame. The Nohak who went with them to Mount Ame is no more. Enho says that, honestly, he's seen it too. And he agrees with her. He was a righteous guy for not being afraid of evil, though he was rough. Mun asked him, had he seen him too? Today, when Nohak came out of his room, his preceptor told him to wash. So he went to the spring, washed quietly, and asked no questions. Enho asked with surprise he had washed himself? How was that possible? He always said it was enough for him to wipe himself in the rain. Enho said that it was so creepy. When he went to get the washing sticks, he saw Nohak looking intently at the axe. and water was dripping from his hair and clothes. The girl asked her, she didn't think he was going to use that axe against the demon that is the mentor, did she? Manhwa replied that he didn't. She thinks he will go and do his work. He is supposed to chop wood, after all. But he hasn't done it for many days. The girl was surprised and asked then why was she so scared. After the tragedy, she thinks he will just do his job decently like Wanbo. Manhwa told them he was a disciple of the vagabond sect. In other words, he's homeless. Enho replied that is correct. What kind of homeless person washes and works hard? He is no longer a homeless man, but a laborer. This means that Nohak's identity as a disciple of the vagabond sect is destroyed. At that time, Hak was working in the forest and was constantly chopping wood. The guy walked over and asked Huck if he was okay. He could only get out of bed. Don't let him work so hard, and that should be enough. He'll cut down that tree. Let him get in the wagon and get some rest. But Mentor came running and said he hadn't done anything yet and he was already slacking off? Lazy, insolent bum. He's behaving worse than a dog. Let him fight him and it'll be Champak today. Huck was immediately frightened by such a thing and picked up an axe. And immediately proceeded to chop wood. The guy told him he would do anything, let him stop. But Huck wouldn't stop and he decided he needed to run to him. The guy told him he would just pass out if he kept it up. Huck was as good as dead and continued to do his job. The guy turned it on him and said he knew what he was thinking. But the mentor wouldn't want him to pass out. It might even make him angrier. The guy started tugging at him and saying that everyone was worried about him. It might be hard to believe, but the mentor had thought a lot of him in the last few days. While everyone took turns treating him, the mentor told them to make him ice compresses and rub herbs into him. He even brought them herbs himself, and his skills weren't enough to protect him. So let him finish the job for him. He wouldn't turn down a comrade who cared a lot about him, right? But Hak didn't know what to say and just kept silent. Coming to eat, the apprentice was telling Haku that he needed to eat well to recover. Mun too replied that he was right. The gathering team had caught this fish for him. It would be especially useful to disperse the blood. The commander sat down at the table and started laughing and said that the bracelets made it hard to fish, so they could only get one. Let him eat it before Mentor came. Huck looked at it and said it was much bigger. It was too much for him, and the rest of us wouldn't have enough. Mun said that she went a little while and talked, so she'll be fine. The guy replied that's right too. They just happened to have no appetite today. That happens sometimes. The commander also said he didn't want either. He didn't have an appetite today anyway. And of course, that's his own problem, because Jimin's cooking is top-notch. The guy in the back said he was for sure. On the way back from doing laundry, he picked up an egg-shaped rock. He left it on his bed. If you heat it up and rub it where it hurts, he'll feel better. Mun asked, what is he talking about? His bruises weren't fully healed yet, so rubbing them on could be a problem. She brought some herbs, just have him rub them on before bed. Mentor was taking a walk in the woods at this time and said that there is nothing like a walk with fruit after dinner. I wish they'd learned to cook sooner. He can't believe he has to cook for himself when he has 10 students at his side. They'll only be here for 3 months. We need to get serious about training them. I wonder if this homeless guy's been working. He seemed pretty docile this morning. Suddenly he heard something and immediately climbed up the tree. But in the moment, he thought it was probably just his students. Why is he hiding? And of course, eating in secret, hiding from his mentor has become a habit. And since he's here, he'll wait until they're gone. He had begun to hear all the voices and now he realized they were talking about him, even though he had run away from the old man for their sake? And he hoped they would not choose to insult their mentor, his dear students. The captain was saying at this time that he just feels a little sad in his heart. Maybe because he gets a little lonely when he looks up at the night sky. The guy replied to his friend that he's been talking some crap lately and can't concentrate on his studies. But he's sure it's not about the bracelets and work. It's all about Jiren, isn't it? The mentor was greatly surprised at hearing that Namgung Sang was having an affair. The guy said that his eyes and voice both change when he looks at Jinren. Honestly, he becomes like slime even more than Jinren's pork chowder from that boar he caught. Namgung asked with surprise, really? Does he think it's the same with Jiren when she looks at him? The guy asked. How would he know? Let him go, and see what she thinks of him. And at the same time you should share your feelings. And since Jiren is an outer disciple of the Ame sect, it's not forbidden for her to marry. Namgung asked with surprise, getting married? How can he say such nonsense? And even so easily, the guy said, what's the big deal? He wanted to and said, Jiren is certainly one of the 7 phoenixes of the academy, but he's also one of the 9 dragons. Let him have the courage to confess, and he's saying it because it's already painful to watch. Does he want another guy to take Jiren while he hesitates? Only the braver guy wins in this case, Namgung asked with surprise. Jiren is with another guy? If that happens, what should he do? The guy replied that's why, and he tells him to come clean while he has the chance. Namgung said that even though he is a future Taoist monk, he is quite knowledgeable about the relationship between men and women, but it's not so easy for him. In fact, it's time to end this conversation. When he saw that his students had left, the mentor immediately descended from the tree. The mentor immediately thought Namgung was a pussy. He had to restrain himself from punching him for being so pathetic, and never to hear such pathetic bullshit again. He'd rather solve his stupid students' stupid problems like a good mentor. The next day in the early evening of Crimson Peak, the girl would turn to her mentor and asked where he was, but suddenly she heard a rustle and was frightened. She immediately asked, "Who is it?" And at that moment, Namgung came out of the bushes and said with surprise, "Is it really Jiren?" Jiren asked him what he was doing here. Namgung replied that that's what he wanted to ask. What is she doing in this secluded place? Jiren replied that her mentor had sent a message saying he wanted to meet her here. Namgung said he got one from him too, but he doesn't see it anywhere. The mentor was sitting in the tree at this time, and realized that everything was going as it should. Her mentor approached her with the letter, and told her to read it when she was alone. Jiren immediately opened it, and read it. But he also went to Namgung, and told him to read it when he was alone. When he read it, he thought about it a lot. The mentor realized that now that the stage was set, it was up to them, the kids. And according to his brilliant predictions, they have 4 choices. Scenario 1: Namgung is ridiculously mumbling, and can't admit to anything. Jiren would ask, does he wish to tell him something? And Namgung wouldn't be able to tell her everything as it is. Jiren would reply that if he didn't have anything to say, she should make dinner. And mentor thought that would probably be the case. If that happened, he would come down, and then he'll punish him for being so pathetic, and then he'll teach him until he's strong. Under the second scenario goes that Jiren asks for time to think, or blows Namgung off. Jiren says she'll go. Namgung would start crying and mentor realize that it would be a pity, but that could very well happen too. And he hoped it would be okay. It will make him as strong as he is sad right now. But mentor will tell him straight up that it happened because he's a pathetic weakling. And since that's the case, he'll suggest that he train twice as hard and get stronger. Of course, though unlikely, other options are possible. And the third surprise, they become a couple. After all, everyone has their own tastes, and the universe is a big place. In that case, Jiren will say that she loves him too. Namgung will say that they're really like 2 halves. And he'll ask her to get married right away. And if that happens, he thinks it will be necessary to make very strong students out of them, so that their future will be bright. Yeah, that's the minimum he can give them as a cool mentor. And that's the most realistic option. The mentor will come up to them and congratulate his students. And to make their future bright and happy, from tomorrow he is doubling the number of training sessions. Of course, Namgung doesn't seem like that kind of guy to him, but as a well-trained mentor, he has to foresee everything. And option 4, Namgung goes crazy, and since it's kids learning martial arts, Jiren can take care of him herself. But then mentor will come over and tell her to hit him harder until he understands. They'll give him a smack every day, and as a mentor, he has to do his best. And since he has prepared a warm welcome for them, he hopes Namgung will act wisely. But suddenly he was surprised and asked what was it? He saw the tiger heading towards the disciples. Jiren was saying at this time that mentor wrote them a message, though he could have just said so. She can't understand what he wants. Namgung replied that neither does he understand. But who even knows what's in his head? Mentor looked closely and realized that this cat looked familiar. And were there really 2 of them? He immediately remembered teacher's words as he said it looked like she had lost the fight to some new tiger. Nastavni thought that was certainly not surprising. A snowball, probably fighting 2 at once. But the stupid enemy Snowball wants to attack his students. Jiren was saying at the time that this was true. What should they do then? Namgung was greatly surprised and asked, to them, the mentor was realizing that no. And things were just getting fun. He had worked so hard to set everything up, and here it was all falling apart in a second. So what's he supposed to do? And no matter how quickly he takes care of the tiger, they'll notice he's here. Suddenly it occurred to him not to interfere. They are studying martial arts after all, and these two, especially Namgung, are kind of like the rising suns of the martial arts realm. And even for him, tigers became a joke by the time he was 15. He almost suffocated his students with hyperparenting. But it's not like he's a big threat. And of course it doesn't matter how dumb they are, these kids are old enough to know martial arts. There's no way Tiger can beat them. Jiren said at this time that if the mentor could still come, they should wait together. Namgung was surprised and asked, together? Since the mentor might still come, they should wait together. Namgung said he could wait that long and suddenly heard a crunch behind a bush that surprised them greatly. Immediately afterward, the tiger pounced on them, and Namgung tried to save Jiren so she wouldn't get hurt. But the tiger's paw grazed Namgung's face. Jiren got really scared and shouted to the guy. But Namgung replied that he was fine. In order for them to run away or fight, the weighted bracelets must be removed. And they don't have time, because the tiger is coming at them from behind. And he's coming at them again. The tiger began to run even faster, and pouncing on the disciples, he clawed at Namgung's back with his claws. Jiren fell on her back and Namgung immediately plopped down on top of her. The mentor wondered what he was looking at right now. Not to mention they were already pouring salt on his wound. Don't they want to live or something? How can they forget about having that cat around them? Namgung told her to run away and he would distract him. Jiren said she wouldn't allow it. And it's better if she's the bait. Namgung replied that no. He won't allow it. Mentor saw and said everything, and thought what an abomination. These cockroaches decided to snicker in this position. Namgung and Jiren started arguing over which one of them would be the bait. Mentor watched and saw that they looked happy, but if he left things as they were, nothing good would end up happening. Mentor immediately came down from the tree, and kicked at the tiger with his foot without even bothering. The mentor tackled the tiger, and pushed them with his foot, and told them to get up. Namgung was surprised and turned around and asked who? Namgung took a closer look and said with surprise, Mentor. He replied that he was right, it was him. And he asked, what are they doing? Jiren replied that it was just that Namgung wanted to sacrifice himself for him. It couldn't be allowed. So while she tried to stop him, they started pulling each other. Namgung asked, in what sense can't be allowed? He had to do it. And he would gladly give his stupid life for her. Jiren asked, what? She admitted that he had saved her, but how could he say that? The mentor thought it was rather odd. Did the mentor say he did what he had to for Jiren's sake? What was that about? Rolling around in the grass with a red face? And they make it sound like it was Namgung who defeated the tiger. Mentor said that it was strange. The one who defeated the tiger and saved Jiren's life isn't the guy who rolled around in the grass. Does Jiren thank him simply because he doesn't want to accept the fact that his mentor saved him? Jiren replied that of course not. And they are grateful to the mentor. Namgung also apologized and thanked. The mentor said he doesn't care. He doesn't want others to think he saved them for thanks. Anyway, the two of them couldn't beat one tiger. And of course they're lazy days. From tomorrow, they will practice twice as much. The disciples were very surprised and asked their mentor, what? The mentor took the tiger on his back and said he would go and let them run to dinner. Jiren asked where is he carrying this tiger? Namgung replied that he didn't know. He did not understand why his mentor was in a hurry, and why he had called them here. But since they won't know that, he thinks, we should just go back to their dorms. Jiren said the guy was bleeding and his back was hurt. Namgung replied that it was no big deal. It's just a small scratch, don't let him worry about it. Jiren asked, what do you mean, it's nothing? Jiren started spinning him around and told him to let her examine the wound. Namgung replied that he did say it was fine, didn't he? Jiren looked at his back and saw large scratches. She was very frightened by that. Jiren asked, does he think such a huge wound is nothing? It's not nothing at all. She realized he was hurt saving her, but not to worry her, He didn't even squeak in pain. Jiren said she had some medicine made of limestone. They need to stop his bleeding quickly, so she asks her to excuse her. Namgung asked in surprise, "Forgive?" Jiren said that she had applied the medicine, now it needed to be bandaged. Namgung replied that it was just a scratch. "He's fine, really." Jiren replied that couldn't be true. Let him just wait, and ripped the fabric from her dress. Namgung immediately closed his eyes and said that she had torn her own clothes. Even though she hardly had any clothes left, she did it for him. Jiren said it was true. "But it's okay. He risked his life for her. The clothes are nothing." Namgung replied that it's still. He feels bad that she's doing this for him. Jiren bandaged him up and said that, like she said, it was nothing. She was bandaging his wounds now, keeping him still. Namgung stood still and waited for her to enfold him. But in a moment, he grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. Namgung stood up and asked if Jiren wanted to go to the dormitory together. The girl immediately remembered all the moments they had gone through, and replied that of course. After a month, the disciple was underwater and screaming for someone to save him. He can't catch the sword paths for the yin and yang technique. He can barely move the sword because of the resistance of the water. The guy realized that he had been underwater for 7 minutes. And no matter how much chi he has, he's frozen and he can't breathe. And he's at his limit. He tried to pick his way out of the water and felt that these shackles were making every dive a torture. Once on dry land, he took a towel and sighed, saying he was safe. He asked Namgung if he was dead. Namgung jerked his hand and showed that he was still alive. The guy smiled and replied that he was glad he was alive. But one of the students went on dry land and the guy said she was better than Namgung. They all went in together, but she lasted longer. The apprentice replied that it was because she was just enduring without even raising her sword. And why would they do such a thing? How does this hell keep getting worse and worse? The guy said he was talking about it too. For the first 2 weeks, they were all thinking about how to get used to the bracelets and labor. The girl replied that as soon as they achieve something, he gives them an even harder task. And in the last month, he's gone wild. They don't even have time to breathe. Namgung said that a month ago, it seems, the mentor said something strange then. The girl replied that around that time, a wounded man came to their durka. And maybe that's why the mentor deemed them weak and intensified the training. Namgung said, "It can't be that, it's just that. He doesn't know anything?" Suddenly the guy said, "What was that sound?" The girl replied that it must have been someone falling down in plank hell. At this time, the other students began practicing and stood on boards over the water. The guy said to apologize to her. "I wonder what they need to apologize to Jiren for." The girl replied that when one person falls down in there, and the water comes in waves. That's why everyone falls. And she's surprised that Ren fell first. She's pretty good at balancing on the boards. Suddenly the girl said the guy passed out again. That's why the mentor calls them wimps. Namgung replied, telling him to rest. Since recently, the mentor has been making him his assistant or something, so all the training is twice as hard for him. The boy asked, and how did he end up in the mentor's disfavor? And what was that all about? But by this time the mentor had come. The mentor says he's only been gone 15 minutes and everyone's already scattered. Why are they being lazy? They're not slacking off, are they? The girl replied that that wasn't the case. Namgung said that everyone just fell down because of an accident. They're probably surfacing right now. The disciples found themselves underwater and asked each other what they were doing. Let them be rescued. Seeing the disciples come out, the mentor asked what were they doing? Did he ask them to do the impossible? Just waving guns in the water and standing on wooden planks on the water was all he wanted them to do. Is standing on water so hard? They said they were trained in agility. If you practice properly, even a 13-year-old can do it. The disciples thought, when did this become something easy? How do they do it in chains? And don't let them tell you that 13-year-olds can do it. The mentor said that if they can't stand on planks, how do they want to walk on water? The disciples wondered and thought, what did mentor just say? Does he really want to make them do this? Namgung asked his mentor, is this even possible? He had only heard of it but had never seen it. He thought that maybe the best martial artists of the forces of light could do that. But could they do it themselves? Mentor asked. They'd never seen it? What are they? Did they all come here from the desert? It's more than possible. Like he said, Even 13-year-olds can do it. Actually, a regular 13-year-old who can do it. Everyone thinks she's 16. And one day he came running to the mentor and said he was finally able to stand on the water. He asked, "Why is he silent?" "The beast is trying to eat the scary wood. Maybe he'll scold her or something? Will he let this clump of wool do whatever she wants? But he can't even praise his brilliant student. This is blatant favoritism." The teacher said to him, "What a racket he's making. They used to get married at the age of 13. Let him not make a scene just because he was able to stand on water at his age. Stop thinking how great he is and start walking on water." Sue told the teacher not to lie to him. When did 13-year-olds get married? If he did, he'd have great-grandchildren by now. The teacher replied to the dear student that seeing how insolent he was becoming, he was beginning to wonder that he had begun to pay little attention to him. Did he know that having a heart-to-heart talk wasn't such a bad idea? Mentor wondered if the age of marriage wasn't the only thing Mentor had lied to him about back then. Isn't anyone with a little martial arts training capable of doing that? But he doesn't understand. He could walk on water at 13. It wasn't even very difficult. He thought hard, where is the truth in this? Mentor said he realized they couldn't do it. They were all weaklings after all. But hadn't they ever seen someone do it? Are they trying to trick him? The disciples began to answer that they swear. And it was true, they had only heard it. Namgung said okay, and asked for his chalkboard. Namgung took and handed him the board. And thought, is Mentor really going to show them how to do this? The Mentor told them to look carefully. He threw the board and showed them that it was put like this. Next, you have to make your body as light as possible, and that's how you have to stand up. The Mentor stood on the boards and asked if they could see. The Mentor said not to dive into the water and float on the surface. That's what it means to stand on the water. The foundation of the basics. And when they can do that, they'll move on to the next step. Moving on water, or walking on water, it will take them about a month to learn that. And as he said, even 13-year-olds can do it. The students were greatly surprised and saw that he really walks on water. He makes it look so easy. Is this still something that can be learned after only a month of standing on water? And what martial arts school did he go to? Then he was surrounded by 13-year-olds walking on water. Mentor said his students should be able to do at least that. If, of course, they wanted to be out of here safe and sound in a month and a half. Of course, if they didn't have enough, they could always move up a notch. Namgung replied to his mentor that it was too much for them. Is there even a next step after walking on water? The mentor replied that of course not. Why would he be talking about it if it wasn't there? It's a tricky technique. So it takes 6 months of training, but let them look at it carefully. The mentor began to show them his skills on the board. And spun over the water as if it were dry land. Spun above the water and jumped out onto dry land and asked the students if they had seen it, and if they wanted to try it. But suddenly the students started denying everything and saying no. 2 weeks later a student was practicing and said it was so strange. He's getting stronger after training. But why is it getting harder and harder for him every day? His mind is dull from all that fatigue? No wonder, it's all because of that fucker. He makes them stand on the water all day and is forever racing him back and forth to the purple peak. The mentor turned to the disciple and said that he had run out of water. Dinner would be coming soon, so have him run quickly to the mountain to get water. The boy asked in surprise, is he talking about him? The mentor replied that yes, he was the third son of the Tang family. That's why he's Tang Tri. This isn't the first time he's called him that. Why is he so confused? Tang replied that she has a normal name, he's Tang Chulin, but that's not what he was asking about. Why him? And why does he need water from the mountain? Mentor replied, does he have to go find someone else to do the job when it's right under his nose? And he really doesn't understand why he has to go that far to get water. He didn't see anyone throwing up in the river upstream? Not to mention the fact that someone washes there all the time. All fresh water here is filthy, so let him get water from the mountain. He better not spill it, or he'll be sent away again. And he'll be back for dinner. He likes cold water before he eats. Chul had said along the way that his family was an elite clan of assassins and poison experts controlling all of Sichuan. He might not be one of the 9 dragons, but he still made it to the Red Falcon team thanks to entering the academy the first time. And now he was just a water carrier. What a humiliation. Suddenly he stopped and felt someone nearby. The hunter told his group that when they come off the mountain, they'll go to a bar. It's his treat. They'll drink themselves to death. Chul saw them and thought, are these really martial artists? They don't look very impressive. And now he has to hurry back. But suddenly one of the hunters asked, who's coming? Turning around, Chul began to listen to the insults as they say he's a freak. And have him get out of the way immediately. The hunter grabbed his shoulder and said that he was a dirty bastard. How dare he look at the great Kong Changhan, the Tao of Wind of the Central Security Bureau, like that? What's that look in his eye? Stop looking at them and let him move his dirty ass. Chul realized that Tao was a Chinese weapon with one sharp edge. But he was not intimidated by this, and he flipped one of his attackers over. The guy asked who he was. Chul told him to shut up and fight him. At this time, Mentor asked what was taking Chul so long. The girl asked with surprise that the idiot had gone to Crimson Peak. She had heard there were a lot of bears there lately. Muna said that Chul is certainly arrogant, but he wouldn't go there. She heard that his mentor told him to go fetch water from Sohun Peak. Jiren asked with surprise, Sohun Peak? People from her martial arts school go there often. There are hardly any beasts there. The student also said he'd been there a couple times. He will wash the dishes and go see what's wrong with him. The boy was also supportive, and said he would go with him just in case. The hunter at this time was attacking Chul with his sword and shouting for him to die. But the apprentice dodged with ease and struck with his foot. The chief looked at it, and said that the mountain tramp wasn't bad. And he would be his opponent. Chul thought it was their boss. And why didn't he bring his weapon with him? He was hungry and exhausted from training. He should have eaten more at lunch. The boss jumped on him and shouted that here he comes. Chul at this time believed himself, and repeated that he can do it. Let him be strong. Chul dodged with ease and noticed that this guy is their boss. He's slower than a snail. The trajectory of his sword, he can see it. And did his eyesight really improve because his asshole mentor made him weave those beads? In a moment, he noticed that the boy's movements weren't as slow when they were practicing to fight. And not to mention that the crazy old man's movements are still just a blur to him. And he's probably just a retard. Is he kidding me? Does he think he can't dodge such a slow attack? Chul felt during the attack that he wouldn't be able to dodge. And the dirty sword grazed his shoulder. He read all his movements, but how? But how does his body get wounded? And he can't die like this, Chul decided. Chul found a rock underneath him, and threw it right at the boss's head. He saw that it was flying too slow and weak. It's probably all the bracelet and fatigue. The attack wouldn't do anything to him. But saw that the rock scratched his face. He couldn't even dodge it, and in the moment, Chul didn't know what was happening. But this was his chance. Immediately taking a swing, he punched the boss with his fist. But Chul was playing hard and didn't notice that there were people behind him. They picked up the moment and hit him on the head. Chul fell to the ground and thought, what the hell is this? And why was he, the third son of the Sichuan Tang clan, being treated like this? The boss ordered his men to crush him. So they decided to make a chop out of him and beat him up as hard as they could. The boss took the water and said that they could beat the unconscious guy indefinitely, only they would tire themselves out. And they threw the water in his face and told him to wake up. The boss saw the movements and shouted that he was up, and ordered his men to beat him into mincemeat. After the mission, the warrior was saying that the guy was hurt badly and there was no more water in the buckets. Maybe they would kill him? The boss replied that he shouldn't. They beat him up in the territory of the Ame sect. If they killed him, there might be trouble, and he seems to be local. So even if they hide the body, you never know what's gonna happen. The boss shouted to his men that it was time to move forward. The booze was about to hit the spot. The warriors began to say that their captain was the wisest of wise men. The warrior asked, but what if Sethame or someone else came to complain to their bureau about it? And if that happens, he would say that he attacked first. Therefore, he Kong Changhan fairly defeated him in a duel, and that bum can't be part of the Ame sect. And who would believe him against the word of the Central Security Bureau? Mentor went to the search and said it was hard to slip out at night. And he was glad he already had an excuse prepared, and he realized he needed to return before the old man suspected anything. And he hoped that Chul had already returned. And to make him feel bad, he made him feel guilty. We need to see if he's okay. And if he's just late, he'll give him 10 slaps. But if he escaped, though unlikely, would he really have to track him all night? And what should he do after he catches him? Show him Jianpak? Suddenly a student came out and saw that the mentor had returned and said there was a problem. Chul is inside and it's bad. Mentor asked with surprise. Chul is inside and everything is bad? Why is he so out of breath? Is his father sick or something like that? The boy replied that no, his father was fine. But Cheoli was about to die. The mentor asked him if he was joking. Is he exaggerating to protect his friend? What's wrong with him? Did he break his knees on the way back or something? The disciple replied that he was not exaggerating. Let him go inside and see. He looks like he is ready to die at any moment. Entering the room, he asked what was going on here. The disciple replied that they had found him already like this on Sohun Peak. They carried him here one by one. The second student also said he was unconscious. There were a lot of footprints all around. He had also been doused with water. His clothes were soaked through. The mentor asked what they meant to say, that he was beaten and passed out. The disciple answered that yes. And it seems he tried to defend himself, but there are a lot of cuts on his body. The mentor said they wanted to say that he fought and lost. The disciples replied that this was correct. The mentor got really angry and slammed his fist on the wall and said his student lost to someone in a fight. The apprentice replied that he thought Chul was fighting against a group. Judging from the footsteps, there were at least 7 people, and one of them seemed to be quite skillful. And Chio lost because he was tired after training, not to mention the numerical superiority. And judging from his condition, he was beaten for a long time. It's a miracle he's still breathing. The mentor got angry and told them to call out. The disciple did not understand and asked what did he say. He shouted at the top of his voice for them to call the enemy now. Namgung went with mentor to the place where Chen was lying unconscious. Mentor asked what kind of bastards had done this to his disciple. The disciple replied that judging from the prints, there were 7 or 8 people here. Heenan thinks Chen ran into the bandits while carrying the water back. After the fight, the attackers went to the city. Mentor said that judging from this scene, all but one guy with a little bit of chi was a nobody. And even that guy was much weaker than Chen. And even with the bracelets, Chen shouldn't have lost to these lowlifes. He must have been attacked from the back and then mobbed. The mentor started shouting that they were despicable bastards. How dare they not fight his disciple fairly? The apprentice told his mentor that he was completely right. And it's a low thing to do, you can't get away with it anymore. The mentor replied that low or no, after what they had done to his student, he would never forgive them. Namgung understood that only a mentor could bully his students. How dare they do this to him without his permission? And their mentor is so angry. He's a strange man that's hard to understand, but he seems to care about them. He is certainly ashamed that all this time he wanted to run away from such a person. Mentor told Heenan, Wambo Jinghua, that the doctor from the northwest village is the best doctor in the region. Have them find him. And Ren and Mun will stay here and take care of Chin. The students noticed that in issuing cold, precise orders, he seemed local. And he must have been preparing for this kind of situation long before they arrived. The mentor told Nohaku to have him and Sansan go and gather as many Chinese violets as they could. And have them come back in 2 hours. And Sansan is part of the picking group, she must know what they look like. Namgung said that Chen said they were good for nausea, colds, and blood circulation. So it's good for treatment too. The mentor waved his hand and said no, not for treatment. The Chinese violets were needed so that they could continue their training. If they couldn't come back in the allotted time with a bunch of violets, they wouldn't have a future. The girls immediately gathered themselves and said that they were on their way. They of course realized that there were some strange orders from mentor, but that was still good. After considering the area, the mentor said it was time for them to go back. Perhaps the doctor should be there. And he was wrong, for it was taking longer than he thought. Namgung noticed that the mentor would give orders so confidently that it reassured him. But he doesn't panic despite the urgency, and he may not fully understand him. But he has no doubt that following his orders is the best option. The mentor gave money and told his disciple to go and buy alcohol in the village. The disciple asked in surprise, alcohol? Mentor replied that yes, he did. Didn't he say that he came from a famous merchant guild? Let him skillfully manage the budget and bought the best alcohol for a bribe, I mean, a gift, and need to return as soon as possible. Namgung asked, "Is it for the doctor who will treat Chin? Is he a known liquor connoisseur or something?" Mentor asked in response, "Why would he give the doctor booze when they need to save money for treatment?" and said, "Cut the crap and let him take the buckets. It's their property, you can't just leave them. And while they're here, he can get some drinking water." The mentor waved his hand and said he was going back. Namgung took the buckets and was greatly surprised. The doctor checked the guy out and said he did the best he could. The mentor asked how he was doing. The doctor's response was cracked bones in the arms and ribs, bruising, torn muscles and inflammation throughout the body, but no internal bleeding, broken bones or serious cuts. He found no severe wounds, but he'll need to be treated for at least a month. He'll make him medication when he gets back to his clinic. The mentor asked how much for the treatment. The doctor replied, "Here, it's all written down in detail." The mentor opened the paper and asked, "Did you really have to write all this down? And isn't it terribly expensive?" The doctor said yes. He tried to bill him as honestly as he could, but not only is he in critical condition, but the treatment needed is very serious. The preceptor said that he would recommend the doctor to everyone and asked for a discount. The doctor replied to the gentleman that he could not. Moreover, the whole region is already being treated by him. The mentor asked if there was any way to do it in installments. The doctor replied that that would not work either. You have to pay in full. He asked, "What about later?" The doctor replied that this was not possible either. Mentor said, and maybe he would give them a small discount. Attentive attitude to the client will give them big advantages in long-term cooperation. The doctor replied that no, I will not drop a coin. The mentor replied that in that case he would have to pay. Namgung came with buckets of water to the school and started asking the boys, but holding a torch in his mouth he said nothing intelligible. The guy told him they don't understand him, let him take the torch out of his mouth. The mentor was very angry, he got goosebumps. The mentor came to the city and said that the culprit was Kang Changhan from the Central Security Bureau. Namgung replied that he rambled all night, came to his senses and fainted. And he muttered 17 times during the night. By recording all the mutterings and finding correspondences in pronunciation, they were able to figure out the identity of the bastards that had attacked Chin. The disciple got angry and said that here was that damned Kang Changhan from the Central Security Bureau. Muna says it's definitely him. As proof, Chin grits his teeth every time he says his name. It must be Changhan, the leader of this group. Jiren also said that if memory serves her correctly, there is indeed a place called the Central Security Bureau in the nearest town. The disciple replied that the Central Security Bureau is one of the 3 largest security bureaus in the Sichuan region. Mentor said that in that case, they'd be easy to find, they must have a big building. He asked if everyone was ready. The disciples all gathered in one place and answered the mentor that yes. He turned to Jiren and said that he wanted her to go right behind him and would be in charge. She can do whatever she wants to them, just not kill them. Since Jean can't participate, his shares should be spelled out too. Jiren asked, could she really do what she wanted? Mentor didn't mince words and replied that of course. All the students thought she was nuts. And they never hurt her. Namgung felt that it sounded horrible at first, but if you thought about what they did to Chin, it was quite normal. The mentor gave one last smile and said that it was now safe to go. Upon arriving, Jiren replied that they seemed to be in place. And it said Central Security Bureau. The student told the mentor that the sign said Central Security Bureau. The mentor asked, so what? You can read it from right to left, it doesn't matter, the meaning is the same. The disciple asked if he was sure. The mentor went to the door and told them to get the person in charge. The guards asked what they were even saying. The mentor replied that he was in charge. They don't understand what that means. He wants to see whoever is in charge of this place. If they don't call for him, they will break in and find him themselves. The guards jumped on him at once and asked, is the old man out of his mind? How dare he provoke them? But Mentor waved his hand and easily threw the guards off in different directions. Mentor smilingly turned around and said that he thought they had just been invited inside. And in that case, everyone but him. Have them take off their bracelets. The mentor immediately kicked the doors open, and the students were also very happy to be free of the heavyweights. Destroying the large doors in front of them, the guards were immediately frightened, and with the strikes of the bell tower all the people immediately gathered in the center of the city. And then the chief came out in front of them and said who dared to come to his kingdom, and even without asking. The students said he looked like a captain of the Central Security Bureau. Their symbol is the lotus. Only captains and those above them can wear it openly. Mentor asked, is he that bastard named Han Gon-chan, or Kong Chan-chan, or whatever his name is? If not, let him get lost and call his boss. He has a case against him. The chief said, how dare they? A herd of bandits. And immediately ordered his men to get him. The mentor was not surprised by this, and immediately unleashed the Red Falcon team against them. This was the fourth team of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, the Red Falcon team. A dozen of the most promising talents of the forces of light. Jiren took charge of the team, and immediately jumped out to attack the enemies. And she hadn't been like this before. Some were naive, some were gentle, some were cheerful. And some were noble and followed the path of the Tao or the Buddha's teachings of infinite mercy. Sure, most had a down-to-earth worldview or a unique hobby that they forgot everything else behind. But even so, they never crossed the line. Among them, of course, there were those who did not know how to behave and were characterized by temper. Huck started waving his stick and telling his enemies to finally fight him. And today they beat him and he beat them. But they had never stooped to such a thing before. The apprentice fought and at the moment of impact felt that she didn't think she was going to send him flying. And he hit him too hard. What was that feeling flowing on his wooden sword? The disciple felt that his sword was too light. And he seemed to have gotten much stronger. And unbelievable. Why was he enjoying it so much? Namgung thought, why is he thinking about it, beating people up? One of the enemies saw this, and said he was thinking about it, and ordered that they should quickly capture him. At the moment of impact, the enemy asked the disciple why he was attacking him. The disciple asked, is he blind? Does he look like one of their disciples? He thought that his skills must have increased so much. But why did his image stay the same? The disciples shouted during the battle that it was revenge for Chin. And their bodies really did get lighter. It was as if he had lost weight. The disciple yelled to Enho to stop beating up the same guy. Tell him to switch to the others. The security bureau is bigger, there are tons of people here. The students cheered hard during the battle and shouted that they felt very good without their bracelets. And one of them suggested a competition. The loser would clean the dormitory tomorrow. Namgung felt that everything was right. He's just weak-willed. He can't lose when everyone is trying so hard. So he decided that he would try his best too. But why isn't anyone attacking him? Namgung asked Oken where she went. Oken replied that they have already beaten everyone here. Mentor is in the front. Moon and Nohak in the back. There are too many of them here. Oken said that instead of competing with others, she decided to go to Chang'ai where there would be enough enemies. Namgung thought with surprise, double-digit? And noticed that he had only beaten 6. And now he needed to beat 20 more. Then surely he wouldn't lose. Namgung asked, where is Chang'e, where is it? He wants to go there too. And let Okin take him with him. The girl replied to tell him to stay away. He'll take a whole side like Mun. Jiren continued to fight the enemies and asked the enemies where are they going. They are confused that their numbers were enough to beat Chen but not her. The enemy asked who Chen was. And why are they doing this to you? Jiren asks if she's crazy. And they all know. Because they've all changed. And the one who changed them so was the one whom the messengers described as a mob of lunatics. The enemy shouted that the mad old man had brought a mob of crazy vagabonds and was smashing the bureau to pieces. He doesn't think they can hold them back. The man in charge asked, what? Did the sect, wandering around, invade them or what? Why so? They replied that there were about 10 of them. They didn't look like a vagabond sect, too many women, and they're fighting with wooden swords. And they look like a bunch of lunatics. After that, the most important one came out and told them all to stop. He said, what's this all about? And who are they? Why did they attack them? Mentor replied that they should have said who are they, the much-esteemed ladies and gentlemen, and why are they attacking this humble and run-of-the-mill security bureau? And then he'd probably think about what to say back. But just let him look at his tone, who would want to talk to him? He didn't introduce himself. The chief replied that he was the head of the Central Security Bureau, Chan Wang. Who are they coming from? Mentor asked that. It turns out he is the chief? And they came from that mountain. Did Chang immediately think of Mount Ame? How could a bunch of thieves hide there? It's the territory of the Ame sect, right? They probably don't want to tell the truth. Chan said. It's good. And why did they do that here? Mentor replied that he wanted Han Gang Chan or Kong Chan Chan, and they attacked them. Did they really think they would just stand there while they were beaten? Chan asked. Are they looking for Captain Kong Chan Han? What do they have against him and the man in charge? Mentor replied, it's all because of what that bastard Kong Chan Han did yesterday in the mountains. He has no idea what he and his men forgot down there. But on the descent, they beat one of his students mercilessly, and when this Gang Chan couldn't defeat his disciple with his own strength, they mobbed him. They attacked him from behind, and because of their foul actions, his dear student, whom he loved and valued, has been beaten to a vegetable and is now on the verge of death. Namgung heard those words and didn't know that the mentor loved his students so much. Chun wasn't that seriously beaten up. The mentor must be exaggerating so much because he cared for him a lot. The guy got 2 months of rest, 3 months of treatment, 6 months of rehab, and a greater chance of developing chronic illnesses, and he wants that villain and his gang punished. And he wants compensation for the huge bill that the doctor has charged for the treatment, as well as for the moral damage to him and the student. Chan said it can't be. They are the Central Security Bureau, deeply respect the Ame sect. But they sent Chun Han to deliver regular gifts to them. Why would their people do such a thing on MTMA? The student thought, what other regular gifts are there? Why do they call it that? As if they were taking something away from them by force. The mentor said that if he was so sure, then let this Chan Khan come out and explain himself. Chan replied that Captain Khan would never do such a thing, but if he wanted to talk to him, here you go. Chan said Captain Khan went to the city, quickly let them find him. The mentor found him and asked, is he Kong Chan Han? He is the leader of those bastards who cornered his dear disciple and attacked him from behind in a mob and beat him into a vegetable. Khan was scared and replied that he was just the first to insult him and the Central Security Bureau. He replied. And what else was attacked from the back by a mob? There was no such thing. Mentor replied, he denied everything. And suggested we ask the others? Where are those he was with last night? I wonder how different their testimonies will be when he gets the truth out of them. Chan didn't deny it, and pointed his finger, and said they were all there. The mentor turned around and realized that they were lying on the floor. The mentor got angry and said how dare he get rid of the evidence. There is no forgiveness for him. All traces lead to him. Let him come here and fight him. Kong came in and asked what was going on. He was drinking fine alcohol. How dare that person call him? Mentor tells them to just look at the asshole. Immediately calls him a bastard. Looks more like a man than a criminal. Why don't we drop the talk and just let the fists do the talking? Chan replied, telling him to stop. He's usually more decent, he just gets like this when he's drunk. And ordered his men to bring him to his senses. The warrior replied to the Lord that everything was already prepared. He immediately threw a bucket of water in his face. The preceptor asked him if he was awake. Let him speak then. He's the leader of those bastards who cornered his dear student, and attacked from behind by a mob, beat him to a vegetable, right? Khan immediately took up his sword and asked, what the hell? He beat up all of them, and now he's blaming him? He wouldn't be deterred if he continued to talk nonsense, and ruin the reputation of the Bureau. The mentor was surprised and threw his stick to his disciple. And asked the enemy what he was standing there for? Where is his favorite stab in the back? He had just turned his back. At least he had a chance to defend his tiny, fingernail-sized honor. But it turns out he's not only a sneaky piece of shit, he's also stupid. Khan asked him what he had just said, and swung his sword at the teacher, shouting that he would regret it. Namgung said that guy said he'd make them regret it. And imagine fighting a mentor with a sword. Enho asked, why did the mentor bring a wooden sword if he wouldn't even use it? Never even swung it once. Oken said that given his temper, he probably thought he'd look cooler with a wooden sword in his hands. The apprentice asked, wondering what was going to happen to him now. Jiren answered at once that only death. Huck said no, He had already lost his sword. He could supper bet he would die a terrible death. Jiren said she puts all 3 meals, from tonight's dinner to tomorrow's lunch, on this. He's gonna die for sure. A student asked what is the point of the argument if everyone is betting on the same thing. Oken replied that they are, but one of the students said he bet on the opposite at the time. He doesn't think the mentor will kill. He'll want to die, but the mentor won't let him get off that easy. He bets dinner, breakfast and lunch, and even dessert, that he will survive. The guy is surprised and asks with wonder, "So much food?" Namgung asked him, "Isn't he overdoing it?" "Steaks are steaks, but he has to live too." Yunho said that when he skipped 1 meal, he almost died during that training session, so if he starves himself again, he might not even make it to the end of the month. The disciple said it couldn't be. Doesn't that remind them of anything? But Hack suddenly covered his ears and didn't even say anything. Mentor at this moment immediately used the dog days attack, beating the dog with his fist. Hack was frightened and saw the way he was being beaten as well. The disciple immediately calmed him down and told him that it was in the past. It wouldn't happen again. But Guy replied that to be precise, that's not how he was beaten. He thinks it's part 2 of Chanpak. Chan asked if he was dead. The mentor replied that he was half dead. If they don't help him, he might as well die. Jiren said that she thought the mentor would be even more ruthless than he was, but he only used Chanpak on him, not Marpak. The disciple replied that it is more frightening than that. He will face at least 6 months of hell. And when he recovers, he won't be able to fight. Also, he'll be fired from the bureau because of what happened today, and then if his family finds out about it, he'll probably have to hide for the rest of his life. Jiren replied that he was saying that to him. Isn't he saying that life is worse than death? Enko felt that she was scary. Namgung realized at this moment that just as he thought, it was impossible to make the Sichuan Tang clan his enemy. Chan said that they are investigating Captain Kang's case on MTMA. But beyond that, their Central Security Bureau also has a reputation. He can't just let them go. And who's gonna hire them when he finds out an entire bureau was beaten up by 10 people? And he may have to close the bureau, so he's asking him to step in. Mentor asked him, does he want to attack him with a blade? Does he want to get one too? Chan said he wouldn't say no. Immediately, he used his whirlwind technique and swooped down on Mentor. The disciple immediately noticed that it was the 16 movements of the flower vortex. It was a secret technique of the Ame sect, inaccessible to outsiders. There were rumors that he was their disciple, but she thought he was just bragging. Chan immediately used the flower sword vortex. The disciple realized that it was a 16 shadow sword. He had learned the flower sword vortex at one of the higher levels. But why was the mentor so calm? The mentor had been standing still the whole time, watching Chan to see what he would do. At the last moment, the disciples were very afraid for him. But mentor dodged at the last moment. Chan didn't even expect such a thing himself. The mentor immediately kicked him off his foot and said he didn't give a damn. The girl said with astonishment that he had broken the flower sword whirlwind so easily. Namgung asked, is that the name of the kicking technique? Perhaps it makes the energy come to a calm state. Yenho also said that directed as if he had just invented it, a powerful technique. He was still saying its name when his opponent was already in the air, the mentor surprised. Mentor asked, he didn't pass out from that, did he? He was really holding back, so he should be fine. They still have a lot to discuss. The guards immediately afterward pounced on him and threatened to kill him. The head of the guards, Dun Yuyan, used a joint attack at this time, but Mentor dodged the combined attack with ease, and even grabbed their weapons with both hands. Mentor started to use the spinning circle, and scattered them in different directions. And used the nameless technique. Mentor stooped down, and asked the head if he was awake. Nor did he think they had anything to discuss. His mentor told him if he could see how much it hurt with just one blow. And how painful was it for his disciple? He had to keep an eye on this Gon Chan. Parenting is very important, and now he's in trouble because of his student. How will he deal with the aftermath? Chan replied that it could be worse than this situation. Mentor asked, he doesn't realize what he's gotten himself into, does he? I mean, the student they attacked from behind. Mentor asked if he knew the Sichuan Tang clan, right? The one famous for its killing techniques and knowledge of poisons. The clan that can wipe him out. Sichuan Tang clan, and they are very fond of their direct descendant, for he is so sweet and kind-hearted. At this point, Chan was very frightened and asked, "How can this be?" The mentor replied that there was nothing to be done. What's done is done. How does he feel about that? Now they have something to talk to him about. After the negotiations, the apprentice asked why were they still here? Couldn't someone have stolen at least a couple? Jiren replied that it was pretty safe here, so no one dared to steal in broad daylight. Hak asked why his arms and legs seemed so weak. Namgung asks him if he's okay. He's been pale since he saw that scene that time. The students said they are all shocked, and he probably feels even worse. But despite everything, he did well, he is surprised. Huck said he was surprised. The disciple replied that it was true, and he knew it. The day will come when the fear will pass. Enho said that when he put on the bracelets, it was like he was himself. He was practically flying without them, which made me sad. The apprentice said it was as if life itself was pressing in on him. I wonder what Master and Mun are up to. Namgung looked over and said, "Here comes Mun. And maybe they will ask what they talked about with their mentor." Mun asked, "Mentor?" He asked if she wanted something from the bureau as Chinchulian's sister. The apprentice said it was strange that he asked her about it. He thought he was going to strip the whole bureau of its loot and hide it somewhere. Namgung asked, "Does he think the mentor is some kind of thief?" "Well, maybe it seems that way, a little." Oken asked Mun what she had asked for. "Will there be rivers of blood? Or are they closing down?" Mun replied that no blood, no business. What did they imagine about the Tang clan? They are not of the forces of evil. Enho replied that no, it was a pity to destroy such a big business. What if we absorb them and make them a subsidiary business of the Tang clan? So that they would give 30% of the income every year. Mun replied that of course she wants to make the lives of those who attacked Chin hell. But if the criminals are fired and the information about them is given to the clan, they won't touch the bureau. Chan asked, "Is that enough?" The mentor replied that of course not. The world is not such a simple place, did he know? He didn't think that would solve everything, did he? And that evil girl he was talking to, she's the older sister of his injured disciple. If he was curious, he could ask her himself what the Tang clan was and how they handled their affairs. Of course, she can go home and bring her whole family here. She's a little jumpy. But if he wants to ask, he can call her. Chan's response was no, don't. Chan asked him what he wanted him to do. The mentor replied that right now, deep down in his heart, he understood exactly how to solve this issue. Chang sat down on the table and said that from now on, the Central Security Bureau would perform one mission for the Tang clan a year for free and would pay for all the expenses for the young master's treatment, and they would pay a small fine as an apology to the Tang clan. Mentor asked, "Why is he only worried about the clan?" Mentor asked, "Does he think his family are the only ones worried about him? He's his mentor. And his friends are out there. How dare he ignore the mental and physical weight on their shoulders? Not long ago, he had beautiful black hair and all the kids had clean clothes. But what about now? If he can't see his gray hair and their torn rags, he's a blind man. He couldn't even sleep worrying about his precious student. And they were so bothered that they ruined all their clothes." Chan said he understood. And thought he should pay him for his gray hair and the others for their clothes. Why? Why would he do that? Chan says he will pay for everything. But for that, he asks that what happened not be publicized. The mentor replied that of course. If the compensation is appropriate, of course. In the morning, the mentor came out beat sack and said that since they had dealt with everything here and suggested they go back to Chin. But they should go somewhere first. If they go around the corner, there's a clothing store. Have them go in there and change everything. Everything is paid for by the bureau. So there's no need to worry. The disciples were surprised and asked with wonder, "New clothes?" The preceptor replied, "Here it is." He gives them 2 hours. Let them hurry and then meet at the entrance of the village. Whoever is late will work out everything in tomorrow's training. The mentor told Manhwa to stay for a while, and said that he was able to get compensation. Not counting the money for the treatment, they will send the Tang clan a monetary compensation separately. They also fired the criminals. They asked them to keep it quiet. She should also know that the bureau owed his clan a free mission once a year. Mun thought she was angry, but Chin won't have any complications, and yes, they had turned the place upside down, So now she was no longer angry. But the mentor is taking care of him now? Mentor asked as she looked at him. Wasn't that enough? He wondered why she was staring at him like that. Does she want to take his compensation as well? Or did she notice that he had received more than the Tang clan, especially when the bank checks were taken into account? Manhwa replied to her mentor that he was right. And she would go shopping for clothes too. The mentor was surprised and thought, what did he do? I'm not sure he's happy about that, of course. The mentor thought that it seemed to have gone well. Shouldn't he hurry up then? Fragile things like checks should be taken to the bank at once. Seeing his students, mentor looked and said strangely. Some of them looked very good now, but what was wrong with the rest of them? The mentor asked why the clothes were the same. The boy replied that the new clothes were very expensive, so he folded them here. They are of much higher quality than the ones he usually asks for. Huck said that place didn't have what he wanted. Mentor replied that they seemed to look even worse. What is that all about anyway? Enko asked what he was talking about. Does he know how expensive these awards are? Just let him look at that marvelous purple paint, and he wants to be bright, not ordinary. Finally, after a change of clothes, he's standing out. The mentor said she was the weirdest one. Did she use a spell or something? How did she restore the old clothes? Jiren replied that their clan had been here before, so she just bought the same thing as last time. Jiren asked, is it too boring? Namgung replied that no, it looks really good on him. Well, I mean, it looks beautiful. But mentor immediately hit him on the head with a stick. Namgung was in a lot of pain. But Jiren asked if he was okay. The mentor replied that his hand had slipped for some reason. Yunho said that the mentor finally used his wooden sword. It was true that he didn't think Namgung would get it. The disciple replied that he wondered why comrade Ganasna thought the mentor had done the right thing. The mentor replied that whatever the case, we should go back. The last one to arrive will get double training tomorrow. Yunho asked if they could help Namgung. Hak replied that he had no sympathy for fashionably dressed people. The student said it's no big deal. He has someone to take care of him. Gotta go. Jiren has been shaking the guy the whole time and telling him to wake up. On the way, the stranger asked them, are they perhaps the Red Falcon's crew? But the mentor answered nothing and remained silent. The guy said, it seems like he's not wrong. They are a check from the Heavenly Warrior Academy. And there hadn't been any reports from him about the condition of the Red Falcon team for a long time, so the principal sent them to check how the training was going. The guy said they arrived at the campground and found no one there. So they were already starting to worry, and thank God everything was okay. The second guy asked, is he the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Elder Jean? He thought he was a complete old man with a kind face. They have heard they are going through rejuvenation, but he seems to have changed a lot, yes, and they seem to have gotten taller. The disciple thought, is this the master of Jing Chang's silver bracelet and steel sphere? Jiren also thought that the back might be strengthened from rejuvenation, but could one grow from it? The guy told his man it was rude. If he's not the Elder Jinto, then who is? His memory must be failing him. He said he saw him from afar 3 years ago. The mentor thought and asked, how should he say it? And he said that the day had finally come. The day when someone asked about the elder's whereabouts. Though it came much later than he had expected. The guy apologized and asked him what he was talking about. The mentor replied that the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Jin Chong, was over there, and pointed his finger to the sky. The boy asked if Mr. Jin is in heaven. Is he dead? The mentor replied that yes, he did. He buried him in a well-lit place on the mountain. Why did the Heavenly Warrior Academy take so long to send people? The guy replied that it couldn't be. What's wrong? If that was true, then who was he? The mentor turned to his students and replied that they had better talk somewhere else. It looked like it was going to be a long story. The disciples sat around the table and said that it turns out their mentor was not the one who was supposed to teach them. Enho says that if the mentor isn't a mentor, what are they doing here? He is so confused that he can't even remember his own name. Huck held his head up and said he didn't even know who beat him up. The man who put him through hell wasn't even his mentor? Namgung thought for a moment and told them both to calm down. They should calmly weigh everything and evaluate the situation. Something may have gone wrong, but they had become much stronger in a very short time. The student replied that he agreed with the captain, although he doesn't want to admit it. But before Namgung calms the broom vase, can he calm down first? The guy said he was so stupid, always thinking what the mentor had in mind, and now he was shocked. Maybe his last name is really Nam, but his first name is Gwasan. They don't have such dumbasses in the Namgung clan. Jiren told him not to be rude. It must have been the blow to the head. Why had his mentor thrown a sword at him? Oken said, who knows? Then who was supposed to be their mentor? The guy replied that a silver bracelet and steel sphere master is a person who uses 8 small steel spheres and 12 sharp bracelets. In the martial arts world, he is one of the 40 strongest people. He was a kind man with many friends, working as a mentor at the academy about 10 years ago. He was often referred to as Elder Jean. Oken said that it turns out the current mentor is his apprentice or brother. Or a younger classmate? Enho said he doesn't think so. He feels that their current mentor went to a different school, not with Elder Jean. Besides, their mentor is stronger than him. In the martial arts world, Elder Jean is among the 40 strongest not because of his strength, but because of his connections. Hack replied that if you compare the combat power, the master of the silver bracelet, and the steel sphere not counting them to the old monster. And if respected as a teacher in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, in terms of strength, he had already fallen behind long ago. If the masters on the list of the 100 strongest masters were to fight each other now, he would end up somewhere at the bottom of the list. Moon said that if he had a lack of chi, and he specialized in hidden weapons, he would only get weaker with age. And in such a case, it would be quite difficult to stay in the top 100. Jiren replied, or maybe people didn't challenge him to a duel out of respect. But suddenly the apprentice told them to stop. What if the person who fought him was their current mentor? Or maybe he wanted the glory of a place on the list of the 40 strongest. So he challenged the good old man to a duel and killed him. Moon asked, what? Namgung replied that no. Sure, the mentor is a little weird, but he doesn't believe it. The lad said that although he didn't look like a great humanist, he didn't think the tutor was falling for fame. Then he would not hide his name while teaching. Enko replied that was correct. Despite the brutality of his methods, he did a lot of work. It was as if he enjoyed it. The boy asked, then why did he kill Elder Jean? Did he want to steal from him? Jiren replied that no, it might be hard to believe, but the mentor wouldn't do that. And she asked why they were sure the mentor had killed him. Moon said she didn't believe it either. If she wanted money, she would kidnap Jiam and demand a ransom from the largest trade association of the Murima, the Golden Tiger Trade Association. Even if she had thought of it, the mentor wouldn't. Oken also said that she agreed. If he needed money, 1 GM would be enough. The disciple suddenly replied that he was confused. But based on his observations of his mentor, and all their assumptions, he had a hunch. He took them up, so he's definitely related to Elder Jean. Elder Jean has no family, so it's unlikely they are related. Their chi and martial arts are not similar. He doesn't think he was an apprentice or junior apprentice, more like just acquaintances. If you think about the mentor's personality and the age difference, he wouldn't say they could have been friends. Hack said that their old man didn't even look like an old man. They had noticed that, hadn't they? Namgung replied that he had a lean, muscular body and his skin was shiny. Mun said he's middle-aged in the extreme. But he thinks he's even younger. The guy said that's right. And secondly, Elder Jean had dedicated his life to teaching children. In his last moments he must have thought of their mentor and asked him to take care of NI, the Red Falcon team. And here was his third guess. It was just a coincidence, a very lucky coincidence. It's called irony. Although chained to the bed, Chen might think differently. Really, didn't they sense something at the bureau today? Enho said that's right. They had grown a lot in 2 months. Hack asked, so what? Should they be grateful now? Jiren says it's complicated. But this is the moment when they need to decide what they think about this situation. Right, Captain Namgung? Namgung replied that Jiren was right. The training might stop because the mentor isn't from the academy. It would change depending on how he dealt with the inspectors. The guy said that something might change from their stance too. Will they continue to study with the mysterious mentor or will they go back to the academy, back to their old life? And it depends on their choice. The guys from the academy came and said that no matter how old he was, Old Man Jean couldn't lose to the bandits. The other guy also said he asked them to help the Red Falcons team too. He really was a good teacher. And he decided to take the boys on? At his request, the mentor replied that she and he were not very close. Their meeting had been brief, but intense. All he knew about him was his name, his title, and that he had come here to teach the Red Falcon team. He was kind and didn't care about material things. He liked old poems and sweets. He also bit his nails at his age. He'd forgotten. He walked so much, his heels were bleeding. He had bad knees too, and that's all he knew, so he had no idea how to get a message to them. He's not a member of the Murima Alliance, so he doesn't know where the nearest branch is, and he couldn't leave the kids on their own. He would rather tell him about his family or his hometown than about poems. The guy said that about the elder Jean's family. They had heard that he had lost them at a young age and spent the rest of his days alone. The mentor asked, really, he did look lonely. The boy replied that it looked like they had a close relationship. Though not for long, they seemed to be his true friend. He's been taking care of the Red Falcon team for months. He admires them. And asked if they could get his name? They will report everything to the academy and spread the fame of him. The mentor replied that he was not going to pry into the Murim. What good is a name? They will die and become dust anyway. We must live life to the fullest while we can. If they're impressed, they might give some support money. He can teach as is, but the academy doesn't spare any money for its students, does it? The guy said they were sending money. And the elder was attacked by bandits, so it was their fault? So he was running the Red Bird team without funding? The other guy said, not surprisingly. That this place seemed so empty. No guards, no servants, no cooks. He just didn't have the money to hire them, and had to run the place himself. The boy asked, but what about food and the rest of the goods, cleaning and laundry? How did they manage it all? The mentor replied that they managed to handle everything themselves. They had heard that they could provide more finances, but he had no idea where to turn. Because he trains them intensively, they eat a lot, and their clothes are all worn out. The guy said they would immediately report it to the academy and find a solution and provide compensation. And now that they knew about everything, they had nothing else to worry about. If he stopped training them now, then they would quickly find a replacement for him, or bring them back sooner. The mentor asked, what did they say? Are their guys falling behind? Discontinue training? Substitute? Get them back early? The mentor said they are so not serious about teaching. Or do they think the bond between student and mentor is some kind of joke? And if not, then they think he's not strong enough to teach these kids? And immediately he showed his strength. Mentor told them to go back and pass it on. This is his answer. 4 days later, the Alliance chief received a message and upon seeing the symbol said go all the way. I guess he means once you've taken the job, go all the way. He won't give them back until he's done, right? And now he sees that the subtext is very threatening. But how could he write that with his finger on such a hard board? The guy replied that it was a very hard table. He wrote everything with one finger, as if on clay, and then he cut a board out of the table and gave it to them. The other guy also said that he cut with one finger like a turnip with a knife. He said that here, since he gave a sincere answer, and he should get his, right? But then they apologized and asked what he was talking about. The mentor said they were pissing him off. They had been so worried about price taggers up to that point. Don't they realize what they really need right now? He said words are just cheap sympathy and hypocrisy. Behind the real words are real deeds. Mentor said to let them know where and how he could get funding, and that he would not ask for additional funds as a sign of respect for Mr. Jean, but that he could use the finances available now. The head said that means they ran here right after they told him which bank he could forget the money in. The head told them not to worry. Like he said, the Red Falcon team really needs money. So there's no need to be petty. In fact, he's very happy that he wants to take care of these kids, and to get here from Sichuan in 4 days, they did a good job. It must be hard for them to even stand. If there are no other urgent matters, they can rest today. As for the other problems, he will take care of it himself. The guy said, in general, they need to know something else. He mentioned a few things. The mentor asked if they definitely mean it when they say his students are behind. Are the other students better than him? The guy answered him that although the difference wasn't big, the Red Falcon team was the weakest of the 4 divine teams, and so they hoped that the training would equalize them. But since there were such difficulties, the difference would be conversely more noticeable. The mentor got angry after saying this, and said that it was just as he thought. These children were strangely weak. And they let them study in poverty and forgotten? Heavenly Warrior Academy is disappointing. The mentor told them that it wouldn't work like this. And since it's come to this, he will take responsibility and train them for a month longer. The boys were surprised and asked again. The head asked his men, what did they say? The disciples at that moment also asked, what did the mentor say? The mentor asked, why are they reacting like this? Shouldn't they be jumping for joy at the opportunity to learn more? The disciples were thinking at this moment, how can they? This hell is going to last a month more. Namgung said they thought their training would be stopped, or they would have a choice. They were just surprised that the training would not only continue, but also increase in timing. The mentor asked with surprise, finished training? Who said that? And considering Chin, isn't extending training the obvious way out? Mo thought, what did this have to do with Kilian? The mentor said that it looked like they were the strongest of the 4 teams, and if they go on the original schedule, Chin will be cured and leave right away. They want to be responsible for him not getting the training and his whole life going down the drain. They don't want to steal his chance to get stronger, do they? Jiren answered her mentor's question as the team's vice-captain. Jiren asked, the Sky Warrior Academy had already given the go-ahead. They haven't seen any messengers in the past 4 days? Namgung said, it's not because they don't like their wise thoughts, it's just that they have to obey the edicts of the academy. Mentor replied, what a dumb question that is. Since he said so, consider the matter already settled 4 days ago? The apprentice asked, then why was he only talking about it now? Maybe he was going into town to get permission from the academy? The mentor replied that of course not. He was busy gathering resources, food, and training equipment for the next 2 months. But the guys seemed to think that the academy would be against such a decision. The mentor asked, did they even know what the academy told Mr. Jing when he gave them to him? He said to do whatever was necessary. The most important thing was to grow their skills. Do they think they'll refuse to let him take them for another month? And since they gave more money, doesn't it make sense that it's already settled? As it was, he had planned the rest of his time with them as best as he could. They must be looking forward to it, and for those who he feels need more training, he will double the amount. They don't have to worry. Namgung asked who needs more training? The mentor replied that of course, to the one lying in bed sick and all the other lazy people. And to be more specific, Tanu Trai and Nohaku. What about Gunsan and Jinrin? Namgung asked him. But he's never been lazy? Jiren asked. Is it because they are captains and vice-captains? Mentor replied that he didn't. He just thought the 2 of them were having too much fun. The boy thought about it, and realized why he had chosen them. The mentor said that now he's going to check how well they practiced over the past few days. Enjoy a little match with the mentor. 2 days later, the man was telling the principal that one person comes to his mind from his description. And does the principal know him? The director replied that although there was no guarantee that Mr. Jin's children were taken care of by him. But there are too many coincidences. There is a hidden master from Mount Amei, and a top-notch martial arts practitioner with powerful palm and fist techniques. Though harsh in words because of his character, he is kind enough to attend to the deceased. Although he loves his students, his training methods are strange. He's a gray-haired old man who loves money. The only difference is that he doesn't have a beard. But he could shave it off. With that description, it looks like he's him. He's a hidden master, so he doesn't know his name. But the principal can't worry, his skills are the real deal. And it seems that Mr. Jin gave them a wonderful gift before he said goodbye. The man asked, that's just what he gave? The principal replied that it was nothing like that. He just heard that he had 2 students. A boy and a girl. I wonder what's wrong with them. But come to think of it, they probably just grew up and left him. The man said it's no wonder he doesn't want to send the Red Falcon team back. He's probably lonely without his students. The principal said that might be the case. Although because he refuses to let the students go. Even after the end of the training period, he might have to visit him in person. After he saw the man off, he told his man to come in. And he heard the whole thing. How does he feel about that? The guy replied that he thought it was him. What's her name? Unbai, right? She said she was leaving Mount Amei soon. But it seems her mentor is still there. And if he's there, they can use him to find out about Unbai. Should he investigate everything? Sang and Sanson are just there, they can find out something with their help. The director replied no. The less they know about her whereabouts, the better. And considering they haven't heard from her in a while, she doesn't know her and Rin's identities. No need to be so foolish as to put Jaren in jeopardy. He wants the opposite, and hopes that a girl named B never shows up in front of Rin, and anything that might remind her of the past must be erased. Both her surroundings and her memories. The boy replied that he understood. In other words, if B shows up, he can't let her get close to the young mistress. But given what's happened over the past few years, it makes sense. But is it even possible to erase all of this from Madame Rin's mind? The headmaster told the guy that he couldn't do it himself. Since he couldn't send people to the Celestial Warrior Academy, let him use the shadows. Going to the tavern, he said he'd have them bring 2 dumplings for these guys. And no wine, he'd go upstairs alone. Going up to the 2nd floor, he went into a room and the guy told the familiar man that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The guy said that he wants him to keep a girl named Unbai away from Mistress. But at the same time, you can't hurt or kill her. And he also needs to make sure that Mistress doesn't find out about it. The warrior replied that was correct. There was no way that Madame should be allowed to know about this. After all, this Unbai is her only friend. So if Madame Rin finds out, she will never forgive them. She's been gifted from a young age, so she's sure to be even harder to handle now. And he asks that he try his best. This could shake not only the family of the head, but the whole Mirim. The boy asked with surprise, no way? The past squad leader had told him about what had happened then, but maybe he should know something else. The warrior replied, 3 favors. Couldn't the mistress just ignore them if she asked for something strange? The warrior wondered if he should ignore it. He said that the next morning after B had wished for the mistress to become stronger than anyone else, the forces of justice had gotten the dragon eye wielder, and mistress has been faithful to her promise for the past 7 years. And besides, the head had already asked mistress about it. Her father asked her, what if she asked her for something terrible? Something that would put her, him, or her mother in mortal danger. Or even the whole world? Rin replied that B wouldn't ask her for anything like that. But if she did, she was sure she'd have a reason, and so she would keep her promise if it did not jeopardize him and her mother in any way. Father asked if she was willing to risk her life. Rin replied to her father that every time B saved her, she never doubted for a second. If it hadn't been for her, she wouldn't be in this world anymore, and that's why she won't hesitate either. For Unbai's sake. Did the guy say that B is like a deity to her? He knows that you can't ignore something like that. Warrior said that although it seems there was still a childlike innocence in B back then, but for some unknown reason, her mentor made her work at the bar. And even then, she was a cunning fox, so he wonders what she has become now. Even though Madame Rin has dragon eyes that allow her to see the soul of a person, it's not enough for them to relax. And even without wishing harm, anything can happen. And if Ms. Rin escapes from their supervision, a horrible monster will appear out of nowhere and steal her away. The guy said if he's talking about the western heavens, he's long gone. It's like he's gone underground. He was horrified when he heard about what he had done. Would someone who chose to follow a blood god be willing to reveal himself for such a thing? The warrior replied that he was ready and for sure. The warrior said that this mad dog had been waiting for a long time. Until the year before last, he wasn't the only one hiding. 7 years ago, after returning from Sichuan, they hadn't planned to keep Madame Rin in the sword house for a full 5 years. But the Lord had to change his mind. It was the following spring, after Mr. Rin left them, and it was a rainy day then as it is today. One day a messenger came and asked, "Is Mrs. Rin at home?" And he said he wanted them to give it to her. It wasn't her birthday or some kind of holiday. Inside the wooden box was a red dress, perfectly fitting Mrs. Rin's size. The warrior said it was a wedding dress. The boy replied that it couldn't be. The warrior said that was right, it was that day. The warrior said the mad dog was reborn by the western sky. He killed his older brother and nearly drowned the lady in a sea of despair. The guy responded with a threat or a dire warning, saying that even though he was hiding now, he would one day get what he wanted. And he knew that creep was crazy, but not to that extent. Namgung replied that the bastard didn't stop there. They don't call him a mad dog for nothing. And now, every year, on this same day, someone from the servants of the chapter house or the nearest town, and sometimes from afar, brings a wooden box, and of course inside is always a wedding dress. And as if he was keeping track of Madame Rin's height, it was a size bigger every time. Namgung said they questioned the people who brought the boxes. Everyone said that the person who asked them for it was an ordinary merchant or traveler. The guy said he was using people to avoid being tracked. Does Madame Rin know about this? Namgung replied that Madame Rin doesn't know and shouldn't find out about it. The reason why the head hid Madame Rin in the sword house and then quickly sent her from there to the Heavenly Warrior Academy was because of this. The guy said that if that was the case, maybe it would be better to keep her in the sword house. Men aren't allowed in there. It would be safer than the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Namgung replied that the wooden box had come to the sword house as well. All on the same day of spring, 2 years ago. He realized that Madame Rin was there, and goodness, they had notified the House of Swords in advance, so they were able to intercept the box before the gentleman noticed. And on the orders of the head, they led a group of elite warriors and got her home as fast as they could with the excuse that the family needed to spend more time with her before entering the academies. The guy said that instead of leaving her alone in the sword house, it was really better to send her somewhere where the head could keep an eye on her. Namgung said exactly what it was. They didn't have a choice. Otherwise, strange rumors would take hold of the madam and they wouldn't be able to hide the fact that the western sky was Ilkan. And the boon was the year the gentleman entered the academy. The wooden box came to the sword house. This spring, they were able to steal the box with the help of one of his subordinates who pretended to be a guard there. Mad Dog's eyes seemed to have fallen on the Heavenly Warrior Academy. And if a variable name B shows up in this situation, though he wasn't sure if they could guarantee Rinsama's safety with the powers he had at the academy. And to prevent that from happening, they need shadows to keep an eye on the situation inside the academy. Be sure to let them make sure that Madame doesn't find out about anything, and the head still wants all her memories of it to fade away. Though he doubts it's even possible to erase all that memory from her head. The girl had told Rin that the last time she had seen this hairpin was 7 years ago, but she still cherished it just as much. Some might think she got it from her future husband. Of course, their little sister doesn't have any guy on her heart. Rin replied that it was a sign to find someone dear to her. Rin told her older sister that, like she said, she believed that one day they would meet again. Mentor at this time was shouting to Mentor that he just needed to trust him. He'll do just fine. Namgung was practicing at this time and shouted that he couldn't do it. Namgung couldn't hold on and fell off the rope. The mentor pulled the rope and said that he had fallen. Namgung was falling from a great height and shouting. But Mentor didn't like it, and pulling the rope he said, "What a noisy fool this fool is." Mentor tossed him into the sky along with the rope, and immediately caught him in his arms, preventing him from falling. But then Mentor threw him into the guy's hands and told them to grab him. Jiren was very frightened and asked how he was. The mentor told them to stop building drama and just untie the rope. Such a pussy for a test run, he's not fit. Oken asked, what did she just see? Why does the mentor keep repeating the test run? Moonj asked too, is he wanting them all to do this? Enho told mentor that he's human too, after all, if he runs out of strength, he'll drop it. He's really heavy, but Huck was crying at the time and said he thinks it's a plan to randomly dump those he doesn't like and get rid of them. Him, for example. Enho replied that that wasn't the point. The mentor is not the only one who doesn't like him. Let him look at it this way. The fact that this guy is here too, even though he's only healed, only proves his point. They are just comrades, equals in the eyes of the mentor. Shin replied that they were not. Why should he be his comrade before he could get out of his bunk? Why did they have to save him in the first place? Shin asked, why are they here? Shouldn't training have already ended by this day? The other teams are returning to the academy today. On the same day, the Blue Dragon training area at MT Wudong. The teacher said that this was the end of the training. If they felt something wasn't fair during the training, let them speak up. And honestly, he was honored to help the emperors of the future. The guy asked, and what could possibly be unfair? They are only sad that they are leaving him so early. They are honored. And he is grateful for his teaching. At MT Hua in the evening of the day 2, the Black Turtle training area. The teacher was telling his students that there would be difficult days and times ahead of them when the martial arts world would leap its venom at them. And when that happens, he wants them to think about their mothers. And about the time they spent here together. He wants them to have the strength to overcome all the difficulties. The apprentice said that even though their training was over, their mentor's teachings would stay with them until the very end. The girl replied that it was much more sensible than she had originally thought. She would not forget it. On the same day, White Tiger Training Area at Mount Tai, the teacher said that their strength is important in the martial arts world, but what matters most to the forces of light is the spirit that is nurtured by love, trust, and cooperation. And he gave them this paper to write honest, anonymous feedback about other team members because he wants to let them know how they're being evaluated. This paper will help them all grow as martial artists. His strong and powerful White Tiger team. He is confident that they will bring love and trust to this world. Suddenly a girl walked up to Rin and asked her what she was watching. Did someone write a stupid thing about her because the review is anonymous? Or maybe someone had written something rude? Rin replied that no, it's just that 4 out of 9 people wrote the same thing, so she wondered. They want her to smile. The girl said that all they wrote about her were nasty things. And there seemed to be 4 people with nothing better to do. Why don't we go smile at them instead? Rin replied that it's fine. She's the captain of the White Tiger team, and she doesn't want to see any less of them. But what kind of nasty things were written to her? The girl replied that mostly nonsense like don't hate men, it's scary, try to enter the heart of goodness, not just rage and hatred. The training wasn't bad, but such a stupid assignment at the end. She thought about tearing up the sheet, but she saw what she thought he'd written and decided to keep it. And she thinks she'll just cut that part out when she gets back. She believes in it, it's hers, right? Rin replied that she did. She texted her the same thing. She believes in her. The girl said, right? I guess that's probably true. Maybe she knows already, but it's time to go. And their training is over, they need to prepare to be sent back to the academy. And on the same day, the Red Falcon training area on MTMA. Chen was very angry and asked when this hell would end. Moon covered his mouth and told him to shut up. And he seemed to have forgotten because he was lying in bed. But even if they're in hell, it's better to be alive. If he spots him and sends him there, it'll be the end of him. And not the training, but his life. Suddenly the mentor told them that he had heard everything. He says he'll catch them, so why not trust mentor? They saw that Namgung was okay, right? Moon replied that he wasn't okay at all. Chen said he was dead. Mentor asked, what? Did they fall for that or what? Let them take a look. The mentor told Jiren to get out and get ready for the next test run. If the captain can't do it, the deputy captain has to do it for him. Namgung said he's fine. And he will go to the test run. The disciples were surprised and realized that this is what the power of love means. The mentor said, do they see, is everything okay with him? The disciples began to think, is this normal? That's what he wanted, Jiren said for mentor to let her go instead of the captain. Namgung replied that no. Better to let him get screwed than to see him hurt. Mentor asked, what are they carrying there? It's not about who goes first. They will all do it sooner or later, understand? And they'll do it every day until they learn to do it properly. What are they so excited about? If they're whining like this now, how are they going to survive the extra training? He's got all kinds of fun stuff for them. Rope walking, blade running, and 20 other exercises. And if they finish them in time, he'd ask for an extension on the training camp again. After a while, the disciples began to do the mentor's task and tried not to offend him. Namgung shouted to his comrade to save them. After all, he's the last one, that's why he's so worried, but he can do anything. Enko tried not to let his team down, and at the last moment he jumped out and passed the exam. The mentor looked at all this and clapped, for he saw that they were doing well. Each time they got better and better at their tasks. One evening mentor was sitting in his room thinking that he had to send the children back soon, but there would not be enough money for food, lodging, and horses for their journey. All the extra funding went to their training and his salary. Maybe we should just send them out on foot and call it training, he thought. But it's not like that, because he's their respected mentor, he can't do that. If, after all he has taught them, they go hungry and start robbing people, what will that do to his reputation? But suddenly his teacher burst in and said he was a lousy kid. And how dare a young man stand in his room in broad daylight and sigh one sigh at a time? But the master stopped when he saw him and asked, "What is this?" The master replied that he had frightened him. Why do you slam the door like that every time? He almost dropped a cucumber from his eyes. Did the teacher ask him what he was carrying? He's the one who scared him. He'd better tell him why he did that to his face. Sue replied that he had heard that it was good for the skin to mix flour, eggs and honey, and to apply this in a thin layer. So he's trying it out. Recently, he has started to feel older. The teacher got angry and asked what he was saying. Smearing food on his face, is he crazy? He's been very suspicious lately. He's always running around saying he's busy. What's really going on since he's doing such things? Let him tell the truth. Is he seeing someone? That would explain all that sighing in his room. He's right, isn't he? Sue told Master that he was sighing at the perpetual lack of shiny, golden rounds. He has to support him on something, doesn't he? The teacher took the bottle and asked, Is it alcohol again today? He doesn't like that sort of thing. But since the student brought him first-class wine, he would have to accept the gift so as not to offend him. Sue replied, thanking him for accepting it. Let him go and drink it. The teacher looked at him and said that he was beginning to think that every time he asked him something, he was trying to divert his attention with alcohol. He doesn't think he can fool his mentor with booze, does he? Sue replied that of course not. He had just come from snowball practice, right? He made duck with gravy and beautiful abalone with cucumber broth, all in his room. And he didn't seem to notice. The teacher was very surprised and asked, Did he bring food into his room? And why did he do that? Now it's all stinky in there. And now he would have to go and eat it all as soon as possible. But Snow began to growl. The teacher remembered and said that they had run out of dates, let him go and collect them. After that, Sue realized that he had to give him so many bribes just to shut his mouth, and he still wasn't grateful. Now he has to bring food for his tiger too. Is he a slave to be manipulated? Or a criminal who has done something wrong? But in the moment, he stopped and started thinking about the perpetrator. And there's something similar nearby, and why didn't he think of it right away? And if he uses them, he can send the kids back safely. And he'd make money at the same time. Right after that, he went to the Central Security Bureau. The servant asked Chan why he was shaking so much. And doesn't the master think he's been working very hard lately? Chan replied that he was just getting cold. How can he rest now? There were many orders, so he had to work. The servant said it's true, work has been plentiful lately. He can't understand how, after all these rumors, they are still being offered jobs. More and more merchants and clans want to hire them. It's a blessing in disguise, as they say. Of course, this is all thanks to his great efforts and loss of personal fortune. Chan replied that he shouldn't, he was praising him too much. Anyway, the demand has increased and they are short of people. The servant said they had a shortage as it was. Some had left or been injured since that incident, and skillful guards were not easy to hire. Chan replied that they would think about the problem. And the important thing is that everything ended well. It's better not to think about that incident again. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Suddenly there was a loud ringing sound. The servant began to shout that it was an alarm. People began to shout that the old man had returned. Chan was greatly frightened when he heard that his greatest fear had come. Chan turned to the much-respected old man and asked what had brought him to them. But in his mind he thought, by what winds had he been carried here? And why was he alone? Mentor replied that there were rumors that they needed manpower. So I thought I'd lend a hand. Are they so happy to see him that they decided to give him such a big welcome? You shouldn't have bothered so much. Chan said it was a small thing when it came to greeting an elder. But lending a hand? What does he mean by that? The mentor replied that he had heard that they were planning to send a shipment toward Nanjiang. So he's thinking of sending some of his men to guard them. What does the master say? Is it a good idea? Chan asked. What other students? The mentor asked with surprise. I mean, which ones? Did he remember, recently the boys were with him? There would be another attempted murder victim with them, but unfortunately due to some circumstances, he won't be able to go personally, but his students are always at their service. They have already experienced their level of skill, so it's not worth mentioning. He may not apologize or thank you. He doesn't advise refusing either. After all, when a friend is in trouble, you should help. Mentor asked what he thought. Agreed? He knew he would be thrilled, and so it was agreed. Chan thought he hadn't even said anything, but it doesn't sound so bad though. Either way, that old monster has no choice. If he wanted to, he could raise this place to the ground without too much trouble. And if he speaks the truth, they will not call him a monster, but a true savior. Chan told the old man that if he really helped them, they would never forget his favor. The mentor asked with surprise, favor? Since he is grateful, as they arrive at the place, pay the children to accompany them, and let them have a snack and a drink and a snack. Does he know where they're going? And when would they be on their way? Chan replied that of course he would give the matter his attention so that his disciples would be satisfied. Don't let him worry about that. And set off the day after tomorrow, around 7 or 9 in the morning. He realized that to avoid future trouble, it would be better to have a couple or 3 gold pieces ready. Although, in such an emergency, it would cost a lot more to hire them. The mentor asked if they would see each other tomorrow. Chan realized that he could not get away with it, and replied that he would see him tomorrow. The mentor said that they would be escorted only one way. At Nanchang County, they would be separated. So they'll have to travel back on their own. They can do that, right? Chan was surprised and asked what? The return would have to come back with the money for the delivery. He would appreciate it if his students would escort the workers back too. The mentor replied that no, they had a lot of things to do. Moreover, money doesn't take up much space. They would have to empty their pockets and go. And let them get ready and he would go. Chan was frightened and asked if the elder would think about it some more. The preceptor replied that he had so much more to do, time is money, and used the dance of the soaring phoenix as she left. In the evening before school, Jiren approached the boy and asked if he couldn't sleep either. And the sky is so beautiful, isn't it? Namgung turned around and was surprised to see Jiren. She said that to tell the truth, she couldn't sleep either. And she didn't expect to meet him here. Namgung replied that he had insomnia because he had to leave tomorrow. Jiren said it was strange that it was so hard here. And now that I have to leave, it's kind of sad. I guess I haven't come to terms with the fact that the long-awaited end has come. Namgung felt that of course he was sad. Jiren asked, has his wound healed yet? He got hurt that time in the forest when he rushed to protect her. Namgung saw that she was shining like a star. And so, panic aside calmly? He asked with surprise, wound? It's fine. There's not a trace of it left. Jiren looked over and asked what was that big scar. Namgung felt Jiren's hands sliding down his miserable back. Jiren says it's palpable so clearly, and why is he lying? And she realizes he doesn't want her to worry, but she shouldn't, she's already seen it all. And she's afraid that now the scar will stay forever. Namgung replied that it's not true. To him, it's a scar to be forgotten as soon as possible, and the happiest moment in life. Jiren told him that if something like this happened again, would he protect her? Namgung didn't even bother to think and replied that of course. As long as he has strength, anytime. Jiren asked, always and everywhere? Forever? Namgung replied that yes. He will protect her forever. Until death separates them. In the morning, the mentor pulled everyone out and asked, had they even slept last night? Although not surprisingly, they couldn't sleep a wink because of having to say goodbye to his great and unique mentor. The mentor asked them what they were thinking about since they couldn't sleep. He listened to them. The disciple replied that it was finally accomplished. Huck says that this might never happen to a hobo in a lifetime. Yunho also said he'd be happy if he had a girlfriend. Chen said it was a small thing. They found something to talk about. Anyone can do that. If it were him, he'd go even further. The girl tells Jiren that she doesn't know why her choice fell on such an idiot, but she respects her decision. The mentor got angry and asked, what are they carrying? And where is the praise in his honor? He told them to get a good night's sleep because they had to leave early today. But what were they doing at night? Maybe they would test their skills before they left? The disciple replied that no. Yesterday they were very upset about the upcoming parting with the great mentor, and cannot sleep a wink. That is why they are talking nonsense. Mentor asked, really? Oken replied that yes, they were. How could they sleep well when they had to part ways with them today? Mun said definitely, too. She was so sad that she roared all night. Mentor asked, is that Kaka? Then what were those dried ribs lying on the roof? Mentor asked, there was a great view. Probably better than the ones hiding around the corner of the house, though. or the guy posing as a tree, or the guy hiding behind the big rock. And that owl in the pine tree must have had a hard time, too. What did he teach them? Namgung thought that it couldn't be. They didn't even know. Mentor saw that these two were so brave yesterday, and now they are burning with shame? But that's no good, we have to get them to the security bureau as soon as possible. He said they'd end it there. The mentor said it was time to move out. And from this moment on, their training is considered complete. It's time for the Red Falcon team to go home. But one of the enemies at night was making his plan, and stroking his sword, saying that this would not do, he would send them all to the other world. The villain said that such villains should not be left alive, or there will be trouble later. The guy begged him to avenge them, because that's why they came here. The other guy also said that since the old man hit him in the head, he still couldn't sleep at night. It's been 2 months now, and Brother Chunhan is still unconscious. He's been hit a couple of times and his arm still hasn't healed. Their cruelty is unmatched. Let them be on their guard. The man answered them not to talk nonsense. Do they know who is standing in front of them? This is the deputy head of the Tiger Bone House, one of the strongest faction houses of the 72 houses of the Green Forest. And how could he ask those who turned his cousin into a bloody chop? He sent him undercover to Zhongyang's security bureau to leak information to him. They just started making money and they turned it into this? How dare they? The guy replied that the boon was that they knew Chunhan's brother had connections, so he and his friend had dragged him here on their own. But they can't get any more information out of it. That was the last time. The man said it didn't matter. If it works out this time, not only will they get revenge on those kids, but no more having to keep an eye on Zhongyang's security bureau. The boy replied that for sure. 5 wagons full of chests arrived from the west, and 3 were filled with black pepper, the 4th with cloves and nutmeg, and the last one is said to contain some jewelry. But in reality, there's an incredibly rare treasure hidden in there, a Buddha statue adorned with precious stones. At its base is a lotus flower carved from a solid ruby, and on the golden forehead of the Buddha is a diamond the size of a thumb. The guy said that if they could steal everything, the money would be enough to pay for the whole fortress. And that would be the end of the Chunyang Security Bureau, because the compensation would be huge. The other guy said the same thing, that however they probably won't give up. Good, at least that crazy old man won't be there. The man told them not to worry. He's not going to underestimate them. He's going to ask the chapter to join forces with the Dragon Bone House. The guy was surprised and asked with astonishment, the Dragon Bone House? The second guy asked, what, so there would be over 200 people participating in the sortie? The man said yes. In fact, the head of the Dragon Bone House and their head are matchmakers. If they unite, there will be over 300 of them. Will they see if any of them can even survive? At the Alliance, the servant was telling the master that it was time for them to go. Chan replied that if he had the guts, he would go and tell him to his face, and have them ask him to wrap it up as it was time for them to move out. A servant asked what they were doing there. Chan replied, how would he know? A mentor asked his disciples, what is limitless? The disciples all answered together that it was the preceptor's favor. The mentor asked what is deeper than the sea. The disciples answered that it is the love of the master. The mentor said they were good. And now he understood their feelings. It's a shame, but it's time to part. And they're getting better and better. Mentor said he didn't want to let them go either. But what can you do, it's time. And lastly, he said, that black dragon on the amusement bracelet is his personal emblem, so make them remember it well. If anyone meets a person who wears a bracelet with one, let them treat him with all respect. Have they memorized it? The disciples replied to the mentor that they had memorized everything. The master replied that in that case it was time to say goodbye. The disciples told the mentor to take care of themselves. The mentor said goodbye to them and led them on their good journey. But mentor looked up into the sky and said that he felt empty. And now he was all alone again. After that, Su went to his house and began to prepare dinner. But suddenly the master came in and asked what was wrong. After all, for the past few months he's been constantly buying ready-made food and booze and going out. But today he's been standing at the stove all day cooking? Su replied that he just had more free time. Before that, he was training, earning money and filling the warehouse. Su said that the warehouse was now full. In his head, he knew that he had made the guys stuff the warehouse at the training center, and then quietly carried the contents home. Sue was surprised and asked, "What's his look? Did he take a bath or something?" The teacher replied, "It's noticeable. Before he put on his new clothes, he took a bath and washed his beard." "How does he like that? Doesn't he think his baya looks especially white today?" Sue replied that he did. "He still needs to finish cooking, so he should let him rest for now." The teacher said he's an asshole. He was condescended to by his mentor, and he dares to make a sour face. The teacher said he was a fool and asked, "Did he get his heart broken again?" Sue asked, "What did he get his heart broken?" The teacher replied that he was never at home, always wandering around. And now he sits around all day pretending to be indifferent, and this asshole is acting just like when that insecure girl left. And he's clumsy because there's an ache somewhere inside that won't die. And his girlfriend dumped him. So what? In fact, half the world's population is female. Somewhere there will be one who will love him despite his bad temper. Although not so, since he's already been dumped twice. If he continues to do nothing, this kind of thing could happen again. Sue replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, but he was very wrong now. The teacher said he understands, he doesn't want to admit it. He's ashamed, isn't he? Let him get rid of unnecessary thoughts. He needs to focus on becoming stronger. And you don't die of mental anguish, but if you stick a knife in him, he'll be dead in no time. Sue replied that he didn't like where he was going with this. Whatever he's imagining, it's all bullshit. The teacher said he would go to practice with him after lunch. He thought it was a little early for him to learn this, but since his heart was broken, he would occupy his head with something harder. Sue said he knew it. Is he trying to stress him out about something again? The teacher turned around and replied, "The Thunder God. This is the highest stage and the final level of the thunder striking sword skill. In order to master it, he would have to work hard. Even so, he might not be able to learn the technique all the way through." But on the way, suddenly the convoy stopped and the horses began to startle. For there was thunder. The servant stopped his horse and asked, "Where did the thunder come from?" Namgung immediately froze and saw the boy nodded to him. Namgung immediately shouted that they were coming. "Have everyone get ready immediately." When they looked up the mountain, they saw that they had been ambushed and had brought down large stones from the mountain. But the thieves went after the stones. The man ordered his men to attack them immediately. "And no one is to be left alive?" the boy asked the captain if he had heard. "Do they want to kill them?" Namgung replied that then they wouldn't be in debt. Namgung immediately turned to the Red Falcon team. He orders everyone to take off their bracelets and fight at full strength. The disciples all immediately rejoiced and said that they could finally fight them in peace. At this time, Sue was practicing and felt thunder and energy. He asked, "Is this the power of the Thunder God?" The teacher asked him how he could do that. "And that's just the basics." Would he be able to do it again? In the city near Poyang Lake in Nanchang, the Heavenly Warrior Academy is located in the southwestern part of the city. The guards said there were finally fewer people. When will their shift be over so they can catch their breath? The second guard replied that he thought several hundred people had been let through today. It was such a cold day to have to guard the gate. The security guards said we'd better get warm. They call it student self-governance. But in fact they just dump all the hard work on the freshmen. Suddenly someone turned to them. The scouts said a strange crowd was approaching. They'll send help, so be on the lookout. The guard was greatly surprised and asked, "What are these people? Who are these people?" But they answered nothing and walked straight into the building. The guard told him to identify himself immediately. And immediately have him stop. But the warrior attacked him and asked who gave him permission to address the elder on a first name. The guard asked, "To the older man?" "No way, is it really Huck?" The guy replied, "He still is, asshole." The guard said, "Then those monsters." "No, the people behind him, a group of Red Falcons." Namgung replied that the Red Falcons were in full force, and had safely returned to the Celestial Warrior Academy. The guard said he would report his arrival right away. Huck asked, "Why are they all gathered here like flies in a bunch?" "Tell them to disperse immediately, or I'll kick their asses." The guard asked the older student, "What's with the look? What's wrong? Those stains on his clothes, is it blood?" But they had heard rumors that their group had been given an extension on their training. And hopefully they weren't forced to fight. Huck replied that it was the blood of mountain bandits. They were accompanying the men from the security bureau, but they were attacked. The guy asked in surprise. They attacked? It was like they had been to war. There were about 350 of them. Namgung said it could have ended badly. There were a few dozen people from the security bureau, but the attackers were much larger. The guard asked in surprise. The bandits attacked in such numbers? Even without negotiation? The girl asked. Negotiating? Do the bandits negotiate? Oken replied that she had heard. They don't attack martial artists. It's like they're trying to find out the skill level first. And then they offer to negotiate, or let everyone go in return for a certain amount of money. Enko said, that's right. It's one thing if the opposing side is weak, but when armed martial artists are on the other side, the bandits can suffer serious casualties after a skirmish. But in most cases, they negotiate and release them for a fee. But this one, for some reason, decided to go all the way. Mun said they must have known what kind of cargo they were carrying. Jiren replied that they thought they could take them in numbers. But anyway, the bad guys always try to take the numbers, don't they? There were so many of them, they were hanging by a thread. And if Third Chin and Mun hadn't disarmed the attackers from behind, they might have been seriously injured. The guard asked, what was it that they were carrying? Hack replied that it was one very expensive thing. Chin is Chulian's nickname. But don't let him call him that, otherwise he'll be memorialized. Lately, he's really grown in skill. And when they ran out of knives, the two of them started throwing rocks. By the way, they all hit the target. Mo said the enemy just happened to be squishy. They were fighting on the front lines, so it wasn't hard for them to aim stealthily. The leaders of the groups that called themselves Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone were dealt with by the squad leader and Heenan. As for the deputies, they were taken care of with lightning speed by Sanson and Jiren. Oken and Enho fought the bandits like a couple made in heaven. Nohak and Wanbo's joint attack was terrifying. They were like fish in water, or rather, bloodthirsty sharks. The guard said they did a great job. Namgung replied that a couple of people were injured, but they managed to minimize the damage. Huck replied, that's right. A lot of blood had been shed, but what could be done? They asked for it. The guard said he had heard something recently about Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. They don't mean to say they defeated those same violent robbers from the 72 houses of the Green Forest, do they? Huck asked, and why not? 40 or 50 people managed to escape. As for the rest, they're done with gangsterism for good. The guy said these gangsters are that famous? Yenho said that the 72 houses of the Green Forest include many factions. Whether he was a representative of a security bureau or just a knowledgeable kid, you'd know about Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. Besides, those two factions were ranked last in the rankings. The guard asked, is that possible? Even so, they were attacked by two factions at once. They were able to wipe out that many people. What on earth had they been doing for months? Namgung said that in the past few months, nothing had happened to them. They had experienced what real hell is like. Huck said he was afraid he'd have nightmares about all this, so he shouldn't ask more questions. But he, as the youngest of the vagrant sect, will tell him. There really is a demon in human form in the outside world. And it's their mentor. Su kept practicing and learning new techniques that he couldn't master before. Su came out of the water and realized that it was hopeless. And I remembered teacher's words about the Thunder God technique. Su regarded it as a curse and thought, how does an old man do that? It's only the basics. But any technique he taught him could easily be called out of the ordinary. But this one is clearly out of the realm of possibility. His teacher used to tell him that if he were a genius like his teacher, everything would come easily. Not everyone is able to repeat, and will try to explain in his language. First, you have to create two wind gods at the same time and collide them. He seems to have mastered the wind god technique quite well. Did he understand it? Su realized that it was the damned old man. He certainly wasn't a genius, but couldn't he be more specific? His teacher told him to wave his two arms and fly. He can do that, so did he understand? Su thought, how is this explanation different from the previous ones? Su realized that it was necessary to create two wind gods at the same time. He hadn't fully mastered this technique yet, and if he continues to just keep trying without end, will he ever reach his goal? And now he has a hard road ahead of him, and now it's time for him to get some rest. After all, it was a new year, a time of parting. At this time the teacher at home was scolding and saying that Su had only just shown up now. He had to cook dinner himself. Su replied that he had been working at the blacksmith shop after training. As a token of appreciation for his work, the owner gave him an expensive drink. He must have done the wrong thing. He should have refused to work overtime, then he would have arrived on time. The teacher replied that he had rather strange preferences, he didn't expect much from a treat. And he should not refuse the gift, let him give it to him. The teacher opened it and said, "How expensive! Why was he so generous?" He replied that it was a local novelty, a popular item. He must have tasted it, and was horrified by the taste, so he decided to give it to him. Su told him that he doesn't leave the house just to go for a walk with a snowball. How does he know about the new stuff? The teacher replied that he had never seen such a drink before. The master of the forge loves to be on trend. He said that he had never seen such a drink before. Su said it's amazing. And he has a question for him. As someone who stays here all the time, where does he go every year? The teacher took his time and replied that he was taking a walk. Su asked, all day and 2 nights? It started somewhere around his 3rd year of teaching. From then on, he never missed his walk once. I mean, they'd been together a long time. Maybe she trusted him. Maybe he's got a family member who disowned him. He misses him, and he's secretly visiting him or something. The teacher punched him and said he could see that the student missed 2 marks? No, he didn't. Su said that the only student is trying to get to know him better, and he responds with violence? The teacher asked then, why in 10 years he had never once asked what his name was. Su replied that he thought that if he found out, he would definitely kill him. Shouldn't his name be kept secret? But the master hit him again. Su said that master did not introduce himself, and he, as a well-mannered student, did not interfere with his personal life and past if he was offended by it. The teacher replied that if he wanted to continue to be beaten, let him pack him food and alcohol for the journey. And he would leave at dawn. Su asked teacher what his name was? He was curious now. The master replied that he wouldn't tell him. While he was gone, he could sit there and die of impatience. Su sighed and said that he would have to wait a long time. In the morning the master went on his way and said that his disciple was a fool, and throwing the alcohol in the air told him to take it. And it's a very flavorful liqueur. Although I don't remember him knowing how to drink it. The teacher talked the whole time about why he left so early and called him a bad boy. The stranger asked the guy if he was really suggesting he leave. The guy with the position replied that this is what both the head of the sect and his grandfather wanted. Guy told the young dragon that he didn't think it was necessary to explain why he needed to infiltrate the place. Dragon replied that infiltrating and gathering information were not his only tasks. He was sorry that he had let the sect head and his grandfather down. The guy told him not to say that. Even though they're not siblings, he has high hopes for him. And he hopes this trip will allow him to visit different places and gain experience. The dragon replied that he understood. He'll go get ready. And when should he move out? The boy replied that it was today, and while he was practicing, he had time to get everything he needed in advance. He had heard that recruitment would be going on for another 2 weeks. The dragon said he understood, and honestly, he was expecting it. Who would have thought that the first mission would be to infiltrate the Celestial Warrior Academy? He is excited about it. The next morning the teacher read the letter and said angrily, "What a puppy." Su wrote to him that his student was 20 years old, and he had never seen the world in his entire life. He's going to learn how the world works and prove himself. And don't let him try to stop the humble one. At this time, Su climbed onto the roof of the wagon and was on his way. Looking at the sky, he rejoiced greatly and was happy. Mr. Chan said that not only did he bring a lot of luggage with him, but he wasn't going to work even though he was hired as a security guard. He can't believe he's been on his ass all day. And why his father hired such a lazy, useless man. But the servant stopped him at once and told the gentleman to be quiet. The servant said what he asked, to be patient, and refrain from making harsh remarks and peeping with murderous intent. If he continued to behave like this trip would be their last. Or has he already forgotten that the gentleman asked him not to be rude to this man? As a representative of the Security Bureau, he is asked to be patient. Chan asked, why does he have to put up with this? He doesn't understand why they have to bow at the feet of this slacker. They were even dubbed the greatest security bureau in all of Zhongyang. They defeated 2 bandit gangs from among the 72 houses of the Green Forest. So let them tell me what they have to bow down to. The servant answered him not to get so heated. Young master, only returned from the Qingqing sect a few days ago, so he doesn't know yet what happened here in his absence. There are reasons for everything, Chang said, for him to explain the reason behind it. Even though he may have failed the Heavenly Warrior Academy entrance exam a few times, he is still a disciple of the Qingqing sect. So let him say why he should remain silent in the presence of a fool. The servant realized in his head that this was all for his safety, immature young man he was. And there are some people in this world you don't want to mess with. He might not even be a match for that old man, but still. And the truth is different from rumors. He will never forget how 10 disciples fought against several hundred bandits. And rumor has it that the bandits were trashed by the security bureau, but in reality, if they weren't with them, there wouldn't be a wet spot left of them. And besides, the boy who joined them. The master asked him if it was a letter from the elder. Su replied that he could see for himself. The master said it was an incredible talent. He can't believe that he is the elder's favorite disciple, and that his skills are as good as those 10 combined. The master says he is welcome. They leave tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, and asks not to be late. Su said it would be difficult at that time, and suggested to reschedule for the hour of the snake. The elder asked to take care of the special luggage in the morning. The master was surprised and asked what? The servant realized that given his character, and that old man's warning, it could be concluded that the young man was not an easy one. The servant said that the success of the trip will directly depend on this young man. Besides, his father treats him like a golden Buddha statue, and if he doesn't want to cause trouble, let them behave themselves. Chan asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The warrior approached the carriage and asked the young gentleman if he was comfortable there. It's cold outside, would he like to move to the carriage? If he doesn't want to go with him, he'll stay on the horse. Su replied that he didn't. He just wants to enjoy his freedom. And thanks for your concern. And asked if his luggage was okay? The warrior replied that of course. He would personally guard it. Chan saw this and said he could have put the junk in the wagon, but no, he had to take his father's carriage. Su said that he asked them to keep an eye on his things, and those precious things belonged to the elder. In the school of Thunderstruck, martial arts have been passed down to only one disciple for centuries. It is a one-man sect where the student inherits the sect. The moment a disciple of the next generation reaches a certain level, the handover ceremony is performed. The successor receives not fake but genuine 10 knives of Thunderbolt. Each of them, along with the spiritual threads, is carefully kept in a casket. It is made of a very strong material that is almost impossible to break, and all to keep the blade sharp for years to come. And this box is the treasure of the Thunderbolt School. Only the sect leader has the right to open or seal it, and this incredible treasure is kept in the place where the disciple and sect leader of the Thunderstruck sect, the Thunderstruck School, live. The teacher looked at his secret places and saw that everything was gone. And even the Thunder Chain. Everything was gone. The teacher looked everywhere and got angry and said that the bastard had taken everything with him. But when he went into the treasure, he saw that there was food everywhere. The teacher got very angry and asked, did he think he was going to leave it at that? And here was his bad boy. The teacher shouted, did he think he wouldn't find him? Just let him catch his eye. But suddenly he saw people walking near him and stopped. The old man asked him, is he a mentor by any chance? They're messengers, bringing drinks. The Azure Dragon Bank paid them generously. This is their first delivery, so as a welcome on behalf of the House of Divine Flavor, they grabbed their special appetizers and wines. And his order is 3 bottles of 20-year-old Jiananchan vodka, 2 bottles of 30-year-old Shaoxing wine and 10 bottles of other popular wines, and 5 kinds of appetizers. And also as a gift from them, 2 bottles of wine and 2 kinds of appetizers. They had heated the Shaoxing wine in advance. It would be better if he drank it before it got cold. The man asked where to put everything. Su at this time said freedom. How nice. Who would have thought that he would enjoy the ordinary fresh air? But there's something missing though. It's his students. It will be difficult and boring to live comfortably in a college of students. We need to find students, and as soon as possible. The warrior told him that they had reached a place to sleep. Let him walk with him. Su turned around and replied that he would go now. Chan said he was leaving, and he didn't even lift a finger. Let him wait for him, because he's going to make him dance. But the warrior looked at him and said if you don't shut your mouth, he will die. And he looked at the Lord strangely. The warrior said that his son is still just a kid, let the guy ignore him. Su replied that he really is still young. But since that's what he's asking, he'll do his best. So this is where they would be spending the night tonight? Su looked around and wondered if it was too crowded. And he sensed that it was going to be a fun dinner. But at this time there was a menacing man sitting at the table. He didn't look around and only drank. The man met Mr. Chan and said that he had not visited for a long time. Mr. Chan said hello to Mr. Na and asked if he had received the message, prepared a second warehouse for him and a place to sleep for 60 people. I also reserved tables on the first floor, except they had a special guest they couldn't refuse. He's on the first floor. Chan replied that it was all right if there was only one person in the room, there would be enough room for everyone. What kind of a guest was he that he was shaking so much? Na replied that he didn't know many local celebrities by sight, but today's guest looked quite unusual. He's quite famous. He has fiery red hair, beard, and eyebrows. They've heard of the Flaming Blade, right? They say he's one of the 5 strongest sword masters in the entire Celestial Empire. The visitors at this time were sitting next to the famous guest and thought, why are they sitting next to him? And he seems to be in a bad mood and hopes it's not about their visit. They realized that behind their backs sat a flaming blade. And one must eat as quietly as possible. You can't make him angry, and you can't look at him. You can't cross his eyes. When will he bring the food? I can't wait to eat it all and get out of here. Su looked at Blazing Blade and said that it was an interesting picture. And he felt that it would be a fun dinner. Chan asked the young master if he remembered what he had told him. Su replied that yes, he remembered everything. Chan had told him during the dispatch that while he was packing, he had glimpsed the hall with the edge of his eye, and it seemed to him that a flaming blade was sitting there. He thinks the Lord already knows everything, but let him be more careful today. Su asked, how would he know? Who is this flame blade of theirs? Does the security bureau owe him money? Chang asked in surprise. Didn't he know about the flaming blade? It was nicknamed the soul-sizzling flaming heavenly blade. But people furtively call it the flaming blade, and everyone said that he was a soul-sizzling flaming heavenly blade. Among sword masters, it's among the top 5, and is also ranked among the 50 most powerful in the world. He really doesn't know about it. Su replied that he didn't know, but he was already curious. Chan said that he really doesn't seem to know. In that case, he wants to clarify 3 things. First of all, the flame blade is very strong. The red-colored hair all over his body confirms that he has reached the pinnacle of his personal martial art, although this martial art isn't one of the best in the world. But thanks to his 17 scarlet banners, his sword is literally covered in actual magma. If he stabs you with his sword, you'll be burned alive, and if he slashes you with it. However, this man is known for more than just martial arts. He once destroyed a house of bandits blocking his path and causing inconvenience. But even after that, he couldn't cool down and tore down 2 more bandit houses. There was also a time when a thug from the forces of darkness challenged him to a duel. In the end, all that was left of him was ashes. Secondly, under no circumstances should you spoil his mood. There is a saying, when the eyes of a flaming blade turn red, everything around takes on the hue of a blood-red sunset. And once he's enraged, there's no turning back. Not even a drop of blood will be spilled. Their bodies will be burned to the ground. Su said that it was amazing. He would be looking forward to it. Chan asked the young master what he was talking about. Was he sure he was listening to him? He replied that yes, he had listened, except he said he'd tell us 3 things, but he only told us 2. What about the 3rd thing? Chan replied that it was sort of a matter of name. Under no circumstances should one address a flame blade by name. Even if he doesn't know it, it's not even worth asking. And ask him, be sure to follow these rules. He told me everything. Make him stop staring at him already. And we should have waited until the flaming blade was gone. But no, there's no telling how long he'd sit here drinking. He can't starve his men. There's still 5 places short, 3 days guarding the warehouse, let's say they eat dinner later, and 2 more for the guys they were sent to check the security of the premises and the warehouse. Chan turned around and saw them coming. The guy saw the red ash and said that was the man. The red ash turned around and immediately looked at them. The servant shut his mouth at once and told him that if he showed rudeness, they were dead men. And he offered to go quietly to their places. The servant looked around and thought, is this where they should sit? The guy saw that the asshole had put his luggage next to his father again and got angry. The servant said, you can't go in there. If the head son dines with the young master, something is bound to happen, and then all they have to do is sit next to that evil man who can kill them with just a look. But the guys got up from the table and told them to sit here, they would eat later. And they could take their time, the food hadn't arrived yet. The servant replied that they shouldn't. They're not going to take seats away from anyone. They'll just come back later. Sung Chan realized that if that lazy man hadn't taken the seat beside his father. Suddenly Su stood up and said that he was the only one who didn't understand the situation. Chan immediately got angry and said he was crazy. And whatever he's up to, let him not do it. Su said 2 people came in, and there are 4 empty seats. There's plenty of room to sit anywhere. Why do they make people give up theirs if they haven't eaten yet? Chan's son was very angry and thought to put his belongings away first, and then he could open his mouth afterward. Su looked and said that since one found a seat, they, a great disciple of Qingqing's sect and the son of the head of the best security bureau in all of Sichuan. And they can take the empty seat at this table. Or could they ask him to make room? And I think he'd had enough. He turned to him and told him that their bureau had pre-booked all the tables. However, people can't have a proper dinner because of his seating at one table. Chan asked him what he was saying. Su told the red ash to look. The son of the bureau chief is furious. Since they can't share the table, he is an uncle, already full. Why doesn't he leave? It's a great idea, right? Red Ash broke his plate and said someone had completely lost their fear. Su asked. Now he decided to show his strength and broke the table? We can't go on like this. We should teach that man a lesson. Red Ash has asked if the security bureau was a security bureau, and he's heard of them. But who would have thought that someone from the security bureau would allow themselves to be defiant with a flaming blade? And he hopes that after saying that, he doesn't expect to walk out of here alive. Chan came out and said he'd got it all wrong. This lunatic is talking nonsense. And guaranteed their bureau would never argue with him. And how could they have anything against the greatest and mightiest sword master, Mr. Kuan Yenhe? Red Ash pounced on Chan, but Su grabbed him and saved him from his death. He asked, how does he behave in a public place? That's violence. Su said his name was Kuan Lunhe? And with such a beautiful name, he would have behaved properly. Su wondered if they could go outside and make a bet. After all, it would be better for the person in charge of the place and the others. Su went outside and said, what a dry wind. There is enough spark to make the whole meadow burst into bright flames. And he thinks it's to his advantage, uncle, because he's an expert in the use of fire. It's not in his favor, and he even gave up a favorable location. So there shouldn't be any complaints, should there? If he loses, you can't say he set it up. He replied that he was a puppy and didn't seem to know how scary he was in anger. Must be out of his mind. He said that maybe it was for the best. Even if he begs for forgiveness later, it would be too late. And today he would rot out of this world. Su asked his uncle, is that what he wants? In that case, it's time to get started and see who's the strongest. Su immediately used his technique and jumped into the sky. He was greatly surprised and saw that he had disappeared. But after that, Su suddenly appeared and decided to strike. He grabbed Uncle He's sword with his bare hands, and right after that, he threw a palm strike. He couldn't handle it, and was greatly surprised. Su said he would call this example palm flip. It was a good thing he had removed one bracelet beforehand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy. It was worth it though. Thanks to this, he finally has a worthy pupil to lord over for his own benefit. Su visualized this, and was telling his disciple that today he would teach them the 2 greatest martial arts. On one side would rise the god of fire, and on the other the king of the frosty night. And he was once a student too. The apprentice of one who was so great that he was called the god of martial arts. And he inherited one of his most powerful techniques, the red flame. And the other student, he inherited the blue flame. And he doesn't want to remember the snowman. And immediately spit on him. And anyway, the mentor was inimitable. And a true ideal. He was only a small part of his perfect nature. He practiced constantly, tried his best. But she was the adopted daughter of a mentor whom he loved very much. He said that he couldn't believe that the mentor had given his blessing. It can't be true. And today he's going to get even with him. But his rival started taunting him. He responded by telling him to cut the crap. She couldn't choose someone like him. And let him not dare to say his name. No need to expect mercy. But that's when the girl stepped in and told them both to stop. It's true, she chose him. He asks what's the big deal about their block of ice. And he can't believe it. Even decided to go to his mentor to find out the truth. The impossible has happened. The mentor can die. He said it couldn't be. And he can't believe it. He came to his senses, and when he opened his eyes he saw a guy standing in front of him. Sue said that he was seeing, he had a bad dream. But now that they've come to their senses, it's time to keep the promise, right? Does he remember that he's been defeated? He replied to just kill him. Sue asked with surprise, kill? Why would he do such a useless act? What use is a corpse? He asked. Then what does he want? Sue replied that without going into details, a disciple. He asked him if he would like to be his disciple? Even though he asked, he has no choice. In the tavern, the warrior said it was about time someone went to get the body. I bet there ain't no body. All that's left are ashes. Of course it's a pity he died at such a young age. If he was that elder's apprentice, he must have been strong. But why would he go up against an opponent like that? The warrior asked, what's the pity? One has to worry about their head. Would the flaming blade threaten to burn everyone? Or if that old man would claim why his apprentice had died? The second warrior replied that it was true. They could find another job. But the head saw that he was in a bad way. Suddenly Sue came in and said that he thought Mr. Chan was worried about him a lot. The warriors were greatly surprised and asked how did he survive. The guy asked him how he survived. Sue asked him why everybody's looking at him like that. Why does everyone keep saying the same thing? He brought them a present. Chan asked with surprise, a gift? What did he mean? Sue replied that he had found him a great employee. The guy got angry and asked, who did he think he was? The head of the Zhongyang Security Bureau and the leader of this convoy was his father. No one gave him the right to bring anyone here. Sue smiled and asked, really? The guy said of course. Only over his dead body. Sue asked him if he was sure. Let him look at it, but don't regret what he said. Chan covered his mouth and replied that the boy didn't know what he was talking about. No need to pay attention. And who did he want to introduce? Sue replied that they should let him introduce them to the man who would join the convoy and travel with them all the way to Nanchang. Someone his son was only going to accept after his own death. And that's when he burst into the joint. But his master was at this time enjoying his drink at home, and with Snowflake lying down. He started to twist his head around and look for his apprentice. But then remembered that he had ditched him and left him alone. He remembered Sue asking him if he'd already had all his drinks. Shouldn't he go get a drink himself? It's all for the good of his health. Sue said that he had been hanging around idly all day, but he couldn't go to the kitchen to get a bottle. How long will he torture the poor student for his own comfort? He then went to his warehouse, and visualized his apprentice being there. He said he had only recently cleaned up. But what did he do? This is too much. How is mentor going to live without him? The teacher got angry and asked what the student thought he couldn't do on his own. He didn't even say goodbye before he left, and he needed such a student badly. The master then began to wash the plates and remembered Sue had told him that greasy plates should not be washed in cold water. He remembered Sue telling him that greasy plates should not be washed in cold water, but in hot water, otherwise all the grease would drip onto the other dishes. The teacher got very angry and said he wouldn't do it. Why should he do it? He's not going to do it. The teacher began to look around the area, all the while seeing his student doing everything for him. But this time there was silence. The teacher said he wanted to check something out, and then he'd find this asshole. And he's gonna stay in the mountains for a while. But he'll stop by the Azure Dragon Bank first, and he hopes to find some clues there. But again the man who brought him alcohol last time appeared in front of him. And when he saw the teacher, he shouted at him. The man said he was glad to see him again. And how's the old man doing? And immediately revealed that today is the agreed delivery day. If he would allow it, they would take the empty bottles. The man said that Mr. O and Mr. Chan would clean his house and do his laundry. This time, the customer asked for full service so that nothing would bother him. And if there is any inconvenience, just let him say so. At this time, in Poyang Lake, in the vicinity of Nanchan, Chang said that thanks to the two of them, they had reached Nanchan without any problems. And their security bureau would never forget them. However, as the Lord requested, he put the reward in one bag. Is he sure that this is the right thing to do? Su asked, and why not? Flaming Blade doesn't like to bother with that sort of thing. Su asked his uncle, isn't he right? But he didn't answer anything. And Su said that he was telling the truth. And in that case, they will go. Chan replied that of course. Once again, he is grateful for the work done. And bon voyage to them. Su went out into the city and smiled, saying how many people were here. What is the purpose of all of them being here? He replied, he wouldn't know. And let the master tell him what he's doing here. Su replied that it's because he's here. And it's the student's duty to follow his master. And did he forget the 3 rules? 3 months hadn't passed yet. He immediately remembered their conversation when he asked him to kill him. But Su asked him, is it so hard to be patient? Why is such a young and promising man so eager to go to the other world? And then he said that since he was his first official student, he would make an exception. Every 3 months he could challenge him. And if you can win once, he'll set you free. And what does he say? Amazing offer, isn't it? He answered him that he remembered, but mentor, why did they come here? Su replied that he was planning to stay there for a while. He asked with surprise, at the Heavenly Warrior Academy? Su replied that he did. He heard that it was a great place where he would be given all the facilities for passing some kind of exam. That's not bad, right? He asked if that was the only reason. Su replied that of course not. The buildings inside are dense, and the area is also fenced. In case of any threat, there would be a place to hide or shelter, and then there are the kids he has to look after. And he hopes he can find out something about a man he's long lost touch with. At this time, the guy inside was asking the gentleman if he was okay. Could he be sick? Huck said he wasn't. He just had a chill. And why would that be? He hadn't felt that way since last summer, and it's because he's wearing those damn bracelets. Why is he wearing them again? The guy said he thinks they somehow help him train. Yeah, and it emphasizes his personality. Huck told him they were bad luck. Have him throw them away immediately. The girl asked Rin, she still hasn't left? I mean, she had already packed her things, and what is she looking at so intently anyway? Rin replied, who knows? Something made her feel nostalgic. The girl said she was going home for her mother's birthday. She doesn't think she's burdened by thoughts of her loved ones. Maybe she's worried about breaking something valuable, and every time she goes out, she wears that beret all the time. It must have been given to her by someone important to her, and today they're riding in a carriage, so no one will see her from the street. Nevertheless, she's wearing it anyway. And sometimes she's curious, who had managed to settle in the heart of the White Ice Phoenix. Su was talking to the person in charge at this time, and said that he liked everything. And he hoped that there would be a place for him in such a big building, and he almost forgot. This man is with him. They'll need a double or 2 single rooms next door. How much will it cost? The chief replied that they were honored to receive the Flame Blade himself. But to be honest, it was the enrollment period of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, so all the rooms had already been reserved for 2 months. Su asked, do they mean to say there are no rooms available? But the guy's mouth was shut, and the shift worker replied that no way, they will be glad to receive them. And how can they refuse a flaming blade? They will always find a place for such guests, and if the room doesn't turn up, they will rebuild it. Within 2 hours, they will provide them with a separate building with 2 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom to make their stay as comfortable as possible. Su replied that it sounded pretty expensive. How much would it cost them? If the cost would hit hard, could human labor pay for it? And in a place this crowded, there's bound to be robberies. He's sure he'll need security. How about a flaming blade at the front of the place? The guy replied that he was a humorist. How could they allow such a person to engage in such a lowly endeavor? They already feel safe just from the fact that the flaming blade stopped at their place. The guy was worried about them showing up during peak season. Even if they make a loss, We need to isolate them from other customers as soon as possible. The guy said it was 1 silver per day, including food and lodging. And he will have the food brought to the room. So, if it please him, don't leave your chambers unnecessarily. Sue was surprised and replied that it was great. It was a bit expensive, but it was acceptable. He realized that it was only for food and lodging, but he had given his lodging for nothing. And this is robbery in broad daylight. The guy said his thanks and asked them to wait for a while. And soon they can escort them to the room. Sue replied that they could take their time. He has one more thing to take care of. Sue said that he had heard that there was a person in Nanchan who could get any kind of information. The boy asked with surprise, information? Sue replied that he had heard that if paid well, this talented man could unearth the secrets of relatives from another tribe. Could he tell me where he could find him? The boy replied that he thought he knew who he was looking for. He said there's this old bookstore in town called the House of Pure Breeze, but it's actually an information office that all the locals know about. And as soon as they entered, the old man would ask them a question, and they would answer that they had come for the story of the Great Horse Year. When they got to the store, the old man asked what book they were looking for, and after that, the local staff will point the way further. The guys replied, to enter, let them place a silver coin in this hole. This is the entrance fee. Sue put a coin and said, just to see his face, you have to pay a whole silver piece? So he's that confident? Immediately the doors opened and the guys said they had to go in there. Once inside they found themselves in a different place altogether. The guy told them that for safety's sake, the room the master is in is constantly changing. Right now, he is in room 6 on the first floor. Sue was surprised and replied, how thoughtful they are. Entering the room, the guy said that they would be honored with a visit from the Flaming Blade himself and his acquaintance. But unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to help them. Sue replied that he was disappointing him. He can't even find one person? Are the stories about him being able to uncover secret family archives a lie? The guy replied that they were able to get the information then because the document they needed was buried in the backyard. In his case, it's much more complicated. He doesn't even have a clue. Sue replied that he had told him enough. If he had other information, he would have found it himself. He wouldn't do all the work for him, would he? The guy said that his information was not enough, and it was questionable. He wants them to find the girl who, 10 years ago, spent a month as a guest at a certain place called the House of Divine Fragrances, located in Sichuan. They don't know her real name, origin, or place of birth. And the owner of the inn only knows that she is from a rich family. And the fact that she was now in her early 20s, how could he look for someone with only that information? Sue said that's not all the information. He gave a clear description of the girl, and for one thing, she must have grown up to be a beauty. Incomparable. Secondly, she grew strong. Because she promised. And thirdly, she is very shy, kind, and cries all the time. He gave detailed information, so why can't they find her? The guy replied that he apologized. How about this offer? To tell the truth, he only starts working after receiving an advance payment. And besides, it's quite difficult to guarantee the success of his order, but since they came with a great flaming blade, let them give him 6 months to investigate. If he finds out anything, he owes 3 gold pieces. Sue stood up abruptly and asked, 3 gold pieces with surprise? The guy replied that if it was too onerous, they could settle for 2, but no less. The order is already complex and there is no telling what difficulties may arise in the process. In addition, this amount includes labor and operating costs. Sue said he understood, but 2 gold pieces, no? How about half a gold piece? Or could this one work as a messenger or guard? He wondered why he was looking in his direction. But suddenly he realized what was being said about him. Sue thought that since he was so famous, maybe 1 or 2 deliveries would be enough? If it's not enough, we can have a fire show on the street. He stood up abruptly and said, for half. He negotiated with him for half. Sue replied to calm him down. Half a gold piece is robbery. There's no need to cause trouble. They're well-mannered people. How can they do that? Sue said he actually has another issue, so can decide what to do about the payment after they deal with it. And if he doesn't like it, they can fight the flaming blade in the courtyard. If they start here, they'll start a fire. He thought his teacher was really mean, pretending to settle the matter, and now saying that half a gold piece is robbery. The guy thought, Are these people well-mannered? If he didn't agree to half, they'd kill him too. I've never heard of such a monster before. The guy told him that he would do as he was told. In return, he asks that the details of their deal not be revealed to anyone. So what did they want to know? Su replied that it was simple. What do you have to do to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy? He heard the exam is the day after tomorrow. Maybe he can tell me how to get there and if there are any secrets that are important to know. The guy asked, do they want to participate in the Ascension Festival? And the Flaming Blade too? Su replied that yes, so what's the big deal? The guy said there were two things wrong with it. First of all, only people under the age of 25 can enter the Celestial Warrior Academy. Therefore, the Lord is not of age. And besides, the Flaming Blade is strong enough, he has no business being there. Su replied that he understood, it doesn't work that way. Then what to stress him out with while they're separated? Seems like the best option is still a job as a security guard or a fire show. He got angry and said he had to get into the Heavenly Warrior Academy. So let him say if there's a way or not? If there is, he'll let him live, otherwise he can blame himself. The guy got scared and said he'd find out. And no, he already knows the way. And besides participating in the Ascension Festival, there is another way for the esteemed Flame Blade, one of the 5 strongest sword masters, to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he can become a teacher instead of a student. Amidst the ever-increasing number of students, the Heavenly Warrior Academy has been relentlessly recruiting the best masters for the role of teachers. And he is the mother of Pure Breeze. As the head of the Pure Breeze house, he guarantees that an expert like Flaming Blade will not just be hired, but will also be provided with a high salary, comfortable housing, and more. He asked with surprise, really? Su replied with surprise that it even sounds interesting. The guy said that he suggested that they go back to the inn and rest. And he will contact the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he assures the institution will be so pleased that they will immediately come running to him. Su asked in surprise, really? And since he insists, we'll leave the matter to him. Su asked, how does he get there? Would he have to take an exam? The boy replied that this was the second problem, and in order to participate, you need to submit your documents and pass the test in advance. Except that the application deadline was 15 days ago. They will have to wait for the next Ascension Festival, which is a year from now. Su asked, has the application process ended, and so he says he has to wait a whole year? And this will be the answer of the man who received half a gold coin from him. Su pulled out his brushes and asked, what to do? Does the guy realize that he doesn't hate waiting? Su used his strength and throwing his brushes at the guy, he directly pinned him against the wall and left him no choice. The guy afterwards said he remembered. And there's only one way to participate in this year's Ascension Festival. And let them go to the Valiant Tiger Claw. They need to go there. And will receive a special Ascended Dragon badge that will allow them to qualify for the Celestial Warrior Academy. The martial arts skills are great in number, but only 500 of them are allowed to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy each year. At the first stage, applicants are screened by documents, and if necessary, pre-selection is carried out. However, there is another way to get into the Ascension Festival. Not many people know, but especially gifted and talented students receive a special token in their clans, a kind of recommendation. A person recommended by a particular clan can take part in the Ascension Festival immediately, skipping the document checks and other procedures. But originally this system was invented to identify hidden talents from the lower class. But nowadays, it has lost its former significance, and has become a privilege for clans and noble families. But who would want to give up the opportunity to become a heavenly disciple? Besides, if this stranger fails the exam, they will have wasted a token. And it's worth noting that if a recommended student suddenly does something wrong, the person who recommended him or her will be held responsible. And so each clan was only interested in promoting talents from their sects or clans. As a result, this mechanism has become a tool for the powerful to enter. However, there's the Ascending Dragon token. Anyone who manages to get it will go straight to the main exam without any problems. The guy asked, so it's him? And this is serious, of course? Namgung replied that he himself had said that the situation was very serious, and something urgent had to be done. The boy answered that yes. The enrollment of the son of the head of the Cal Heavenly Darkness Alliance's Heavenly Warrior Academy is an unusual case. They have no information about his appearance, his martial arts power, or his personality. And about 7 years ago, the eldest son of the head, Calheben, the then Grand Prince of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, fell into madness due to an overflow of qi and committed a massacre. And so the second prince, the son of Heaven Demon Pavilion Head Bai, was appointed as the new Grand Prince. Until then, he had always kept in the shadow of brothers Calheben and Calhiran. But as soon as he became a great prince, Calhiran, Calheben's younger brother, was immediately hidden from human eyes as if he didn't exist. It was as if they had switched places. According to the investigation, the head of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion hid him, secretly trained him in martial arts. And since his older brother had massacred the pavilion students, the head feared that hired assassins would be sent to 13-year-old Calhiran. The guy said the last time he saw him was when he was 12, so he doesn't know what he looks like now. Children's faces change a lot as they get older. Namgung replied that he was still better than those who had never seen him. Let him find him as soon as possible and find out what he is. After all, he still hasn't found someone who can guard Madam. If he does it himself, Mr. Murima Alliance leader will be at ease. The guy replied that it wasn't that he couldn't find the right person. It was just that he had rejected all his candidates. Too handsome. Or too stupid. Or he might fall in love with mistress. It was hard to find one girl, but they said she was too wild and could hurt the lady. Namgung replied that he had no right to comment on that, but in any case, if he had agreed right away, no one would have had to refuse. The situation is critical, there's no other option. It's not Bai's problem anymore. If people from the Heavenly Darkness Alliance were to sneak into the Heavenly Warrior Academy, then Madam would be in the greatest danger. The guy replied that if they were planning something like this, they would have sent someone else, not the son of the head of the Celestial Darkness Alliance. They would have taken someone they didn't feel sorry for. Oh, and they wouldn't have the information in their hands then. He had heard that the father of the head of the Celestial Darkness Alliance, Calhoun's grandfather, had sent him a letter. He said that he wanted to send his precious grandson to the Heavenly Demon Academy to simply develop his skills and learn about the world, and that there was allegedly no malicious intent. He asked not to be singled out among other students. Namgung said still, they can't relax. They may look like they have peace with them now, but they are still a heavenly alliance of darkness. The boy replied that that was so. And so they decided to take the lady out of the academy and send her away for a month for secret training under the pretext of celebrating for her mother's birth. The guy said that yes, they had prepared a very specific and expensive elixir for her. So she would need to practice in seclusion to absorb it and temper her chi. In the meantime, he is asked to deal with all the hidden threats at the Sky Warrior Academy. The guy replies that it's not that he doesn't want the job. And it seems like they're missing something important. There are those among the staff of the institution who know him by sight. So how are they going to keep them quiet? Namgung thought for a moment, and replied that he didn't think he should worry about it. He hasn't been seen for 10 years. So he doesn't think anyone will recognize him. He has changed a lot in that time, and his face could be said to have grown older in that time. The guy got angry and replied, just so he could say he's gotten older. And how can he get there with a face like that? He can't be 25. He won't pass the age limit. Namgung threw away the token and said that she would solve the problem. It will serve as a guarantee of his admission. Well, if someone suddenly asked about age, he could just say that he ate some weird medicine as a kid. The guy thought, is his face that ugly? Namgung said he's been holding off and he'll be on his way. The guy asked, did he just ignore him and leave? After telling him to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy at his age? This is too much. He stood in front of the Tiger Manor at this time and thought, what is he doing here? But it turns out he's going into this building. He said it's Tiger Fong Manor, not the other way around. Su replied that he reads the signs from left to right. He thought, is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? No, he's allowed to say anything. He asked, what about books? Su replied that of course he reads from top to bottom. What about those who read from bottom to top? Left to right only reads signs. Su said that he should stop talking about silly things, and it's time to go get the token already. And uncle asked such strange questions. Su started barging into the academy and the guard asked who he was. Su replied what a rude person. The first time he met him, he's already on a first-name basis? The guy replied that he was an inner disciple of the Tiger Fang manor, Kemwonsu. How dare he talk about rudeness after what he had done? They closed the doors for the Festival of Ascension. What kind of atrocities did they commit here? Su asked in surprise. Atrocities? And everyone he met on his way addressed him in the first name, and asked him why he had come. He answered politely, but they were immediately attacked. Su asked, and why on earth did he come? He's listening to him. Su replied that he needed the Ascending Dragon token to enter the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he had heard that he could be found at the second student's house. Would he step aside? Su replied, telling him to shut up. How dare he demand something like that? And if he wanted to get the token, he could fight him. And immediately used the soaring tiger sword technique, 26 style. Su asked, really? And immediately after that, he used his strength against him and struck from his fist. Su immediately used the dog days of beating the dog with his fist. He beat him up and said he was strong in spirit. But his strength is lacking. Su said that he told him that if he won, he would tell him about the token. Where's his second apprentice? Can someone get him? The boy asked. What the hell was he talking about? That was him. What had he done to their second senior apprentice? That's if the first senior apprentice was here, he wouldn't be acting like this. Su asked in surprise. This weakling is a second disciple? Did he really hope to enter the academy with such skills? Su said that such a fool would only embarrass himself in the exams. Wouldn't it be better for him to spend the next 10 years practicing in the cave and give him the token? The guy responded by telling him to cut the crap. He won't get a token from them. The head and that man won't just let it go. But suddenly out of the blue, someone came and asked what was going on here. He immediately trembled and recognized that voice. Since ancient times, it has been believed that blades forged by great masters have a soul. And in critical moments they shake, warning their masters of danger. Sometimes it has even been said that such blades have a will of their own. And the red flame is one such spiritual weapon, and now it was roaring. It wasn't warning of danger, but rather resonating with something. He immediately turned around and recognized the man who had come to them. And standing behind him. He immediately got angry and didn't know what to do. The guy told he that he was them, and they met again. He got angry and replied that he dare not call his name like that. Frostblade Kwangchul Su. Did Chiol Su say it's been 10 years? He still has the same character. Unsa asked what's going on here. Who is that person? The others said it was the third senior fellow student. The great teacher. He finally came. And they said they beat up the second senior student. He asked, is he the great teacher here? Don't be ridiculous. He was wondering why such an institution was formed next to the Heavenly Warrior Academy. So he's living with these guys and living on his own? Chiol Su replied that of course not. The head of the school is that kid's father. He's known him for a long time and has been dropping by here periodically lately because he's away. To them, he's just a counselor. Nothing more or less. Unsa said that he was the third student of Tiger Fang Manor School. Greetings from Mr. Kwang. And there seems to be a misunderstanding. Without a doubt, he was asking for advice from one of the 5 strongest sword masters. The current head of the Heavenly Warrior Academy's True Warrior Hall, the esteemed Frostblade. But he swears there was no other hidden intention in mind, and they are honored to meet the flaming blade of the sword. But may I ask what reason they have for arranging all this? He said he's always been like this. Pretending to be single, grateful, outstanding. Chiol Su replied that he's the one who hasn't changed at all. No, he's changed a little, and not for the better. He asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about. Chiol Su asked what's in his hand. It looks like some kind of gift, or a food box. Is he really cooking for himself now? He got angry and told him to shut up. He got angry and thought, why did that asshole make him carry that thing? He put it in Chiol Su's hands and said it wasn't his. He just held it while he was warming up, so he's giving it back. Chiol Su asked, who is that with him? Is it really his son? He replied that it's nothing like that. How dare he say that? He reminisced and asked how she was. Chiol Su replied that she's fine. Whenever they meet, he keeps asking about her. Just like 20 years ago when they parted ways. By the way, she was pregnant then. He got angry and replied that he was 3 months pregnant. Even when they met 20 years ago, he too only asked about her well-being, and now he realized he shouldn't have let him live then. He had been soft because she was with child. Chio-su said he was confused. If she hadn't talked him into it with his daughter, he wouldn't be standing here on his own right now. And either way, then, now, or in the future, he won't hear anything new. She'll be happy by his side forever. He said he's still the same shameless man he was 20 years ago. Does he have anything to say? Like a will or something? Chio-su asked. What to say? The daughter, who grew up to be a real beauty, took after her mother. She is more beautiful than her husband when she was young. He lost his temper and shouted, "How dare he pour salt on his wounds? Since he's so happy, is he ready to die now?" He immediately drew his sword and pounced on the enemy, and after saying that, at least he hadn't gotten weaker in the meantime. Chio-su said that unfortunately, the same can be said for him. He has no intention of shirking the fight, but if he continues, the matter will drag on for days again. And besides, it's not just the guys here that could get hurt, it's his kid. So he's gonna ask why he's here. What's the reason he's here? He remembered that he had come for the token. He said he was here for one purpose. Let them give him his ascending dragon token, it wouldn't be of any use here. Unsa asked, what was he talking about? And the token rightfully belongs to the second student. It's not fair to try to take it away. He said that the token was created to allow talents to enter the academy. Or are they going to hand such a thing to some idiot who couldn't even comprehend the intent of the sword? He asked. Does the snowman have sightless eyes? If he sent him to the academy, not only would the kid be laughed at, but he would be laughed at as well. People will start thinking that the 5 strongest swordsmen are some kind of joke. He said there's only one person here who has the right to have it. The jolly fellow who came with him. He just took his dead man down with one punch. In his opinion, the proof is clear. People started asking, how come? Mr. Kwang, crossing all boundaries. It was the first time they had such an opportunity in many years. Chio-su stopped them and told them to calm down. And luckily he's right. Unsa hasn't learned how to handle a sword yet. Let them hand over the token. Unsa started to get indignant and appealed to the great teacher. Chio-su said that he hadn't earned it yet. In truth, with this level, he could only dream of a heavenly warrior academy, and what happened today is his fault. He failed to train Unsa sufficiently. Su received his badge and asked with surprise, "Is that who he is?" Su said that it was a special pass to the Heavenly Warrior Academy. At this time in the bank, the chief greeted the old man and said that he could see that a special perfect retirement account had been set up for him. And now they look up the name of the possessor, and he supposes that he is that mentor. The teacher replied that this was correct. The teacher dictated the password to him and asked, "One of those two, right?" The master replied that a password was not required to use the perfect retirement account. Su and his warrior took the token and headed on their way. The servant immediately turned to his great professor and said that even though their second senior apprentice still had a lot to learn, they don't agree that he gave them the Ascension Dragon token for nothing. If they did something wrong at the Heavenly Warrior Academy, they would be the ones to blame first. Chio-su turned around and looked at the servant with his angry eyes and said that he was talking too much, and as long as he works there, it won't happen. The servant began to insist and stand his ground, saying that is not so, but Unsa realized this was going badly and shut his mouth, telling him to shut up. Or is he trying to make him even angrier? The servant asked. You mean pissed off? He just handed over the token while the head was away. It's like he's in cahoots with that ginger bastard. Unsa replied that it was unlikely. Let him see for himself. The servant turned around and asked what he should look at. Unsa told him to just look at the path the professor walked. Does he see what happened to it? The guy swiped his hand and replied that it was a trace of true ice chi. And it had just happened just now, not during the fight with the flame blade. And what does Unsa think? Why is he not consciously emitting icy chi? Unsa replied that he had never seen the great professor so angry before. At the bank, the teacher was greatly surprised when no password was required. The person in charge said that printing the account number was enough to confirm the recipient, and since the recipient cannot check the balance or close the account, there is no need for a password. The teacher asked in amazement, What is he carrying? And it was in his name. Why can't he check his balance or close it? The person in charge answered him that he didn't seem to know the details. Head said the ideal retirement account he signed up for provides the recipient with alcohol, food, a cleaning service, a doctor, and 20 silver coins every month for the rest of his life. And now they're going to see, the first payment is on the 10th, so within the next few days someone on their staff will drop off the money to him. The teacher asked, will they deliver this all to his house every month? The principal replied that yes. If he is not there and he can't get the money, he will just have to go to them with a stamp to pick it up. But let him mean that if he doesn't collect the amount by the end of the month, the payment for the next month will not change. The teacher asked, so they want him to stay home all year round? The chief replied that of course not. The young gentleman who had opened the account for him had foreseen everything. He signed him up for a special service that would allow him to travel anywhere in Sichuan where there was a branch of their Azure Dragon Bank, and the teacher is allotted 15 days a year to travel. All expenses are covered by them. And if there is a fire or other mishap, there is also an insurance plan that will allow him to fix the house twice a year. And he also signed him up for a special birthday favor as well. May 15th, right? The chief asked. And this service will also provide him with a gold coin and a feast with the best liquor on the 15th of May each year. And of course, all of this will be delivered to his home. When leaving the bank, the old man came up to the teacher and said that he thought he had gone to the bank without looking at the frost outside. And judging by his face, dealing with the bank staff was a headache for him. The teacher replied that his headache was not them and he still didn't care about him. Let him recover soon and make sure he delivers alcohol immediately afterward. The old man thanked the teacher for his kind words. This time they would give him better alcohol, so let him take care of himself. At this time, the mercenaries came to their chief and said that they had done all they could, but it was not enough. The mercenaries said that the special entry test would take place on the last day of the Ascension Festival. They only have 3 days left. Maybe it would be better to ask the past chapter for help. The head replied that no. He won't get there before the test starts. And they know how many years he'll have to be there. Do they really want him to wear a mask all the time? The first mercenary replied that there were no other options. The second mercenary also said that it might be a last resort, but maybe the head would try it. And it was hard to get it. The mercenary held it out and said that it was the powder from the 10-core flower. Let him take it and try to circulate his qi, and even though there's only a 30% chance of success. And if you fail, you'll have burns all over your body. The head got very angry and stood up and told him to feed it to the other man. And now? The mercenary was surprised and asked. He himself had ordered them to make him look younger than 25 at any cost. These pickles won't be enough, the head asked. Is he laughing or something? To hell with this skin care. To hell with it. He doesn't care anymore. But suddenly a servant came in and said that a report from the White Stone had arrived. The head took the letter and said it came faster than he thought it would. And it turns out he's the best spy they have. The head read it and said that banks nowadays provide many different services. Anyway, I wonder where the disciples who left the elder are? And what they are doing now. At this time, the guy was saying that they were honored that the great soul sizzling flaming heavenly blade had decided to teach in their Heavenly Warrior Academy, and they will do everything they can to fulfill all of their requirements, as well as provide them with the best housing and insurance. He said then they would see each other in 3 days. And see you soon. After that, Sue left the room and asked, did they leave? And he thinks he got a job without any problems. Sue asked if we should go see the Ascension Festival. He had heard that it was quite a sight. Even the innkeeper said he would go there if he had time, and apparently everyone is interested in watching others make mistakes and embarrass themselves. And those who have passed often serve alcohol to everyone present. Sue turned to him and asked him what he thought it was like for people to see such an exuberant person so silent. And he's already starting to piss them off, but he didn't answer anything and just remained silent and thought. Sue thought at once that he was pretending to be a sick rooster, just as he thought. Probably poison that frost blade, or bucket, or whatever it was. He only knows one solution to this problem. He just needs to give him a good beating. And suddenly all of a sudden he fell on the table, and fell so hard that his head broke the table, in front of which he was sitting. He said that he's a soul-sizzling fiery heavenly blade, one of the 5 greatest swordsmen under the heavens. There's no way he'll lose to this frost blade, Kwang Cheol Su, he shouted to the azure frost blade of the cold moon. He would deal with him soon. The servant at this time was telling Cheol Sun that they had asked why he had decided to teach at their place, but he didn't answer. And anyway, in 4 days Mr. Kwang will start working at the academy. Cheol Su replied that it was fine, and immediately signed the document. He remembered all the words of the officials who had come to him, and said they were glad to have him in their ranks. But he realized that he had been sold out like that. But Su also told him that he is his mentor, so half of his paycheck will go to him. Let him just come when they call him, that will be enough. He realized it was all because of that devilish bastard. He is being sold to a place where that stupid snowman teaches, in return for being treated like a saint by everyone, and in the same position as him as a martial arts instructor. He's called a great teacher, so maybe he's even lower rank than him. And then he realized one thing, he was being sold to work under that bastard. But it would be better if they just killed him. It was said that when danger cornered a person, they would often experience something like a revelation. And when Unhee had signed a contract to become a teacher at the Heavenly Warrior Academy, he had experienced it too. After a few days of suffering and despair, he reached enlightenment. But Su asked if they should go to see the Ascension Festival. He asked, is he really finished? He could no longer see the path in front of him. He had nowhere to go. He was already starting to panic and screaming for Su not to choose for him how he should live his life. And what sins he had committed to deserve this. Suddenly, all of a sudden, he came to his senses and heard his mentor's voice. His mentor told him that it was all his choice, so there was no need to be sad, and he has nothing to regret. But maybe, except for one thing, he was never able to find the perfect receiver for Tai Chi, one that would be able to utilize the 2 techniques he had imparted to them, Tai Chi blue ice and red flame together as one, and to banish the dark heavens that will one day come to these lands again. He wants the red flame to find such a receiver for him. He replied that he would find it. If this snowman can't, he sure can. But you don't have to make it sound like he's dying. And why aren't his wounds healing? Whose act wounded him? Mentor didn't answer his question and simply thanked him for his promise. And he thought the tea was especially fragrant today. He became very hurt after saying that and looked around for his mentor. But he remembered that the receiver for Tai Chi, his mentor had told him to find one. Even though he had searched for 20 years, he had never met one, and for a moment he forgot his last words. He couldn't keep his promise to his mentor, and that's why he was in this hell. And come to think of it, the day that he remembers all the time now. It was the 20th anniversary of his mentor's death. He couldn't handle the sadness any longer, and decided to go out for a drink. But this mad devil appeared out of nowhere, and forcefully became his mentor. Is this divine punishment for his failure to keep his promise? He thought that even if that was what the mentor said, the sneaky snowman was living like heaven, why exactly should he be the one suffering in hell? Suddenly he thought, did that really mean that the bastard had been looking for a receiver for Tai Chi all along? That was his motivation for becoming a cold-blooded teacher at the academy. And now he has to find a receiver for Tai Chi among all these kids? And he realized that that's where all the minnows of this world gather. And the devil drags him to this academy because that's where he has the best chance of meeting his successor? He started to get mad and said he was a stupid snowman. He couldn't find a receiver even though he'd been there for so long. And his mentor, who was exalted, couldn't take his stupidity anymore. He's given him this fate, and so, then let the receiver just wait for him. He'll find him before the snowman does. He slammed his fist into the wall, and said that he was a flaming blade. He is one of the 5 greatest swordsmen under the heavens, and there was no way he would lose to that frosty blade, Kwang Chul Su. His mentor kept telling him that this was their real battle. He went out into the city and realized that he needed to keep a closer eye on his students now. One student said he probably didn't pass because of the second test. He should have practiced his movement arts more. And the mentor would kill him if he found out. The second student also said he failed. He won't pass next year because of his age. Should we just run away and not come back? The other students weren't all happy either and yelled time after time how they could have failed. And it was clear to he that the receiver was not among those guys. Suddenly Su came over and said that just as he thought, it was nice to see such a lively scene. And how? And he told him he was going to freshen up. Su said he could buy him dinner as a thank you. He got hired today, so surely he wants to give him something to eat in honor of that. What about meat? But he at this point thought about it, and wondered, is this a rabid bastard of a receiver? But that can't be. After all, Taichi's receiver must be like his mentor, able to combine two completely opposite auras. Su asked him, did he really mean to say that he didn't like meat? But he thought and realized that he should at least be able to use different martial arts in his left and right hand at the same time. That's definitely not him, and what's more, he doesn't radiate a pure aura as a mentor at all. He's just. Su said that since he's being treated, he's willing to make concessions. He'll order his own meat and he can eat grass. He realized that he was completely useless. Only disadvantages, no advantages. A demonic enemy of humanity. But Su looked and said that he thought there was a very expensive restaurant over there. Maybe they would go there? But he said that for the sake of his great mentor, he would not give up. He would polish his skills until he could defeat this demon. Walking into the restaurant, Su told he to see how lively the place was. What's he looking around for? Is he looking for someone? He decided that he would shoulder the burden of mentor and find a successor for Taichi. Suddenly, one of the students started shouting that after 5 years, he had finally succeeded in getting in, and tonight, all drinks are on him. Let them grab their bowls and praise him. Everyone who was also accepted needs to be friends starting next week. He realized that although the academy had a lot of goofy kids, given its size, he would find a receiver for Taichi sooner or later. Envious people began to say to look at this beggar who boasted of his modest wealth. The guy said he was sure he was proud of himself because he worked diligently from scratch and got in without a token. But the special exam is about to start. Shouldn't he drink less? The other guy replied not to worry about him. He's been spending tons of gold on all sorts of herbs and medicines since he was a kid, so this won't affect him at all. And anyway, he's pretty lonely today, and suggested looking for girls. He thought that actually, the Heavenly Warrior Academy is really big after all. The receiver could be found anywhere, but suddenly they heard someone behind them start yelling. The guy hit the others and apologized. The guy asked the poor guy, does he think just apologizing is enough? He looks like a lowlife from a nameless cult. And what kind of nerve does one have to push him? Gusapso, a disciple of Mount Huashan. The second disciple asked, did he only push him? What was much more shocking was that he had pushed him too. He didn't recognize him? A disciple of the ginseng no Dapan sect. Saspso asked in surprise, what? Is the guy trying to say that he hurt him more than he hurt him? But replied that yes. He and he would both be at the special exam, but they could have a little duel now. He looked at them and hoped that he could find a suitable receiver at the Heavenly Warrior Academy. The next day, he came into the academy saying it was weird. And what is he looking at? An hour ago, the shopman was telling Su that he had number 13. The special exam consists of 4 bouts. And he will be judged on skills, not wins or losses. And let him wait until he's called. He was sure at this point that they were saying there would be a duel. But now, that lad from MT Huashan who was making a ruckus yesterday, and the other one was from the ginseng sect standing next to him. And that guy who was scaling the girls, he must be from the Jinzhou clan. And he doesn't even want to know anything about the herb-eating golden pig. Doesn't care about him. They may be from noble families, but this is no longer a duel. Su fought alongside them and mockingly asked them why everyone was so weak. And he remarked that it was a hell of a beating. The head was saying in the academy that this guy was too fierce. Even if they were judging him based on skill, wasn't that too much? If they accept such a one, what is the difference between him and the forces of evil? The man replied that the matter was bad. The precious talents of the ginseng sect and Huashan Mountain, the Jinzhou family, and the Golden Fortune Bank had suffered so much that they could blame them. Chiol-su said, what should they do with Bai Ryuan from the School of Smashing Thunder? Can the teacher of the Flaming Blade share his thoughts? Was Gi surprised at what he was asking him? And now it's a chance? A chance to embarrass this little demon? But you don't want to do that, because if Su finds out about it later, he doesn't want to stand up for that bastard. I'd rather eat shit. He got angry and asked why he was asking him? And what does he want to accomplish by doing so? And what does he want him to say? The man standing next to him asked the Flaming Blade Lord. He wouldn't burn and because of a single question, right? And they know about his skills, so let him not kill them. The old man also said that they are all teachers here. It's important for him to respect each other. He may not like it, of course, but you have to talk to each other respectfully. There are children looking at them after all. He replied that he was just asking a strange question. Chiolsu asked, didn't he bring that guy to the Tiger Fang Manor, and then go to the exam with him today? He's the only one who knows him, and he knows why he found the question strange, or why he is so angry. The others felt that the great teacher was angry. He seems to know how to be angry too, Chiolsu said. However, it's true that they don't make special restrictions for those who came with a token, but they're not only interested in skills, and we need to make sure he's part of the forces of light. It's their duty to detect those who come with evil intentions, and so they ask. The students filled out the forms on the day of the exam, but there is not even a hint of sincerity. And now that Mr. Flaming Blade has seen the form, nothing embarrasses him? He replied that this student always communicates like that. The man said that he had never even seen a pitch like that. And what about his mentor's name? If he's hiding the name, at least they should know why. And what's with the confidentiality thing? And the name of his sect, the Flying Lightning Meadow sect, does it even exist? And does Mr. Flaming Blade know about it? He replied that he heard about her for the first time today too. And thought, why is he being cornered by this devil? Chiolsu asked. Turns out he made it up for the pitch? I wonder if Ryuan is even his real name. He also used only basic techniques during the exam. Why is he hiding his identity so much? And have Flaming Blade explain why Ryuan wants to enter the academy? And then he replied that that was his real name. And realized that the guy really wasn't hiding his name. And now to the origin, maybe he's from hell? He said that he didn't know about his background or history, but the reason he went to the academy wasn't because of any malicious intent. He just wanted free food and a place to sleep, Master said, taking their Heavenly Warrior Academy that exists for the sake of nurturing talents for the forces of justice as a free hotel. But man asked, what was the stupid reason? Talented students from noble clans had suffered because of this imbecile. The jaw of the disciple from Mount Huanan is so damaged that he won't be able to chew for 6 months. The one from Dianzhang won't be able to walk for a year. Yet he is luckier than the second son of the head of the Golden Fortune Bank, whose intestines are so damaged that he will have to eat only crumbs of food for the rest of his life. As for the disciple from the Jizhou clan, his fist is broken, so he will have to forget about his fist art forever. How could some greedy lazy man do this to such noble students? What a disgrace! He asked in surprise. Shame? He said that what he wants to eat for free isn't normal, but it's good that he got rid of those 4. And from what he'd seen last night at the nearest bar, the Golden Pig and the Fist Master had been talking about girls all night, discussing where they could find the scent of a bachelor. As for those lousy guys from Huanan and Dianzhang, they bullied the poor kid who accidentally bumped into him, and then started fighting with each other because of pride. Is this the kind of students the academy considers good? From what he's heard from them, students without pedigree are worth no more than dogs and pigs. From the way they all cherish and nurture them, does it seem to him that they agree with such conclusions? The teacher replied that of course not. They didn't know they were such idiots. And it turns out that Ben did this to them because he wanted to deal with the rascals. Another teacher said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. They were all surprised that he really did it on purpose, and they thought he had beaten them for no reason. Chiolsu said that since the Flaming Blade itself is protecting him, then it's fine. If what the Flaming Blade said is true, then now we have to deal with the student named Ryuan like this. And since Flame Blade vouches for him, and he also happens to be held to their standards in terms of skill, and they should accept him into the Celestial Warrior Academy, but they'll mark him as a special candidate, and put someone to keep an eye on him. And if he does anything to jeopardize the safety of the academy, then Mr. Flaming Blade will be held accountable. At the very least, dismissal from the academy, and perhaps even more severely, depending on the situation. Ryuan asked, were they done yet? He thought the snowman was trying to scare him. He won't be here for long. Once he finds a successor for Taichi, he'll leave right away. Ryuan asked him what was taking so long. He walked up to him, and replied that he got in. But Chiolsu told him that unless he's in cahoots with this guy, It's better not to tell him about the supervision. Let him better not worry about it. Ryun said that of course he did. Why do it again? Did they want to give him a scholarship too? Free tuition and a scholarship? He replied that of course not. He at this moment felt like telling him to be more careful, but let things be the way they were going. Ryun said they'd better discuss the rest over lunch. And sure enough, he'd treat him to a reception. He was surprised and asked why him? The demonic bastard. He would never warn him about being followed. Jiren said that so much time had passed since they had returned from Mount Ame. The time they had spent there was like a dream. Namgung said he wondered how the mentor was doing. The training there was hard, but they got stronger. It's all thanks to him. I'd like to visit and thank him sometime. Just then Ryun came up behind them and said he thought they looked grateful. Namgung was startled and replied that he looked different. But is he the mentor? Jiren was also very surprised and asked how the mentor got into the academy. Ryun was surprised and asked, did they recognize him? And how were they doing? Suddenly the rest of the students came up and asked the mentor, had he gone through rejuvenation? The female students couldn't believe it either and asked, this handsome man, their mentor? This amazing talent and mind looks like, soon the whole academy will be on their ears. The girl asked, what is it? She came because she heard that the mentor had returned, but there's some handsome guy here instead. Ryun replied that it was true. Without a word of lie, their sycophancy skills grew. And then, should we start a special training session to celebrate their reunion? The next day, teacher said that today, the proud new students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy gathered together. May they remember that they are all pillars upon which the forces of justice will stand. The main characteristics of the students of the Academy are honor, loyalty, respect and strength. Everyone else looked at Ryun and thought, how can he sleep at a moment like this? With that smirk, he looks like an idiot that he's about to fall asleep. How did they let him in here in the first place? And judging by his clothes, he wasn't even from a noble clan. Ryun realized that this was correct. At the Heavenly Warrior Academy's entrance ceremony, the dream was more interesting. The teacher said that next they welcomed the new students. And we should start the congratulatory ceremony from the past graduates. Buren was already tired and wondered how much longer they were going to talk. If he sat here any longer, he would die of asphyxiation. But he had no choice. Ryun picked up the moment, and decided that now was the time to run. The other students turned around and saw that he had disappeared. But where to? They didn't even see him move. Ryun climbed up onto the roof at this time and felt the breeze cool of course, but the sun was pleasantly warming. Maybe I should take a nap for the rest of the ceremony, he thought. But suddenly when he opened his eyes he saw a guy in front of him who immediately said hello. The guy said that he didn't think anyone else would have the same idea. Ryun asked him who he was. The boy replied that his name was Hurin. But his new friends call him El Jinmu of the paired swords. He doesn't think he's worthy of that nickname though. Hurin asked, was he bored with this pompous ceremony too? What an unexpected meeting. And he seems to have more and more friends. At that time, one of the teachers looked up at the roof, and saw people he knew. And now he realized where Ryun had vanished to. Ryun told the guy that all this was certainly interesting, but could he move to the side a bit? Oto, he's blocking the sun. Hurin stepped aside and said it was his fault. The man who was watching him at the time decided he wanted to take a nap too. And last night he slept about 2 hours tops. In the pub at the time, they were saying that the last head was an old crook. He kept saying how he'd have more freedom when he became head of the Shadowless Squad. Guy thanked the man for letting them know. They are not going to take his position, so let him drink and stay put as long as he can. The other guy also said sure, he's got a lot of work to do as it is. But can he take a look at these documents before he leaves? The man got angry and replied that he was joking. The position of head is awesome. You can decide everything yourself and spend a lot of money. Aren't they envious? Work hard and one day they too can take the position. The guy told the head not to waste his energy. That would only work for non-simple laborers who face dangers every day. Anyway, here's his skin rejuvenation supplements. Let him take them. He'll bring more tomorrow, and he needs to look as young as possible for the admission ceremony tomorrow. The head told him to shut up. They're making him clean up his own mess so they don't screw up while he's gone. The guy said to read it for the rest of the day. Especially the document on top. He just came from the Heavenly Warrior Academy, so have him look at it right away. The head asked with surprise, did they pick the name Hurin for him? He realizes that ordinary people don't know who he is, but they didn't try at all. But suddenly something caught his eye and he asked, what's that? Did that hot-headed jerk bring some mysterious kid with him? And these two met right away at the ceremony. Don't they know they're under surveillance? What's he supposed to make of that? The training wouldn't allow such an oversight. And anyway, he would observe them first, and then he would figure it out. Ryuin told the guy that his clothes looked new. Is it okay if he gets them dirty? Hirin replied that it's fine as long as he feels good. And we can talk to him without formalities, can't we? Ryuin replied that of course. And introduced himself as Ryuin. And immediately extended his hand to meet him. Hirin told him that it was like someone was watching them. Ryuin replied that he knows, he's been staring at them since he got up. Hirin asked with surprise after him. He didn't recall having fans. Maybe he wants them back for the ceremony? Ryuin asked with surprise, did he think so? Then they wouldn't pay any attention to him. He wouldn't care at all. Of course, he could ask if it stressed him out. Hirin replied that there was no way. If he got picked up on the first day of school, it would only get more fun from here on out. But suddenly Hirin stood up and said that the ceremony seemed to be over. Whoever was watching them seemed to have left too. Hirin suggested to him that they go and find rooms and then go out to eat. We need to go to the Pure Heart building. Ryuin asked, to the Pure Heart building? Did they get checked in there? Hirin replied no. All the newcomers were told to gather there after the ceremony. That's what they said at the beginning. Or did he already leak it? Ryuin replied probably not. Just slept standing up. Hirin asked, so he listened to the rest of it too? The guy asked, what else was there? The moment the admission ceremony is over, the door to the real world of Gango will be open to them. The caretaker of the Pure Heart building said that the Heavenly Warrior Academy was more than just an educational institution. It was Gango itself, and they are the future emperors of the forces of light. They stand here to protect the world from evil. They will become self-reliant, but they will also learn to rely on each other and move forward. And so their first task is to find their rooms on their own. They will now receive color-coded notes. On them will be written down the first points they have to reach, and let them forget about following others. They have prepared more than 50 different places, and will check their notes. And once they get to the first point, they will know where their rooms are. They will also be able to pick up their lunch and room key there. And of course, getting to the first point wouldn't be easy. The head looked at Ryuin and saw that they had black cards. The head asked the older man, can he have a black one? The senior asked with surprise, black? The head replied that yes. He really likes the color black. The head replied that he could not choose the color. The elder thought, what's with this old man? Is he really a new student? Or maybe it was the instructor who came to check on him? And why is he black? The head told him in confidence that he couldn't choose the color, but the elder could. He just wants to follow those two idiots. The elder realized that this old man obviously knew something. And if he wanted to observe, he wouldn't interfere. He would just give him this piece of paper. The elder looked at it, and gave him a black paper. The head immediately grabbed it, and thanked him for his assistance. The head looked at it, and said that's the place. And he thinks they've really been spotted. Ryuin asked with surprise, the forest of the small passage? Does the boy know where it is? Hirin replied that he wasn't sure. But since this is the first point, it won't take long to find him. The principal said that if they were paying attention, they already know that the first dots are located in areas where new students can enter, and so they are located within the forest of the small passage, the land of the single pillar, the Heavenly King building, and the lands of the sword seeker. And if they use finding a place as an excuse to enter forbidden territory or to deface academy property, they will be held accountable. The chief raised his hand in a sign of good luck and said that he wished them all good luck and they could depart. Hirin said it seems like they can't go wherever they want to go. Yeah, and he has no idea where the 4 places are. Ryuin replied that it wasn't fair that everyone was told except them. I don't care, and suggested they just look around. Master asked, the forest of the small passage, he's the one who directed them there, right? It won't be easy for them. It's hard to even get there, but the main test comes afterward. He heard that the guy from the Tiger Fang Manor had asked for help from the Golden Fortune Bank and the Jianzhou clan. so they had made good preparations. And besides that guy, the black note went to 2 others. The head replied that one of them looked like his friend, so they were put together. And the other one asked for it, they volunteered, so he couldn't do anything about it. The master started laughing and said whatever happened to them, they wouldn't care. Will this Ryuin survive the night? The head replied that it would be difficult for him to leave in one piece, and hoped they would let him live. After all, only then would it be their turn. On the way out, Hirin asked if they hadn't already passed through here. Ryuin replied that they had, sort of. Hirin said he thinks they're going in circles. Could this place be a high-ranking formation? Ryuin replied that they had a hard time getting here because of these formations. Now there's no telling how to get out. He didn't know the academy was so big. Why don't we blow the place to hell and make our own way out? Hirin replied that he was almost inclined to agree. Suddenly a guy came up to them and said that maybe he was on his way with them. The guy introduced himself. His name is Chung-han. And he's a new student too. Ryuin and Hirin replied, who did he choose to deceive? Chung-han replied that he was serious. Let them see. He was given a piece of paper too. Hirin said that's weird. Doesn't the academy only accept people who are between 20 and 25? Ryuin also said that he thought so too, but this old man, maybe he was bribed? Has the academy already sunk to this level? What a disappointment. Channing replied that he could hear them, right? You can hurt a person with words like that. Hirin told Ryuin that he didn't think that was the case. Even the kids from rich families got knocked out of the entrance exams in 1 or 2. And he didn't look any richer than them. Ryuin replied that he didn't look like a poor man either. How on earth did the academy accept such an old man without a bribe? Shanyan asked, wondering if they would just listen to him. Ryuin wondered if he looked so pathetic that they decided to take him in. Yeah, the academy seems like a great place for an old man, especially considering the free food and lodging. Hirin asked, really? Chung-han said of course not. It would be better if they said he was bribed. Ryuin decided to talk to his friend and said that no, they seem to have hurt him. And for what it's worth, he looks about 40 years old. Wouldn't it be overkill to say he was young? Hirin wondered if they would pretend to believe him. Chun-hong said it's too late. What do you mean 40? He doesn't look that old. And he accepts the fact that he looks old, but they're too rough. And he looks like that because he ate the wrong medicine when he was a kid. How can they not be ashamed to act like this when they first met? Hirin asked the boy again, would they pretend to believe him? Ryuin replied that even if they kept arguing with him they wouldn't understand anything, so it was better to keep looking for the road. And now they're going to repeat themselves and tell him they believe him and ask him where to go. Chung-han says they're keeping their voices down on purpose. But he can hear them. Ryuin said he understood that. And asked if he happened to know how to get to this place? And this is the forest of the small passage. They'd been searching for an hour, and they'd barely made it to the lands of the sword seeker or whatever. But they'd been here for over an hour. Chung-han replied that the entire academy was covered in protective formations. But not enough to take 2 hours to get here. Don't they know anyone at the academy? Even if they did, they were told where to go during the ceremony. Ryuin replied that he didn't know anything about the academy. Hirin decided to say that he didn't know anything either. But it was good that they met someone who knew the way. Chun-hong said he's surprised they don't know anything at all. So they don't understand how this place works, right? But there is an academy of heavenly warriors in Murima. And it's filled with talents from famous clans and sects. The academy was originally created to train future experts. But under the orders of the current leaders of the Murima Alliance, the Celestial Justice Alliance, it was built as a fort for the forces of justice, and its total area is more than 2 million square meters. In case of need, it can shelter up to 100,000 people. Inside its walls there are rich fields that extend from the Lake of Glades. There they grow cereals, vegetables, fruits, and even breed animals. In a special case, it is possible to seal all entrances, and last in isolation from the outside world for over a year. The inner and outer gates are 3 meters thick, and always sealed with a 30-centimeter thick steel sash. The main gate is always guarded by about 20 students and 30 guards. To the left and right of the gate, the first and second guard towers, where there are also about 30 students and guards in each. And if the enemy can get through the main gate despite all of this, they will have to go through the 7 buildings of the land of the single pillar that will be closest to them. And when they pass the last building, jet into the concealment formation. This is the building of the Heavenly King and the land of the One Pillar. And the enemies that enter the academy without knowing anything will run like rats in a maze. And then they will be killed by guards and students who will come out of one of the 12 defense towers. And the further they go, the more confusing the formation will become. In the second lake, but will be more difficult to navigate than in the Heavenly King building. And in the lands of the Sword Seeker, finding their way would be the hardest. And so it's obvious that students who don't listen to their elders will be lost. The Celestial Warrior Academy is built on 3 teachings that are the basis for the famous clans and sects. And so if the students are familiar with them, they can find clues. Changhong asked, do they know about Buddhist teachings? To find the way to the land of the Sword Seeker it is important to know about them. Ryun replied, no meat to eat there? And shave your head so that your head shines. Hirin said that one should not associate with women in order to free oneself from fetters and attain enlightenment. Ha Hong said that the next time they are asked this question, just have them say they don't know. As for the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, they don't know them either, right? And about the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, Ryun asked, if they knew, would they be wandering around here? They would have been in their rooms by now. Hirin replied, that's right. Changhong realized that the previous number 47 and the head of the Shadowless Squad, Changhong didn't want to tell them the way. He just needed time to analyze them. Ryun told him to wait and asked, what else is he here for since he knows so much? Is he just talking nonsense to make them think he knows more than they do? Hirin told his friend that was a good idea. Chunghan realized that he really wanted them to get lost. He especially doesn't want to help this Hirin. It would be great if they got even more lost. And he's not talking about that brunette. Not only is he lacking in common sense, but he's a shallow thinker. He's not exactly innocent, he'd say he's lost his way. Ha Hong told them to listen to him. He didn't get lost while he was here, walking. The lands of the Sword Seeker are dangerous and are used for secluded training, different mental states. That's why there are mid-rank formations everywhere you go. But in the small passage forest, the high-rank formation is for training. It's built so that most people get lost in it. Even its name speaks for itself. It is the 62nd hexagram of 64, the overdevelopment of the small Thunder Mountain. It means that you have to be careful to cross the lightning-filled lands. It is hard to get there, and even harder to get out. Ruin asked his friend what the old man was saying. Hirin replied that he didn't know, but it sounded scary. Chunghan thought the same thing. They don't understand. Changhong said that simply put, it is a very complex labyrinth with a special mechanism. Every 2 hours, 1 or 2 sequences of 6 randomly change. And from what he could see, the second and third lines from the top change into a hexagram of water and mountain, so it's very, very difficult here now. That's why he was staying away. Worst case scenario, you could get lost in a maze with loose ends. The boys decided to lie down and think. Chunghan asked them what they were doing. Ryun replied that he would sleep. He said that they wouldn't find the way by themselves anyway, right? Just that he could let them know when it was safe to go. Hirin tells the guy that he needs to rest too. They would just follow him, but he would have to find his way. Chunghan asked, wondering why they thought he'd do everything. And how can they trust him? They're seeing each other for the first time, aren't they? Wouldn't it be better for them to find their own way? Chunghan asked. What if he couldn't find his way? Will they just keep lying there? Ryun replied that he didn't know, he thought he'd have to break something here. Maybe they wouldn't notice if they broke a little. Hirin started laughing and said they could get kicked out the first day for that. He just trusts him, and will wait. Changhong realized that they wanted him to find their way. But shouldn't the guy from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion try at least a little harder? Even spies have responsibilities, and this guy. But suddenly Ryun thought about it, and heard strange sounds. Changhong replied that it was the sound of formation changing. Let them both get up. An hour later they were on the road and Ryun said it seemed they got out just in time, and he didn't know there could be such a thing. It had been fun. Hirin replied that yes, they were able to enjoy the outing thanks to Chan's help. You could tell it was unexpected when the ground went out from under their feet, couldn't you? As he walked out of the forest, Chunghan thought, why should he have to go through all this at such an age? Suddenly a large rock fell immediately in front of him, and he was startled. Chang Hong said to move the center of the stone with a precision attack. But you can't break it. Will they be able to do it? Chung Han did all the work for them and opened the passage and told them that downstairs was their lunch, room keys and a note telling them where the rooms were. Someone has to get everything without stepping on the floor. Ryuan said the rag is slipping. He's going to pull slowly, so let him take it easy. After a difficult task, Chung Han lay down on the ground and decided that he wanted to retire. We should put someone smart in charge and resign. Ryuan said that here they are, and asked what about the road? The road looks terrible. It feels like something will happen if they go that way. Hirin replied that there was no safety there. Ryuan said that he wouldn't want to go there, but that once they'd gotten this far, they couldn't go back. And in that case, they should just run. At this time, west of the second lake, but sector Bright Yang, in the residential area of male students. The guy asked, "Is this the first point?" He heard that it is in the westernmost part. The second student replied that they had been walking for so long, even having studied everything beforehand. Thank God he met them, otherwise he would have been lost. The third student also laughed and said that as he did. Also, his older brother is a third year, so he told him everything in advance. But even so, it was pretty hard to get there. The guy turned to the younger one and said to listen here. Have them stand in a line to get a certificate of completion of the first task and find the rooms before going to the warehouse to get things, and they can pick up their luggage at the warehouse. They will check everything thoroughly, so you don't have to take someone else's. A student asked if they could just take their stuff and go to their rooms. The second student was surprised at this point, and asked what was wrong. The apprentice said that the initiation of new students was a tradition of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. It seems that there are traps set up on the first floor, and they are expected by the elders there. He also heard that a ghost even appeared once. The boy asked with surprise, really? He had never heard of such a thing. The other student asked, why isn't there anything like that this year? What a pity, he was preparing for it. The senior asked, is this what they want? Let them be thankful they were assigned to the first building. The others are very busy right now. The students immediately became afraid and said they were fine. And they apologized for talking nonsense. The older man said it was just as he thought. They're in the first room on the 5th floor. Here's the key to their room. They took the key to the first building at the first point, right? And their luggage should be in the room by now, so they can go straight there. The guy thanked them and told them to take care of it. The older man asked the guy why he was being so polite. They are the ones who should be thanking them. The other senior said they did too. Even though it's a bit murdered, but welcome to the first building. The student asked who he was. They're so polite. They even took his things away. The second student replied that he didn't know. Is it really the first room on the top floor of the first building? And isn't this the room for those who won first place in the regular and special exams? And then the guy realized and said that the person in front of them was a famous person. A student asked, do they give first place for beauty? He's a beauty expert or something. And he can't be. They don't happen to know who that is, do they? The guy replied that yes, he is. It's the first time he's ever seen him live. But he's probably strong enough to beat most instructors. After all, he is the grandson of the Holy Sword and the strongest of the Mon family. But what is the divine sword of the 7 cuts, Manhwa? We entered the room in his room and was a little surprised. He immediately went to the table and saw that it was stained and no one had lived here for a long time. Why opened the windows in front of him and pulled out his brush to clean up his room a bit. After the distribution, the apprentice said he was alone on the 4th floor. What a pity. And will visit them as he settles in. The guy replied to have them come to his place. He wanted to go out for a walk, but they were told not to go down to the first floor until the bell rang. But one of the guys noticed something and said that all the older guys ran away like something happened. I wonder what's going on down there? The senior asked if all the new students were already upstairs. The guy replied that yes, he had just double-checked everything. All but 3 are in place. The older man replied that that was fine then. Would they call him and start getting ready? The elder began to worry and wondered if they would get back from the labyrinth before nightfall. And even if they escaped the maze, he wondered if they could make it through a corridor full of traps. But the guy came up with a senior and asked, are they on duty today? Let them make sure the new students don't get into the hallway with traps, and the mechanisms are only activated in emergencies. But they can enter the forest of the small passage of the sword-seeking lands. The elder replied that yes, it was fine. No need to worry about it. But after that, something happened. And when they turned around, they saw that a passageway had opened up out of the danger zone. And it turns out it's gonna work just fine. The boy asked, "What if they die?" The older man replied, he said, "It is hard enough to get out of the forest of small passage, but what kind of crazy person would decide to go through that corridor?" Hirin asked, "Just running?" Chunghan told them to be careful. People have a head on their shoulders for a reason. Let them better come up with a plan. Suddenly a trap went off from the passageway that was aimed at Ryuin. He immediately dodged it, and it hit a tree. Chunghan looked over and saw that arrow. What crazy bastard had set the trap corridor to the highest difficulty? Chunghan yelled at him to get out of there faster. He realized that this was definitely not an initiation joke. That brunette could die. Ryuin entered the passage and looking around he saw that there was blood on the wall. And again the arrows came at him. The guys dodged right off the street. Ryuin said what a mess this was. What should he do next? But Ryuin didn't stop and started walking on without fear. Shanyan asked, "What the hell is this? Could people even move like that?" But Ryuin walked and dodged every attack. Hirin said that yes, no. He's just like an octopus. And it seems his friend has gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. But Ryuin came out of the passage unharmed. Chunghan said it can't be. Is he like a bird now? Hirin said it couldn't be that. He had really become a bird. But suddenly he noticed something and shouted to him to be careful. There in front. But looking in front of him he saw big blocks flying at him. He wasn't scared and jumped into the air. Chunghan asked, "Is he smiling?" Hirin replied that it looks like a lot of fun. The guy said he doesn't even have words for it. Hirin thought and replied that if he could do that, Chunghan said they couldn't lose to him either. And they themselves ran down the aisle as well. Chunghan threw away his cape and said that he would take care of the ones in the front and bottom. Hirin replied that he would then the ones at the back and top. Immediately after saying that, arrows flew at them. The boys handled it with ease and said it was nothing. Things got even more complicated next, and arrows flew from the side of buildings. Chunghan told the boy to make sure he didn't miss a single one. He has so much to do. He's so young. Hirin replied that the last sentence was in doubt, but he would try. Ryuin looked and said, "Isn't that cheating? Blocking instead of dodging. It seems like it's even boring." Hirin apologized to Ryuin and said that he was still human for now. Chunghan also replied that fish should stay out of people's business, but Ryuin yelled that he could already see the end. Hirin replied that that was good, but he thought that Ryuin was not alone here, no longer human. Chunghan said that as they say, even if he's in the middle of a field of spiders, it's better to be alive than dead. The students gathered in the hallway and asked, "So they can't go below the 3rd floor? Until what point then?" The senior replied that he wasn't sure. The elders don't let on. He asked them what was going on downstairs, but no one said anything. The older man asked him, "Is he that curious? He could poison him down if he wanted to badly enough, but it would be harder to get up afterward. Does he really want to do that?" The guy thought maybe they should just wait in their rooms. Whatever was going on in there, it was better to stay here. One of the students said that they were making so much noise, and he wasn't interested in what was going on here at all. "Is he meditating or something?" The boy replied that yes, you wouldn't expect anything else from a divine sword. He's not like the rest of them. We should go back and train. Monwi was in his room at this time and was cleaning, for he loved cleanliness and he was just frustrated by dirt. Climbing out, Ryuin asked, "Is this the right place?" "But there's something wrong here." Hirin replied that it was. "It looks like a scary present that's wrapped too tightly. And they'll be in danger if they unwrap it wrong." Chunghan said he would go this time. And he would find out who had such a great idea to give them this. And shutting it down in the woods is a prank. But a Carrillo with traps on high difficulty is overkill. And it's a shared house, so everything has to be in order. There should be new students and repeat students here. If they're not crazy, then they're crazy bastards. Suddenly, the gate opened in front of him, and Chunghan said that this place was even more dangerous than the one before. They won't be able to skip it because of the ceiling. and he would check the first one. Changhong realized in his mind that these scum from the Heavenly Scum Academy, they could kill the son of the head of the Dark Heaven Alliance on the first day. If that happened, a war would break out. Hiran says that if it's so dangerous, they can go first. Does he know, since they are at least 10 years younger? Ryun asked him, what is he saying? At least 20 years old. Chunghan told them to stop and asked how about listening when someone talks? And he's only 25. Closing the doors, the carnage began. Ryun asked, isn't that overkill? Kind of mean to attack them in the dark. If he wasn't careful, he'd get a third nostril pierced. Hiran started laughing and said he almost got a second belly button. Would Ryun stop for a moment? They'd better go when Chan turns on the light. Chunghan asked what made him think he could do that. It's not like he's the manager of the place. Ryun told him to give them the light. He knows the guy can do it. Suddenly, the light in front of them turned on. Chunghan lit a candle and said their praise had nothing to do with it. Thank goodness he had that stuff with him. Ryun asked, what's that all about? Was he a traveling merchant or something before the academy? And decided to enroll so he could push his merchandise to students? Chunghan asked, what was he carrying? He was just coming prepared, since he had heard that initiation can be brutal. He's just a young new student. They were the ones who were unprepared. They'll burn for about 15 minutes, so there's no need to waste time. Ryun said he'd throw them away. Hiran said then he's in the middle. Chunghan replied that there are a lot of them, so we need to cover as many as possible. They threw the candles down the road and Ryun asked, wasn't that too cruel? But suddenly Chunghan saw something and told them to go back. Suddenly, a trap appeared in front of them that would shred them into small pieces. Ryun asked, did they really want them to go through this? Is this a provocation? Hiran replied that it seemed so, but hadn't there just now been a strange sound? Chunghan replied that it was coming from the stairs ahead. The clue then opened in front of them and told them to ring the bell and the road would open. Ryun said they just need to ring the bell. Isn't that too easy? It should ring if they break the whole building, right? Hiran started laughing and replied that then they might actually get kicked out on the first day. Couldn't they just pass after all? Chunghan replied that he would report everything to the academy after they left. But he could hear the doors closing, so he didn't think he'd listen to him anyway. Ryun jumped out and said that it would be shameful to crash out of the sleeping quarters. It's better to pass and then call. Chunghan looked over and said that just as he thought, the guy had nailed what he said. Hiran replied that it would be enough for him to just shine his light from behind. Changhong said not to worry about him. His legs are pretty hard. This candle is expensive, so it's hard to blow it out. Standing on the iron bars, they were on the verge of death. But after that, arrows came at them again and they had to fight back. But Ryun made a different decision and used the circle. Shanyan thought, what should he even call it? Body arts? But it's too powerful for such a simple name. But he wondered what weapon he had been using up until this point. Ryun was walking around without a sword, so he knew he was hiding something. Ryun didn't stop there, and used his heavenly phoenix flight rotation. And Changhong realized that his entire body was a weapon. Suddenly, Ryun saw a big problem in front of him. Shanyan immediately asked, was it really a sword aura? But Ryun wasn't scared by this at all and decided to use his hands ruling lightning. Hiran shouted at this time for him to be careful. After the big explosion, they saw shrapnel in front of them. Chunghan said it was very dangerous, but Hiran was not afraid and started walking forward, fending off all the shards that wanted to destroy them. Chunghan looked at it and wondered, what on earth is this? But Hiran didn't stop and used the great bird's heavenly barrier. But Chunghan saw the sword barrier flying at them again, and thought, why are they both so strong? And now he has to crush them if things go south? More monsters like this. But suddenly he heard a sound and thought that he ended up trashing everything anyway just to ring the bell. Ryun handled this task very well, and moved to a safe place for them. Ryun asked, did they pass since the bell is ringing? That senior shamelessly stands there to attack them. Hiran said that it seems like the villain has shown himself. Chahan also replied that he felt the same way. He immediately noticed that this gigantic sword, a divine weapon from the Tiger Fang manor than an evil tiger, and then the enemy held out his sword and said that bandits don't need respect. Ryun asked with surprise, bandits? He stole something from the academy? He would have had time to do that. He had just enrolled today. The enemy replied that just as he thought, this guy is shameless. Had he forgotten about the Tiger Fang estate? Ryuan asked. Tiger Fang Manor? He seems to have been there once. The enemy asked with surprise. He had? He turned his sect into a mess and stole the towering dragon token. That's what he calls just being there. In front of him is the great disciple of the Tiger Fang Manor, Ho Chongkang, and now he's challenging him to a duel to wash away his shame. Hurin said the badge is that special admission ticket, right? Can it even be stolen? And then Changhong replied that you can if you defeat the candidate in battle, but the whole sect will fight him after that but the end. Unless he's an idiot or strong enough to fight back, it's best not to do such a thing. Hirin replied that it was understandable and said that Ryuan fit under that category. Shanyan asked which one? An idiot or strong enough? Hirin chuckled and replied that he wasn't sure. Ryuan asked the enemy, a duel? He even thought that nowadays people started to call a duel an attack from the darkness. Is this really his personal method or is this how everyone in the Tiger Fang Manor behaves? Ho asked him, is he retarded? It was just a greeting and that's all, Ryuan asked, so those killing attacks were just a greeting for him? Should he greet him like that every time they saw each other on the street? Ho got angry and told him to shut his mouth and draw his weapon. Ryuan replied that if it's not stronger than him, it won't work. Can he confidently say he is stronger? Ho asked what kind of nonsense is he talking about. Ryuan replied that he was definitely retarded. He asks if he's the one the sect's hopes are focused on now. I mean, is he stronger than the gray-haired man and the guy in the blue clothes? What was his name? I think it was a snowman. Suddenly he remembered and said, Chiol Su's frosty sword. Ho replied, laughing at the great teacher. Though he won't compare himself to him, he'll punish him instead. Let him pull out his weapons. Ryuan replied that he had already returned from the Tiger Fang Manor in one piece. How is he going to deal with him if he's weaker than that old man? Sure, it can be nice to encroach on something impossible at least once in your life, but you don't do stupid things, did he get it? And now he tells him to go back to his room, wash his feet and go to bed. Ho was very angry and could not tolerate such disrespect. Ryuan said it would still be great if he apologized and compensated him for all the trouble he had caused. For the mental and physical hardships they had endured. Ho immediately headed to attack and shouted that his patience was bursting. Hirin said that Senior Changkang has a pretty strong sword aura, he thinks Guy? Changhong replied that with the evil tiger sword and such a strong aura, he was definitely suited to be a great disciple of the Tiger Fang Manor. He should be stronger than the other experts. And then came the final battle of the new students' entrance ceremony. Ryuan didn't even flinch and pretended to be scared. Changhong was saying at this point that he was a seabird, and not a human. And not an expert at all. Hirin replied that he had just befriended him today. But even so, he can't disagree with Chan's words. Changhan and Hirin decided to comment on the fight. The guy said that as he came to life from a non-human, he dodged the attack. But Senior Ho's sword aura is still strong. But Ryuan didn't hesitate and used a kicking technique, a mind-clearing kick. Hirin shouted at once that he was hit. And Changhong said that he didn't think the attacks would end there. And in a moment, Shanyan shouted that Ryuan had caught the sword with his bare hands and immediately squeezed it, that he even felt a crunch. Changhong said that Ryuan made a critical hit. If the last hit was for 1 point, this one must be for 10. The evil tiger sword is the treasure of the Tiger Fang Manor. Breaking it is like breaking a Gao and Jade Buddha or a hobo sect beating pillar. Hirin says that's the end of it. And Senior Ho Chongkang seems to be in great shock. And suddenly everyone saw him fall down. Changhong said that they should be cheering for a non-human, but something didn't feel right. Hirin replied, and the results of the duel shouldn't be taken lightly. If he were the head of Tiger Fang Manor, what would Ho Chongkang do? Chenghan replied that if he were him, he would have beaten him to a pulp. It's impossible to sit idly by after something like this. The sect's honor is already tarnished. Even if he melts the sword and makes a new one, it won't change anything. Hirin said that's right, it's the end. But the wounded host said it wasn't the end. Ryuan asked if he didn't want to end it there, right? If that's the case, what should they do? Marpok's too much for him, maybe Chanpok? Or just Chopik? Hirin says it doesn't seem to be over. Chan, what are the other Chopak, Chanpak and Marpak that Ryuin is talking about? Chunghan replied that he didn't know. How would he know something non-human? But he knows for sure that this case is bad. We need to stop it. Ryuin said he thought the way would be a weak Chopak. But Chunghan shouted to him and told him not to kill him. It's his first day, after all. But Ryuin didn't listen to them and used dog days punches, beating the dog with his fist, underdog. But suddenly someone shouted at him to stop. Suddenly an elder came in and asked what was going on here. Ho couldn't even say a word, and turned slowly to the master. In the central tower, Yang Head shouted that they had spent all the money that the entire Murim Alliance had given, just for the entrance ceremony for the new students. This man was the manager of the first building, the calm bloody steel sword Kang Heian. He said activating the security system and destroying all the mechanisms and traps. Do they even know how much all this costs? Heian shouted that it was almost 1,000 silver coins. Especially him, sophomore Ho from the 8th building. Ho replied to the manager that everything was correct. Hurin thought at that moment that he felt sorry for him. Probably wants to pass out. But Chamhong saw that he calm bloody steel sword is a swordsmanship instructor from the Qiqing sect. As expected from an experienced instructor, the wooden sword was perfect for being painful, but no wounds were left behind. Ryuin realized in his head that all of these things were expensive, but to have it be this much, unbelievable. The Heavenly Warrior Academy is very rich. Heian asked Ho, why is he from Building 8, making a mess in Building 1? Is he crazy? His sect must be swimming in gold if he thinks he can pay for it all. Ho apologized and replied that he was truly sorry. Heian told him to stop saying the same thing and answer the question. He activated not only the mechanisms of the first building, but also the hidden traps in the trap corridor that are set in case of a large invasion. And how was he able to figure out how to operate the mechanisms? Who helped him? Ho replied that he did it all by himself. No one helped him. Heian asked the guy, does he think there's an idiot standing in front of him? The mechanisms were set to the deadly 3rd level. If he wasn't a member of the Four Gods teams, he shouldn't know how to activate them beyond level 2, and only a few people know about the 3rd level. Anything above the 2nd level requires permission from the elders, right? Someone should have told him how to do it, and they're now talking about crashing to murder within the sect and messing up the security system. If he continues to keep quiet, they'll assign him 200 penalty points, report everything to his sect, and send him to solitary confinement in the law building for 3 months. Ho was scared at this point from the law building and begged the manager to spare him. Heian asked, is he going to continue to keep quiet? Even though he already has 2 suspects, are they scarier than the law building and the exclusion? And then he'll think about it today in the law building. Let him fear the consequences if he doesn't want to answer tomorrow. Hirin realized that he could not say anything because of fear, not loyalty. Chamhong thought the same thing, that there were a lot of troubled kids in the academy. But Ryuin was also surprised at the pity of penalty points and prison. What about his compensation? Heian said the 3 of them this time he would forgive them since technically it wasn't their fault. But still, was it really necessary to break everything? He's going to keep an eye on them, so from now on, let them be careful. Heian asked, are they really new students? Especially the one in the middle. Chunhong replied that yes, they are. He's 25 years old, but he ate the wrong medicine as a child. Heian waved his hand and said he was sorry. And now they could go to their rooms in peace. As Ryuin left the room, he said that they hadn't even had dinner and they hadn't been compensated. Changho replied that at least they wouldn't have to pay to get it fixed. So it's okay to pass, and the first floor could probably be fixed overnight. The floor can just be laid, but the internal mechanisms will be very difficult to repair. Hirin replied that he was even glad he hadn't been kicked out on the first day, and then Ryuin said, here's his room, and wished the guys a good night. Hirin replied that he and the old man were put next to each other, but he seemed farther away. Walking into the room, Ryuin was greatly surprised at the fact that it was so clean. Suddenly Wai, who had done all this, was sitting in front of him. Ryuin entered the room and introduced himself, and said that he was glad to meet him. The boy bowed and replied that his name was Mon Wai from the Mon family. Ryuin looked over and said he was stuffy. Wai asked him, what is he talking about? The guy replied, is it hard for him to talk so formally? They are the same age and decided to talk without formality. Y said he knew what he was talking about, but he wished he could keep his manners in front of someone he had just met. And that doesn't mean he's looking down on him, does it? Ryuan says he asks him to speak a little friendlier because he wouldn't mind getting close to him. We replied that he understood, but he personally prefers to talk like this. It's more comfortable for him. Ryuan realized that this guy was stuffy. He's also tedious. He was about to pass out from his stuffiness. Y said they had one thing to decide. Which bed would he choose? He could only lay out his things when they came to an agreement, so he waited for him. Ryuan asked, what did it matter? Did they look the same? And was he really waiting for him because of that? Y said it was necessary. Let him take a closer look. One by the window, one by the closet. The angle and direction of the light is different, as is the distance to the door from the bed. Ryuan asked him which side he wanted. Y replied that it was hard for him to choose. But let him remember that he can open the windows a lot and use the closet. Ryuan said then he would choose the one closer to the window. And he realized that Y was the kind of person who was fidgety. Better to have the window open than the constant rustling in the closet. Y said he understood everything. After an hour, Ryuan asked the guy why he was doing this. Y asked him in response, what was he talking about? Ryuan replied that he was asking why he was being so meticulous in laying everything out. I mean, he's just putting things away. Not only did he twist everything into perfect squares, but he also sorted it by color. Y replied that it was just a habit. Ryuan didn't believe in such a thing, he said it was just a habit, and decided that he too would set things up in his own way. Rule 1. All expensive things should be where no one can get them. Rule 2. Things that are often used should be close by. Here are Mon Y's storage rules. Rule number 1. Everything must be perfectly organized. The best shape for clothes is square. All sides should be equal. Rule 2. Everything must be clean and hygienic. Not a speck of dust should be allowed. Ryuan watched and thought, isn't this a waste of effort? Too meticulous for it to be just about organizing and cleaning. After that Ryuan asked the guy, was he done? Y replied that there were still some little things to work on. But that was enough for today. Ryuan thought about what little things he was using. There isn't even anything else to clean up. This guy's a purity-crazed lunatic. No one's ever hit him like that, except the damn old man. At this time, Master said that if you leave a room empty for a long time, negative energy accumulates inside the house. This is the damn bastard's room, but he'll sleep here tonight. But introduced as Ryuan would say it was his room, why would he suddenly be allowed to sleep in it? Even if the building is his, isn't that overkill? After that, the teacher just turned around and walked out of the student's room. But he started yelling that it wasn't fair. And started yelling that he was a thief. The teacher said he must be having trouble sleeping after leaving him like that. That's what he should do. But things were different, and Ryuan enjoyed these moments in the city, outside of his master's territory. Changhong was watching his friend at this time. The guy asked Hiran, so everyone in the Great Sword Bird clan uses 2 swords? Hiran replied that he was flattered to hear such a thing from a disciple of the Huashan sect. Isn't it famous for its sword techniques? Like the plum blossom technique. But Chunghan saw that this wall was a little thinner, just as he had asked. And the angle of this hole makes everything easy to see, and I guess that guy must be an idiot from the Huashan sect. Looks like those guys fudged the room numbers too, and that's good, of course. It was, of course, hard with those two. But overall everything went smoothly today. But Ho was behind bars at the time and was very angry with Ryuan. And he realized that this wasn't the end. The elders were saying the next day that Ho Chongkong's group had failed. Apparently, he was thrown into the law building for breaking all those expensive mechanisms. The head asked with surprise, really? They turned out to be more goofy than he thought. Maybe the children of the 8 great clans were also stupid. Senior said that no matter what the result is, it's still their turn soon. That's good. Would their gathering of talents from the 9 great sects have to deal with this scoundrel to restore the honor of the Wanashnia sect and the Ginseng sect? The head said it was accurate. He heard that he joined this year. Probably got first place in the exams. He's probably in the same room as the creep. Does that change anything? The eldest replied that not at all. He acts like a proud crane and is hard to get in contact with others. Even though he is a talent from the Mon family, it would take the 8 great clans some time to drag him to them. Also, he's not likely to get close to that scoundrel. But the next morning Chang-hong came to Rowena and said that it was strange to see him in the room for the best students. Hirin also said that the room looked very clean and shiny. Ryuan asked, wondering what he should say. He got the first place for how amazing he was. They could stand in the hallway if they didn't want to go in. Chung-han shushed the boy and told him to step back so he could see something. He wants to see how this room is different from the others. Hirin said he was interested too. And his neighbor is here too. Is it possible for him to come in? He wanted to meet him. Hirin said, this is young Master Yun Juno, he is from the Huashan sect. Yun asked, what do you mean young master? The guy revealed himself, and said his name was Yun Juno, and he was of the Haoshan sect. Let him be forgiven for coming unannounced. Ryuan asked in surprise, with that Huashan? He knows their people. And it's nice to meet him. Yun said he was glad too. And asked if he could take care of him. Ryuan replied that of course. Let him relax and shake the dust off his clothes before entering. Hirin asked him, are they different? Chun-hong said, why is a man who lies quietly on the ground? Pretends he cares about cleanliness. This room is that good. Ryuan replied, so then they would go in as is. But he would not be responsible for what would happen here, did they understand? And then don't let them say he didn't warn them. Let them come in. Hirin asked the old man if there was something inside. Like a mechanism that reacts to dust. Chung-han replied that he wasn't sure. Would the academy put something like that in the bedroom? But if he warned them after he'd gone through all those traps. Hirin said he needed to shake the dust off his clothes. Chung-han replied that was correct. And immediately they started shaking. Chang-ho asked Yun to shake off his back just in case. Hirin said he shook the dust off Yun, and Chang-ho shook it off him. Ryuan decided to introduce, and told why that he was an uncle claiming to be 25 and a new friend from the Huashan sect. Hirin also decided to introduce himself, and said that he was glad to meet him. Chun-hong also replied that he was 25 and he was not an old man, he was a new student. We also introduced himself and said he apologized for the outfit, he was a little busy. Ryuan told him to keep cleaning. They'll just stay away from his side, okay? And those 3 have already shaken off. There's no need to worry. Hirin asked with surprise, cleaning? Should they come back later then? Shanyan asked, wondering if he could help him clean up. Ryuan asked, did he really think this room still needed to be cleaned? The guys immediately looked around and saw that the place was clean. Ryuan said that if this is a dirty room, then what does a clean room even look like? Hirin asked, so yesterday's chaos was because he beat up 4 students with badges? Chung-hong replied to him that he had beaten 5 people, if you counted that guy from Tiger Fang Manor. And they gave him first place for that instead of kicking him out. What's the academy become? Ryuan replied that there was no such thing. He just flailed his arms and legs a couple times, everything was by the book. Chung-han said it doesn't matter. They have them on their pencil now. Why should he suffer such misery at his young, 25-year-old age? Hirin asked, had he defeated one of the Huashan sect disciples during the test? Ryuan replied that he had, that's why he said he knew people from there. What was his name? He had a strange name. Hirin asked his man, didn't he also enter by token? The Huashan sect had 2 tokens. Chung-han said that wasn't the main problem. The important thing is that their new friend the enemy is not the man in front of them. Ryuan asked, meaning he wants to get back at him? Let him just say where and when he wants to do it. Preferably after breakfast. Yun asked, meaning revenge? He has no such plans. If his eldest was defeated in one blow, it will be the same with him, and if he fights young Master Ryuan, it will only bring more shame to his sect. And he doesn't think the result of a fair fight is worth avenging. Ryuan noticed that the guy was smart. Yun asked the guy why he was staring at him like that. Chang-hong felt that something bad had happened to him in the Huashan sect. And from what he sees, even though he's not as strong as those 2 monsters, he still has more chi in him than the rest of the Huashan lads. Why is he so soon? We need to figure it out. Yun said that since he is a disciple of the Huashan sect, does he really need to fight him? Since that's the case, any time it suits him. Hirin told the boy that from what he knew, the title young master didn't fit Ryuan at all. And he's not mean enough to pick on someone like him. If he doesn't want to fight, no one's forcing him to. Ryuan asked, who would be more suited to the title of young lord? Hirin asked the boy. He had heard, hadn't he? Just have him behave normally and without unnecessary formalities. And that's right, Chang is the eldest, and that's why it's okay to be formal with him. Yoon replied that he understood. Chunhong was surprised and asked, what do you mean, senior? Just maybe his name is Chan. Chunhong said that he doesn't even have that big of an age difference. If she wants to, she can talk to him calmly. Ryuan asked, and he thinks he is him, wants him? At best he will call him Brother Chan. He doesn't want to address him as a peer. He feels like there's about 20 years difference between them. Ryuan asked when it was already safe to go to the mess hall there. Hurin replied that it opens at the hour of the dragon, so they would go soon. But suddenly Ryuan asked the guy why he was looking at the cleaning craze. Yoon replied that he was just wondering if young Master Mon would go with them, and to call the renowned divine sword of the 7 cuts, Manhwa, a lunatic. Even though he's diligent in cleaning up, he's still a role model for many students their age. Call him by his first name, Ryuan asked with surprise. A role model? Is this one a lunatic? Hirin replied that's right. He is one of the contenders for the title of the most powerful expert under the heavens. Hurin said that many people worship him, so be careful what you say. If he doesn't keep his mouth shut, he'll experience something worse than what he was subjected to on the test. Does he realize? Ryuan asked with surprise. Really? Even if he is handsome and seems strong. Yes, and smart, is that enough to be a role model? Just have him look at it. Cleaning his cleaning tools? Does he know why? So he can clean them again. And then clean them again, Changhong said to keep it quiet. Even if it's a men's dorm, he never knows where the eyes might be, and gone are the associations of the 7 cuts. Ryuan asked, what's another association? Changhong asked, doesn't he know about her? It is a group of ladies who worship the divine sword of the 7 cuts. Their methods are terrible and their sphere of influence is huge. Hirin tells Chan to watch his reaction. Even he is afraid of them. But he understands him. Chen asked with surprise, what did they do? Yoon said that young Mr. Mon seemed shocked, so he will tell him using the voice transmission technique. They used to record everything he does, from waking up to sleeping. They also stole things he touched and clothes he wore. It was rumored that they cut off the tail of the horse he rode and made a brush out of it. Ryuan asked, why are they a group of thieves? Wasn't he from the Mon clan? And did they allow such a thing to happen? Yoon replied that yes, pulling off such a thing should be impossible, but the twisted love and obsession of his wonders. They would pay a known assassin to train, infiltrate and make contact or even threaten the Mon clan servants. Chunghan tells the guy that he doesn't know what Juno said to him, but asks him to be careful. One of the young talents said something bad about him at the hotel and was left without a hand. Hirin asked, is it that bad? Ryuan replied, aren't they a criminal organization in that case? There isn't a novice of the 7 Cuts Association among them, is there? Yun said that although it's an honor to meet a divine 7-cut sword divine, it's not much. But he only admires his martial arts skills. Changhong asked what he thought he was. He hates being part of organizations. Hirin replied that it has nothing to do with him either. In fact, he can call him a rival. Yoon told Hirin to be careful. The association might hear him. Changhong replied that although he was right, given his status and ability to create a perfect sword barrier, he seems to be a match for him. If it wasn't for the incident at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, maybe he would have had a similar group and called it something like the Ren Love Association. Ryuan said okay then, so that means they're not among them. Then, Monwai doesn't like anyone here. So they can go eat together. But Yoon said that he told them it was an honor to meet him. Hirin replied that if he said that, he might think they really didn't like him. Chunhong asked, was it even normal to call for lunch like that? Who would go with him hearing that? But suddenly Wai used his strength and got closer to them. Ryuan said, whether they see, he agrees to go with them. At this time, on the 2nd floor of the Central Yang Tower, the Harmony Building, the guy said he was disappointed that the only choice was the Heavenly Warrior's food, but as for free it's cooked pretty well. Ryuan said he especially liked this dinner plate. You can put everything in it at once, and you don't have to do much washing up, and they're made of solid steel. And it seems like the Celestial Warrior Academy is a good place to learn something here. Chung-han said that yes, it's really sturdy since it can withstand all the stuff he piled in it. Even street vagrants are more decent. Ryuan asked, meaning? Ryuan had gotten as much as he did. He doesn't understand why they're only pulling on him all the time? The young ones have a wolf's appetite. Chung-han replied, what an absurdity. Let him see, it must be about the same as his and his neighbors. And since the elders eat the least, Jun-ho must be the greatest master. Yoon laughed and replied that he just wasn't feeling well today. Suddenly a guy came up to them and asked, wondering if he was imagining things. How did the chief disgraceful man come to be here? The guy asked, how did such a badass like that get into Kyanmahakwan? Did he suck up to Sabu again? The girl said it was most likely. Otherwise, how did he get the badge? You worthless trash. Yoon lowered his head and replied that it was nothing like that. And tried to tell them, but from excitement he couldn't. But suddenly the guy looked up and said he wasn't going to listen to it anymore. And he asked the guys, where did they come from? Chan-hung introduced himself and said he was 25 years old, a freshman. The guy thought, is he kidding? What 25? The girl said her name was Chu-nain, a sophomore from Wasan. And next to him is John Lee-hak, a third-year student from the same clan. Lee-hak said that this bastard is hanging around Kyanmahakwan for reasons they don't know. That's why he's asking how he got here. Chung-han replied that he just didn't understand how anyone could be so smoothly profane, and even attack a comrade. And he believes the elder had a special love for Jun-ho and therefore gave him the opportunity to get into this school despite his lack of talent. He couldn't believe it. When did Wasen get so loose? It was never reported to him. These two, from the looks of them, are worse than the pale boy. But why don't they respect him? Lee-hak said that's right. That mean bum was always visiting the great Saba, and the latter gave him a badge out of love for a good-for-nothing. Nain also said that this year, Jae So-seo should have gotten the infinite victory, but because of him and yet Sona gave up, snatched the item from distant relatives in the Donley clan. But then someone beat him up really badly. Judging by the fact that they were now sitting down to breakfast, she was sure the disgraceful man had ordered their friend out on purpose. Yoon stood up and said no, and asked what are they talking about. And Ryo won in a fair fight. Lee-hak told him to shut up and called him a mean dog. He said it was a fair fight or not, what difference does it make? How dare he sit at the same table with the man who caused Jae Sob to lose? Does he think that's okay? Hirin asked. What's wrong with that? He means to say, every time, after defeat, Weizen's disciples should not recognize their helplessness, but instead, should further treat the victor with hostility? Although, here some people can't even accept their own Sabu's decision, what is there to talk about? The students don't know how to respect their elders and admit their mistakes. I wonder what their clan is based on. Lee-hak got angry and asked how dare he insult them? It was obvious that he was no better than anyone else. Where was his respectful attitude towards the seniors? Chung-hong thought and said that it comes out that because of respect, they can't express their displeasure to the elder's face? And therefore insults in his absence? Lee-hak said what he meant by that. Nain also asked, when did they ever insult the great Saba? Chung-hong asked, so that meant it wasn't an insult? Their senior Grand Master of the Plum Blossom Sword, Mr. Yu Huan Quan, the strongest, most prominent chapter in the last 5 decades. And they claimed that a figure so powerful in every way would tolerate subservience? Isn't that kind of speech dishonorable? Chu Nain replied to him that if he didn't know anything, let him shut up. As if there was no reason to do so? Lee-hak said he's a disgrace. He doesn't know a single plum blossom technique, and yet he dares to come to this school. Yoon got angry and said that he was an unworthy, pathetic mongrel. If he had any conscience left, he should pack up his belongings and leave immediately. Never to be seen by him again. Ryuan asked Ren why does he necessarily need to know them. And then Hirin answered that it was the plum blossoms. The techniques of this martial art are epitomized by crawling wild plum petals. It is the crown martial art of the Wasan clan, ranked among the 12 most powerful martial arts throughout China. It consists of 36 sections, 72 movements, and 864 combinations involving these movements. Therefore, it is almost impossible to learn them all. So none of the clan's disciples have yet mastered this technique completely. and they do not take into account the countless different branches of the teachings. Hirin said that in simple terms, it is not given to any student to learn any other arts. Only the ignorant and devious take a different path. So his question is completely beside the point. Ryuin replied that unpredictability was his middle name. He asked Rin why he needed so much information about the other clans. And in his opinion, the less one knows, the better one sleeps. Hirin asked, does he think so? But he does know a lot. Chunhong thought he was a smart guy. It's like he's discovered a secret. That's something any child would know. Then why is the fool not thinking straight? What planet is he from? Ryuin said that Yoon wasn't quite ready to enroll yet, and that was a problem. But still, who gave them permission to interfere and spoil someone else's meal with their presence? Hirin replied that he too agrees. It's their internal affairs. Perhaps they should have been taught a lesson. Lee Hak asked, why isn't he saying anything? Nain asked, he has nothing to say? According to him it's business as usual. Will he get away with it? Ryuin asked, so why get up from his seat? You can do that. Hirin asked with surprise, can we? Ryuin thought how smart the people at Chienmukakwan were. They made dishes out of steel for just such occasions. Yoon told his friends, something was in order, Senior Sabu, he couldn't resist. Lee Hak replied that here are the things and asked the guy. He decided to put the responsibility on Sabu. Ryuin started looking at the plates and saw that it was dishware solid, and the corners were blunt. Chung Han immediately told Hirin that he didn't know what this psycho was up to, but he needed to hold him tight. Chung Han realized that he was going to make a mess again. Run picked up the dishes and realized that this was no way to kill. Well, that's just fine. And that's when Hirin told him to stop. Wai stood up and said that they were seniors. Isn't it embarrassing to humiliate your junior in front of such a crowd? Nain asked with surprise, the seventh divine sword of Monhee? And it turns out, it's none of his business. Lee Hak asked, and what makes you think they are humiliating him? Let him stay out of where they don't ask him to go. Wai said that Yoon was his buddy. However, he personally doesn't like to be pestered. Whoever they are, he doesn't think they have the right to make other people uncomfortable. And if they think he has acted dishonestly, let them appeal to the Chienmukakwan leadership and go to their elder. They are the ones he is now asking to be left alone. Lee Hak humbled himself and said so be it. And they will cross paths with him again, and from today let him be careful. Hirin asked Ryuin, what's wrong again? Still digesting what happened? Ryuin replied that it was kind of frustrating. He wanted to paint the dishes red, but it didn't work out. It's a shame, but that's okay. He's sure the opportunity will come up again. Chunhong said he understood. Next time, let him warn you. We should have time to prepare. Yoon apologized and replied that everyone was because of him, even Mr. Moan. Hirin said it wasn't his fault. Those hustlers made a fuss. He also wanted to ask Yoon why he didn't have the famous Wasan techniques. Yoon started laughing, and he is allergic to plum blossoms. He sneezes all the time, gets rashes all over his body, and sometimes even faints. Just like that, he starts practicing. Petals appear around him, the smell, and suddenly he stops. The guys asked, what's next? And then it stops at the flavorful sword stage. And the guys all understand that perfectly. Senior told the chapter that John Lee Hak and Chu Jie Yen had crossed paths with him. Unfortunately, the meeting was not a pleasant one. The head replied that they had agreed to only observe for now, right? And what happened to Muen? He doesn't think he gave them an inconsiderate order. The older man replied that of course not. That was it, an unplanned meeting had created a mistake. And the defeat of the community of 9 would only give an excuse to include it in the community of the 8 great clans, or worse, in more terrible hands. But this time, it happened completely by accident. John Lee Hak saw a student from his clan and decided to punish him. But suddenly, there was an unexpected guest in the neighborhood. Of course, surprisingly, it was said that they all dined at the same table. Monhee, Ryuin, and Chahan and Hirin. The older man said he was the one who told him about Chanhong, and those two are the same ones he's been going with since the first day of school. I had to make some inquiries, but I didn't find anything worthwhile. Did the guy say that Mon Wai sat at the same table with such scum? It's possible, though. After all, he's rooming with Bai Ryuin. Who's the student from the Wasan clan? The older man replied that his name was Yoon Jun Ho. he settled down with Hirin. It seems that's why they became friends, and to repeat Hak and Jian's words verbatim, he's a disgrace and a total mediocrity. The guy said, what a horrible thing to say. Where is it that you can speak disparagingly of your comrade? And people like this are now being called the future of the white sect? The elder replied that he had told them the same thing. And they retorted, how could one be called a disciple of Wasen if he did not know how to use a single plum blossom technique? A student of the Wasen clan entered Chanmahakwan without even knowing basic techniques? Is he joking? The elder replied that it was unfortunately true. The first time I heard it, I couldn't believe my ears. The guy replied that then it was understandable why they were fighting like that. But then how did they do it? The older man replied that apparently, the great master had given him the infinite victory token, and in another word, despite his lack of ability, luck clearly favors him. At the exam, 4 good fighters failed because of Ryuan, and so, one of them was a disciple of the Wasen clan. That was probably why Chianmukakwan had decided to be lenient with them. The guy replied that it turns out that because of this guy, even the lucky ones got there. And now we have to act as decisively as possible. At this time in the room, Ryuan was asking, what is it? A flavored sword? Yun replied that it was the first time he heard it himself, so he didn't understand what it was about. Hirin replied that it was a very high level of proficiency in the plum blossom sword art. Didn't he know? Chunhong said that the information about him was kept top secret. Yun replied that it looks like it. Is he the only one who doesn't know? Chunhong said it's no big deal, it's common practice. It's just confusing. And by the way, Heron knows a lot about a lot of things. You can't tell by looking at him that it's not public information. He thought that meant the prince had been given access to the archives. Now even he considers secret data as something ordinary. Heron said he was just told by Sabu. I thought everybody knew all about it. I've heard very little about it. About the appearance of the plum scent, for example. Ryuan asked with surprise. Plum flavors? Changhong said correctly. To be more precise, it happens for a short period of time. The moment one reaches maximum concentration, the inner energy is thrown off, and it goes without saying that only a few are actually familiar with it. And it is also said that only 5 people have managed to grow so high in the last 100 years. Hirin said he'd see what the old man smelled more than him? Chunhong replied that Sabu had told him too. There are a lot of scholars in their Yuanmun clan. Ryuan asked with surprise, huh? That's certainly interesting, and it turns out the guy can be used as an air freshener? For example, after a barbecue, he could be made to swing a sword. Yun said that in his opinion it was a bad idea. Shanyan replied that the most gifted person of the Wasan clan was sitting in front of him. The likes of him were extremely rare. Yun replied that no. It's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. And it turns out that he is not even capable of repeating the techniques that his ancestors left to him as an inheritance. Hirin asked, he's going to be 20 this year, right? So he must have reached an incredible milestone at such an early age? That's amazing. Let him not be afraid that a solution can always be found. Chunghan said, all the more reason to say that he's just gifted is to say nothing. What's the secret? How did he manage? Yun replied that there was one instance. On the fire mountain where they usually practice, there are a lot of plum saplings. So, the older he got, the more allergies plagued him. His disciples asked him how he was going to continue to get along with them. Plum blossoms are pride and joy. If he can't get along with them, he has no place in the Wasan clan. But the master hugged him and said it was the first time he had ever seen such foolishness. It is hard to live side by side. Plum blossoms is how it is. Should he expel the thief? Since when did such nonsense become so important? Master told him to try to answer. What is the spirit of the Wasan clan, and what do the petals surrounding them mean? Yun replied that both are filled with a fragile humility. They all have to put up with corrosive adversity and care for the world with a pure soul. And plum blossoms are a symbol of purity. The foreman said it was fine. And he asked, he must not like these flowers if he's torturing them so much. Yun replied that he couldn't say that at all. But the fragrance does get to the point of goosebumps, and yet, they're just ordinary flowers. What can you take from them? And everyone causes a lot of inconvenience, but their beauty overrides everything. The master began to laugh and asked, is he only talking flowers? let him see how he adores the main charm and fire mountain more than any of them, and with great difficulty, he tries to learn to survive the adversity that these flowers bring into his life, trying to embrace the true teachings. So who should kick who out, and if they were in his place, and had lived in the same conditions for so many years, would they have been able to love the nature around them as passionately? However, the master said there was no need to torture himself. Really, they're just ordinary flowers. So, every year, go to the neighboring mountain in the spring to train. There aren't many trees there, so he thinks it'll be easier. Yoon said that since then, in March, he had been steadily, away from home, starting to work out on his own. Plums grew less frequently here, but there were still quite a few, and luckily, there were many deep caves, and it was easier for him to climb into one of them and train there. Sometimes he found traces of the other boys training inside. And then one day he accidentally walked into some strange place. As usual, he started meditating and began honing new techniques. But after one careless swing of his sword, the wall collapsed, and beyond it he found a new cave. So, when he reached the end of the tunnel, he saw a strange picture. At that moment, goosebumps ran down his body, as if the secret of a true martial art seemed to raise a breath of cavernous wind. The walls were completely covered in blade marks, and he was unable to determine the origin of this miracle. It seemed to be a combination of walking and swordsmanship, and there on the wall was written the 7 plum blades. The 7 blades of plum had some similarities to the plum blossoms, but the approach to studying them was fundamentally different, and so, having recovered from the shock, he began to study the tracks. Day and night he practiced, bringing in thirst, hunger, and sleep, repeating each step left on the cracked floor of the great hall. And one day, the fateful hour arrived. Suddenly, out of nowhere, plum blossoms appeared in the air. That's when he realized his happy days were over, and suddenly consciousness left him, and when he woke up, at any attempt to show techniques such as plum blossoms, or the 7 blades, a tart irritating odor began to plague him, and when he left the cave to inform his teacher, it collapsed to the ground, so no one believed his ramblings afterwards. Hiran said there's no one else in the world who knows his technique. Chamhung said he hoped the older man believed him without question. He couldn't show him, but it was possible to make it clear in words. He thought he had to recognize what was going on. Yun replied that as soon as he tried to recall walking techniques or sword control techniques, somehow a mysterious fragrance would instantly appear in some God-knowing way. Chunghan asked, "Must he be fainting next?" Yun replied that he did. That's why Master sent him here. He told him to find out the answer in Shianmakakwan by any means necessary. Hiran said it's a tough road ahead. I wish I had some advice, but we've got to move forward somehow. Ryuan said they would have to act drastically. They would change the person beyond recognition. Yun asked, "What do you mean, like a person?" Hiran asked Ryuan, "Isn't that a little too harsh?" Chunhong asked, "He didn't mean it? The guy has his whole life ahead of him. Is he trying to ruin it?" Ryuan replied that since his body was reacting to the flowers, there must be some way to stop this miracle. According to him, isn't that the most effective way? Or do they have better options? If we don't solve the problem, he'll be tormented by all sorts of people all the time. Who knows, we could put plum petals on all the paths that Yun will use to walk around the school. Hiran said bad people, they could do something like that. Chunghan replied that, frankly, there were few good thoughts, and he didn't want to leave his comrade to his fate. Hiran thought for a moment, and said that he was in then. Chunhong replied that he too thought the risk was justified. Yun heard and thanked them for taking care of him. Chunhong said that after analyzing Yun's condition, he came to the conclusion that here, not just hypersensitivity was involved, but a serious allergy. Substances that most people have no problem with provoke breathing difficulties in some people. Simply put, they send these people to die. Ryuan told him to take this poison. They would start with a small dose and gradually increase it. Chunhong said that if this method had worked, he would have recovered with age back at home. But since nothing happened, it can't be solved that way. Moreover, it seems that the cause is not a mental condition at all, but rather in fact, exactly, Edicom way they will go, and on the contrary will only harm. And that's what will be sent to the other world. Hiran asked, then why not trigger homemade evolution with medicinal potions? Chahong asked about using different healing substances, changing the proportions, in an attempt to affect the physical properties of the body? Hirin replied that this is correct. But unfortunately, there can be serious side effects. Chunhong said that it was okay to take a painkiller, but the problem is that they are unlikely to have enough knowledge. And he doubts that it will be possible to fully see the course of events. But if they don't rush into things, unforeseen disasters can be avoided. However, suddenly he would lose his taste, go blind, or even stop moving his arms and legs. Yoon was frightened and replied that it was already serious. Hirin told him not to worry. Trouble is possible if they experiment. But is worth hiring real professionals, and you won't have to worry about safety. Chung-Hung said it was better to go to the experts of complex poisons, or better yet, the Jiangshi summoners. These cool shamans know better than any professor how a particular drug works. Yun said that he hoped such gifted people wouldn't be found in their area, and he actually thought it was scary. Hirin said he agreed, the first ones would be hard to track down. And the vampire makers are even harder. However, Chianmukakwin is where the guys from all over the area gather, so there must be a lot of disciples from the Dan clan and other medicine men? Chunhong replied that there would be. And it would even be possible to meet the very creators of death. Hirin asked, the same ones that put souls into the dead? Ryuan was surprised and replied that he was looking forward to the experiment. Hirin said, how amazing. But in the white sect aren't these things forbidden? Chunhong replied that, for the sake of truth, this knowledge had long been unlocked. It's just that there are clans that are instructed to fight off demons. And if one of the dark sects is up to no good, it's best not to disturb them. The only thing is that they usually do their research with corpses. Ryuan said that Yoon was the lifeblood of Yoon. It's a shame that dream got shattered. I've never seen a demon before. Hirin said there was nothing to be done. And that left the poison. Yoon said no, he wouldn't forget their kindness forever. But in his opinion, it was a bit too much. Hirin started laughing and asked, is he afraid? Of course he agreed with him, the process was risky, but still. Just find a competent healer, and the matter will take care of itself. The risk is minimal, and you have to try. Chumhan said that if he still wasn't sure and thought no one would dare to work with him, he could rest easy. Only a crazy person would refuse to do a couple of intricate experiments with such a young calf. He's sure they'll dig up some keen herbalists in no time. Yoon said he was begging them to find another way? One that's safe and doesn't contradict common sense. Hirin replied that if he didn't want to, that was a pity. But if that's the case, it's a shame. Chunhong said it was safe and not contrary to common sense, but he doubted it existed. Ryuan said that if he didn't like body manipulation, should he get rid of his allergies altogether? Leave it behind and do something else. Isn't that the solution? Hirin asked. Anything else? Chunghan asked the guy, what was he up to again? Let him lay it out, Ryuan replied, letting him try to free himself from the noxious aroma. Although this thing of theirs exuded an aura of greatness, it was essentially just about the energy emanating from the sword, and it's clearly nothing to waste. The sword's flavor does not increase the power of the blow, and it is clear that this stage is nothing more than a stage preceding the level of absolute mastery of the sword. And also if it is overcome, the intrusive odor will immediately evaporate without a trace. That means their sick man will be stronger and free from torment. How's that for a plan? Hirin asked. He suggests pushing him higher? Which is fine, but because of the mental trauma, Yoon can't even hold a sword. That's why it's not fated to be realized yet. Chunhong said he would agree. There's no way you can use this method in life. It's not like he can't implement a single technique. Ryuan said there's nothing applicable. And once the solution is found, he'll be responsible for the implementation. His friends in the clan have a great know-how for that. Hirin says he doesn't know exactly what it was about, but he looks confident. Good, and worth trusting, Chunghan asked with surprise. Know-how? It was the first time he had heard such a concept. Disturbing. Where did he come from anyway? Ryuan replied that he doesn't reveal personal information. Let them just understand his specialty of turning the impossible into the possible. Teacher asked Master He why he was shaking like that. Does he feel bad? He replied that he wasn't, he just suddenly got goosebumps. He feels something bad is about to happen. Could it be because of this situation? He said that he doesn't understand where the logic is. Chio-su replied that such a title is against the rules of Jianmukakwin. The answer is final. Did they think he'd give them permission to name the subject in that wild way? I'm ashamed to say it out loud, he asked with surprise. Ashamed to say it? A passionate man should be practicing self-improvement. A man with hot blood must be strong, strong and strong again. That's what self-improvement is for. That's what he's shown the world he doesn't like. Chio-su said that they can scribble phrases like that on the wall of their own house. It's not like they don't have one. They're still vagabonds. He replies that he's an asshole and he knows why. Okay, then we need to get into a fight here and now, you decrepit snowman. Teacher told them to calm down. He doesn't understand. He's a very calm person. So why does he immediately lose his temper at the sight of Mr. Kwon? Master Kwon is not yet fully aware of the intricacies of teaching. Let them agree that he is forgiven for not knowing all the details. The teacher turned to he and said that this phrase was truly marvelous and full of deep meaning, but unfortunately it was not suitable as the title of the lecture. He told him to explain what was wrong. Why? The teacher replied that students pay attention first of all to the name of the subject, and the names of the teachers when choosing a subject. The type of martial art to be studied must be specified. The weapons that will be involved. Whether it is theory or practice. The level of skill required. After all, Jianmukakwin is not only for students, but also for female students. They themselves realize how much resentment will rise among the girls at the sight of such a phrase. He replied that if that was the reason, he would accept it. You should have said so right away. How could he not be angry when they changed everything without asking? And in that case, he suggests the following: combat power and speed. Blade control techniques. The master laughed and replied wonderingly. The great master gave a quite appropriate reply. That was how he knew. It's actually not difficult. He's already published a list of items with that title. And don't let them thank you. Chil-su took out a paper and said, here is the combat power and speed. Blade control techniques. And he noticed that this snowman decided to steal even his thoughts. What a piggyback! The teacher said it turns out the issue is settled. They said they have specific requirements for the process. He replied that it is accurate that there is one. He said that he asked that no first-year students be recruited for his subject. The arguments like he's responsible and strong, so he can participate are not accepted. Chio-su asked, is that how it is? The teacher said for the sake of fairness, the kids from the second half of the year are allowed to choose higher category subjects. Could he explain the basis of the requirement? He replied that he just didn't want to. And if they don't fulfill the condition, God knows, he'll have a full semester of sickness. And don't let them expect him to teach righteousness. Ruin was given a book and asked what he wanted the thick book for. Is it to be used as a pillow? Chahan said he had a pretty good idea. Would still work as a sleeping pill, but it is still needed for the most accurate selection of accounting disciplines. He recommends quickly flipping through and selecting those of interest. Officially, there are 4 days for everything. But in reality, enrollment for interesting subjects closes in the first 2 hours. Have him look around. Does he see how tense the situation is? Ryuan replied, something there is he needs to read this stuff from cover to cover? There are at least 2 paragraphs on each one. Hirin told him that here at the beginning the content of each one is specifically outlined for him. The 7 compulsory subjects are suggested to be collected afterwards. They are all about the same. He suggests starting with the 5 that are optional. Yoon also opened the book and said, what a lot of interesting things. Wai was also with them at this time and said he would go apply. Good luck to everyone. Chung-han was surprised and asked, already? And of course he hoped he'd be able to keep him busy just by celebrating. Ryuan said at this time that he couldn't believe it. Had the mesophobe read it yet? Chung-han replied that it was unlikely. There's dangerously over 300 different directions. Rather, he will look at a brief description. The multiples are 150, and the details are already 200. Hirin looked and replied that the task was not a pleasant one. And there's so much to it. Has there ever been a time when a course started individually? When no one else deigned to join? Chun-hung said that unfortunately, if they don't get 3 people, the program will be discontinued immediately. Therefore, experienced teachers only recruit 3 or 4 groups. Ryuan said for them to listen. Martial arts, after all, is one huge whole. Where did so many branches come from anyway? Chung-han replied that no matter how much he sulks, he needs to accept this fact humbly and not look for trouble on his head. And Yoon didn't seem to need any help. And let it be said that two would be favored, he'd be quick to match them. Chung-han thought he would try to show and point out the same ones. It would be easier to trace. And at his age. But suddenly someone fell down. Everyone was surprised and Chung-han said that it seems that they were accepting sword-handling subjects there. Surely some cool teacher would be leading it. Chung-han walked over and asked if the man could tell him why people were so dashing to that particular counter. Could it be that something so interesting had appeared? The guy asked back, didn't he know? This year, one of the courses would be presented by the god of the volcanic sword. Right now, everyone was rushing there in hopes of signing up for his lectures. The boy asked if he could see. Here's another place where students are crowding in. They're trying to enroll with their Grand Master. Of course, it's no wonder, there's a lot of excitement for him year after year. But in his opinion, the new teacher will have more kids this time, Yun said with surprise. Frostblade is one of the top 5 Jian masters in the entire Celestial Empire, and Mr. Flaming is one of the 5 strongest Dao Blade masters. Is it really possible to listen to their lectures here? Hirin said that's great, and suggested that they sign up too. The guy replied that he was sorry to disappoint, but newcomers are not allowed nowadays. The guys were surprised and asked why. The guy replied that this was the way it was done. There were certain requirements. For example, if a high level is indicated in the note, students at least in their 3rd year or those who have been studying for an honors degree may apply. Besides, when it's such a mess, entries are finalized in half an hour. And by means of simple tests, the best ones are selected, and usually only their Grand Master would put forward different conditions. But it so happened that Flaming asked to exclude the freshmen altogether. So everyone thinks that it's as if he's going to teach some miraculous techniques. Ryuan thought it was a huge commotion. It was as if they had found a wondrous thing in his student, and he was also of age. What's he going to show in class? A fire show? Or maybe everyone fell for the pretty name? The guy said that the Frostblade could basically be approached later. The main thing is to try. If they work hard, and in the next half of the year, luck will smile on them. Chung-han looked at Ryuan and said that he could see the kid was in a bad mood. Was he upset that he couldn't enroll with the praised teachers? Ryuan replied that no. No way, not under any circumstances. He figured he didn't have enough of his own slave to learn as well. Ryuan said he would rather choose more productive subjects than those that might belittle his social status or bruise his ego. Chun-hong asked, social status? What does ego have to do with it? Did he realize anything? Hirin replied that no, he didn't seem to like it. Chung-han asked him which ones he thought would be more useful. Does he want to hear anything in particular? Ryuan replied that he was already so invulnerable that he didn't need anything. But if you do choose, it's a good idea to learn how to control sounds. His lame teacher knows the notes, but doesn't know how to control and manipulate sound waves at all. And he thinks it's a great option. Yoon was surprised and said that learning to control sounds is amazing. Hirin was also surprised and said that Ryuan was brave to say that about his master. Chung-han said, where's the point of that? More like ill-mannered. Besides, we're talking about an incredibly delicate science that requires finesse. This is why this type of martial art is considered the most difficult. That's why this type of martial art is considered the most difficult. But unfortunately, the effectiveness is very low. Is he going to approach him after all? Ryuan replied that absolutely. Such a handsome, elegant young man was only suited to exquisite objects. Hirin said he remembers he used to be into this stuff too. Have them pick up some sound management subjects for him, too. And as for instruments, he can't really play anything, so it's up to his discretion what he can use as a weapon later on. Ryuan said it's great, and that means it's settled. His instrument is guqin. Let all disciplines be associated with him. Hirin replied that he has also decided. Let him choose one too. Chung-han thought, no need to pretend, definitely asking for it after much thought. Clearly that was their style. He certainly thought about helping, but he didn't expect to have to do all the work for them. Yoon said he's checked out 11 items here. And he wanted to go with them, so how could he choose from the pile? Chun-hong thought he'd have to drag the boy around by his neck. In the evening, Chun-hong said it had been a productive day. He didn't expect that there were so many required subjects, and that they were all from different fields of study. But Ryuan said it's such a bunch of useless crap. All we can do is hope for more. Hirin replied that yes, he's excited too. Yoon said he liked almost everything and thanked Chung-hona. The guy was surprised and said at least there's one grateful person. Hirin replied that he didn't and he's quite grateful. It's cool to rely on such an experienced person. Ryuan said it's not the right word. It's like he's been here for 5 years. I guess every old man has a lot of experience, so he'll take note. Chung-han replied that they were expressing themselves in a peculiar way. It was itchy. Yoon wondered if he'd picked up a little too indiscreetly, sort of at random, from the same ones they picked up, didn't he? Chung-han replied that not really. To be fair, it turned out pretty good. But suddenly a bird flew over them, and Ryuan asked what it was. Hirin looked over and replied that it seemed that falcon was the mailman. That's right. And they are falcons trained to carry letters. Ryuan said this is the first time he's heard that. Yoon said that he thought pigeons were used for such purposes. Chung-hong replied that it was Stone Age. You don't see them in China anymore. But falcons are stronger, tougher, and less fiddly. An ordinary falcon and a strong master are not easy to catch. And when you don't have to carry letters, you can take a falcon hunting. They are very intelligent, incredibly loyal, and memorize several roads at once. Hirin replied that it was understandable then why there was an increased demand for skulls. Ryuan said that he wants one too. And what should be done? Chung-han replied that he could buy some. Somewhere in Shianmukakwan, there is a shop that sells them. However, the price of one is 3 months' budget for a family of 5. The expensive ones cost well over 20 silver pieces. Ryuan asked, he said, is it around here somewhere? Shanyan replied that as far as the Sky Eagle Pavilion is concerned. Actually, there's a whole clan that commands birds, but on the wave of the already known trend. Their business was doing so well that they had shops everywhere. He remembered that there must be a place near the house where the bird had flown. Ryuan got very excited and said that they should move out soon. Upon arriving at the house he asked, what came? And the building looks imposing. Hirin replied that he agreed, a monumental structure. But Ryuan, this building is called the Flying Eagle Pavilion. I thought we were talking about the Sky Pavilion. Changhong said the Flying Eagle Pavilion is a place where pigeons and falcons that other students have acquired are taken care of. It's like a bird dormitory. Chianmukakwan is quite safety conscious. Chung-han said the same item was offered in the building next door. The vendor met them and asked if they were here for a new falcon. And let them not be shy and look around. Yoon looked over and said, what a bunch of babes. Hirin replied that's right. It does say that this pigeon's friend is for training. And 3 rings, what's that about? The seller replied that they mark that way to see how many roads the bird can memorize and how well trained it is. A gold ring indicates level 5, and a silver ring indicates level 1. That is, he is able to memorize more than 7 roads if necessary. Similar birds usually have 7 to 9 rings, and the coolest ones have 10 to 12. In general, as they have already realized, the number of rings determines the degree of giftedness. Falcons of the highest order help their owners in hunting. But it is worth remembering, the price of a male depends on his power. There is a special offer now. Of course, it is possible to pay off the entire cost of the bird within 3 months. But if they pay the whole amount at once, they get a 1% discount. Ryuan said this one has 3 gold, so is it level 15? Didn't he say it could max out at 12? Then what kind of bird is it? The seller was surprised and replied that he had a diamond in the eye. He immediately labeled the best one. This one comes from an eastern country called Kore. He is so smart that they have never been able to determine what the ceiling of his abilities is. He's off the grid, so to speak. To be honest, the guy's got a lot of ferocity. No matter how many times we try, he keeps kicking back, never recognizing me as his master. And then Ryuan said he wanted it. The salesman was surprised and asked, really? Then he suggests getting to know each other better in the training room. And not to lie, he's already maimed 30 people. And let him remember, the use of physical force is strictly forbidden. If he hurts a bird, he'll have to pay for the damage. Ryuan said it's funny, but he'll give it a try. And no need to worry. He'll make everything beautiful. Immediately afterward they went to the training hall. But they began to hear voices and shouting, and suddenly they all disappeared. And then Ryuan himself came out and said it's over. So he's really good for him. They should see how cute he is when he's angry. And right away he decided he was buying. Ryuan thought about what he should name him. And he decided to call him by the name of Thunder. It suits him very well. The head received the letter and said that it was good news. If the prince of the dark sect is a nice guy, there's no cause for concern yet. Namgung replied that Lord Mayan personally keeps an eye on the problematic students, and apparently, the girl named Yen Bai still hasn't shown up. He thinks things will be calm for now. Just then someone came in and the head said he was listening intently. The boy replied that the lady had finished her training and was coming home. The disciple suddenly said that this was what the seventh divine sword was like. The guy was told that it seems so. The same moan why, and it seems to him that the lecture has not yet begun, but he already feels serious tension. He has the aura of an excellent student, the disciple said. Is he really going to write down every word? He had heard, sure, lessons, white sect philosophy and martial arts history, required a lot of effort, but not that much, and they also say that the methods of an excellent student are always right. When the lecture is over, he'll go buy himself the same set. Suddenly, Chunghan turned to Y and said that he could see the kid had gotten ready. But the students were saying the first lesson and they already have a substitute. It looks like the teacher is not feeling well. Ryuan asked him if he could wear a sign that said freshman. The students heard and asked, is he a freshman? But Yoon interceded and said that Chunghong was just like them. He was given the wrong medicine when he was a kid. That's why he developed side effects. He's 25 years old. Hirin told the boy to calm down and not to interfere. The students asked with surprise, 25? Hirin said they have a hard time believing it themselves. He thinks they can do it, especially since their comrade clearly doesn't give a damn. He knows that if it bothered him, he would shave and try to look younger. But Chunghan heard and said it would be better if he kept quiet. He was already turning gray because of them. Hirin asked, what's he got to do with it? Chunghong said that class would start soon and let him sit down. He's watching during the day, but at night he's wiping papers with his eyes, not even time to sleep. You bastards! Yoon said there was no one around, it was dark, and there were 4 plum trees in the middle of a clear field. But in the morning, one of them would magically disappear all of a sudden. So one day the eldest decided to watch this 4th one, or it was coming out that someone had chopped him down. Chunghan thought maybe they'd stop talking nonsense. Let them go to bed soon. But he thought the 4th suddenly bent in half, and scarlet-colored eyes showed between the twigs. He wondered if it was really a ghost. Chunhong replied that the story was definitely not a happy one. He's got a lot of work to do. It's bad enough that he has to work day in and day out, but he also has to work at night. Isn't that a bit much? And every day he has to write reports on these assholes. He's been shaking lately, and now as it went on the master got scared, drew his sword and ran to the tree and it. The boy asked, so abruptly? He feels he's got a lot of courage. Chunghan asked, what's the meaning of this? Why is the document chest so huge? Had they completely moved there? Chunghan said to him and said if you don't punish the disobedient students, a terrible fate awaits them all inevitably. He hoped he just looks big. He doesn't think he's full of papers. He doesn't have to be. Suddenly in class, Hirin said that Chunghan seems to be dead, and asked Ryuan if he knew the story of the Wasan clan's ghost, which looked like a wild plum bush. They say their elder didn't just see it, but also got some kind of great assignment. Ryuan was surprised and asked back, it turns out if he catches it, give free goodies? Hirin said he understood, and meant it. But Ryuan saw that he had stopped at the most important thing and asked hence. Yoon was also greatly surprised and said that it was a master from the Shaman clan. One of the 8 strongest witch doctors of Aachen. Ing said they would start with the basics, which they would need for all future classes. A long, winding thread that would take them through 100 years of martial arts history. And stop at the end at the moment they were living in now. In asked them why they enrolled in Shianmukakwin. First, he is sure they want to achieve excellence in one thing or another. Secondly, being children of the white sect, determined to build up their strength, determined to strengthen the power of the cult in an uneasy confrontation with the dark sect, namely the Black Sky Coalition, as well as the mangacaps lair where most assassins are trained. But above all else, there is another goal. A goal that absolutely everyone here has. They all hope to become the backbone of their own clan, and set against those who might show up at any moment. That's right. Against the spirits of heavenly tribulation. The disciples at that moment thought, heavenly calling them as if nothing had happened. And the others were thinking, how can we now make it to the end? Instead, he thinks they're even afraid to say this bizarre name. But there is another name whose pronunciation has been strictly forbidden for centuries, and it's a celestial spirit out for blood. The embodiment of terror, whose name has shaken China for thousands of years. He is the truest symbol of fear and despair, against which, forgetting their strife, the two sects have turned against each other. These enemies still exist, slowly eating humanity from the inside out. Their destiny is to build up their strength and destroy the monstrous evil. And it was for this purpose that the god of the Great Limit, Hek Wo Rin, built Jianmukakwin more than 100 years ago, asking for help from the Holy Trinity of Heavenly Warriors. Ryuan apologized and said he had a question. Teachering asked with surprise, what was it? Ryuan asked, who are this god of the Great Limit and the Holy Trinity of Heavenly Warriors? The disciples thought, what kind of ridiculousness is this? As if he was born yesterday? Ing asked, what's his name? He can't believe there is a person in China who doesn't know the idols of today. Is it a joke? Or has he had an accident and lost his memory? Ryuan said no. And after introducing himself, he says he's perfectly healthy. He asked because he really didn't know. Ing said he didn't expect something like this to happen. And then this is what they'll do. It'll be too easy if he tells now. He thinks it's a good excuse to learn more about all the heroes of bygone days. Great, so he gives them a mission. Ing told them to write a 5-page essay on their great ancestors and the bloody consequences of the deeds of the bloodthirsty celestial spirit. The size of the sheet will be 26 centimeters, and the size of the character will not exceed 1.5 centimeters. He asks for no indentation and no footer space. Chunghan told him to look, all because of him. Let him imagine the hatred they'll harbor now. Did you see those dumbfounded faces? Ryuan replied that he was only telling the truth. Why would he be doing shit like that? Shanyan asked, where did this assignment even come from? Judging by the way he bargained for the falcon, he clearly didn't come out of the middle of nowhere, and he still doesn't know the God of War and the Holy Trinity. Ryuan replied that as long as the questions were not related to worldly problems, it was not necessary to know the answers. And when they were done writing, they could let him look at it. And if they wrote it for him, he would be grateful. Chunghan asked, why the fuss? Let him read the textbook and do it himself. Or have him ask Hirin. And then Hirin asked, did they call him? Did he just hear it or something? Half on top of your books, and Chunghong can take it. And Yun said his half was just for Ryuan. He took them and thanked them for their help. Chunhong replied that now thanks to them, he didn't have to bother. Hirin said it was no big deal, they helped them pick out the items. I wanted to do something to thank them. Yun said that he decided to do something for Ryuan too. After all, he had promised to help with the plum blossoms. Ryuan asked his apprentice, what did he have so much of? Did he save it for them? Wai replied that no, every last one was his. And he doesn't like to be around people when he's studying. That's why he asked me not to come tonight. Wai turned around and said he was off. Yoon heard this and replied that he was adorable. That's what a perfect student he is. He has nothing personal, but he already has plans. After the meal, he'll go and look in on Thunder's training. Chunhong didn't listen and told him to stop fooling around. Was he really going to ask him to write the essay for him? Hirin replied to Chunhong that Ryuan was a good guy and a friend. He wouldn't do anything so dishonest. The elder received the information and said, what do you mean? The White Crane has finished training and will return very soon. Where is this information coming from? The head replied that poxy roommate was being followed. He reported that after she left the Flying Eagle Pavilion, I immediately went to my room and spent half an hour cleaning. Her eyes were shimmering with a rainbow glow. The older man said he was clear on that, and only that girl could make her smile. Which means the note was sent through the falcon, he asked. What did that have to do with the fact that it would soon be time to eliminate him? The head asked. Had he forgotten? Only the White Crane will return to Chamakakkwang. Life will start to boom and no one will look around. The plan is perfect. So the day of her return will be the day the abominable brat dies. Ryuan sat down to do his homework and asked, "What's the problem?" He thought it was perfect. Here, he even wrote 5 pages. Hirin asked, was he really going to turn in a paper like that? Chunhong said he hoped the guy was joking about hearing about the god of war, and that scary name for the first time. Ryuan asked, how would he know, as long as no one told him? The boys were surprised and asked what? Chunhong said that every Chinese person must have tripped over them at least once as a child. Hirin replied that the children would immediately stop crying when they said those words. It was especially frightening when they said, "The spirit of heavenly sorrow will come out of the well and swallow him alive. And the next morning the water in the well will turn bright red and clean bones will float on the surface." Ryuan said it's a horror. The spirit of heavenly sorrow, some gang of monsters and ghosts? Shanyan replied, no, it's not. It's just that this creature represents the epitome of toughness. But who besides him could even take this topic so lightly? There are certain criteria when writing an essay. Especially regarding font size, so why the childish blotches? And more precisely, this garish style and constant scribbling is like asking for an F. That brutal bloody murderer, and he wrote as if he were the result of perseverance of faith and lingering hopes. What frightening nonsense. But the most dangerous and terrible thing is that he dared to draw it. And he made it look like an idol or a god. Did he intend to embellish history? Chunghan replied, what nonsense. He just made him look like a real villain. Don't slander me. The worst person in the world looks like that, Chunghan said. As the folk proverb says, lack of intelligence gives courage. And he is not just an outlaw, or even a demon, but rather an obsession of fear. Having only appeared in the world, the first thing he did was to completely take over the dark sect. And every step he takes becomes the cause of thousands and thousands of deaths. Hirin said that the spirit of heavenly tribulation gradually consumed everything in its path, which could not help but be terrifying. Eventually, just as he said, a righteous coalition emerged. Hirin pulled out his caption and said tough. Ryuan replied that it was true. After all, they themselves said that the celestial spirit could only be defeated by the god of war. And he was also helped by a demon god. Hirin replied that's right, that's what the textbook says. Chenghong said that in practice, however, specifically they were only made up from the perspective of the white sect. In reality, there were 2 gods of war. The only one who survived the battle against the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit was the god of the great limit, Mr. Hek Woo-rin. Since then, the white sect has called him the god of war. But in reality, there was another master who fought with the god of war. The sword of the tyrant, Mr. Kal Jun Hek. In the dark sect, he was also elevated to the rank of god. As the nicknames were surprisingly identical, the word demonic was added to distinguish them. But although rumors that the dark sect has also been following the common canons more lately, Ryuan replied that it seemed that after the heavenly tribulation spirit incident, the dark and white sects had decided to join forces. But in the end, it turns out that they can't trivialize their nicknames. Hirin said he was sure there was something like that. After that incident, however, they started to get along quite well. Ryuan asked, it turns out both sides joined together and attacked in droves, but still lost? Hirin replied that both the one and the other had suffered serious losses. The sword of the tyrant who had inflicted the first serious wound and the god of the great limit who had made the decisive leap had been severely wounded, and each had to take 3 or 4 years to rebuild. Chunghan replied that, according to textbook, the losses represented almost half of the population, and it took more than 30 years to rebuild the forces and ruined cities. It is said that some 1,000 carriages full of silver coins went into the work. But of course, the main tragedy is that the corpse of this brutal terrorist named Wai Chong-su was never found. Nor was the murderous gang led by the spirit of heavenly sorrow ever eradicated. Ryuan said the battle must have taken place over 100 years ago. She must have died of old age. Hirin replied that, of course, the bastard had been seriously injured, but if you think of his skill level, there was still a reason. He might even last a couple of centuries. Changhong said that, for example, the Lord of the Righteous Coalition, along with the demonic god of war, had lasted well past 100. At the same time, Murian Jining of the Wasan clan turns 150 this year. After all, He is a true monster. Hiran said he was in his early 50s at the time, which means he could still be out there somewhere causing mayhem for at least that long. Chunghan said that's what the righteous and dark coalitions are for. It was not for nothing that the god of war once built their school, wanting to prevent disaster. At that time, the Holy Trinity of heavenly warriors, the greatest masters of the Celestial Empire, who had contributed to the process of fighting the great disaster, became a great help to him. Changhong said that one of those saints was the grandfather of the seventh divine sword Manhwa, aka his master blade lord. You live in the same room with his grandson, but he doesn't know about such an important person. Sometimes his stupidity is beyond all imaginable limits. Ryuan replied that this misophobe didn't know his master's name either. There's no difference at all. Then why is he the only one being called a fool? Chunhong said naturally. After all, his level of fame obviously doesn't compare to the Holy Trinity. So what's his level of fame? Ryuan replied that he refuses to comment on questions concerning his personal life. It seems that just a glance, and it will be immediately clear. And if they had given birth and raised someone like him, it meant that his ancestors were not ordinary people. He knew he didn't mean to bring the old man into it. Hiran said he understood and asked if he really wasn't afraid. Everyone in the white and dark sects are afraid to stutter about it. He's a true master of terror. Ryuan asked, should he? It was a strange thing to be afraid of some grandfather, adding speculation and rumors to the matter. They said they built Chan Makakwan to raise masters who could defeat him. How are they going to catch him with wet pants now? Chung Hong was surprised and replied that he didn't expect to call the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit a grandfather. He thought that after the flower allergy, there was nothing to shock him anymore. And then Ryuan asked why the test subject, Oh Jun-ho, still hadn't returned? Wasn't there an evening training session planned? Hiran said yes, that's odd. The last class on the schedule is a little out of order. That's where he got separated from him. Still, he should have been done a long time ago. Just then, Yoon burst in and yelled to the guy. Ryuan replied that you'll remember, and it's right there. What does he want? Hiran said he didn't look good. Did something happen? Yoon replied that those seniors approached him after class. Lee Hak told him that as soon as he saw the sign, have Rowena come there. He would have to get rid of the others somehow. Nain also said the right thing. This is his chance to get rid of the shame, no need to fail. If something goes wrong and he figures it out, Yun replied that no, absolutely not. Their orders were of course of great importance, but he would not betray his friends. Let them punish him. Nain said, what do you mean, comrades from your own clan are allowed? Ryuan is the enemy of the whole neighborhood. Lee Hak also told him to stop. If his head can't think, then put smart thoughts into it by force. Hurin got angry and asked, did you get hit hard? How are you feeling? Chunhong replied that no trouble would show up because he had told them everything. Yun said it's no big deal. Seniors don't usually hit their faces. There are bruises all over his body, but no internal bleeding. And if he disobeys, they'll go back to the same way. But he's more concerned about Rian's situation. Even if he refuses, he thinks they'll have no problem finding someone else to get even with him. Let him be very careful. Ryuan said that was funny. Better let him say that he's willing to personally help anytime. He hates running away. Yoon replied that they would surely organize a lot of trouble. Chunghong said no, it's better to let them do as they say. Since there's no avoiding the trap, it's good to understand the map from the outside beforehand. Hiran said it was a great plan. And Yoon will stay alert too. They're watching them from a distance. Chunghan replied that they'll figure it out somehow. But something is scary about the secretive nature. Ryuan said he's excited. He hopes he'll do his best this time. Chunghan saw that he's a walking disaster. But for some reason, I think it's not going to go the same way. The older man asked. Apparently Yun had already told him everything? But then what about the plan? How did it fail right away? The head replied the opposite. Things are coming together in a more opportune way than ever before. They continue to await the arrival of the Red Horse. The 9 gates have already prioritized, but the last arrow will be left to the main character. Let the crane have some fun too. Seo Cheongung from the Chongxiang clan asked that they wanted to tell him that the 2 strongest clans should be chosen from the 9 clans, but that any alumni serving at the school would be excluded. Gong asked, why not send a couple of headmen the other way around? He thinks they could easily handle this boy. The girl Chen Ha-jen from the Wasan clan replied that she agreed. Of course, if they, Mr. Advisor and Mr. Vice Chairman, are proposing to act this way, then there are reasons for it. But in her opinion, wouldn't it be humiliating to throw a bunch of people at one person? And a disciple from a Shaolin monastery said that unfortunately, a squad of Shaolin monks is unlikely to be able to participate. Lately they have been trained so brutally, any wayward behavior is suppressed at the root. But Ku Yen-jin from the Gongrian clan said that it turns out they would only stand at the 7 gates. The disciples from the Ami clan also refused. She thinks Deputy Headmaster Jianren did her best. Sang-hak of the Kondon clan said there was a rumor that she had recently joined that strange community of steel bracelets. Did the other guys from the Ami clan follow in their footsteps as well? He had heard it said their followers practiced in the unsupportable shackles they wore on their hands and feet. Jen said she wasn't thinking. It's just that she's grown a lot in skill and is now training her comrades hard. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Some of the Jomchin clan said that the Shaolin guys have a valid reason, but he is disappointed in the Ami clan disciples. If someone they knew were disgraced, they would rush to their defense. But now they turn away as if it were none of their business. And then the chief said, still, maybe it was for the best. He was planning an ambush all around the perimeter. Not just because I was doing it to punish him, but also for the sake of getting ready for the upcoming festival of the 3 Holy Masters. And that's the reason why he's asking to pick a couple of stalwarts, excluding the headmen and their deputies. Yu Kyu-sung from the Kondon clan said that it was clear who would be participating in the first round. Therefore, he hopes to get the guys in shape for the next round. The man in charge said absolutely right. This year, it is unclear what the outcome will be. The disciples from the 8 clans community have become very strong, they can no longer be ignored. First of all, we should mention the Namguns, who have dramatically increased their strength. And also, the almost invincible children of the Dan clan. In fact, almost all of the outsiders are members of the Alliance of 8. Haiyan Wun of the Shaman clan and Jin Rin of the Ami clan are also members of their community. But they realize that their souls have long since left their home. And at the same time, the grandson of the Sword Lord, the future lord of the Mon clan, entered Chan Mahakwin, the 7th divine sword, and he's sharing a room with that young man, Bai Ryuan. No, a ruthless monster, and those who suffered from him said that his hands were like iron blades, his movements were faster than lightning, and his blows were like a whiff of death, and his main weapon is the surprise effect. And he attacks as fast as he can, without any morals or conscience. But on the other hand, for the disciples waiting for him at the 7 gates, then it would be a great training session that would provide invaluable experience. And the whole process is overseen by the vice chairman of their community, Mr. Cheon Hyung of the Shaman clan. Sleep looked up and said that they all seemed to have thought about it. What if before he could walk the intended path he died? Han said that or the opposite is true. I hate to imagine, and yet, what would happen if even such an ordeal didn't cut his miserable life short? The chief replied that in the first case the students would have to restrain their energy, so that the bastard would get to the end. Let him suffer the pains of hell, let him beg for death, because when he eventually gets to the finish line, he's going to meet an even more ruthless man. Surely this fool will think his life is now saved, because the precious daughter of a righteous coalition will stand before him. No, the all-white sect. The beautiful crane on Yi Rin. The next day, teacher In took Ryuan's work and said that in his 10 years at Chianmakakwin, this was the first time he had seen such work. He couldn't help himself and decided to show, because he was informed that the guy had gotten in on their recommendation. But master, he also got a job and said he was a crazy demon. Turns out he's also stupid as hell. And why should he be so ashamed of him? And told him to give him an F. Ing asked the master, and did he think so too? Strange, and he smiled for the first time in years. And then he gave credit, and said that no matter how you look at it, it's free, uncluttered views like this that help China move forward. And he hopes that this courage will turn into bravery in the future. And they should support young guys like that. Chung Hong was saying at this time that he couldn't believe it. As a teacher, but maybe he just forgot in front of why put not. Hiran also said he doubted it. Let him see what is written next to it, this time put why. Because he appreciated the original flight of thoughts. But in the future will not adhere to the requirements of leniency cannot be expected. And then he gave Ryuan an additional assignment. to thoroughly research the atrocities of the spirit of heavenly tribulation and write an essay, adhering to the set rules. Chung-han said, I think he's beginning to understand. He has heard many times, but this is the first time he sees it. A student who received the teacher's love with a red brush must answer for it with blood, and he said if Okan Jining decided to take on someone, he would give him instruction after instruction until he started writing essays with blood coming out of his nose from overwork. Hiran asked Ryun if he could stand it. The boy replied that he didn't know. And it seems that the teachers conspired and decided to kill him with wild boredom. Ryun remembered all his lessons and wondered how much more of this gibberish he would have to absorb. Chanhong said that Ryun would be better off like Mon He, focusing on learning and avidly absorbing such valuable knowledge. He was fortunate enough to take the place that all the youth of China are vying for. And he whines and whines. Chunhong said he'd take them to an interesting place. Let them follow him. Hiran was surprised and asked where to. There was a shouting match under the shop in town that anyone wishing to reach new heights in sword control was invited to join them. Let them take their places. A strong fist for every man. They welcome all the girls in the neighborhood. A community of martial arts history buffs and realistic paintings. Anyone can do miracles. Hiran was surprised and said that they were on the most popular street in Cheonmukakwan Community Street. Ryun asked, what is that? Chung-han turned around and said he again didn't know just how he could just consider some kind of alliance of people with common interests. Hiran told Ryun that he should join somewhere too. In Cheonmukakwan, there are places like that. At least one. Otherwise, they can be kicked out for being passive. Ryun asked, and where did they think was most interesting? But suddenly someone behind them asked them if they were looking for somewhere to fall in the evening. The guy asks if they would like to join the most powerful community in Cheonmukakwan, the Blade Spirit Community? And he offers to learn the truth of Jian together. But the guy asked, since when did the Blade Spirit Community become the most powerful in the school? The Zhao Spirit Community is the most powerful in the school. Don't let them raise their sticks in front of the newcomers. But the disciple told him to stop and stop talking nonsense. He was the first to cross paths with them. The guy asked who else is being sneaky? He's what he's pouncing on. The student replied, how he talks. You can see what kind of family he was brought up in. Hiran asked, is it like sword energy? They wanted to invite them and they end up fighting amongst themselves? Chunhong replied that it was obvious that they had nowhere else to go. But suddenly a guy came up next to him and said Jian or Dao. How low his colleges had stooped in their efforts to win them over to their side. Which meant they would go to them, and would definitely fall into someone's disfavor. Ryun asked, and where is the best place to go then? Hiran replied that maybe he could tell you where to go. The lad replied that of course to them. Their circle lights a fire in a man's heart. Boredom? That's no place to be, and the longer they stay with them, the better they'll learn the great techniques of disguise. Ryun said it's an amazing place. The guy replied that of course they could and asked if they would go already. When he reached the place he said they were there. Once inside, Hiran said it was funny. Everyone was surprised, of course, and didn't know what to say. The guy smiled and said welcome to the community of young girl lovers. But by this time the wagon with the princess had arrived at the clan, and she said she would go alone from here. But Namgung was greatly surprised and asked the princess if she was okay. The princess asked, what could be wrong? Chung-han realized that it had originally been a very ordinary club where disguise and disappearance techniques were studied, and I think it was around the time he graduated from Cheonmukakwan. And there was a rumor that some horrible pervert had taken over as head of the club. The guy says that with one word, they are a club for lovers of young beauties. Chung-han sees that they have deteriorated beyond recognition. They should be destroyed immediately. Hiran said, I mean, is this where they paint portraits and sculpt statues imagining beautiful women? The guy said no. All the girls in the paintings are real-life beauties. But the fat man said that all the items here are their treasures, which were obtained through a long search. It took a lot of hard work to gather the secret information about the young ladies. Now they've already got minors all over China. The guy said, what a good point. And that's Mr. Byongtae, the head of their club. He's the best master here. Chung-hong thought he was such a pervert and knew the known techniques of the ancients. He doesn't even believe it. That fat guy. Ryun asked, secret materials on every beauty from all over China? Why are they collecting all this stuff? The guy was surprised and said of course it's unexpected. Because they want to feel warm. It doesn't matter if he's in a white or dark sect. Every man likes seductive beauties. It's in their nature. Does he understand? They said that everyone wants to touch the beautiful and the great. And their precious relics describe this process in great detail. And day after day, they perfect their skills, extracting more and more incredible experts. The guy said that now no beauty would slip past the all-encompassing eye, and until the Almighty wills otherwise, they will not stop pursuing it. Chunghan said that he thought they thought it was cool and necessary to get information they didn't need by using sophisticated techniques. Hiran said that it was still simultaneously frightening. Ruin replied that as far as he knew, people called people like them perverts. And so this place is a den of brigands who indulge their baser instincts. Tay asked, brigands? They just like pretty girls. So they keep a close eye on them. No violence. The guy also said that's right. They're no match for the bandits. It's not like they're from Chunjulhui. Let him imagine that there were rumors that these maniacs had recently cut off one guy's hand. He understands the idol they worship. If their leader did not possess such divine impregnability and power, the group would have been destroyed long ago. And yet they can understand, they do not transgress. They only marvel at the wealth that nature has bestowed on the local maidens. Hiran said he thought they'd come to a rage. But how subtly they had sidestepped that point. Chun Hong replied that it looked like they hadn't completely lost their conscience yet. Although these thieves, like common thieves, are all criminals. The guy asked, are they talking so loud on purpose? How dare they call them such a vile word? But then the other students came in and greeted everyone asking if they knew what was brought to them. He recognized the parameters of the lady's body. The second student started laughing and said it was a lightweight. But he stole the shoe of a famous beauty. Mrs. KKK. Ryuan said that his friends immediately called their specialty correctly. Where do you go in such cases? Like the police or the teachers? The guy said they didn't take anything. He just wrote down what the dressmaker said. The other guy said that's a bit of a mouthful. I mean, the shoe's not cheap. It's also very worn. Mistress was definitely going to throw it away. And he took the right thing. Hiran said maybe they won't turn them in. Report everything better to the affected ladies. Chunhong asked, is it about Mrs. XXX and Mrs. KKK? The guy shouted that they're perverts. They want to kill these young guys? Because if those ladies found out, they'd not only kill them, they'd burn them on a slow fire. They're beautiful and gentle on the outside, but ruthless on the inside. The guys will be crushed like cockroaches. After this, what can they do in the martial arts world? They can agree. It's hard to call what Chio-ki and Seo-hei did a creepy thing. And he thinks no one noticed what happened. Shanyan asked, are they those heavenly ghost twins? Although, there are definitely no other guys with those names. Hiran asked, so are they the same famous seniors in front of them? Shanyan said yes, but seriously, they are known primarily for their bad reputation. Dan Chio-ki of the Dan clan and Cheon So-hei of the Divine Gate are master inventors. But the truth was, there was a trail of serious problems following them everywhere. Saren asked if he'd actually talked about them. I find that hard to believe. Chung-han told him not to think too much, it's a routine performance. They're a walking headache. And they know how to get out of it in different ways. The guy said that from the first day they entered Chienmukakwin, they had been behaving willfully. That's why he thought they would understand them like no one else. What a disappointment. Ryuan asked, so it turns out they had heard about them a long time ago, and then invited them over? The boy asked, how could they not? Chio-ki and Seo-hei noted their stroppy character and free-spiritedness. But the guys snapped at him and said that sometimes their friend talks outright nonsense. Hiran said he felt like everything that happened on the day of admission was decided to be hushed up. But it doesn't seem to be that simple. And that's also why they're acting so strange. It's like they're hiding something. Chunghan asked, really? And thought that the two of them were very good with technology and consistency. He remembered the superintendent had said something was wrong. Shanyan turned to them and said, by any chance, didn't they help Cheon-san run the third level of the security system the day the freshmen entered Chienmukakwin? The guy asked, what's the big deal? What's the surprise? Did something happen that day? The other guy also replied that they didn't know anything. Who is this Cheon-sang? Changhan said, what an amazing coincidence. The Divine Gate school that Mr. Cheon So-hei came from has a very close relationship with the Tigerfang school. But Ryuan couldn't help but ask, so it was the two of them who organized that fun show? The boys were really scared and decided to run away. But Ryuan stood in front of them and said that he thought they had something to talk about. They said that if they were going to communicate violently, he asked them to continue outside. This is where his precious treasure rests. Ryuan replied that he didn't even know. And something tells him that it's going to be a long conversation with everyone here. And wouldn't they like to offer, Mr. Pervert, an opportunity to redeem themselves? Of course, if you follow his instructions. Hiran said that he thought Ryuan was up to something again. Chung-han replied that it didn't seem like it would hurt to call in the fire department. Tae asked, what if he doesn't agree? Would he burn everything in the building? Ryuan replied that he wasn't kidding. But don't worry, he's in a good mood today. Besides, he really needs to join a club right now, and then let them fulfill the 3 conditions and he will even join their circle. And they may believe, thanks to him, this place may soon become very popular. The guy asked with surprise, a club of young girl lovers can gain fame? Chung-han asked him what he was doing. Hiran also said that he didn't know what he'd decided there, but maybe he should think it through well. Ryuan replied that he was actually quite normal and had made a very thoughtful decision. If you take away all the signs of perversion, criminals and stupidity, this club could become much more interesting than others. Changhong said that if you negate all 3 of those points, what is there left of this club at all? Hiran also asked, does he think it will work? Ryuan replied that he would. What do they say, Honorable Chairman? Does he remember if he refuses, all their treasures will burn to the ground in a minute? They thought for a moment, and said he agreed. And decided to listen first. Ryuan replied that it was a smart decision. And his suggestion would be this. First of all, since the club already has such a name, it will collect amazing information about beautiful girls from all over the Celestial Empire. But nonsense like body parameters won't be needed. Members will be looking for useful information. And secondly, the club will give advice to young people on how to make friends with the object of adoration, how to woo. Not for free, of course. And third, but unexpectedly, Yoon Jun-ho came in and asked if they could tell him where Ryuan was. He was told that he was headed this way. Ryuan immediately asked him what was wrong. Yoon was startled and replied that the day had come. They asked him to bring him in immediately. Hiran asked, so those were the same ones John Lee-hak and Chu Jie-yoon said to bring Ryuan? Yoon replied that yes, those are the ones. Hiran said he hoped they didn't raise their hands on him this time. Yoon replied that they hadn't. It's not true, but he's more worried about Ryuan. Hiran said that from the looks of it, they're obviously up to something. Ryuan's supposed to be all right. And those 2 are certainly no match for him. Shanyan replied that he didn't think it was just the 2 of them. Hiran asked, what are they trying to say? Does he think a whole gang of Wasan clan disciples will come out on Ryuan? Chung-han replied that he didn't know. But if they know when their demon won at the entrance the first day. With the fact that they're kind of not stupid, they must have prepared well. Since it wasn't just the Wasans who suffered at Ryuan's hands, you can expect anyone to meet him there. But he doesn't think these guys are gonna bury him alive. They clearly have another agenda. And the rally point isn't exactly a crowded place. To be more precise, teachers never go there. It's a self-paced training ground, and so that the students would not be shy and hone their skills there. But most often it is used as a place for fights without rules. Yoon said that was right. John Lee-hak and Chu Jie-yoon didn't say anything specific, but he noticed that they were thinking of something. Shouldn't Ryuan go in there? It would be dangerous. Hiran says he's sure nothing like that will happen to their friend. But he says he will not sit idly by if he is suddenly threatened. Yoon said he was too. He might not be much use, but he'll still try to help in some way. Of course, he won't be able to show the plum blossom technique, but he'll be able to swing his sword hard. Hiran said that's great. They'll help together. Chung-han replied that they would watch, but the 2 of them, especially him, Ryuan is in for a change of heart. He thinks, if anything, he'll have to watch out for Ryuan instead of protecting him. Hiran asked, what does he want to say? Chung-han replied that without the permission of the faculty committee, there would be severe punishment for organizing fights without rules. If someone is killed or dies, it's the end of the world. Does he remember that last time they were given strict orders? If someone dies, they'll be kicked out anyway. In his opinion, Ryuan wasn't the kind of man who would give them a break. Yoon was frightened and said that he hoped he wouldn't kill his acquaintances. Hurin replied that it was understandable. If he does, everyone will be kicked out of school. We have to keep a close eye on their bloodthirsty comrade. Chunhong said he was thinking the same thing. And he doesn't like that he's still gone. And also more how he reacted to the words from Yoon about the meeting. Chunhong said, judging from his reaction, he clearly wasn't excited. On the contrary, he looked like a serial killer. What's a secret weapon? Maybe dynamite? Yoon replied that it was only used in war. But then he asked if Ryuan could do something like that. But Hurin said his friend was a very dangerous warrior. And if he really prepared the dynamos, they could be blown up too. You'd do anything for a comrade. But then Ryuan came in and asked, what was that for? He doesn't know what they're up to, but don't let them forget, he's the chief guest of honor today. But then Chung-han was surprised and asked what he was hiding under his clothes. Hirin asked, did he really bring explosives? Ryuan asked, what are they saying? So in Shianmukakwin, you can get something like this? Where? At the store? Hirin replied that he couldn't get one for him after all. Ryuan asked with surprise, swords? Did he say anything about them? He said to grab one too. So he thought he was talking about secret weapons. Hirin said thank you. So he's got one for him too. What is it? He's so excited. Let him forget about the sword. Let him get the secret. Ryuan answered him that he knew Hirin would understand him. And immediately pulling out the item, everyone was surprised, and Chung-han said it was like calling it a weapon, and it's just ordinary dishes. Ryuan disagreed and said that even ordinary utensils have great potential. Just like a person. You can't judge a thing just by its appearance. Hirin said that it certainly looked interesting, but he didn't think it suited him very well. Chung-han immediately ordered Yoon to give Hirin the sword. It would be more useful to him, after all. Ryuan said it's sad. So where to go now? Yoon replied, does he understand? They have to go to the northwest part of Osanlo. Arriving at the place, Yoon said, it seems like they've come. Ryuan asked with surprise, right? There are quite a few trees like that here. Hirin asked what is the relationship between trees and effort. Chunhong asked, what is it? Hirin means it would be hard to throw dishes. Yoon told the guys that he brought him. Chung-han looked too and replied that they were future handicappers. Lee Hak said he's an idiot. And what took so long? But the guy told him to calm down, he's done everything. Did he hope he at least brought the right guy? Nain said he definitely did. The boy told them to go away then, and take the fool with them. He was sure that if they accidentally hurt him, the great master would be very upset. Nan said that's right. They'll tie him to a tree somewhere so he won't call the teachers here. Lee Hak also replied that he would like to join them too. As luck would have it, only 2 people were allowed to push him. Ryuan was surprised and asked, are there any other restrictions? Really could have stayed. It wouldn't have helped them anyway. Yoon said he'll stand up for himself. You don't have to worry about him, but these guys are really strong, let him be careful. Ryuan was surprised and replied that he was afraid even. Let them all come up at once. Lee Hak said what an ignorant man he is. Is he trying to get in trouble? And then Yoon replied that the ignorant ones were them. He's tolerated it until now. But not anymore. Nien said he thought that jerk was crazy. What's he going to do? Yoon told Ryuan that he had a favor to ask of him. Tell him to leave the Wasans to him. He would run to report to the committee and his master. Lee Hak ran after him and shouted for them to catch him. The other boys said that since he had asked for it, would they help him crawl to the next gate? The second student replied that he would. And if the boy couldn't do it himself, they would just carry him. Ryuan asked, would there be a next gate? He was already disappointed, so was there something else waiting for him? The guys replied that he was a sick bastard and they would fix his brain, but Ryuan didn't play with them and taking the utensil in his hands, started waving with it. The guys were very surprised and didn't understand how he was doing that. With each punch from Ryuan, they were getting hurt by the dishes. Ryuan said he thought he threw too hard. There wasn't a lot of spinning though. I guess I should have practiced more. And that's what he's going to do now. Hirin said that he couldn't believe that Ryuan was going to create a new kind of martial arts. Chung-han replied that no. It shouldn't go out into the world. We have to intervene, or else the sight of those bowls will make his appetite go away. Hirin asked if they should stop Rowena. Chung-han replied that he didn't think so, they had other tasks after all. Hirin asked, is he the one talking about them? At this time, Lee Hak and Nain chased Yoon and yelled for him to stop. Yoon replied that he doesn't want to. And they won't raise a hand on him again. Chun-hung said no. He means those spectators who are slowly gathering for the performance. For now, they're just watching, but if they do get involved, it's going to get really hot in here. Hirin said, what have they got to lose? Maybe they'll fight all of them at once. In the end, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Chung-han replied that's correct. And he thinks the probability of expulsion in such a case will increase many times over. Hirin smiled and said that he would suggest waiting then. If he had to fight them, though, he felt he'd gain plenty of experience. At this time, someone was watching in a tree watching the battle. But Nain was yelling at this time that she didn't understand how this thing could race back and forth so easily. The guy shouted to Qingwei that they had to go. Vi replied that he understood, and they could proceed. Immediately, they threw their blades. Ryuan smiled and said that it was expected. If you reduce the force a little when throwing, the dishes come back. But unfortunately, in this case, the combat power is also reduced. He wondered how he had managed to catch the blade with only 2 fingers. The other guy also realized that he couldn't get close. Therefore, he was not going to be able to wield his sword. Ryuan thought for a moment, and said then he would continue next time. Given the condition of the tool, he thought it could also be used as a club. The guy immediately wondered what the asshole was talking about. Is he going to beat them up? And they also realized that they would finally get to use the crown attack. The guy turned to V and said his sword was broken, and decided that he would take on this enemy. V says no, he refuses. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He decided he was using the same thing. Ryuan laughed when he saw that, and said that was a great choice too. The guys were already ready to fight him, and were waiting for the right moment. Chung-han asked his friend if he thought they should intervene after all. Doesn't that ring a bell? Hirin thought for a moment, and replied that it did. That's what he meant, isn't it? Chun-hong said he's about the 3 happiness fist punching technique. That's right. Hirin asked, is he crazy? Is he going to hit them with that raft? We have to stop him. Hirin shouted to Ryuan that it was impossible to hurt them badly. Chun-hong also said that they shouldn't use sharp edges under any circumstances. Anything less and you'd be expelled. But Ryuan didn't stop there, and continued running towards the enemy, and ended up beating them with the dishes. Everyone was very surprised and couldn't believe such a thing. They even said it was terrible. Ryuan said that this technique was called the double strike technique with the utensil. And even only the back of it was used. At this time at HQ, Jen asked what was wrong with the birds. The chief replied that they heard special sounds from Jonghyun. Considering the fact that they can't quiet it down, the 2 from the Wasan clan failed. But since the black bird isn't moving, it means the wounds aren't fatal. Jen said that they haven't been able to avenge Sab Seo yet, and there's already Zhang Wei and Un Chu. Sung said the 2 of them. They'll definitely get even for no dub-in. But he has a question. The guys from the Wasanigo clan were lured to him, but how will he get to them? The chief replied that they need not worry about that. The plan was to move closer and closer to the white crane step by step. He must get them both to cross the forbidden line. Gun said that to be honest the strategy itself doesn't really appeal to him. The white crane says it doesn't belong to any community, but because she is the heir of the righteous coalition. Even as the heir of the Na clan, the 8 clan honors her as a goddess. Of course, he didn't mind securing himself from the consequences of punishing Ryuan, but to betray the object of vengeance of the community of 9 clans to the white crane, which is on the side of the community of 8, and somehow do not really want to. The chief said that they wish to exclude her, one of the key figures of the 8 community, from the Holy Trinity Martial Arts Festival. Jen asked with surprise, exclude her? And having said replied, the heiress of the righteous coalition punished the pervert. At first, the rumor will be interpreted that way, and Chan Makakwan will probably try to suppress it. Next, they'll use Ryuan's cronies to spread the rumor. But suddenly someone said it wasn't true. He wasn't a pervert. He just fought a few guys and ran out there to get away from them. The principal said that the white crane killed him here too. After saying that, whoever she was, the school would have to issue a punishment order, Gun said correctly. And he believes, also exclude her from the festival, and at best even suspend her for a while. Sleep said that additionally, the community of 8 would have a bad reputation. The man in charge replied that there was no doubt. Ryan is a pawn in their hands, no more and no less. They will benefit twice, if not 3 times the moral and physical costs. And besides, they could see that she was already there. The princess was strolling through the park and enjoying life. Nain said how cruel he was. And is it possible to use such ruthless techniques in a normal fight? Ryuan replied, how annoying they all are. Standing here and there. They were the ones who lured him in, who set the trap. And now they're judging him for taking self-defense measures. Of course it's ridiculous. Lihak told him to shut up. This is what he calls self-defense. He seriously hurt Sob Seo, and now Jam Wai and Unju. Nain also said they wouldn't stand for it anymore. She would deal with him herself. But suddenly Yoon stepped in and told them to stop. Yoon said that they wouldn't be able to win anyway. Besides, the blame really lies on themselves today. But Nain slapped his face and said that he was the clan's truest disgrace. A traitor to his own comrades. How can you justify your enemy? Hiran decided to intercede, but Chang Hong told him to stop. From the look on Yoon's face, there was no need to interfere for now. Yoon said that today was the first time he was very disappointed in them. He might not be the one who should be saying such words, but what they had done today definitely couldn't be called an act of honor. And should he accept and cover them just because they are from the same clan? Where's the difference between Wasan and bandits? No, that's out of the question. Lihak was surprised and asked, how did he think of that? And since he's so asking for it, they'll kill him first. But Ryuan didn't let that happen, and threw the dishes in their direction with an attack so strong that they couldn't handle them. But Lihak didn't stop and they both attacked him, but Yoon was faster and immediately dodged. Yoon immediately used the technique, and grabbed the sword from Nain's hands. He started fighting them in earnest, and didn't want to give in to his enemies. Hiran said that it seems like Yoon has grown up. Chun Hong also replied that he would agree. It looks like that. It looks weak, but he was able to recognize the truth. He understood that it was a technique to control the plum blossom sword, or rather the 7th plum blossom sword. If Ho hadn't pushed those damas away, the strange bull would have broken their swords in the blink of an eye. And judging by the force with which Ryuan threw it, not only their swords, but also their hands would have been turned into chopped meat. But Yoon had noticeably reduced the power and changed the trajectory of the dishes with a couple of punches. Seemingly inexperienced in battle, he was still able to react in an instant. Plum Blossom sword control technique is famous for the many possibilities of techniques based on the truth of you, softness. In fact, in addition to you, one must also learn loyalty, as well as speed. In this respect, the boy was simply born for this technique. He's fast and his movements are straightforward. Now it's clear that the old man didn't send him away because he felt sorry for him. Yoon tells Ryuan that he's perfectly fine. His only request is that if they don't attack, he should avoid them. And he once again apologizes deeply for the actions of his clan's disciples. Lihak asked after pushing himself. And now he's still apologizing? Nain started crying and screaming that he kicked her, and then Chung-han intervened and said that they didn't seem to realize yet that he had just saved their hands. But if they continue to provoke the demon, he dare say, they'll still find out what could happen. But suddenly, unexpectedly Yoon fell to the ground. Hurin immediately ran up and asked how he was doing. He knew right away that it was the scent of plum blossoms. Ryuan also came over and asked, so that's what allergies she's allergic to? While he's a great flavoring agent, he still doesn't know the simple wisdom of life. Some people need a couple of strokes to become human. Hiran told him that if they couldn't get out of the swing, they would be disabled at the very least. If they couldn't get out of the swing, they would be disabled at the very least. Of course, he doesn't have warm feelings for them either, but you have to respect Yoon's wishes and try to graduate after all. Chung-han also said that they'd better stop with self-defense measures. Now Ho needs to rest. It's time to go back. Does he know if someone gets hurt, they can't turn back time? Ryuan asked, do they think so? But for some reason, he feels like he should ask Yung Li Hak and Chu Jieun and all those insects watching from behind the trees. And like Yun said, if they attack first, you can hit them, and he asks for respect for him and his time. Let them all attack at once. He'll try not to make it lethal. Hiran said that Yun wasn't dead yet. Shanyan replied to stop. He had misunderstood them completely, and they stand there watching to prevent the death of their opponents. They cannot fight him. Then the disciple came and said that there were 6 more places waiting for those who wished to get even and compete. So he asked him to follow the marks left on the ground. Ryuan asked, and why would he do that? If they had questions for him, let them come on their own. The guy replied that coherent fights require proper venues. In return, the gifts left on the ground could be taken for himself. And did they hear he likes money? Hiran said, how humiliating. Chun Hong also replied that it was exactly like that. Who would even dare to suggest such a thing? And whoever Ryuan was, it was naive to think that he would collect those silver bars. Ryuan says there's nothing he can do then. And he's leaving Yun to Uncle and Hiran. Ruin headed out with them, and followed. Hiran was surprised and said that he did run. Hyun watched the whole thing and felt that it really worked. What a mercenary! He looks strong from the outside, but in reality, he's just a fool. Hiran and Chanho followed him and shouted to Ryuan to take his time. They were coming with him. Chun Hong said he seemed to be having a lot of fun. He should have walked slower and looked around. Hiran told Changhan that he could no longer carry Yuna alone. And then Ryuan stopped and saw the enemy in front of him. The enemy was surprised and said finally, and asked the guy if he remembered No Dayuin. He is his friend from the Jamchan clan, and his name is O Dingo. The other guy said his name was Mu Yila. It's really time. Well, it's time to start fighting. Changchan said that if the opponents were disciples of the Jamchan clan, Ryuan would have a hard time dealing with them. Hiran asked, really? This was the first time he heard it. The Jamchan are strong in water battles? Chunghan replied that's right, that's not true, but their crowning sword control technique is flying towards the sun, based on the incredible speed of the sword strike. To put it another way, among the 9 clans, they are the strongest in skill, and they also chose to fight on the water. This structure made of logs is designed to drown Ryuan, probably the supposed end of ruin, and though if they sink him, it's still godly. But would any of the opponents get out of the water during the fight and poke with a sword? Hiran told Ryuan that it was dangerous. Maybe stop collecting precious ingots and go back? Chunghan also said that for sure. He's a non-human being, but he's not a fish yet. Ryuan turned around and asked if they thought so. And for some reason, he didn't want to say no. Ryuan immediately headed for the fruit, but his landing was hard and he broke the log. Ryuan couldn't help himself and immediately went underwater. Chunghan said that their non-human creature had started out beautifully, but now maybe he was drowning because of the silver he had stuffed in his pockets. La said he was going in the water, but O stopped him and said that there was something wrong. La said there was a reason for the vibration. Immediately after that, Ryuan came out of the water in powerful energy. The guys were surprised and managed to jump out. La yelled to O and told him to dodge, Ryuan attacking from behind. But he didn't have time to dodge, and the guy submerged him. Chunghan was very surprised and couldn't believe it. He said that their non-human creature had turned into not just a fish, but a real piranha. Hiran told Yun to stand up. Let him look at Ryuan. He's a real piranha now. Riwinu immediately climbed out of the water and headed for dry land. Hiran said he was leaving. He won't be able to pass through here with Yun. Shanyan replied that he was right. Then let him go back to the camp. Chunghan thought, what should he do? He can't make up his mind. And it seems Ryuan is heading towards the Forbidden Territory. And his main mission is to follow the Prince of the Dark Sect. Ryuan ran and said the silver bars lead there. And he'll collect it and come back. And leads Chunghan that at his age, it's not advisable to get his feet wet in cold water. Let them go too. Chunhong said maybe they'll leave that money grubber alone. Let him do whatever he wants. He doesn't seem to need it at all. Shanyan realized that today was the day the White Crane returned to Chianmukakwin, so there should be her guards everywhere. Unless of course she herself scatters silver bars around her, they shouldn't cross paths. Ryuan's thing, after all, is not interested in girls. Hyung was watching everything at this time and realized that it was getting unpleasant. 2 disciples, famous for their ability to wield heavy swords and possessing powerful fists. Arriving at the 4th gate of the Gongrian clan, he saw that the 2 disciples who had learned the 8 great dragon flight techniques, able to fly freely in the sky and demonstrate 2-sword swordsmanship techniques. And on the 5th gate of the Hashan clan, there are even disciples who possess the sacred ape walking technique, as well as the leading sword control techniques of the Falcon King, which involve incredibly specific and combinations of sword movements. His movements are alien to any of the practices he knows, inorganically waving his arms and legs in different directions. It all looks very cheap, but it is so powerful and effective. Or maybe he's had too many medicinal herbs. Here we are, on our way to the White Crane. The only gates left are the 6th gate, where the disciples of the Shaman clan are standing, and the 7th gate, where a couple of Chongxiang's followers have gathered, and he has to admit, it's all gone wrong, the plan has failed. He believes it's not worth continuing this wave of fighting at this point. The number of wounded can only increase. At the main headquarters, the seniors said that Kondon, Gongrian, Hensen had lost. What kind of ruthless methods did he use? Then their last hope is Chongxiang. Who's in it for them? Is there even a hint of success left? The chief replied that even without shamans everything should go according to the prepared strategy. It is true that there were still a lot of movements, but there would be no problem in directing him to his destination. And to top it all off, the last 7th gate, from the Shanson clan would have him standing there. The head of the White Crane guards, Wei Ji Chion's whirlwind sword. He treats the lady as a goddess, so they didn't inform him of their plans. But he's sure he's the best option for the final gate. They were trying to punish one man who was making fun of the Wasan and Jamchan clans. He ran in his direction. And today, that bastard joined the community of young girl lovers and said he would definitely go up to Unhyang Gazebo, and he has with him proof of greed and perversion of nature. He can check it out for himself. He has incredible power. Ryuan said it's a bit crowded. So the top is where the main treasure is? Ryuan said, why bother and prepare such gifts? If they insist, he can't refuse. Chion immediately swung his sword at him and said that he was a pervert. How dare he even think of getting their pearl? Let him die. Sword energy changing like the wind. Ryuan was surprised and wondered what was in it. He's already excited. And how eager to get his hands on it. And then he would take it for himself with great pleasure. But Chion didn't want to let him do that and shouted that he would finish him off. And immediately used the defensive technique of the 3rd absolute invincible heavenly sword. But Ryuan didn't get distracted and just used defense to make sure no one got in his way, and he took his own. But the princess at that time was at the place where the treasures are located. And after an attacking attack, the place broke and the princess fell down. Her necklaces began to fall from her body, and she didn't even realize she would fall from such a height. But at that moment Ryuan was just at that spot, and without letting her fall he grabbed her and saved her. Ryuan said what a shame that a beauty like her was going to commit suicide, but here she was different, and pulled out her blade. She immediately put it to his neck.